114-102. And it just might be the worst loss of the year for Golden State. I said either that one or the home loss to Oklahoma City. 114-102. A very undermanned Miami Heat squad comes to Chase Center and dictates the level and tempo of play from the opening tip to the final horn. And a great win tonight for the Heat.
Tim Roy on the call there, right here on 95.7 The Game. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Sam Lubman, who is filling in for Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky as the Warriors take the L last night at Chase Center, 114-102. As you heard from the great Tim Roy right there, an undermanned Miami Heat squad. No Kyle Lowry, no Jimmy Butler, no problem for Eric Spoelstra, Tyler Hero, Jaime Jaquez Jr., amongst others. And good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work. It's wet out there. More rain in the forecast, so please be safe if you're on the roadways. Don't be doing any of that tailgating stuff, all right? Don't be riding anyone's bumper or anything like that. Don't be stupid. I learned my lesson in high school, Sam. I hydroplaned after just getting my license, did a 180 on the highway, almost died. Didn't, thankfully, and never sped in the rain again. So that's how I start off the show. Don't speed, people, especially in the rain, because you're not built for this. You grew up in California, in the Bay Area. You're not built for the wet weather, all right? Just be honest with yourself. You're not built for the snow, not built for the wet rain, because it rains once in a blue moon here. But good morning to all of you. Good morning to you, Sam Lubman. Tough L last night for the Dubs.
Yeah, that was tough. Not going to lie, I kind of wish I watched the Pop-Tarts Bowl instead.
Oh, the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
I kind of want to get into that at some
point.
You're
making that up. That's not a thing.
That is a real thing.
Oh,
there was... I don't know. We got to get it at some point. No, let's get into it now really quick. Pop-Tarts Bowl, it ended. Who cares about the game? I think Kansas State beat NC State. The Pop-Tart mascot was the star of the show of that game. This dude is running around. This pastry is running around, yucking up on the sidelines. He's smacking security on the butt, like just a total show stealer. After the game, he's standing on a toaster. It's standing on a toaster, and it's holding up a sign saying "Dreams come true" as it's getting lowered into the toaster, and then it gets spat out, and it's like an edible giant Pop-Tart, and they start eating the mascot. It is college football at its finest. You know, I thought there's too many bowl games. The Pop-Tarts Bowl is not in that category.
You're bearing the lead, Sam. Tough L for the Miami Hurricanes after you're gassing them up all show. The Scarlet Knights win. The Scarlet Knights win.
Yeah, you know, who could have seen that come besides literally anybody who has ever had a pulse
Greg
ever.
Schiano legacy game right there.
Classic Miami on the biggest stage. Just absolute turd of a performance from Mario Cristobal. Way to go, man. You know, just, hey, run it up the middle. Just keep running up the middle. You know, you have some of the best athletes in the country. Just keep running it up the middle. But, yeah, as depressing as that was and as thrilling as the Pop-Tarts Bowl mascot was, yeah, that was an absolute dud of a game from the Warriors last night.
It was disappointing.
It was. And, you know, Spadoni, earlier this week, we kind of talked about what the expectations for the Warriors and what they should be. And I said I can't put them in a championship contender or anywhere near that yet. This week, they kind of had the championship two-step. They had the Nuggets on Christmas Day. Then you have a couple days off. Then you have the Heat. You played both teams that were in the NBA Finals last year. And both teams basically showed you why you are not a championship-level team. You couldn't outlast against the Nuggets. They ended up grinding you down at the end, pulling that game out, because that's what good teams do. They close games. They closed out on the Warriors on Monday in that Christmas Day game. And that's why the Nuggets are one of the better teams in the West. Last night against the Heat, a team that's very methodical in how they play. They have a very deliberate pace. They really grinded the Warriors down last night. They were smart with the ball, did not turn it over. Warriors at one point in the second quarter had 9 turnovers to the Heat 0. Overall, the Warriors turned the ball over 13 times last night to only 7 turnovers from the Heat. But again, ball security, sloppy play. You don't see that on the Heat. Whereas the Warriors, that's basically what was defining them last night. Throw in a couple bad shooting nights from Clay and Steph, and as Tim Roy said there in that final call, you get one of, if not the worst loss of the year so far for the Warriors.
I'd say, yeah, he mentioned that OKC one both times against Chet Holmgren, one making free throws, one making the actual three-pointer. I think those ones hurt a lot more, but I understand the narrative there because obviously no Jimmy Butler or Kyle Lowry for the defending Eastern Conference champion Miami Heat. Shout out YouTube and Twitch. We are streaming live all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. And we got some special guests today. Not only at 8 o'clock when our very own Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky will be calling in. He had some breaking news, I should say, last night on his social feed, so he'll discuss that at 8 o'clock with us. Rob Stats Guerrera is joining us also at 8:45, covers the San Francisco 49ers. And you could hear Rob as I pull up all my reads here. And God bless Bonte for having this all together all the time. Actually, he doesn't. Let's just keep it a buck.
No, I have it together for Bonte.
There you go. But I can understand how he mixes all these up constantly, but he has all these different screens. I get it. Bonte doing a hell of a job last night with Festus, D. Wright on the NBC Sports Bay Area pre- and post-game coverage. Rob Sascaria, Gold Standard Network. And you can catch Rob every single Sunday morning right here on 95.7 The Game at 8 a.m. Because he's breaking down football in the 49ers. And we're going to do that because the Niners do play the Washington Commanders in Maryland this Sunday. What's the spread on that game? I haven't even looked it up. It's probably double digits. It's probably the highest spread of the weekend.
A lot to a little.
Yeah, and it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. Visit first5california.com to learn 4 things that you can do to overcome toxic stress. And right now, toxic stress is the name of the game.
Really
Last
quick,
2 losses.
12.5-point favorites.
12.5. That's what I thought. It's a 10, 12.5. Probably the highest spread of the weekend. I'm not looking at any other guns. Maybe the Cardinals.
It did
Eagles.
open at 13.5.
It did. Oh, that Jacoby Brissett move, guys.
That
Massive
changed
swing.
everything.
Changed everything.
Also, Deebo Samuel limited at practice yesterday.
Oh, no.
Maybe that's a moment, too.
Oh, no.
We'll
Deebo legacy game? No. Although Deebo Samuel and Cam Newton going at it back and forth. Maybe we'll get into that a little bit somewhere down the line. But it's the Warriors right now, taking the L last night. And you mentioned the name and the term, Sam, heat culture. What's the Warriors culture right now? I want to ask 2 Warriors fans at 888-957-9570 because we know what heat culture is. It's next man up mentality. They're going to play hard. They're going to play gritty defense. It might not look pretty all the time, but they're going to have a nice influx of young talent mixed with older veterans, and it's going to work. And that's from the top down. That's Pat Riley to Eric Spoelstra to the staff to all the players. Like I saw the best rookie in the league the last couple weeks in Jaime Jaquez Jr. out of UCLA, the rookie, who the Warriors were very interested in. They ended up going Pajemski. It's actually kind of funny. Sam, I don't know if you heard Steve Kerr basically talking about texting Eric Spoelstra before the game. He's like, hey, man, we love our guy, but I'm sure you love your guy too. And they were on both the different team radars. So the Heat were, monitoring Pajemski. The Warriors were monitoring Jaquez. Jaquez ends up going before him. Warriors get Pajemski. But all in all, I think they're both very happy with where they're at. Pajemski, by the way, taking initiative yesterday. Take a listen to this from the rookie. This was fascinating. Taking the blame for the L last night.
A lot falls on my plate. I'm the guy that's supposed to bring the energy and hustle plays and effort plays, and I didn't do that tonight. I can usually gauge that by, how many steals, deflections, rebounds I get, and tonight was probably my worst performance of the year in that case. So I think it starts with me. Coach can say that it's his fault, he didn't get us prepared and whatnot, but I'm in that starting group for that reason, and I just don't think I bring that energy and effort tonight like I usually do.
And then last night's loss.
Bless you, Pod.
Yeah,
just bless you.
Well, I like the initiative. And last night's loss, as you know, Sam, that snapped the Warriors' season-high 8-game home winning streak. Prior to that, they had lost on November 18th, the whole damn month since they last lost, and that was against the Thunder. That's Tim Roy alluded to, in overtime, 130-123. You like what you heard there from the rookie, though? I mean, I like the accountability. It's also kind of concerning. Maybe concerning strong, but I mean, it's on the rookie now to take the accountability for losses. That's where we're at.
No, like I said, God bless you, Brandon Pajemski. That is very kind of you to say, to try and shoulder that blame. But you are maybe the energy guy, but come on, man. This is still Steph Curry's team. This is still Klay Thompson's team. This is still Steve Kerr's team. This team runs as those guys do. You don't need to shoulder the blame. I love that you're willing to take responsibility. But yeah, watching him and Jaime Jaquez last night, I'm thinking, man, if it weren't for Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama, this would be a great Rookie of the Year watch to race to see between these two. They could very well be all rookie team, but it's a phenomenal race we're going to see for third place in the Rookie of the Year voting between Jaquez and Brandon Pajemski. And it's just, I think I love the fact that he's feeling confident like this, Brandon Pajemski, to where he can step up and say, yeah, no, this one's kind of on me, when dude, it isn't. You are routinely, night in and night out, the only bright spot on the floor outside of Stephen Curry. As far as all the starters last night, if you're a plus-minus guy, he was +1. All the other starters were in the minus. It's clear it's definitely a different team when he's out there. It's a slightly better team, a slightly smarter team too. He has these moments where it's just he shows just such veteran savvy so much. There was a play early in the first quarter where he's defending Hawkins, able to prevent him from scoring, doesn't foul, gets his hands up, just textbook great defense. And then on the other side of the court, he sees Andrew Wiggins in the corner, wide open, throws the ball over to him. There's no shot there for Wiggins. And so what Podziemski does is Chris Paul's at the top of the key. Podziemski switches with Paul at the top of the key, and he's the one who calls out, hey, Chris, let's switch. It's not Chris saying, hey, let's do the switch. He's the one, calling the offense there. Gets to the top of the key. Wiggins slings out to him, and he drains the three that tied it up at 2020. And it felt like that was a tone-setting shot. Like, all right, Warriors are here to play ball now. Maybe they can make something happen here. Obviously, that's not how it went down, but it's moments like that where it's just like, yeah, you are the energy guy, Brandon, and I want you to keep bringing that attitude there. Love, you want to take the blame. I'm not putting the blame on him, though.
No, I'm putting the blame on, and shout out Akon. You could put the blame on me. I'm putting the blame on Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson. Back-to-back stinkers now. And you mentioned it was the championship two-step. They had stinkers on Christmas, and they had stinkers yesterday at home. And
Steph scoreless in the first quarter last two games.
This team's not winning if Stephen Curry is just going to have duds like that. That's just the rat on the table right there, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. It's just not going to happen. And Klay Thompson, who had been hot prior to this last couple games here, hot maybe strong, but he's been playing very well in comparison to what he started out at the beginning of the season. But 4 of 11, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc. Did have the 5 assists. That's nice to see. But a team worst minus 26 alongside Jonathan Kuminga. And when we saw Kuminga on the floor with Andrew Wiggins last night, it's just yikes. It just was not good enough. Andrew Wiggins, 4 of 11, 0 of 3 from beyond the arc, 11 points there off the bench with 26 minutes, but it's just not going to get it done. And that was a disappointing L after we were gassing up all the young guys yesterday, Sammy. They made us look bad. That's just stretch. Trace Jackson-Davis looked good in spurts.
He looked much better than Kevon Looney.
That's a tough task.
It's every game, it seems like, starts the same way. The first, 4, 5, 6 minutes of the game, it's just like, oh boy, it's just not looking great in the paint right now. Everyone's eating down there. And then Trace Jackson-Davis comes in. It's like it's a completely different team. Third quarter, same thing. Oh my God, it's not looking good right now. Trace Jackson-Davis comes in. Oh, it's a whole totally different team. The Warriors starters in the start of the first and the start of the third quarter, Spadoni, and those two parts of the game combined were -7. These are supposed to be your best players. The guys are supposed to set the tone, and they're just giving you bigger deficits. It's not a sustainable model right now that the Warriors are working with.
We just talked about him. TJD, your thoughts on the game and the pregame and what Coach Kerr told you guys?
That's what Coach told us before the game. He said that the Miami Heat, they represent Heat culture, and it's always next man up and the next guy's opportunity. And so that's what they did tonight. And guys that don't usually play, they stepped up and made plays, and they played good games. They played hard, and that's something that Coach was preaching before the game, saying that they're going to come out even harder than they would if they had their starters.
888-957-9570. You heard it there. And Coach Kerr, Steve, as I call him, we're homies. He mentioned Heat culture. We all know what Heat culture is. Maybe you can't quantify it, but, it's gritty, it's toughness, it's smart, high IQ basketball. It's not built on, the star power as we used to attribute the Miami Heat when they had the big three, when they had Bosh, Wade, LeBron, all those guys. It's different now. They've gone to 2 championships now, and I know we like to make fun of the bubble ring, and they were in Florida when it happened, but they went there. It still counts. They went there. They got an Eastern Conference banner. They're not hanging those, but they won the Eastern Conference, and then they went back there. They proved that bubble run was not a fluke. If the Heat have that culture, what's the Warriors culture? How do you quantify what the Warriors culture is right now? Because why can't the Warriors replicate what the Miami Heat can? Because I look at the star power from both teams. The Warriors have more of it. I mean, Stephen Curry is a generational talent. Jimmy Butler, God bless him, I know he didn't play yesterday. He's a star. He's not a superstar, though. Maybe when it comes to playoff time, he just turns into one of the greatest players of all time for whatever reason.
Is he a future Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I'd say so, because everyone gets into the basketball. It doesn't even matter. Everyone gets into the basketball Hall of Fame. But yeah, I'd say he's a Hall of Famer because of what he's been able to do. He's the leader on those teams. They've gone to multiple finals. When it's all said and done, I think he'll be there. He's one of the best defensive players since he's came into the league. But how would you quantify the Warriors culture right now, Sam?
I mean, you're saying, why can't the Warriors have that Heat culture? Is it as simple as the fact that no one on the Heat has punched one of their teammates? Like, again, it's going Hawaiian here, but like it always seems to come back to that punch. Like,
I'll say this: they get into it. No, but I'll say this: punch is not thrown, but whether it was last year, I think it was the year before, or maybe last year, but Jimmy Butler going at it with Spoelstra on the sidelines, like they have to be separated. Like there's some moments. There's like Jimmy Butler is not an easy guy to play with.
Yeah.
He has very creative tension when it comes to the rookies, when it comes to the veterans, all that. He is not an easy guy to work with. He demands excellence from everyone in that building. It's almost kind of like a Kobe mindset, which I appreciate. It's kind of like a dying art in the league when it's just kind of this, I wouldn't say an a-hole mentality, but you know what? I'm not going to apologize for being tough on you. And I feel like that's kind of lost in today's mindset. And that's from the top down in the Miami Heat organization. Whereas when I look at the Warriors, and under Steve Kerr, they've won a lot. And I'll say this, and I'm not saying take Spoelstra over Kerr or anything like that, but when it comes to the development of the young players and meshing them with their veterans, I don't think there's anyone in the league I'd rather have over Eric Spoelstra.
No, I mean, I don't know if it's as simple as, if you could make the swap right now, Spoelstra for Kerr, if you would do that. It's a tough question maybe get into. Maybe you can do that on the other side if that's even worth discussing. But
888-957-9570.
Would you make that switch? As far as the biggest difference, it's just, I don't know, there seems to be a level of buy-in from the players. Again, you mentioned, the Butler-Spoelstra, thing last year. That happens. You're going to have players and coaches have disagreements there, but it's how you handle it afterwards. And the way they handled it afterwards is it was no big deal, apparently. That happens. The Warriors, when they've handled stuff in the past, they've not done a great job handling it. And we've heard a lot. The Warriors culture has been broken the last couple of years. I think it's a matter of fact, it's just... these are things like that. The Heat culture, it starts from the top, starts from guys like Pat Riley, it starts from guys like Eric Spoelstra. I don't know if it's as simple as you look at Steve Kerr, it's just like, Coach, come on, you got it. Like, this is your culture that's floundering underneath you. Do you even care? And this is where people, I think, get into the mode of like, you know what, if Steve Kerr doesn't come back next year, they're not going to be upset. It's because he is just kind of letting this culture, fade away at a time when really they need to be emboldening it.
Well, it's interesting you say, and we bring up Pat Riley, obviously a former head coach in the league, made man, one of the greatest coaches in the history of basketball, one of the greatest GMs in the history of basketball, if we're going to be honest as well. Just doing a hell of a job over out in the MIA, Sam's neck of the woods. Again, tough L for the Hurricanes yesterday, but you know what? The Miami Heat got the dubs. They're feeling a little bit better, and they got the Dolphins taking on the Baltimore Ravens this weekend. That's going to be a hell of a matchup as well. So Miami en fuego right now when it comes to the sports scene. But from the top down for the culture, Bob Myers, I feel like, set the tone when it came to his relationship with Draymond Green. And last year specifically, I feel like the tone was set in regards to the lack of punishment for the season. And that's from the top down. I don't think that happens in the Heat organization, but you know what? I don't know if the Heat, put up with Draymond's, antics throughout the entirety of his career like they do. But you know what? It is what it is. How would you define Warriors culture? If we know what Heat culture is, how would we define Warriors culture? 888-957-9570. I see Corey in North Carolina. I want to get to you on the other side. We have a lot to get to today. It is a football Friday, so we'll get into the Niners game. We got Rob Statzker at 8:45. We got Joe Shasky joining us at 8 o'clock. He's got a big announcement he wants to make. So a lot of exciting news today. We got shameless shout-outs happening at 7:45. Shout out, businesses, kids, the new year. What's your New Year resolution? Hell, do that. I don't care. People, real quick, people that want to better themselves and do anything for the New Year's, I am so behind you, trying to get just bettering yourself, your mental health, your physical health. It's become this thing that we want to crap all over New Year's resolutions. No. It's a feel-good Friday here. So you bring in your resolution. I want to hear it. 888-957-9570. Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill. That's Sam Lubin filling in for Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and it's brought to you by On the Other Side.
Jemski, shot clock at 8. Back to Kuminga. Two-hand slam inside. Two defenders ran to the perimeter. The gravity of Curry set that play up.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky here on the morning roast. Miami Heat 114, Golden State Warriors 102 as the Warriors take back-to-back L's now. One on Christmas against the defending NBA champion Denver Nuggets, and now against the defending Eastern Conference champion Miami Heat, who were without Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry, who some would say are their two best players. Definitely Jimmy Butler. Kyle Lowry, not the same Toronto Lowry who was hitting big shots against the Warriors a few years ago in the finals. Last segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We're talking about culture here, and setting a standard. The Heat have a culture. They know what their culture is. Next man up, tough, grit, high IQ. You know what? They're not going to get too high, get too low. They're going to be even keel. It's from the top down. Pat Riley, their GM, Spoelstra, Butler, everyone there. Even their rookie, Jaime Jaquez. That guy looks like he's been in the league for 10 years. It's been unbelievable. Had a great game last night, again, for the Miami Heat. So how would you define the Warriors' culture? That's what I want to know. 888-957-9570. What is the Warriors culture if you were trying to quantify it right now? Sam, it's a Friday, so I'm feeling good regardless. I'm willing to give the Warriors this. There's some growing pains right now because they're leaning to a lot of young guys. Jonathan Kuminga, who I see Corey in North Carolina, we'll get to him in a second, wants to get into, did not have a great game. 6 turnovers after talking the talk post-game after the loss on Christmas to Marcus Thompson II of The Athletic, who covers the team. Talking the talk being like, hey, messes with me when I'm in and out of the closing lineup, starting lineup, what have you. Did not have a good game to back it up. But these are the lumps that they're going to have to take if they want to get better. You're going to have to live through this. You're going to have to grow through it. My question is Steve Kerr going to have enough patience? Is the starters, the veterans, going to have enough patience with some of these young guys? Is the fan base going to have enough patience through these growing pains?
I even go a little bit bigger. Is Joe Lacob going to have enough patience to go with this? I mean, you ask, what's the culture right now? You define the Heat culture really well there, Spadoni. The Warriors culture, at least in the past, it was you come here and you get better. That's how it was. How many guys came through and kind of, JaVale McGee and Nick Young are two of the biggest examples. But
Dante DiVincenzo?
DiVincenzo's another one. Yeah. Wiggins for a time. So many guys have come through here and elevated their status within the league, playing in the Warriors system, playing within this Warriors culture. The era, the aura of success, it kind of would seep into players, and they would just become better because they're playing with better players. You're just not seeing that anymore. You ask what the Warriors culture is. The Warriors culture is nothing special right now. The Warriors, they're looking like just another team. Like, I don't think they're dysfunctional or anything like that. This isn't, Chris Cohen era Warriors or even the Mark Jackson era Warriors, but this is definitely a team that its culture is not something you can rely on. It is not a culture that makes you better. This is a team that its culture is, it's almost like it's just trying to get by game. And I say that in part because Steve Kerr's in the past kind of mentioned that when it comes to rotations, it's going to be by a game basis. And I feel like when you don't have when you don't have guys, I mean, outside of Steph, who really has set roles right now on this team?
Well, that's a great point because I'm seeing here on the Comcast Biz text line in 888-957-9570. If you would like to get involved, call or text the Comcast Biz text line. Also hit us up on YouTube and Twitch. Just search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. We are streaming all day long. Right now, from the 415 on the Comcast Biz text line, the culture revolves around Curry being selfless and his dedication to winning, but we do not develop well. I think that's kind of it. It's Stephen Curry. He's the culture, and then whatever happens after that. So the culture lives and dies with one player. That's not good enough.
That's not a culture. That's you're overly dependent on one player.
Correct. I've seen that time in and time out with LeBron James.
No,
if LeBron James is the culture,
beat me by 1 second on that one.
We saw how that ended up against the Golden State Warriors. He was good. He tried to elevate everyone else around him. He did his best, but ultimately, it's everyone else that needs to buy in, right? You saw with the Nuggets last year. The Nuggets culture changed last year because of their 1-2 punch of Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, Mike Malone instilled that throughout the team. They had buy-in from their young players, the role players, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, all these guys buying into it. How long is it going to take for the young guys, the old guys, everyone to buy in to what Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, all these guys are selling? Hell, what are they selling? I'm not even sure.
Sorry, before we go to the call there, I want to get to Corey in a minute. I mean, if you're saying how long will it take to buy in, the fact that they haven't fully bought in, I think, is the bigger problem. It's not so much when, it's more of why hasn't it happened yet? Like, I think that's a big issue there. Like, if these young guys, they're coming in, like, and I get, like, they don't have any ties to what's happened in the past before they got here. But at the same time, it's like, and maybe this goes on the vets for not really setting, the correct tone that I think, as I mentioned yesterday, that West Iguodala and Sean Livingston once set, that kind of tone of how to comport yourself. Maybe that's just not being passed on from the current big three onto some of these younger guys. Maybe there's some disconnect there. Maybe there's a disconnect because, again, the way Kerr handled minute distributions with the young guys last year, it did not work. There was almost like, it seemed like there was a fracture going on within the team right now. So I don't know if it's a sense of just these young guys need to just set aside their personal feelings and buy into the system, or if there's something deeper rooted there, because it seems like these young guys, they're going out there, they're doing everything they can to ingratiate themselves into the system, but we're just not seeing the results that come from it.
Let's ask Corey in North Carolina. We're nationwide here on the Morning Roast. What's going on, Corey? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast.
Good morning. That's facts. Y'all are nationwide. I just wanted to speak on Jonathan Kuminga and the expectation for this young man. Like, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga's that good. I don't think he's that bad either. I just think he's a young guy who didn't play any college and basically played in the AAU system. By the time he got to the NBA, he was from a different culture than what Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, all of those people came up in. And so it's kind of hard to expect that young man to give you certain things when he hasn't been through the fire himself to even learn those things. So it's going to take time, but I also feel like he nor anyone around him should put him on a pedestal to say that he's this or he's that, because try to come off looking Jordan Poole-ish, even though Jordan Poole, he contributed a whole lot. And I hear people saying Kuminga is not as good as Wiggins. Like, come on, man. One of them guys started and helped you get a championship. One of them you never saw.
It's a good point, Corey, North Carolina right there. And again, Wiggins and Kuminga, the minutes when they were on the floor together, yikes. You have got to think, if you were Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr watching that, maybe one of those guys, their days may be numbered here as the trade deadline approaches.
Yeah, can you even keep both of them right now?
I mean,
it's some numbers I want to throw at you. Tim Kawakami in The Athletic kind of wrote a story yesterday. He did write a story yesterday.
Our guy, Tim Kawakami,
Odyssey TK show, part of the Odyssey family. They spent 106 minutes on the floor together, Spadoni, and they have a minus 21.4 net rating, which is by far the worst two-man combo on the team. When you look at the five-man lineups that the Warriors have put out there with those two in it, they're two of the highest turnover lineups that the Warriors can throw out there. For whatever reason, probably because there's a redundancy factor in terms of their skill set and what they could do, it's just you can't have them on the floor together. It's like they're like opposite ends, like they're like magnets that with the same kind of two positive. They can't
polarity.
The polarity. Yeah. There you go. Shadow polarity. They don't work together. You can't bring them together. It does not work. You cannot neither can play while the other is playing. Like that's just where they're at right now, and it's a serious situation the Warriors are going to have to figure out. Because if they can't do it, then one of them might have to go. And that's going to be a fun decision for Mike Dunleavy to pick from, because you got Jonathan Kuminga, who he's up for an extension after this year. And there's probably a little bit more long-term promise there. But Wiggins is more of a known commodity, and you got 3 more years of him. Again, maybe that's something we get onto the other side. If you had to pick one, Jonathan Kuminga or Andrew Wiggins, who you rolling with for the next 3 years?
You mean you heard from Corey in North Carolina there. He's sticking with Wiggins, the guy that has proven to help you win a title. 888-957-9570. If you had to pick one moving forward, are you picking Wiggins or are you picking Kuminga? It's a fun question. 888-957-9570. Also talking about culture. We know what Miami Heat's culture is. How would you define the Golden State Warriors culture? We're seeing a lot from the Comcast Business text line here in regards to they don't have a culture. It's Stephen Curry and that's it. And that's a problem. Steve Kerr, what the hell happened in that second and third quarter in which the Miami Heat dropped 69 points?
Nice. Yeah, they scored 69 points in those 2 quarters. So they took control of the game. I thought that run, beginning of the second quarter, I think we were up 6 or something, or 5, and they made a really good run and had control of the game from there. So one of those nights, we've been, in every game, seems like all year, every game's been close. We've been competitive and tough. And tonight we kind of lost that competitiveness, and just it felt like we got demoralized. Shots weren't going in, and they just took it to us.
The one guy I'll say who showed up yesterday and got the least amount of minutes of all the guys who actually had a lot of minutes was Moses Moody again. 4 of 8, 11 points. He had 2 sick blocks on Tyler Hero, who went off for the Miami Heat yesterday. Tyler Hero getting the start, 10 of 18, 26 points, 7 boards for him, a couple of assists. So Tyler Hero, it's a guy, it's funny, Sam, as I know we're up against it here. That's a guy who is often compared with Jordan Poole, and most people would say, hey, I'm taking Jordan Poole. It's just a year later, things happen. I don't think people are taking Jordan Poole over Tyler Hero at this point. 888-957-9570. We'll get to more of your calls and texts on the other side, and that's what's coming up on The Game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Thanks, Steph. I'm not Bonte, but it's all right. Joe Spadoni filling in for Bonte Hill. Sam Lubin alongside filling in for Joe Shasky.
I'm having a meltdown.
Tough loss for the Warriors and tough loss for Bonte last night. Miami Heat 114, Golden State Warriors 102. He looks sharp, though. Him, Festus D. Wright doing a hell of a job on the pre- and post-game coverage.
Some great kicks on last night, Bonte.
He did. His game, his sock game is on point. The kicks, they're doing just fine over there. The Warriors, listen, tough losses. I understand it. You're going up against some of the league's best right now. And what made last night even more frustrating is you got your asses kicked when they weren't even at their best. That being the Miami Heat, not having Jimmy Butler, not having Kyle Lowry. But Sam, you heard from Pajemski, you heard from Trace Jackson Davis, we'll hear from Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr. They just didn't think they matched the energy of the Miami Heat last night. But Eric Spoelstra, head coach of the Miami Heat, didn't sense that at all.
No, I did not sense that. When you're sitting in the seat I'm sitting in, or I guess standing on the sideline that I'm standing on, you're always on edge that they could go on an avalanche really quickly. When you throw on any one of their games, they're as explosive as any team, in this league offensively, particularly what they've done in the last, 2 weeks. No, that was not our message. It was more about what we were trying to do.
There you go. So the message wasn't, just having more energy and matching that intensity, anything like that. No, just the Heat culture. Once again, we've been talking about culture this entire opening hour. What is it for the Golden State Warriors? Also talking about Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins. When both those two guys on the floor, Sam Lubin mentioned the stats, it's not good. It's not pretty. Probably the two worst tandem as far as the stats go when those two are on the floor together. So something's got to give. Is it going to be Kuminga moving on? Is it going to be Wiggins? A trade is on the horizon. I know that, and I just don't know what it's going to look like. And we got a lot of time to figure that out. Draymond Green still has to return the lineup, so things still have to shake out here, Sam. But 15-16 right now, heading into the new year. A lot of questions for the Golden State Warriors.
And they still got one more game tomorrow night against Dallas. So they got Luka and them coming to town tomorrow. So they can still head into the new year with at least a 500 record. But, it's a serious decision the Warriors have to make on who you choose there, Wiggins or Kuminga. Because I do feel like you're reaching a spot where you can't have both of them, not even on the floor, but maybe they might be too redundant on this team. Especially when, you get GP2 back and Draymond Green back, and the minutes crunch becomes even more of a headache. Right now, as far as you go with, I probably would lean a little bit more Kuminga right now, mainly because I feel like Kuminga just has a better desire right now. I think that his comments to Marcus Thompson the other day were, I think, born out of frustration with just him wanting more for his role on the team, and guys like that, I think.
Do you think that's immaturity, though? Do you think the Warriors view that as an immature comment? And then
I don't think it should be viewed at that.
Yeah,
I
think
view it as a
Steve
guy
Kerr
who
saying that, making the comments the other day after I feel like he was kind of like pressing around it. He didn't want to like outright throw the guy under the bus, but he's like, yeah, maybe next time he just, doesn't say something like that.
I still like the attitude, though. It's the attitude of a guy who wants to get out there and compete and show that he's as good as he thinks as he is. Whereas Andrew Wiggins, I'll be honest, we've heard this in the past about Wiggins, but we're questioning the desire to be out there. It seems like at certain times, it's just he's a ghost of himself most of the time out there on the floor, and I just see more of a future upside with Kuminga. With Wiggins, I feel like it's just he's a change of scenery guy now. Let's put him in a different spot and let some other team deal with him at this point. It's the patience with me and Wiggins, it's starting to wane. And I've always been a big Wiggins guy, but it's just not happening anymore where Jonathan Kuminga, right now, I'm willing to invest more stock in him long term. And he's a younger guy. He's a guy who's only going to get better. So I'm willing to roll with that probably for the next 3-4 years over Andrew Wiggins.
Well, what's frustrating with Andrew Wiggins is you just saw probably his best game of the year on Christmas. He was carrying that team. He ended up getting the closing minutes over, obviously, Jonathan Kuminga, why Kuminga was frustrated. But then you see the consistency just not being there. He's consistently inconsistent, Andrew Wiggins, this season. 11 points, 4 of 11 last night. It's just not going to get it done. He's already on a bench role, and if he's trying to play himself back in the starting lineup, that's not how you do it. You have to build games here. You can't just have one-off every week. Can't it be once a week you have one good game? No, that's not going to cut it. It's just not. Not on this team. A team that has championship aspirations still, and Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on a championship run. And I think a lot of us, me included, maybe you, Sam, thought heading into this season, if the Warriors were going to have a chance, Andrew Wiggins, again, would have to be the second best player on the team.
They needed playoff run Wiggs if they wanted to be good this year.
And he was good in the playoffs. For as much time as he missed last year, I thought he showed up very well in the playoffs. Obviously, he got hurt late in that Lakers series. But him coming back, I just think threw a monkey wrench into the entire development of Kuminga, of the starting lineup once they brought GP2 back. And once GP2 does come back, maybe we'll play tomorrow. We'll see what's going on there with his calf injury. Looks like he's practicing again with the team. So is that going to be another monkey wrench into this whole entire situation with GP2 now coming back? How does that factor in Wiggins, Kuminga? Just so many damn question marks with this team right now. And I don't have the answer. I don't know if Steve Kerr has the answer right now.
Well, they still have time to figure this out. Again, the trade deadline is until February. You mentioned,
we're 31 games in. It feels like, I'm feeling like I know who this team is. They're a 500 team.
They are a 500 team. This feels very much like that play-in year right now. But yeah, they still have time to kind of figure out what moves they want to make. They probably aren't going to have the luxury of figuring out how Draymond fits into this team before the trade deadline gets here. They're going to have to just kind of figure out what kind of a team can we put together and then welcome Draymond. I don't think Draymond's come back before the NBA trade deadline. I'll say that right there. No, it's his.
Slater was on yesterday with us. He thinks it's going to be sometime mid-January.
Again, that's one of those things we discussed this a little bit yesterday. It's just, if it does come back that quickly, then it's like I'm going to have very low expectations.
And the trade deadline, as we all know, it's going to be Thursday, February 8th of next year.
As we all know. Everyone wakes up knowing that knowledge every day.
I need to educate everyone.
Yeah, well, again, we don't need to educate because everybody already knows. Everyone that's listening is like, oh, thanks for that information. I already knew. Because I totally knew when the NBA trade deadline was what we were talking about. So yeah, they're going to have to, it's a lot they have to figure out. They're not going to have a complete picture when they do figure it out. And yeah, that's going to be a very fun time for Mike Dunleavy. You mentioned the consistency there, Spadoni. Yeah, Wiggins has been consistently inconsistent, and that's not good enough. Whereas Jonathan Kuminga, especially over the last month, since the start of December, he's had double-digit games scoring every month except for on the second against the Clippers. But yeah, double digits. It's just he's limiting turnovers for the most part. I mean, again, last night was a bad game for him with the turnover.
Yeah, not good.
He had 6 of them, but I mean, I'm looking at he had 4, 7, about 10 turnovers in the month of December prior to last night's game. So for the most part, Kuminga, he's been a much more consistent player this past month. I don't know how much stock you put into that going forward. I'm going to put a bit more stock into it because again, I see Kuminga as a player who's still ascending overall in his development, in his performance. The Kuminga we're seeing right now is not the best Kuminga we will see in his career. Andrew Wiggins, I mean, If I told you that the Andrew Wiggins we saw in the Warriors championship run back in 2022 was the best Andrew Wiggins that we will see in his entire career, would you be shocked?
No. I don't even expect him to ever get back to that level again at this point.
Then at that point, if that's the Wiggins we need, and we need that Wiggins.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening again.
For the Warriors to be good. So therein lies, I feel like, the answer. If you don't feel like Andrew Wiggins is going to get back to that level of performance that he was once at, that was helping the Warriors
win. He'll show
win.
flashes, not to cut you off there, Sam. He'll have games here and there.
He really has. He'll have moments during games.
Even in the playoffs, he'll have a game here and there. The problem is the entire series, I'm going to need that consistency. Games
are not won in a moment. They are won over 48 minutes. And Andrew Wiggins, he's a guy that you get 1 or 2 good plays out of him a night, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe that's the Wiggins we want to see. But then he retreats back into, it's like Homer Simpson retreating back into the bush. He retreats back into the shrub of mediocrity, and it's just not going to help the Warriors at all. If he's not going to step up, and if you don't think he's going to be the guy that he was when he helped the Warriors win a championship, then what are we doing holding on to him?
This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Talking Dubs taking the L last night to the Miami Heat at home at Chase Center, 114-102. Not a great game for Steph Curry. Not a great game for this guy, Klay Thompson, talking about it after the game.
Yeah, it wasn't great tonight, and I don't know. I don't have a great answer for you. Can't blame BP. It's hard to bring the energy he does 82 nights a year, but he does it to the best of his ability. Just not the best performance tonight from anybody.
Do we know how Klay got to the game last night?
Thank you. You just need to play that. I haven't played that in a long time. Because you know what? Who was that? Was that Danker saying he has sea legs?
Yeah, so sea legs Klay.
Sea legs Klay. That's kind of what
sea legs Klay last night. For
last
the first
2
time
nights, honestly.
Last 2 nights, yeah. Well, maybe not in Denver because there's no water.
There are rivers,
Denver.
right?
They got pools or something. Well, it's pretty cold out there in Denver too, so everything's probably frozen.
That's true. I've never been. Have you ever been in Denver?
I have not. No, it's definitely a place I need to go. I think I want.
I don't travel anymore. I have children, so it's not possible.
I mean, outside of Disneyland, where else are you gonna go? That's the only place you need to go, really.
Disney World, maybe.
No, just do Disneyland. Disney World's overrated.
Really?
Oh, it is. It's too big. It's way too big.
I guess I'm not taking like a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old there. Like
I would wait
Disney
till they're
World's
a little
like when they're like in elementary school, maybe like 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, because I mean, first off, you're in Florida, so you got to deal with the humidity there. There's a lot of walking around. It's an ordeal.
Well, go see the Orlando Magic, who the Warriors are going to be facing here coming up, maybe. Maybe
that's
see
true,
Paolo
yeah.
Banchero.
By then, in a few years, yeah, who knows where the Magic could be? They could be like in the 5 or 6 spot. I don't know where they are right now. Actually,
no, I think
they are in playoff position right now.
No, Paolo's legit. Franz Wagner, a guy that many thought the Warriors should have drafted instead of Jonathan Kuminga.
But Denver, at some point, I want to do like New Year's fan resolutions or something like that during the show. And one thing I really want to do in the next year is I want to get out to a game at Coors Field.
Okay.
I just feel like that's
the one for you. The Colorado Rockies. I got to go out there.
What I want to do is I want to sit, as you know, in the top row, they have like the ring of purple seats that sits, it's a mile above sea level. Like I've always wanted to sit up there, a mile high above the, watching a game from a mile above.
It must have been fun. Really cool. Our own E-Dog Evan Giddings went to the home run derby there. So, and that was when Matt Olson was there just hitting bomb after bomb after bomb. Pete Alonso.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd like to go to Denver. So I have a cousin who lives out there.
We'll put that cap on that conversation in regards to Denver and the Golden State Warriors. And by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch. Just search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there, and be sure, to check out all of our pods on the Odyssey app as well. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, they're crushing it. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky. Joe Shasky, by the way, will be joining us at 8 o'clock. Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill alongside Sam Lubman. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, visit first5california.com. Shout out to the Comcast Biz text line for just getting off work, getting ready for school. Good morning to all of you lovely people out there. Drive safe. It is wet conditions out there. It is wintertime, and wintertime here in the Bay usually means some rain, so please be safe, all of you driving out there. As we pivot, and we'll continue to take your calls and texts from the Comcast Business text line as well. Heat 114, Warriors 102. But Sam had some fun ideas because you know what? It's our last show before the New Year's. We're not going to be here New Year's Day. We got the day off, actually. I'm very excited about that. 3-day weekend for you, boy. Doesn't happen here, especially after a football Sunday. it doesn't happen often. So we got the whole day off. So shout out to all the hardworking producers, John Lucan, Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings, Sam Lubin, all you guys, and all the hosts obviously filling in as well. Dumas doing
Lucas
a hell of a
Alexander
job.
too, to a degree.
Flucas Alexander, as I call him. Fight on though, because dude, he's already got his
Flucas. I like that.
Yeah, you like that. Miller Moss, he's already got his jersey, I'm sure. Look, Matt Nahigan crushing it as well. We had a great fall book here at 95.7 The Game. So all of the men and women working hard. Whitley Sandretto, Kirsten, obviously as well, crushing it. So we're looking at the new year, Sam. And what better way to do that than looking through the lens, if you will, of some of our local sports teams?
Yeah, let's have some little reflection.
Let's do that. How did you want to start this?
Well, I'm kind of curious. So at the start of last year, start 2022, for this station, I wrote a little blog post about how each team can have a successful 2023 calendar year. I removed championships from that determination because obviously if you win a championship, that would be a successful season. So obviously that's kind of like the base level. No one won a championship in the Bay Area this year. So in that sense, no one had a successful season. But so I was going to go through, I gave kind of what each team could do shy of winning a championship to make this make this year a successful one. So I start off with the 49ers, and it was a simple one. Figure out the quarterback spot. I feel like they did that this year, right?
Yeah.
Can we agree on
locked
that?
In. Yeah.
Yeah, Sam Darnold, that's the guy?
Oh, God.
Yeah, no,
Relax.
We kid, of course.
Seeing ghosts.
But no, the Niners absolutely had a successful year in the fact that it feels like with Brock Purdy, they are set at the quarterback position for the long term. Spadoni,
what's the long term for you?
They can count on him to start all the games this year, all the games next year, and Spadoni, he might be able to do something that no quarterback has done since Jeff Garcia was the quarterback for the Niners back in 2000, 2002, which is be the unquestioned starter for 3 full years running.
Wow,
Colin
that's
Kaepernick,
the hallmark.
I mean, that would be the next big step, because Colin Kaepernick had 2 years where he was the unquestioned starter. Obviously, he took over halfway through that 2012 season en route to the Super Bowl. Had 2 years when he was a starter, and then he just kind of he faded away. Jeff Garcia had a 3-year run, and you want to be better than that. You want to get to a Steve Young like run, where for 7-8 years you are writing in ink Brock Purdy's name in the starting lineup under center. And I feel like the Niners have that. The Niners have a guy who for this rest of this decade, all the way to 2030, assuming society makes it that far.
Lock that in.
Assuming society can make it that far, the Niners have their quarterback. So I know that we're in this mode of you have to be Super Bowl or bust. I disagree with that statement. I don't even like that statement, Super Bowl or bust, because I don't think I think the Niners are in a situation where if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, they're going to be in a position to compete for conference championships and be in the Super Bowl conversation. Basically, yeah, for the next 5, 6, 7 years.
I like that. It's very fascinating. The entire conversation in regards to the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position, and Jeff Garcia is the guy that's been, he gets slept on in his career, but it is funny that we have to go all the way back to Jeff Garcia, where they knew their unquestioned starter. I'd say Jimmy Garoppolo for a hot second, but the injury concerns, obviously, you can never, after that, 2019 run, the injury started to mount up, and you needed to look for someone that you can count on week in and week out. And now Brock Purdy, and we'll see with Brock. He's taken some shots here. He had a stinger. We talked to Brian Baldinger, who's had the stingers before. They're not something to sneeze at. Dr. Nirav Pandya, our resident doc here at 95.7 The Game, also discussed what a stinger is and how it correlates to head injuries, trauma, and stuff like that. So, that's something to monitor here because Brock does have a smaller frame. He's not the biggest guy. He's had major surgery, major injury in the past. If you want to call it a fluke, whatever, you can call it a fluke, but he's had a major injury in his career. He's bounced back from it. He's looked very good this year. He's been in the MVP conversation now for the better part of the second half of the year. Very good quarterback. I need to see a couple years, and then I'll be convinced because 1 year, 1.5 years, still not enough for me to say he's the guy for the next decade, at least for the next couple seasons. Next decade, he's still got to do some more. But I do agree that, they can check that off their list of things to worry about. And that's a huge check mark. I mean, finding your quarterback is the hardest thing to do in team sports.
I mean, think what we
it's
were
the most important position in team sports.
I mean, yeah, think what we were talking about as the season began. We were complaining 7 years in, we're still having conversations about who's going to be the quarterback. 7 years in, we did not have that position settled because it never felt settled under Jimmy Garoppolo. I know Garoppolo did. I mean, he was injured in 2020, but 2019, 2021, 2022, he was until he got injured in 2022. Yeah, he was a very dependable starter in those runs, but still, we're looking for a guy who we could give true long-term stability at that position. And Brock, again, yeah, the durability, I do think that's fair to question because of the size. But if that's the biggest thing, I mean, you can't really predict that. Like, I don't think you can't predict an injury. You just have to do what you can to keep him upright. And
that's the thing that kept Jimmy Garoppolo, though. I'll say that. Jimmy Garoppolo was not the starter. It wasn't because of the play. It's because they couldn't count on him week in and week out.
No, yeah. And with Brock Purdy, if Jimmy stayed healthy and if Brock Purdy stayed healthy, you're still having concerns about Jimmy Garoppolo because of the performance. I just don't have that with Brock Purdy. Like, I mean, again, last Monday night's game aside, when he goes out there, like when he throws the ball downfield, you don't like when Jimmy would throw the ball downfield, you kind of clench your butt cheeks a bit, like, what's going to happen? You don't have that with Brock Purdy.
I do think this is a big week for Brock, bouncing back against a bad Washington.
I'm confident
Commander.
He will.
Well, I think you can be confident in it. We'll see we'll see, because you're going on the East Coast. It could be a sluggish start, and then you know what? He has a turnover here and there, and then things start to creep in your head. He's still a young player. And for as much as we talk about the mental makeup of Brock, and he's been awesome, he's still a very young player in this league. And young players can get their confidence taken away very quickly. He got humbled on Monday on Christmas in front of a massive audience. We've already talked about the numbers. The NFL just dominating Christmas Day. Chiefs, Raiders, Giants, Eagles, and Niners, Ravens just dominating any NBA matchup of that day, quadrupling it, quintupling it, what have you, in ratings. But that is something to monitor here. How does he bounce back in this performance? I'm not saying he has to, light the world on fire. I'm saying a nice, clean performance is what I need from Brock. I don't need any more turnovers, because that is something you cannot do heading into a huge matchup with the Rams, and you definitely can't do it in the playoffs.
No, obviously. But see, I'm confident that he'll be all right, because he's shown throughout the year that he really does not get rattled. Even last year, he showed moments where he does not get rattled. The play I always remember with him is last year against Tampa, that first play, that first drop back he has in that game, he gets absolutely lit up. It ends up being called a late hit, whatever, whether it was a flag or not, whatever, I'll take it. Then that very next play, though, he bounced right back up, leads the Niners right down for a touchdown. And it's just, a hit like that could have easily rattled him. He didn't let it happen. That was his first ever start. And it's just been a lot of that ever since. He does not get rattled. He does not let things get to him.
I won't question his toughness, if that's what you're getting at.
I'm questioning the ability for him to hold on to his confidence there. Like, things like that don't rattle him. They don't rattle his confidence. They don't rattle his trust to just hang out there in the pocket. The amount of times I've seen him make incredible throws this year while he's got a guy blitzing right into his face, it's impressive. The work he's able to do under pressure. And yeah, again, it was a rough game on Monday night. Those games happen. Hopefully that game was the anomaly and not the start of something new. I'm confident that will be the situation where it was the anomaly, because throughout his tenure under center, he has shown that nothing truly rattles him long term. And it's that mental makeup, the things that he has going on between his ears, that is what makes me believe that as his physical tools continue to develop, he's just going to become more and more of a better quarterback. Like, as good as he's been this year, I still think there's more levels that he can ascend to as his career progresses.
888-957-9570. We're doing some New Year's, lens view for some of these sports teams here in the Bay Area. How do we want to label this, Sam, so I can tease it going forward? Are we talking about resolutions for the team, or are we talking about a checklist?
Yeah, let's do what's each team's New Year's resolution going into the next year?
There you go. Keep it simple like that. That's Sam Lubman alongside Joe Spadoni here, filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Joe Shasky, by the way, will be calling us at 8 o'clock. That's going to be after shameless shout-outs will be at 7:45. So 888-957-9570. If you want to shout someone out, shout out your New Year's resolution, shout out family members, friends, sons, daughters, anything, your local sports teams, your work, whatever you want to shout out, you can do it. Just keep it clean. 888-957-9570. We'll hear from Brian Baldinger on the other side. He had some interesting thoughts in regards to the 49ers and Brock Purdy bouncing back. Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers struggles against the top two defenses. How much pressure is on Brock Purdy this Sunday. Maybe pressure is the wrong word. How much are you looking forward to his start this year, coming off his worst start in the NFL? What are you looking for in Brock Purdy this upcoming game in Washington? That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Spadoni and Lubman on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
50-Cent Friday here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Shasky will be calling in at 8 o'clock. We got Rob Stats Guerrera at 8:45 to talk some Niners. We got shameless shout-outs here in about T-minus 30 minutes. So call or text. Hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. Just search 95.7 The Game. Like, subscribe there. 888-957-9570. The new year is upon us on Monday. If you're just waking up, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend, be safe. Always be safe. Don't do anything stupid. Don't want to start off your new year in a dumb way. We don't like doing that because we have a lot of smart listeners here. So why would you do something stupid? Speaking of not stupid, speaking of high IQ, we're talking about Brock Purdy, Sam Lubman, before we had to hit the break. We're talking about New Year's resolutions for some of these Bay Area sports teams. And, I mean, it's easy to say the New Year's resolution for the 49ers is win a freaking Super Bowl, right? It's a new year. I want to win a damn Super Bowl. But with resolutions, I was looking at something that's attainable, right? Something that's concrete that you can attain week in and week out. I can't win a Super Bowl every single week. That's the main overarching goal. That's what you want to do. But let's look at something attainable. What's attainable maybe for a player, maybe for a coach? 888-957-9570, Sam, as we talk more 49ers and resolutions. And you had a good one. Brock Purdy, being the guy for the 49ers, that's an attainable goal. He is their quarterback for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I think, again, I feel like we already established that they did accomplish that there. So it does feel like for the Niners, again, I don't want to say that 2024 it's Super Bowl or bust because I really don't think it is. They
got their quarterback, though, so this is the only thing,
we've
right?
We've given Willard grief for that take, but I do believe it is right now. The Niners are in Super Bowl or try again mode right now, just the way things are going. And it feels like Niner fans just, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy here, but do Niner fans have this fear that if the Niners don't win at all this year, it's all going to come crashing down next year?
It's not about this team. It's about everyone else, though. I don't expect the Kansas City Chiefs to be this ass next year. I don't expect the rest of the AFC to be total dog bleep and all their quarterbacks getting hurt. And I shouldn't say that because the AFC just came in, their best player and their best team, I should say, in the Ravens, and then kicked your ass. So maybe we should stop saying the AFC is garbage. But I'm looking at the rest of the NFC. The Niners are just so much a tier above everyone else right now, even after the loss, I believe, that it feels like this would be a squandered opportunity. The Eagles, they're going to revamp. They'll retool. Maybe they'll get new offensive or defensive coordinators. Something's going to happen there. I don't expect them to be as sluggish as they are this year. Maybe Jalen, I don't know what's going on with his knee. Maybe he has offseason surgery or something. So I just think you got to strike while the iron is hot, and a lot of fans are thinking like this, that it's so wide open in the NFC. You can't expect that year in and year out. That's why this.
No, obviously I agree with that too. I'm gonna stick with the AFC first because right now, if you're the Niners, if you want to win a Super Bowl, you only have to be one AFC team, and that's in the Super Bowl. As for next year, the Niners got a tough break this year, drawing the AFC North in a year when that division is just absolutely stacked. They had the AFC East next year. Which means you get to go and face the Patriots. That'll be in New England, but the Patriots do not look like a tough team right now. You get the Jets, and who knows what state they'll be in. Dolphins,
I think they'll be better. I think Rodgers will be back. The defense will stay the same, although Rob Saleh getting testy at reporters yesterday, another loss for them. Maybe he's on his way out.
They have a lot of problems in New York right now.
Good defense, but a lot of problems.
Classic Jets, they have lots of problems right now. And then you got the Dolphins next year. They're going to be going, their Dolphins will be coming here next year. And again, Dolphins, they're a good team, but we saw what the Niners did to them last year when Brock Purdy came in. Dolphins, I'm not really quite there yet in putting them as a team that's like one of the elites in the NFL right now.
They'll have an opportunity this week against the Ravens.
They do have an opportunity this week, and that could very well change how we view them, not just this season, but also going into next year. But I would feel confident with the Niners taking on the Dolphins. The big one is they have to go to Buffalo next year. That's going to be probably their toughest. That's going to be one of their 2 tough AFC opponents next year. They also, I believe, host the Chiefs next year. So 2 tough AFC opponents there.
They play the Chiefs a lot. Oof.
They do play. Well, it's because they had the AFC West last year. Then, of course, we'll game
see.
17.
They play the number 1 in the AFC West. Could be the Raiders.
Easy now.
Well, I'm just saying, theoretically, if the Chiefs lose the next 2, Raiders win the next 2. Not the craziest thing. Just saying.
Okay, hey, let's root for that because then it'll be an easier AFC game for the Niners.
I don't know. Antonio Pierce. I mean, that defense. You saw what they're doing. Dave is in Fresno though, and he wants to jump in on this Brock Purdy conversation. What's going on, Dave?
Hey guys, good morning. Happy New Year's to you guys, and looking forward to a healthy 2024 for everybody. And I just wanted to talk about the Brock situation, and honestly, like I'm in a lot of group chats. I'm a Niner fan, big Niner fan, but it's a very sensitive subject. This Brock Purdy thing. I want to hear what you guys have to say about it, but. It's not so wrong. You can tell me if I'm wrong. To call him a system quarterback, where the reason I say that, and I love Brock Purdy. I think he's having a great year, and I think he can help us win the Super Bowl. But I think the difference is between him and other quarterbacks is that you can see that it's a system, and the system malfunctioned on Monday. You can see that, and I think what helps Brock Purdy is the players around him and the play calling, and all those good things have to be in sync for this offense to shine. And you've seen when everybody's on the field, and we can have great success when the system is working. And what drives me crazy is these comparisons to Joe Montana and Tom Brady. Like, I just feel like as Niners fans, I think we get so caught up in we want our next quarterback, and I get that. We went through this with Jimmy G. He had, good numbers, quote unquote, good numbers, and there were comparisons then. So, I just feel like it's not so much that Brock Purdy is not a good quarterback. I just feel like give the other guys credit, which I think most people do. The McCaffreys, the Debos, Ayuks, it's a team effort. It's not just Brock Purdy. He's an important part. Don't get me wrong. He's not the Lamar. Lamar is a system. Brock Purdy is in a great system with great players, and that's fine. I don't care who gets the credit. I just want to win the Super Bowl. But as Niners fans, I feel we are very sensitive. You feel your quarterback isn't getting the credit he deserves. Like, just watch the game, and like I said, all I want is the Super Bowl, man. And I appreciate y'all. Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you for listening. I love the game. I listen to you guys every morning, and I'm going to keep listening. So what do you guys think about that?
Appreciate you, Dave.
Yeah, I'm not a system player. I am a system.
I just was looking for that drop.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a good point. Like,
just to get back to that.
I don't even know what the hell a system player is anymore. Like, system quarterback. Like, he makes a good point there where he says Lamar Jackson feels like more of the system when it comes to offense with the Ravens than Brock Purdy being part of a system with Kyle Shanahan the 49ers. But that's just what it is, though, because John Harbaugh is not the offensive guy. He's a special teams guy, obviously coming over from when he came over from the Philadelphia Eagles, special teams. He doesn't have an imprint on offense or defense. He's kind of like the Mike Tomlin, if you will, with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kyle Shanahan is the offense. Like, that is his baby. That is his. So if you wanted to say Matt Ryan was a system quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, system quarterback, that's fine. Like, I mean, Matt Ryan won an MVP doing that. I mean, Brock Purdy is an MVP candidate doing that. So, like, I just have a hard time when someone's, we have 1 week or 2 weeks to go here in the NFL season. He's an MVP candidate. You just usually don't say that about a system, quote unquote, quarterback. I think of a system quarterback like what I saw with Alex Smith in Kansas City, what he was doing with Andy Reid and co. Making things very simple, doing all this sort of stuff. Now, it may come simple for Brock Purdy, but when I watch games, game in and game out with him, he's doing things that aren't. Like, he's extending the plays. He's putting it only where his receivers, his tight ends can get it. Now, he had a stinker this past week. I understand that. And yes, although I'm skeptical of him having a 10-plus year stretch here because I need to see more of it, He's having a hell of a season. And I just think we get too bogged down in whether this guy's a system quarterback or not. And I understand where Dave's coming from because, Cam Newton was going at Deebo Samuel back and forth, this whole thing about being system quarterbacks. Dak Prescott, is he a system? Like, I don't care. If I'm a fan, and I think that's what he was kind of saying too, Sam, is just, I want to win a damn Super Bowl. So let's stop getting caught up in this whole system quarterback and stuff like this conversation. That's where I'm at anyways.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the pushback I have against the system talk is that we saw what the system looked like with Jimmy Garoppolo. It was not as good as it is with Brock Purdy. If it was truly the system, then if it really is truly you plug any quarterback in and any quarterback can succeed in this system, like that's been proven that's not the case. Outside of Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo's had the most success with Kyle Shanahan, and Jimmy was so successful with Kyle Shanahan that every week people were coming in saying they don't want Jimmy as their quarterback. So, I mean, if the system's that great, I just feel like that's where the system talk really kind of starts to fall apart. You mentioned Matt Ryan. Was he a product of the Shanahan system? Did Matt Ryan have his best year with Kyle Shanahan? Absolutely. Matt Ryan, though, still had a lot of success, Spadoni, in the years prior to Kyle Shanahan's arrival. He had lots of... Sorry.
No, real quick. I think that's why he gets a pass real quick. That's why he gets a pass, because he had success prior to Shanahan. And I think I've been saying this, all year long. Brock, unfortunately, gets, he's a victim of his own success in the Kyle Shanahan system because he didn't have success prior to him coming to the NFL, which I think is just flat out unfair. Like, it's not his fault. He was drafted into one of the best offenses in the franchise's history.
Also, Brock Purdy wasn't in the NFL. He was in college.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it's like you can't hold that.
It's
ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument to make that, he was made like... No, like that's the situation that Brock Purdy's in. He's the one who took the situation and ran with it. He's the one who took the situation and did something with it. And so I reject the is Brock Purdy helped by Kyle Shanahan's offense? Absolutely. Same with Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan had his best season ever playing under Kyle Shanahan. That didn't change the fact that Matt Ryan was also a very, very good football player.
He had Julio Jones, he had Mohamed Sanu, he had Devontae Freeman, he had Tevin Coleman. He had a hell of an offense.
Oh, yeah,
one
he
of the best
great
of all
tools
time.
Around him. He had a great defense behind him. And again, this is a team that had a lot of success before him, especially under when he was with Mike Smith. They had 4 playoff appearances in 5 years.
Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time. My dad always called him Steve Martin. He kind of looked like him.
You had an 11-win season his rookie year. You had 2 13-win seasons. Like, the Falcons were a good team under Matt Ryan before Kyle Shanahan got there. So it's not just the system. The quarterback does matter. And this is where, again, Brock Purdy, the intangibles of the kid, the way he plays the game, the fundamentals, mistakes aside, he's going to make them. He's 3, 4 years old or whatnot. He's
just turned 24, I believe.
Yeah, he's still on his parents' health insurance. Like, it's just, there's still more room to grow for him as a quarterback. And honestly, if you're a 49er fan, that's what should make you really, really excited for the future. I don't think Brock is at his best yet.
He can't even rent a car.
He's still going to get better.
Can't even rent a car yet.
He can't even rent a car. He can't even shave. Like, he's going to get better from where he's at right now. Like, think of what he's doing right now, but it will get better. Again, the personnel around him will change. As far as the Brady-Montana comparable, whatever. Let other people do that. If you don't want to do that, don't make the comparison. Just as long as he is compare him to the other quarterbacks in the league if you want to, because right now he is on a trajectory where coming into next year, he'll be one of the top quarterbacks in the league as far as the rest of the league is concerned.
888-957-9570. Where are we at with Brock Purdy after that performance? What are you looking for Brock in this bounce back this week? Is it a get-right game for the San Francisco 49ers heading into Washington to take on, Washington, D.C., Maryland? I always get confused.
They're taking the Commanders on.
They're taking on the Commanders at FedEx Field. Ron Rivera, he's probably donezo. They got Jacoby Brissett, although I'll say this, benching Sam Howell, I don't even know why they even did that, because I'd rather see what Sam Howell has left in the tank than Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett does pose more problems to the 49ers defense than Sam Howell does. Sam Howell likes to turn the ball over. He likes to take a lot of risk. Jacoby, he can hurt you. He's played for a lot of teams. He's been kind of a spot guy, if you will, a career backup, but he can hurt you. He can win some games in this league. He's done that for a multitude of franchises, Colts, Patriots, Cleveland, and now obviously with Washington. So are you looking for a bounce-back performance there? Is it a get-right game? Here's what Brian Baldinger had to say with us earlier in the week. Brian Baldinger, NFL Network analyst, former NFL offensive lineman. Baldy breakdowns on why this is a get-right game for San Francisco.
I think this is a get-right game. I think it's a bounce-back, get-right game. You get Brock Purdy's going to put up, I think, a good number. against this defense, which is mind-blowing just how poor they are. Nobody's given up more passing touchdowns than the Commanders this year. I think this is a get-right game for everybody. I mean, you want defensive stats, you want touchdowns, you want passing yards, you want McCaffrey to lock up the rushing title. I think this is the game they do it. They have two very good defensive players at defensive tackle. I don't see many pass rushers on the edge. And in the back end, they make a lot of mistakes. I just think this is a game you bounce back from.
888-957-9570. 49ers trying to bounce back here. More from Baldy. By the way, we've got shameless shout-outs here in about 13 minutes. 888-957-9570 to call or text. Shout out anything and everyone you want. 745 shameless shout-outs right here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Baldy, what was the lesson that Brock needs to learn from Monday night's debacle?
I would say that just be more aware. You know, the first two interceptions are both 1st and 10 plays. You don't have to make that play. Even if Brandon Stevens is coming off the slot and coming right at you, you don't have to make that throw to Debo. You can throw that ball into the ground. You can take a sack. You can, on the first interception to Kyle Hamilton, I mean, you can check it down to McCaffrey for a yard. There's other places to go where you don't have to be. It's too early in the game. It's first down. There's too many other plays that can be made that maybe you don't have to just stay on script.
I'm looking for a clean game from Brock Purdy. That's all I'm looking for. No turnovers. You can get some touchdowns. Hell, he doesn't even need to get touchdowns. You need to run the ball with Christian McCaffrey, try to bolster that guy's MVP case, who's now
I
the
want to see a
second.
big Brandon Ayuk game. You know, Baldy said, these guys give up a lot of touchdowns through the air. That tells me he's like, let's get Brandon Ayuk, let's get George Kittle involved.
Build off that George Kittle game, who was having a monster first half.
He was great. So I want to see them open up the passing game. Let's get vertical with this attack here and just light it up over DC. This is a get-right game. I expect Brock Purdy to roll in this game.
I can't name a single good defensive player on the Washington side either. Like Chase Young was there.
Chase Young was it, yeah.
And then who's my guy? Sweat, who's now in Chicago. Montez Sweat. That's about it. So 888-957-9570.
Maybe Cameron Curl, who's leading them in tackles right now.
Who?
Cameron Curl. There you go. He's their safety. Kendall Fuller's been doing solid in the secondary
Fuller's still around, huh? The former Bear.
Outside of that, though, I mean, yeah, it's a very dismal showing on the defensive side of the ball for Washington. Offensively, I mean, Terry McLaurin can kind of be a bit of a deep threat, but it's interesting. He doesn't even have 1,000 yards yet, despite the fact that Sam Howell's been leading the league in passing. Curtis Samuel, Jahan Dotson, solid receivers. It'd be interesting to see that. It'd be a good test for the Niners secondary trying to contain those guys. Brian Robinson Jr., I believe he's a rookie, been very solid for them this year when he's healthy. One of my better fantasy pickups this year, actually, was Brian Robinson Jr., so very proud of that.
I mixed him up. Kendall Fuller is the younger brother of Kyle Fuller, former Bear. So look at that little Fuller family there. So I didn't know that.
Fuller of it. I want to throw another goal out there for the 49ers this year in terms of, aside from a Super Bowl, and that is, can Kyle Shanahan lock in a defensive coordinator that will stay here for a while? I don't know if Steve Wilks is truly going to be back next year. I feel like it's kind of 50-50 right now. Wilks' entire career, really, he's kind of been one and done everywhere he goes. And again, Kyle Shanahan, kind of the reason he keeps losing coordinators because they're really good, and so they get hired away.
I don't know if he's going to get a head coaching job, Steve Wilks. Obviously, it all pertains how it ends because if they go on a Super Bowl.
Well, I don't think he's going to get a head coaching job.
Well, we'll see, because if they win a Super Bowl, that's always what happens, right? We just saw that with the Philadelphia Eagles. They took their offensive and defensive coordinator. Now, Jonathan Gannon returning this weekend with the Arizona Cardinals to face Philadelphia Eagles. Massive implications there. Niners rooting for Jonathan Gannon, by the way, because the Niners are tied with the Eagles, with the Lions. You can't have a slip-up here, either this week or next week, because two teams are tied with you in the win-loss record. Obviously, the Niners having the tiebreak over both of them, but you cannot afford a slip-up here against Washington or against the Rams. It can't be a look-ahead game, and I don't think that's going to happen for the 49ers. So 888-957-9570. Are we looking for a bounce back for Brock Purdy in a big, big way? Who needs to have a bounce back? Is it Nick Bosa? Nick Bosa, what did he do on Christmas? I was looking at that game. I was like, Lamar, he had all the time in the world back there, and if he didn't, he was scrambling. I mean, the ref made the best play on defense the whole night. The ref, I didn't even know the guy's name, and he tripped him up for a safety. He had the intentional grounding, which is a safety in the end zone. But that was the best play of the defense all night. It wasn't even from your own player. It's from an official. So I'm looking at Chase Young to have a revenge game. Someone pull up a prop bet for me. I'm taking the over on the Chase Young sack. I'll probably take the over on the Nick Bosa sack there. Hargrave, what's going on? What's going on with Eric Armstead? Do we know what's going on with them, Sammy? Is he still out?
Lance, I think he's still out. Nothing's been announced that he's playing yet. So
that's concerning.
Especially because the interior defensive line depth has been absolutely exposed. Outside of Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead, there is no one up the middle that you're trusting right now if you're the 49ers.
Well, in their secondary right now, I mean, God bless them. I mean, did I hear Jason Verrett's name in the broadcast? Jason Verrett?
I mean, he's the one who got burned on the Nelson Aguilar touchdown.
Guy's like 50 years old. How many torn ligaments in both knees? We got Jason Verrett out there playing. Now I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about the defense. I'm going to be honest. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. That game against the Ravens opened up a lot of things for me, and most notably the physicality from the Ravens side and just physically beating the offensive line up, and then the defensive line just getting shoved around. Like, that was concerning for me. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jeff, who's out in Montclair, wants to join in the conversation. Jeff, you're on with Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast. What's going on, man?
What I haven't really heard a lot of people say about Purdy is that he was pressured 39 times in a game. The offensive line is ranked 29th in pass blocking. Mahomes in the Super Bowl, when he was pressured against the Buccaneers, he only scored 9 points.
Yeah.
And, because how well Purdy has done, otherwise, a couple of those interceptions weren't his fault. Kittle tipped one. And I don't think he's getting the benefit of the doubt at all about the so-called 49ers faithful. And Ronnie Bell fumbled 3 of the last 6 touches he had. So I don't know why he's not getting any pressure at all. The coaches have to see that, right?
You'd think, Jeff. You'd think. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570. 7 minutes, shameless shout-out. Start lining them up. Start stacking these calls. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from the people. New Year's is coming up. Who you want to shout out, the year that was, the year that's going to be. 888-957-9570. And to the offensive line, to Jeff's point, Sam, that's a concern. Feliciano, hurt. Aaron Banks, hurt.
Trent
Williams, the biggest guy, hurt. So, I mean, they're getting beat up at the worst time. I don't need these injuries heading into the playoffs. That's the one thing, the saving grace of the season, outside of Talanoa Hufanga being out for the year, and that was a big blow. Jair Brown showed some flashes, but he's gotten picked on a little bit as of late as well. Like, that's a concern. Mm-hmm. I mean, he mentioned the game against the Chiefs against the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl. I still, in hindsight, I cannot believe the Chiefs are still favored. Not only were they playing in Tampa in that Super Bowl,
they were down there two
starting tackles, and they were like, "Yeah, we're still taking Mahomes." I mean, that's just how good Mahomes is. Against Tom Brady, you're putting Tom Brady as the underdog at home in a Super Bowl.
Easy money.
Easy money there. No, absolutely was. I put money on that game. I won a lot of money on Tommy Brady there. That was just an onslaught. But to Jeff's point, like, I don't care how good your quarterback is. It can be one of the greatest of all time. If he doesn't have an offensive line, he's going to get bullied. And that's what happened this past week. You get into Brock Purdy grill, get into Tom Brady's grill, Patrick Mahomes, Peyton Manning, doesn't matter. They're going to make mistakes. So that's the name of the game, getting pressure on the other quarterback.
Even still, though, Brock still held up pretty well under pressure. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but throughout most of the year, I know when you pressure him, he's still able to make you pay. And I think, and Baldy kind of mentioned this too, it's just the Ravens and the Browns too, they just have the personnel to where they could take it to another level with the pressure that they bring. Because teams have tried to blitz Brock all year long, and he's made them pay. The only two teams that he's really struggled against were the Browns and the Ravens, and they just have the personnel. Obviously, you had the Jim Schwartz factor in Cleveland, but they just have the ability to make quarterbacks' lives more difficult than other defenses. And that's another reason why I feel very good about Brock going against Washington is Washington's defense, last I checked, is not Baltimore's defense. I could double check that and make sure, yep, they are. They're still not the same defense.
There you go.
So in that sense, yeah, like, again, if the biggest problem we have with Brock Purdy is that he's struggling against really, really, really good defenses, which, again, a lot of quarterbacks will do in this league. Remember, this is the NFL. These players are paid to do this. They aren't very good at this.
Well, I'm concerned about him getting hit. Like, that's just what I'm at. Like, I want to protect my quarterback. Like, that's I'm not concerned about so much the turnovers. Like, that'll happen. Now, if he does it again this weekend, then that concern.
Well, then it's a different problem. But that'll be for our Tuesday.
But I want to protect this guy. Like, he cannot be getting hit like this because he's going to be facing some legit pass rushers come playoff time. Micah Parsons being one. Obviously, you know about the Eagles and their front. Haven't been as good as last year. They're still legit. Hassan Reddick is a beast. And then you got the Lions. You can go,
Aiden Hutchinson,
Aaron Donald with the Rams. Like, there's dudes everywhere that you have got to.
But those are just dudes. Whereas the Ravens and the Browns, they have more of an entire 11-man unit. I mean, they have dudes on those defenses, but that defense on both the Ravens and the Browns, there's 11 dudes on that defense. You look at the Cowboys. Yeah, they got Parsons. Diggs is a fine quarterback. But
Diggs is out the year, but
he's out for the year. That's correct.
Gilmore and who's my guy, Bland.
Yes, I mean, you have good players on that Dallas defense, but it's not 11 guys deep like the Ravens and the Browns are. Same with the Eagles. The Eagles defense is very, very beatable for the Niners. Lions, again, Aiden Hutchinson, great player, but the Lions are not known for they have a middling defense this year.
They are getting someone back potentially right before the playoffs, which could be massive. We're not talking about him. Former Eagle, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is now his practice window, I should say, has been opened up for Detroit. He's not going to play this week, but that would be a massive boost for a secondary that desperately needs it. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, obviously being a baller last year for the Philadelphia Eagles, so that could be a potentially huge boost for that team that desperately needs some help in the secondary. 888-957-9570. 2 more minutes. We got to shameless shout-outs. I want to start getting these calls. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-out. Shout out anyone, anything that you want to shout out. Shout out Brian Baldinger, who again joined us this week. Love having Baldy in. Here's what he had to say in regards to the 49ers not running the ball and making Christian McCaffrey a focal point early on in the game last week.
Look, they had 11 possessions. They threw interceptions on 5 of the 11. Now, you can say, since the first 2 interceptions that Brock threw were 1st and 10 plays, you could say at the 15-yard line, why not just give it to McCaffrey and just keep running? The quarterback had been the best quarterback in the league all year. And so, you're not going to just suddenly go, well, this is a McCaffrey game, even though Brock Purdy leads the league in every category. So, in hindsight, you could say, give it to him more. He had 14 carries, had his 100 yards, had, big runs. Obviously, that led to their first big score, back-to-back big runs. I just don't know in that spot if you're going to go, okay, let's just feed McCaffrey here when the quarterback has played as well as he has. In hindsight, yeah, you probably should have given it to him 20 or 25 times and not thrown it on first down like they did. But I don't think you can look back on that like that.
If you're watching, I'm sorry, and it's not anything with Baldy. If you're watching me on Twitch and YouTube, you're seeing me laugh through that whole thing. I just saw the Pop-Tart thing, Sam, that you were referring to.
Oh, it's ridiculous,
in
right?
The Pop-Tart Bowl in college football. They literally did put this guy that dressed up, or this mascot person who was dressed up as a Pop-Tart, put him in a big oven. They end up, and then they put this giant Pop-Tart out for the celebrating team to come eat, and they all devoured it, by the way. Might be one of the funniest sporting things I've ever seen in my life. Give me the Pop-Tart Bowl on New Year's Day. I need Nick Saban or Jim Harbaugh to be feasting on the Pop-Tarts.
Nick Saban would hate it, so absolutely I want the Pop-Tart to be bugging him so badly. I want to see the vein in Nick Saban's forehead explode because that Pop-Tart gets too close with him. Jim Harbaugh would absolutely devour that thing.
Of course. I love Pop-Tarts.
That Pop-Tart looks so good. They're just ripping his face apart
afterwards. The strawberry too, classic.
Oh, that was absolutely college football at its finest.
It was K-State taking the dub and then taking the Pop-Tart.
Yeah, no one even cares who won the game. Just give me more Pop-Tarts.
I need that in my life.
It was just so unapologetically ridiculous. And it's like, you know what? Like that, like I said last night, like there's too many bowl games. Pop-Tarts Bowl, you are not in that category. The Bad Boy Mowers Sad Bowl at Yankee Stadium, yeah, we don't need that one.
Maybe that's what people's shout-outs are going to be, Sam. Pop-Tarts. I threw you in the spot there again.
Lost for a second.
It is shameless shout-outs. Shout out whoever, whatever, anything you want here. We're heading into a new year, people. Clean slate for some. Forget the past, or if it was a good year. 888-957-9570. Whatever you want to shout out, you can hit us up on the Comcast Business text line. Hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. Sam will be feeding me some of these here. 888-957-9570. Sam, do you want to get us started for the shout-outs?
Yeah, big shout out to Mario Cristobal, man. What a heist you pulled on the University of Miami. They're spending 10 years, $90 million on you to coach us to a bunch of 7-win seasons. Can't even beat Rutgers on a baseball field. You're bringing in all these incredible recruiting classes, but you're an absolute potato of a head coach. Like, literally, every single play, let's run it up the middle. Let's run it up the middle. Let's run it up the middle. Like, you could not have been more unprepared, more unenthusiastic, more undesirable to play in that game yesterday. I get it. It's cold. These South Florida guys, it's tough going up to those cold weather games. But that was just absolutely pathetic what the Miami Hurricanes put on, that show they put on the Pinstripe Bowl yesterday. Mario Cristobal, you are an absolutely pathetic game day coach. You might be a great recruiter, but, like, honestly, when my phone rings and I see, scam likely, I'm thinking Mario Cristobal is calling me.
Thank you. That's Sam Lubman, ladies and gentlemen, fired up as the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers taking out the Miami Hurricanes in the Bowl. 650, and we're doing shameless shout-outs on the Comcast Business text line. Shout-out Park Middle School girls basketball team in Antioch winning the chip. Shout-out Coach Nico there. 206 on the Comcast Business text line. Jason Verrett is not him. Shout out Logan Ryan. That's from Lord Farquaad. Hey, the Lord Farquaad? I thought he was in the dragon's stomach still. Hey. Duloc is, right?
Duloc, yeah. Turlock is a perfect place. Yeah, no, I guess he's coming up a little short on that text
510 as well. Signed Marcus Peters for depth. I don't know if you've seen how well the Raiders secondary has played since releasing Marcus Peters. That tells you all you need to know. I want no parts of Marcus Peters. Bay Area legend, had a very good career, but he is past his prime, and he also doesn't try very hard to tackle anyone. And we know about the 49ers secondary. They pride themselves on physicality.
Yeah, going over to YouTube, Chris M, shout out Papa Bear Shasky. Yeah, big shout out to Shasky. He'll be calling in a little bit.
Big announcement, yeah.
Just confirmed with him. He is good to go. San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube, shout out to him. And that concludes our Miami Hurricanes programming for the day. Concludes it for the year, San Jose Jazz fan.
Until next year.
Until next year, we get to be miserable again.
Do you like when people do that? See you next year.
It's corny enough that, yeah, sure, why not?
That's what I said.
You got to do the doofy smile afterwards, like, see you next year.
I did that to Slater yesterday. I was like, hey, Slater, I'll talk to you next year. He's like, okay.
If you saw on the YouTube, I did a little eye roll when you did that one.
Thank you.
So right, I saw when I was saying goodbye to Lucas and Nahigian yesterday, I said, see you next week. I resisted the urge.
Thank you.
Shout out to all the people who say, see you next year. You know what? It's a dumb enough joke that it's still enjoyable.
888-957-9570. Shameless shout outs. Shout out whoever you want. 510. Shout out to the 12-0 Salesian boys basketball team kicking them SoCal teams asses. That's from the 510.
Yeah, YouTube, too much sauce. Shout out LaMichael James. If there's one guy I'm giving the ball to at the goal line, it's LaMichael James.
Jesus. Maybe Oregon Duck LaMichael James, even though they got their asses
mean
kicked
right
against
hook, though.
Auburn again, Cam Newton.
That was Garrett Blunt.
That was LeGarrette Blunt. Yeah, that was against Boise State. Classic. That was like early Chip Kelly years, right? Or
I think it was 2009. I think that was Chip's first year.
I think it was.
That was his first game.
I think that was the first game against Chris Peterson's Boise State and Kellen Moore and all those guys.
Punched him right in the face. Yeah, then Oregon came back and ended up winning the Pac-12 that year. Pac-10 that year.
888-957-9570. I guess I'll do my shout out. Shout out to all the people trying to better themselves this year. Again, I mentioned it earlier. If you have a resolution out there, make attainable goals every week that you can do. If you're trying to lose weight, if you're trying to get in shape, trying to build mass, trying to lose mass, whatever you're trying to do to get healthier, trying to better yourself mentally, physically, keep going at it. Don't let people bring you down. I know it's very difficult. The gym's going to be packed and everyone's going to, give up after a week or two. Get up, try to do it every day. And you don't feel like you have to dominate every single day in the gym. Listen to your body, right? And listen to me. And you're looking at me. I'm not super yoked. I'm not super jacked. I'm very average. I try to keep in shape. I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems. It's hard. There's going to be days, when you can't make it to the gym. There's going to be days where you feel like, man, I don't feel like myself because I didn't get that workout out. I didn't get my mental or physical health, taken care of that day. Rome wasn't built in a day. It always goes back to Rome, as you know, Sam. Rome was not built in a day. people. That's what I try to
about
tell
Rome
myself.
a lot.
Everyone does. Why not? It's one of the greatest, if not the greatest empire in the history of empires. Joe is in San Francisco, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Joe? You're on with Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman.
Yeah. Well, I just want to get a shout out to Brock Purdy, man. I love you, bro. But, dude, you need to lift some weights. Get out there. Kick some ass.
There you go. It's Joe in San Francisco telling him to lift weights in the offseason. He's not a small dude. But I don't think I'm looking at Brock's biceps and saying that's the reason why he threw all those interceptions, Sam.
Yeah.
The arm strength is not something you're just going to just one day.
It's not all
get
about
better
who has the strongest arm. You got to keep it loose. You got to keep it limber.
Joe Montana did not have the
It's about
strongest
flexibility as much as it is about strength. Shout out to all the people who work out at home too. I became a home workout guy a few years ago during
that's what I have.
At the once the pandemic hit, I stopped going to gyms because gyms are gross, and I've been working out at home ever since. And I'll be damned if I say I do not like. I love the results. It's a great way to do it. So
there you go. 408 on the Comcast text line, Sammy. Shout out my girlfriend heading into 2024, 9 weeks pregnant. So shout out to the 408, 9 weeks pregnant. Love the baby news. Babies are the best, man. Yeah. I mean, they drive you nuts. I got a 4-year-old. I got a 1-year-old. We took them to the Chabot Space Center yesterday. Dad went solo because Jade works from home. She is not off all week, so she is working. She's grinding out there. Very difficult to have those two kids while you're also trying to work, so I want to take some off her plate. Chabot Space Center, shout them out as well, Sam. Very fun. Have you been out there to the Space Center?
It's been a while, but no, I love the Space and Science Center. Great
Benny
place to go, yeah.
Everything.
I get one of the first Fridays in where they do like the telescope viewing and stuff like that. Shout out to Robert Duville in the YouTube chat. Shout out to Phil and Sam and Joe for keeping the game growing and running during the holiday break. Another shout out, David Estrada. Shout out to my wife, Marilli, and our two cats, Nala and Kiara. Love you.
I'm going to go to whoever
Assume
this
he's saying
is
love you to his wife and the cats.
Sam, we're going to take whoever this is on line one because I know you're working solo back there. It's all right. I already have him on. Who is this? You're on the phone. You're on the Morning Roast. Who is this?
Duke from the city, man.
Let's go, Duke.
Come on, man. I like hot butter on my morning roast. Garlic bread, slightly toasted. I'm slightly roasted. It's another mob, and you know that we both 23 coming through. Red smoke. I see you. Now he breaking ankles. I sound like Chris Shanko. Come on, man. I love y'all, man. Happy New Year. 95.7 the game. Y'all know what it is. It's the Niner Mob. And everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch, Happy New Year, y'all. Y'all be safe out there. Love y'all.
Let's go. That's Duke in the city, baby.
Love hearing from Duke, man.
Duke is such a cool guy to meet.
Best part of
too.
every shameless shout out is Duke's rap.
Absolutely. 510 on the Comcast Business X line. Shout out my girlfriend, Ari, for making me a dad. June 2024. Can't wait to be a dad. Love you guys. Love the show. All love. That's awesome. Nothing better in this world than being a father. It is the most rewarding experience of my life. I love my kids. They may drive you crazy. I got a boy and a girl. It's a lot at times. There's going to be times where you're not, feeling like you're the best parent, but you know what? You're learning on the fly. There's no, they'll try to give you these books, Sam, when and if you become a father. All these different books on what is it? Chicken soup for the, what
to expect when you're expecting to expect.
None of that crap works. All right. You only learn from experience when it comes to being a parent. You can read all you want. You will not be prepared for when that child comes into your arms and being like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? And then, you know what? It just takes care of itself. You'll be fine. If the love is there, the kids will feel it. The significant other will feel it. And you know what we're feeling? We're feeling the injury report.
It's ready that time.
There you go. 415 real quick. Shout out the Red Bull team out of South San Francisco, keeping the Bay energized. That'd be the 415. Love me some Red Bull. I'm a lot of tea right now, though, but when I need a Red Bull, they come through in a big way, and they do give you wings. The 49ers added 2 notable names to the injury report yesterday. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel was limited in practice yesterday with a neck sprain. That's concerning. And safety Jair Brown was absent from practice yesterday with a knee sprain. Also concerning, both are questionable for Sunday's game in Washington. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking, no compromises, the one and only Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. It is the morning roast. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's not Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. It's Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman filling in for today. Been doing that the last 3 days. Thank you, all of you, for your shout-outs. We're still getting some more in. 888-957-9570. You know what? It's a feel-good Friday. It's a football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. Visit first5california.com to learn 4 things that you could do to overcome toxic stress. So I'm feeling good. I'll do shout-outs the whole day if I want to. We got a special guest coming up here in just a second. We got Rob Stats Guerrera, Stats on Fire, I should say, at 8:45. A little preview of this 49ers Washington Commanders game. I just need Brock to not turn the ball over. That's it. That's all I'm looking for in this game. Handle the team. We'll get the win. That's all that matters. They're in a dogfight right now in the NFC, tied with the Eagles and the Lions. Warriors taking the L last night. We were talking about culture. And the Heat obviously have a culture, Sam Lubman. What's the Warriors' culture right now? We can get back into that conversation and some New Year's resolutions for some of these Bay Area squads. But before we get to all that, we got to welcome in the one, the only, Joe Shasky. What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Here's the Warriors' culture. It's a lack of self-awareness. Hey, I think I'm still a 99 overall. Really, you're an 86. I think I'm not a bully. No, really, all you do is bully other people who can't fight back and your teammates. I believe that I should be starting and playing 40 minutes. No, actually, you're 21 years old and you make a ton of mistakes. But, yeah, you should be playing more. It's a lack of self-awareness. That's the current culture of the Golden State Warriors.
I like it. Hey, how was your Chris?
Coming in hot.
He is coming in hot, but that's what we come to expect here. Come on, you think he's going to come into?
He operates at one.
You think he's going to go into the new year not coming in hot? Come on, man. How was your Christmas, Joe? First and foremost, come on. There's some big news you got to share here, buddy. You're burying the lead here.
Look, first off, thank you, Loveman. The summer of love is now the winter of love, and thank you, Spugatti, a.k.a. Joe Spadoni, my soprano brother. We welcomed a new baby boy home, and it's very difficult to keep things quiet in this modern day. Shout out to Matt Keegan, the greatest partner who ever lived, Bonte Hill, for holding it down, and everybody for kind of just keeping it close to the vest for my wife and I. And so Michelle and I are so happy. My extended family and my friends, everybody's so happy, and we're just God is good, man. You hear that a lot, and little LJ is just a bundle of joy. I'm getting no sleep though, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
But it's good, right? But it's okay because people always try to scare you about that. You're not going to sleep or anything. But you know what? When you're taking care of a baby, a human life, that's okay. No, there's like a love there where you're exhausted, you're tired, but in a good way, if that makes sense.
Hey, let me tell you this. The baby industry is one of the most lucrative industries of all time. If I am not a radio host, I am going to develop nothing but other gadgets and things to sell to people when it comes to the baby stuff. I mean, there's specific baby disposers. There's all the little Huggies and the Pampers. There's a million different lotions and creams so their butts don't get shaved. I mean, Joey, it is an unreal racket. The only racket that is worse than the baby racket, and let me just quickly vent, because I was trying to build some baby things, okay? I was trying to build some baby things. And I went to go use my Makita. Now, I bought this Makita 10 years ago, and for some reason, I couldn't find the charger. So I went to Home Depot, and I said, this is like the day after Christmas or whatever. I'm going to, assemble some baby things. And to buy a new charger was over $200. My men in the trades, electricians, plumbers, contractors, all you guys in the trades, it was cheaper to buy a brand-new set of 2 drills than it was to buy the charger. The charger! So I bought a brand new Makita. Not a Makita, it's technically a Milwaukee. I upgraded. But I am furious. You want to talk about a racket? Home Depot and the construction, I love Home Depot. But I mean, these people that build these drills, it is an unreal racket. 2 brand new drills, an impact and a compact or whatever the hell it's called, for $150. New battery charger, $225. You want to talk about a racket?
There you go. Well, I mean, you're on fire today already.
What are Joe's hotter takes? Sports takes, baby takes, or drill takes?
I mean, come on.
It's a racket, gentlemen. I mean, people talk about hot dogs get sold in an 8-pack and buns get sold in a 6-pack. the biggest racket out there. And my God, I'm so sorry. The people that work in the trades, I slept on this. The drills themselves are cheaper than the charger. What a joke.
Hot take. Keep it away from the baby. All right, baby's not crawling yet, but no drills near the baby. You're going to find out about all the different stuff you got to do to baby-proof the house, which I'm sure you're already starting to do. You got to cover up all the electrical outlets. You got to cover up everything. You got to make sure the dogs are... How the little doggies handling the baby? They got a new life form in there. How's that going?
Well, the older dog's a little rattled. I don't think he understands where he is in the pecking order. He's 12 years old. It's tough, but he's very protective. I mean, a squirrel goes running across the back fence, and he's barking like he's going to kill that squirrel on behalf of the family for the honor. The little dog is trying to endear herself to him by licking every portion of his body. I mean, cheeks, face, eye crust, you name it.
That's right.
She wants in. She wants to lick everything. And the baby's he's just a pooping delight.
That's awesome. That's what I'm saying. You got all the different diapers. You got all the fun stuff that comes out of there. Oh, man. I'm so happy for you, Joe. I know you and Michelle, this has been quite a journey for you guys. So when you told me the news, I damn near cried, man, because I know how difficult it can be. I'm a father of two, but I've had our shared struggles as well on that end. So damn happy for you, man, and just cannot wait to meet the little guy. We got a little gift for him. So whenever you're coming in, just take your time, obviously, man. And Dan, just so happy for you.
Well, look, man, today's not the day, but I will share our journey one day, and I think it's appropriate because I'm sure there are a lot of people that have gone through just troubles and toughness, and it's very difficult because you can't control things that are out of your control. And I'll just say this, man, God is good, and there are really good people on this world. I know everything is negative on the internet, and everybody's hateful, and this is the new thing that we're going to rage on. But in reality, when you peel it back in the real world, there's a lot of really good souls out there. And my wife and I have had a lot of love to share. And thank God has blessed us and knocked on our door. And, man, I can't be happier, bro. I'm going to try to be the best freaking dad I can possibly be. I'm going to make a million mistakes. And that's why pencils have erasers, Joe.
That's right. Hey, you know what? As long as you're trying and you're being present, that's all you can do. There's no, they try to make books for this stuff, Joe. Don't listen to that crap. Don't listen to any of the mommy bloggers. I'm sure Michelle's going to tell you about all this sort of stuff. Maybe we should be doing this. You're going to find your own path, and you guys are going to be just fine. All right. There's no perfect manual to how to be a parent. Hell, my parents had 10 kids. All 10 of us are different, and there's a set of twins in there, so it's very different with all these different kids and stuff like that. So you guys will be doing great. But I got to put the round on the. I got to put the round on the table real quick, Joe. Your boy Brock Purdy. I'm concerned. I mean that performance he had on Christmas, man. They're not protecting this guy. He's getting hurt. I'm worried about his performance in Washington now. If he starts turning the ball over there, we got real concerns heading into the playoffs.
Look, there's multiple things can be equal at the same time, right? Ralph Barbieri, two things can be equally true. But the reality is this. He played like dog crap. It's okay to say it. Like, Steph Curry has bad games. Did you watch last night? Him and Clay, they could hit the right side of a barn. Like, that happens. That doesn't mean that you hate that person. You want them removed. The sky is falling. The end is near. That was by far his worst game in the NFL. I charted it back, okay, me and the little guy. We were watching the footwork. We were watching the pocket presence, and I was making astute points so that my son could be the next Greg Cosell. And the next thing I know, I go, dude, I charted 8 miserable, horrific decisions at minimum from Brock Purdy, which is so out of the norm. I mean, guys, this happens. Guys do have bad games. I know we don't want to admit that. Guys do have bad games. I want to see him shake it off. I want to see what he does this week. Let's see him respond. I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt. The guy's played 20 lights-out games, maybe 2.5 suspect games. That's a pretty good ratio. I mean, you continue on that trend, and you're going to be a Pro Bowler for 5 of the next 10 years. You know what I mean? I'll live with that. But the reality is this. The worst decision he made in that entire game, they got the ball back to start the second half. It was 3rd down. He threw the ball right into a guy's face mask. And I said, he's just rattled right now. He just doesn't have it. Inaccurate, not feeling it in the pocket. I thought he was looking down at the rush, not looking at where he was going to throw. And credit Baltimore. Baltimore kicked our butt in every single phase. That happens. The other team gets paid too. Lamar Jackson was excellent. Now, when it comes to the MVP conversation and all that, there is something to be said. And I don't know if today's the day, but down the line, What do you do when everyone's out? What do you do when you're in adverse situations? You know, I've always believed in that. You know, the real maker of a soul, Steph Curry, is great. Why? Because he elevated a putrid franchise. Why do people like Paolo Banchero? Because Orlando has been irrelevant for like 2 decades, or ever since Rashard Lewis left. What you do to an organization when it's all surrounded by muck really elevates you. When I look at Brock Purdy, he inherited a great situation, right? And he's made the most of that. He gets a lot of credit for that. But when things get down, do you show your true colors? That's what I want to see what he's like this week. I'm not going to lose my mind. It was a horrible performance. It doesn't mean that he's done. It doesn't mean they can't win the Super Bowl. They got bodied, and they need to bounce back. But there is something to be said for, that's the first time I can remember the Niners got physically beat up by another team in the Shanahan era when they were pretty fully healthy.
Yeah, it was it was very, very crazy to watch. Again, I think it was a bit of both things going on there. Brock just having a bad night, and he just happened to pick a very, very good defense to have a bad night against. I mean, you can tell, it seemed early on that the Ravens' pass rush absolutely had him rattled. And it's like we really hadn't seen him flustered like that in a game since maybe the Cleveland game. And Shasky, we had Brian Baldinger on, and he kind of talked about how the Ravens defense, the Browns defense, there's a lot of similarities there. I don't know how much of that Browns game you got last night, but it's looking like one of those, Browns or Ravens, they could very well be the favorite in the AFC right now, just on the defenses alone. Well, and Joe Flacco's completely turned things around with the Browns in terms of how we look at them offensively.
My guy, Joe Flacco.
I do honestly, but I do not want to see Joe Flacco in the freaking Super Bowl.
Well, that was going to be my next question. So if it comes down to it, Ravens or Browns, if there was one rematch you'd rather the Niners not have to deal with, which is it?
Ravens. I'd rather not deal with the Ravens. That's the team. I mean, they're just a really good team. And look, that wide receiver, Zay Flowers, kicked our ass. I mean, guys, you got to call it what it is.
Well, also, Shasky, they're doing these swing passes to him all the time, and the Niners DBs are playing 6 yards off the line of scrimmage, and they're doing these swing passes out of the backfield. I'm watching this game. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, can we play up on the line a little bit, maybe jam them there and try and at least get into the backfield a little bit sooner?
Sam, have you ever seen Fred Warner look so inept in the open field? I've never. He just fell to the ground.
Lamar Jackson took his soul.
I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest athletes in the league right now in Fred Warner. Everyone would say, yeah, I'd take him 1 or 2 overall when it comes to linebackers. Like if we were just having a fantasy draft. And Lamar Jackson put him on skates. I mean, Lamar Jackson was unbelievable. He deserves a ton of credit. And I didn't think he even had a great performance from the pocket, if we're being 100% honest. I mean, he's just an unbelievable player, so unique, so dynamic. How stupid is it for all these teams that didn't want to trade 2 first-round picks?
I know.
I mean, Atlanta, go to hell. But real quick, guys, the reason why, and I want to get real dorky for a second, and I'm not going A-gap, B-gap, touchdown, stand.
Hard dorky. Hard press man. Shout out to Bully Ball man.
Exactly. Big physical defensive lines really give the zone blocking scheme fits. Outside of Trent Williams and Aaron Banks, the other guys are a little light for their position, and they want to get movement, and they want to be athletic. And I think sometimes when you just line up and go up against a big, thick, physical, dominant front, that's going to give the zone blocking scheme fits. I think that's a very schematic, kind of discussion point, but I do think that there's some relevance there. Philly, when they were really good last year, this year against Cleveland, this year against Cincinnati, this year against the Baltimore Ravens, I think there's something there.
Well, I'm interested next week, too. I mean, I don't want to look up past the Washington Commanders here, but Jacoby Brissett.
Get out of here.
I know.
Well, he will be getting out of
there. I don't even know what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, I'd rather see Sam Howell finish out the year. You know what Jacoby Brissett is. They're trying to play for their job. Their jobs are done anyways. And by the way, Chiefs missed their guy, Eric Bieniemy. No one's talking about that. But I'm looking to the Rams, Shasky, and we had Baldy on earlier in the week. He thinks the Rams might be the biggest test for the Niners and the scariest team that they could play. Stafford's hot. Nakua, Kupp, Aaron Donald. I kind of don't want no parts of them come playoff time.
Well, and think about it. Raheem Morris has been an excellent DC. They're doing it with a bunch of guys nobody knows the name of. It's all 4th, 5th, 6th rounders, and they're killing it right now on both sides of the ball. And let's call it what it is. Matt Stafford does have a ring. Look around the NFC landscape. Who's got a ring? Who's got a ring in the NFC where they've done it? They've won an NFC championship game. They've won a Super Bowl. He's done it. I mean, I know it's painful to say, Niner fans. He's done it. Who else? I missed that. Levin, what?
No, it's a good point. No one else is in the NFC. I don't see.
No, I don't think there are any other NFC quarterbacks with a ring right now.
And that bastard McVay, I mean, every time you think that you're going to drive the stake through that dude's heart, he just, comes up like the Undertaker. And the next thing you know, I told you guys about Kyron Williams. I mean, that guy's an absolute stud. These Notre Dame guys, I know you guys want to poop on Notre Dame at every single turn. Have you seen the kid Hamilton, the safety for Baltimore Ravens? Have you seen Kyron Williams? I don't know. Those guys look pretty good in the league.
Michael Mayer, tight end for the Raiders. Those Raiders, by the way, huge win on Christmas, Joey. I cannot tell you how happy I was to watch Brittany Mahomes consoling Taylor Swift and vice versa. Travis Kelce throwing the helmet. Like, the Chiefs are in shambles right now in the AFC. It's pretty unbelievable.
You guys play video games, right? So when you're a 99 overall and you dip down to an 89 overall, you're an all-time legend. I think we kind of have seen glimpses of this with Klay Thompson. I think it's harder for an all-time legend to slightly lose a step than it is a role player. I think the role player has already acquiesced his game to be able to fit, his role. And as he starts to slow down and diminish, he can still find a way to stay in the league. The Vince Carter role, where you go to I'm a straight bench guy and I'm going to embrace it for 7-8 years at the end of my career. I think it's a lot harder than we give it credit for. Look at what Travis Kelce is going through. He's lost a tiny little step. Still a great player. A tiny little step. He emotionally can't control it. He can't. He's having a very it's not has nothing to do with Taylor Swift. I think it has to do, he's going through something very similar to what Klay Thompson is. Klay is a little more severe. I think that's pretty obvious. But Travis Kelce slightly loses a step, and the guy's psyche is out the window. I mean, just look at it. Watch the games.
So, definitely something to keep an eye on there. So, Shasty, something we've been talking about on the show this morning is obviously, what teams had successful 2023s, but we're also kind of looking forward to 2024 in terms of what each team in the Bay Area could do to make 2024 a successful year. Obviously, for the Niners, it's got to be a Super Bowl. Is there anything else the Niners could do in 2024 shy winning a Super Bowl that would make this next year feel like it was a success? And then same for the Warriors, and I guess we got to bring them up, the Giants. What does a successful 2024 look like for each of our Bay Area teams?
Well, I mean, the Niners have put themselves in a position where it's championship or bust, right? And then that's amazing. It's a great spot to be in. And they would tell you they want to be held to that standard. And that's why I really love Kyle and John Lynch and what Jed York has built. I mean, the guy gets tons of credit, and it's a tough position to be in because there's only one team at the end of the year that can be happy. And it's a great spot. It's a great spot. Let's go to the Warriors. I mean, guys, love the Warriors. There's a log jam of third and fourth options. They need a number two. This is so obvious. They need a number two or a number one. I love Steph Curry. Steph needs a 1A or a 1B or somebody to play off of him. The way LeBron has Anthony Davis. The way all these guys are pairing up with other dudes. They have a bunch of 3 and 4s. And then you wonder why on a night when a bunch of 3 and 4s aren't hitting simultaneously, it looks ugly. Because 3s and 4s aren't consistent. Andrew Wiggins is not going to bring it every night. Kuminga's not going to bring it every night. Klay can't bring it every night. They can give it to you 2 out of 3 nights. 1 out of 3 nights. They can't bring it every night. So I think the Warriors, for them to be successful, a trade has to happen. They just have to break this thing up in some way. I don't know what that looks like, but they need to be willing to accept their reality. Self-awareness is the most important trait in life and in sports. And right now, they're delusional. This is not a championship team. You're forcing the issue. You're losing days by the minute. The sand is coming out of the hourglass. The embers of a dynasty is burning out. Make a trade. I look at the Giants.
Farhan,
Why do I look at the Giants? I love the center fielder that they got. Now, they might have overpaid for him. I love it. I don't love their front office. I don't love how everyone is making excuses for them left and right. Do not pay Cody Bellinger or Matt Chapman. Stand pat and make a damn trade. Grow a pair, put them on the table, and make a trade, Farhan. Do it. And the other thing that I want to say when it comes to the Giants, build your team the right way. Defense, youth, and pitching. Do those things. You'll be fine. Don't overpay for Blake Snell. You know the $200 million contracts never work for 5 and dime pitchers. I know he's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. Do not get him. The Giants just need to make a trade. There are guys out there under team control that you can go get. There have been 5 great trades in the last 2 years, and you've been a part of none of them. Francisco Lindor, Matt Olson. Go around the league and look. The Giants have the ammunition. Make a damn trade.
No, I agree with you a lot there, especially on the trade front. Because you look at. I mean, obviously you're hearing reports they're apparently having back and forths with Matt Chapman. That feels like that signing's inevitable. Though I think the only thing worse than signing Matt Chapman would be somehow finding a way to finish second for Matt Chapman. But I'm with you, Shasky. I'm not that sold on Blake Snell. He's had 2 really good seasons. Those were his Cy Young seasons. Outside of that, he's been okay at best, good sometimes. If he's your number 3 starter next year, I think I'm feeling good there. If the Giants are making a trade, though, again, you've mentioned Pete Alonso. Corbin Burns at the top of my trade list right now if I'm the Giants in terms of trying to upgrade the pitching depth behind Logan Webb.
I would love Corbin Burns, but here's the deal. This is the difference between Corbin Burns and Blake Snell. I don't need to give Corbin Burns $200 million. He's in the final year of a $10 million deal. I think he's got arbitration this year. That's totally reasonable, and I would trade for him, and then I would try to work out a 2 or 3 year extension. You don't need to give. You wouldn't give Kevin Gausman 115, but you'll give Blake Snell 200 plus.
It makes no sense.
What are we? What are we smoking crack rock? What are we doing here? I mean, seriously. And there's no more fragile position in baseball, as evidenced by Tim Lincecum, Matt Cain, Barry Zito, whether it's psychologically or physically, than pitchers. Just go in the 20 years that we've been giving out mega deals. 1 contract has worked out for a pitcher, Max Scherzer. Name another one. I will wait. Name another one.
You'll be waiting for a long time.
Garrett Cole's actually been pretty well. He just won a Cy Young. I understand the Yankees' expectations.
Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole's been really good for that team.
He got $320 million.
He did.
They haven't won a playoff series.
I mean, it's not his fault. That's just the Yankees paying him that much. But I hear you. Real quick,
like Garrett Cole. I like him.
Real quick, I know we're up against. We're up against it. What did you make of Jonathan Kuminga's comments to Marcus Thompson II in The Athletic, basically saying, you know what? I don't know what my role is. It's hard for me and stuff like that. It feels like we've just been having this conversation in regards to Kuminga for so long now. And you saw him and Wiggins on the court together. They're just all-time low. When those two are on the court together, it's just bad basketball. It feels like one of those guys are going to have to be moved come the trade deadline.
Has any guy turned back into a pumpkin more than Andrew Wiggins?
I mean,
my God. It's like this is the ultimate. The glass slipper has turned back into a pumpkin. The guy just looks so disinterested. And this is so obvious. Yeah, a young 21-year-old ascending player getting only 25 minutes a game thinks that his role should be bigger. I can say that for so many different players around the league. Have you raised a child? Joe, you're raising a child. At one point, your 11-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old will only be playing 2 or 3 quarters and I should be playing all 4. That's what young players think, and I want that confidence in them. I blame roster construction for the redundancy of players that you have on the floor right now. Mm-hmm. Look at this team. Who's their second-best player?
He's suspended right now.
That might be it.
If he's your second best player, you're not winning a championship.
You're in trouble. Shaz, before we get out of here, though, I got a 2-parter here. You mentioned little baby LJ. I assume what's the full name there? Is that short for something?
Yeah, Leonardo Jamie.
Oh, we got a Paisan in the house. Let's go.
I knew Spadoni would love that.
Shout out the Blue Ninja Turtle.
The most important question I feel like we can ask you today: what will be little LJ's first jersey? Do you go with the hot hand in Brock Purdy? Do you go with the safe choice in a Stephen Curry? Do you go in the legend category with the Barry Bonds or Joe Montana
on the back? What
do we go personalized jersey here? Do we what's the plan with his first jersey?
Well, you have to know players come and go. Family ties to these teams are for life, bro. For life, like NWO, for life. And it's going to be probably a Shasky jersey. We're going to probably do that. And then we got a couple of, I wear a shirt, my wife wears a shirt, and the baby wears a shirt. People have given us a lot of those kinds of,
the matching outfits?
Yeah, they're pretty cute. I got to say, I'm not one of these, oh, that's adorable, oh, that's cute. These little baby outfits, my God, this kid has gone through more laundry in a couple of weeks than anyone I've ever met in my life. Oh, my God. The amount of diapers and the amount of clothes. I mean, the water bill is through the roof. The electrical bill is through the roof. This kid's already eating me out of house and home. It's unbelievable. And I swear to God, if my wife orders another trinket from Amazon to make this baby's life slightly better, I'm going to lose my man. I said to her 10 times, man has raised baby in cave for 5,000 years. We don't need more crap coming to this house.
Oh, that just you wait, buddy, because you got Christmas here and you're going to have more Christmas. The Amazon boxes will not be stopping. You're going to be coming in every single day. You're going to get back from work. What the hell is this on my doorstep? I swear to God. Happens all the time. Oh, we needed this. No, we don't. We don't need more stuff. I'm trying to constantly get rid of stuff. It only gets worse with 2 of them. The laundry bills is going to be through the roof. Just wait until you have all the blowouts happening. It's just, we're up against it, Joe. But thank you so much for calling in, man, and telling everyone that you're the new daddy. We're so damn happy for you, dude. Loveman, Bonte, all of us are so damn happy. Whenever you come back, hey, take all the time you need, man. We're here for you, here for Michelle, and can't wait to meet the little guy.
Look, Team of the Year in 2023 was 95-7 the game, and that's the honest-to-God truth. We had a banner year, and it starts with the boss, the CEO, if you will, Matt Nahigian, and I guarantee we're going to roll that back into 2024. I can't wait to come in and kick the ever-living crap out of every freaking team and hold them accountable and praise them when they win and rip them to shreds when they lose for whatever the reason being and have a hell of a lot of fun along the way. And it's because you, the audience, who've been sending me nothing but messages while I've been out wondering why I'm out. You guys truly care about us and you've created a community, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart on behalf of Bonte and everybody at 95.7 The Game. We love you, and without your guys' passion, there is no station. So the best team out there is our freaking audience. You guys are the freaking best. Thank you for the wishes. Thank you for the messages. Love you guys. And Loveman, Bugatti, hold it down for me. I'll see you next week.
All right, man. That's Joe Shasky right here. And we're going to take a quick break. On the other side, Rob Stats Guerrera to preview the 49ers v. Commanders right here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
disgusting to watch. Thanks.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It was disgusting to watch that performance last night from the Warriors. 114-102 loss against the, I don't want to say depleted, but they were missing their two best players in Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler. Jaime Jaquez Jr., Tyler Hero, amongst others, getting the job done as the Warriors lose back-to-back to the Western Conference and NBA champion Denver Nuggets, and now the Eastern Conference champion Miami Heat. We just had Joe Shasky on us joining us. Spadoni is in for Bonte, Lubman in for Shasky here on the Morning Roast on this Friday before the new year. 888-957-9570, the number to get involved. If you missed any of that conversation with Joe Shasky, new dad, new Papa Shasky. There is Papa Shasky Sr., now Papa Shasky Jr.
Do you call him Grandpapa Shasky?
There you go. That is exactly what we do. So damn happy for Joe Shasky and Michelle Shasky, new parents, LJ, Leonardo Joseph. Leonardo. The coolest Ninja Turtle, I think most would say. Raphael was always my favorite, the red one, because he was the grumpy one. He was always kind of solo dolo. I always liked Raphael. Everyone loves Michelangelo.
This is the cool one, yeah.
Donatello.
I always liked Donatello, actually.
He's the nerd.
Yeah, that's probably why I liked
him. He had the
him.
bow staff. That was kind of cool, I guess.
No, he did have the bow staff. That's kind of why I liked him.
Ninja Turtle's very popular now. I don't know if you seen the most recent movie. Very cool. Seth Rogen did it, amongst a lot
I haven't
of others.
seen any of the
Ice
new
Cube's
movies.
the main villain. No, it's really good. I recommend
really?
it. It's the
Okay.
same. It's similar style to Into the Spider-Verse, like with the illustration.
Oh, really?
So it's
Okay.
really cool. Obviously, if you have kids, like it's super popular right now. It was the year of Mario. We're talking about the year that was for kids. It was the year of Mario, year of Ninja Turtles. Like those were the two that made a comeback.
Finally
the
did get
80s are back, baby.
Finally did get around to seeing Super Mario Brothers over the weekend.
Really good.
It was actually pretty solid though. I wasn't really thrilled with, I don't know if spoiler, I wasn't really thrilled with the Bowser wanting to marry Peach storyline.
Oh, but Jack Black was so good.
No, he was great as it.
Peaches, that's such a banger. Maybe we come back with Peaches. Can we do it the next?
I'll see if I can pull that. Yeah, I love the little, there was a little bit of a Mario Kart reference in there, which I was always a big Mario
Rainbow
Kart
Road.
guy.
There you go.
Oh yeah, no, I was always a big Rainbow Road guy too.
Huge.
I'd scrape.
Who's your
people
guy?
on
Who's your go-to character?
Oh, I did a Toadette. That was my driver.
Okay.
Toadette and the standard cart.
I was gonna say OG. I was always Bowser.
Oh, Bowser too on the OG, yeah. But then, once he got into like
Wario,
but no, GameCube and it was Double Dash there. And then Mario Kart Wii. Once I started playing Mario Kart Wii, I couldn't play all the old Mario Karts because once you start turning the wheel or the controller, then you go and play like on the GameCube or on the N64. You start trying to turn the controller instead of the joystick. But Mario Kart Wii, man, that was the elite Mario Kart game. I will. Any day of the week, I will take anybody down that one.
Speaking of elite, that's the 49ers right now. They were the elite team in the NFL. Got a little bit humbled, maybe a slice of humble pie on Christmas against the Baltimore Ravens. We'll talk to Rob Stats on Fire Guerrera coming up here in about 8 minutes or so. And Rob, obviously, the Gold Standard Network. And you can listen to him every Sunday morning right here on 95.7 The Game at 8 a.m., previewing the 49ers and looking around the NFL as well. So Rob Guerrera coming up here in about 8 minutes, talk to him about this game. And what are we looking for in Brock Purdy? I just don't want to see any turnovers. That's it. Protect the guy, run the damn ball, early time, East Coast. You got a desperate team, because they got nothing to lose. And Jacoby Brissett getting the start over Sam Howell. You're 12.5-point favorites. Don't do anything stupid. I don't want more people getting hurt. You heard the injury report. Deebo Samuel with a neck sprain. I mean, can we keep him out this week? I don't want to risk any further injuries to anyone else here. Jair Brown's hurt too. So like this is getting messy here. Are we going to start bringing safeties back in? Jason Verrett, Logan Ryan, is he going to be all hands on deck? I think Kyle Shanahan joked John Lynch might be available for the secondary there. Who is he? 50 years old, John Lynch. God bless him. Hall of Famer as well. Speaking of the Hall of Fame, we didn't even bury the lead. Patrick Willis being one of the finalists for the Hall of Fame this year. So it's good. I think he's going to get in this year. I was looking at the list. I think he gets in. Zach Thomas getting in because he played before him, obviously. Another Miami legend. Miami Dolphin, that is. Zach Thomas getting in, I think, paves the way for Patrick Willis this year. And then, there you go. And then I think that would pave the way for Luke Kuechly whenever he becomes available down the line as well. But Patrick Willis, I think it's time for him to get in. I see Julius Peppers is in there as well. Julius Peppers, by the way, probably one of the most underrated defensive ends in NFL history. I mean, how can you be a Hall of Famer and underrated? I think just look at Julius Pepper's career. Guy was just an elite player, elite basketball player too for North Carolina.
That's
if I'm not
right.
mistaken.
I forget that. Yeah,
Tar Heel.
You don't think about that with these guys like that.
No. So and you think of Tony Gonzalez, right? Think of a lot of these tight ends, defensive ends, these long guys. You think of Max Crosby's, Myles Garrett, these long wingspans, guys that could do it on both ends. So Hall of Fame coming up, and the Hall of Fame induction ceremony is at the week before the Super Bowl, and the 49ers are going to be there. That's the question. I think they're still the team to beat in the NFC, but in the AFC, man.
AFC. Did you watch any of that Browns game last night?
I did. I watched the first half. Joe Flacco has somehow he's turned back the clock.
It's insane.
Came
he's
off the couch.
37 years old.
He's looking like prime Joe Flacco. He's old. I think he's like 38.
Yeah. See, after the game, he's like greeting all his old teammates. There he is. He's
going to be 39 in January 16th.
Oh, man, old man.
Old, but he doesn't look it. That's the thing.
No, he doesn't. He is playing like it's 2013 Joe Flacco. And, think about, I asked Shasky, who would you rather see in the Super Bowl again, the Ravens or the Browns? He said he doesn't want to see the Ravens. I kind of agree with that, but like, I was trying to think back to that Browns game and just like, because we had Baldy on Tuesday, on Wednesday, he kind of talked about how, obviously Kyle Shanahan will have a different game plan going into a potential Super Bowl rematch with either one of those two teams. And I do think, in a sense, you could say the fact that the Niners lost to the Browns and the Ravens in the regular season might be a good thing when they get to the Super Bowl, because it's easier to kind of learn from your mistakes, where it's if you're the Ravens or the Browns, it's almost like, well, what do we do that last time that worked and can we repeat it? So I feel like it's kind of easier to adjust after a loss than to readjust after a win in that sense, if that makes sense. Like I'm looking back on that Browns game, trying to think like what cost the Niners in that game. And it was, Jake Moody missing kicks, and you had some really, not well-timed penalties, if there's such thing as a well-timed penalty. You had some really costly penalties on that final drive in the fourth quarter on the Niners defense did that set up the Browns go-ahead field goal. There's also some questionable clock management there as well. Basically, when you look at why the Niners lost to the Browns...
Kyle Shanahan and questionable clock management.
I know.
Weird.
When have you ever seen that before? I don't have the clock drop in front of me right now.
It's all right. Shout out McDaniel.
So there we go. Clock. Anyway, but I feel like those were mistakes. Those were mistakes that the Niners made on their end. Like the issues were more just shortcomings on the Niners' end versus anything they were trying to do just strategically or schematically. I don't know if that makes you feel any better about a potential rematch between the Niners and the Browns versus the Niners and the Ravens, whereas just the Ravens, they just got all up in the Niners' grill and just had them flustered all night long in a way that you didn't really see as much from the Browns.
You mentioned it, having a different game plan when and if they make the Super Bowl. Now there's a long way till then. But I think we're all in agreement that the 49ers are still the favorites to win the Super Bowl. If you're just going to Vegas, maybe not. Some of you might have the AFC there. I still think the 49ers should be the favorites to win it and definitely be the representative out of the NFC. But here's Brian Baldinger, who joined us earlier in the week, talking about Shanahan having a different game plan next go around against Baltimore.
When you get beat like you did and it's Christmas night at home, you have to learn from it. I would imagine Kyle would have a very different game plan if he saw the Ravens again in a Super Bowl. He'd have 2 weeks to get ready if they get that far, if the Ravens get that far, and there is a rematch. Or if Cleveland just keeps winning with Joe Flacco. I mean, you'd have weeks to get ready. You'd be able to learn from it. Brock would be able to learn from it. I think they would do things differently. Like, honestly, all the motions and shifts that bother teams don't bother the Ravens. They're a zone team. They don't react to any of it. All they do is just spread themselves out, depending if you're in a 3-by-1 or whatever you're in. But they don't. It really doesn't change what they do. So I think, you might see maybe them go play faster without the motions and shifts. Like that would be something to see, and to see how Baltimore responds. So I think they would run it more, because the teams that have played the Ravens tough have run the ball pretty good against them.
And I expect that to be the case this week, as we have Rob Guerrera joining us in a couple minutes to talk about this Niners game against the Washington Commanders, Sam. I think the big focal point will be CMC. You're going to see a lot of Christian McCaffrey, early start on the East Coast, set up that run, take a little pressure off of your quarterback who had a struggling performance last week. Make Christian McCaffrey the dude. And tell you this, if Christian McCaffrey has a huge week this week, goes off,
take over the MVP, especially if Lamar has a bad game against the Dolphins.
He might have Lamar. You can have a good game and they just lose to the Dolphins, and then McCaffrey has a huge one and they get the win. all of a sudden you're looking at Christian McCaffrey now potentially being the leader in the clubhouse for the MVP. So this is a massive game for that as well.
Yeah. So we got 2 games left before they get to the playoffs here. And obviously the Niners, they are going to be going there. It's just a matter of what seed they're going to get. They are going to host a playoff game. It's just a matter of which weekend they will host the first playoff game. What's something that you want to see from the Niners before the playoffs starts? Before the playoffs start, that'll make you feel like, you know what, they're in a good spot right now.
That final game against the Rams is going to tell me a lot where they are, because that I feel like that could be one or two things, right? For Kyle Shanahan, for Sean McVay. It could be a slugfest, or it's a Niners blowout. I don't see the Rams blowing them out, so that's what I'm looking at here. I guess there is a scenario, though, that they can rest their players next week if the huge upsets happen, right? And this wouldn't be a huge upset.
I see. Who the Rams have this week?
The Rams have the Cardinals. So that's probably not going to happen. And Kyler Murray, I guess, has been sick this week or something like that. Stuff has been going around. I was sick. You were sick. This thing that's not COVID, but it's just knocking everyone on their asses. Josh Jacobs is sick.
A cold.
It's just a big head cold and stuff like that, sinuses, what have you. So that's probably not going to happen. The Cowboys are favored against the Lions this week, so that wouldn't be a huge upset, obviously, there. So there is a chance, though, if the Cardinals go in and upset Philadelphia, the Niners can win this week, and then they're just chilling next week. So
yeah, need the Giants to come through against the Rams too, but we'll see. For me, I need to see a cut down on stupid penalties. Spadoni, they had a lot of them on Monday night, but they're 10th most penalties for the 8th most yards this year, and it's just some costly penalties, ones that will either erase a first down on offense, or ones that will you're on a third down, you get a penalty. There was middle of the first quarter, Deshaun Gibson has that pass interference on Isaiah Likely, turns what would have been a fourth down, you're getting off the field, into a first down. Ravens continue on to end up kicking a field goal on that drive. It's just it's plays like that. I think it was Tarvarius Ward had the poorly timed pass interference against the Browns on that final drive back in Cleveland.
That was an iffy one, but yeah.
It was, it's set up. He had 2 penalties on that drive,
He plays on that edge, though, and Baldy's talked about this. He's a very physical, if not one of the most physical corners in the league, and sometimes you get burned that way. Like, you have to play on this fine line, and I think Cleveland, they do it at an elite level. Denzel Ward, Newsome, amongst others. They play on this fine edge of being just physical enough where they get away with it. But when it's not going your way, the penalties start coming up. They start coming through, and, things can start unraveling there, as it did for the 49ers. We're going to be joined by Rob Guerrera here in a second, obviously of the Gold Standard Network. You can hear him every Sunday morning, again, right here on 95.7 The Game at 8 a.m. So can't wait to talk to Rob about this game coming up. 888-957-9570, the number. And we're talking about the NFC. Who are you worried about? Who are you not worried about? The Commanders, yeah. I feel like a lot of us are looking ahead to that Rams game, and it's being massive. I saw Dan Orlovsky of ESPN, obviously former NFL quarterback. And Dan's fine. He has some takes here and there where I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? His one about Mac Jones having the success with Brock Purdy, if he was in the same position this year, was kind of like, what the hell are you talking about? But Dan, for the most part, I appreciate his analysis. And he thinks, the Rams are the biggest obstacle for the 49ers in the NFC. And we'll ask Rob here in a second, but here's what Brian Baldinger had to say in regards to that.
The way I don't think anybody wants to see the Rams right now, the way they're playing. And the way, when Kyron Williams is running the way he is, he's a factor. He's a real factor. He's a heck of a football player. And all the stats say that when he's in the lineup and getting 15 or more carries, he's their McCaffrey. He's excellent in every phase of the game. He's really good back. But the way Stafford's thrown it right now, whether it's Nakua, whether it's Kupp, Atwell, DeMarcus Robinson, he makes throws that really nobody else in this league is making right now. He makes these spot throws on these choice routes. It's almost impossible to defend. And then defensively, like, those rookies aren't rookies anymore. Byron Young and Kobe Turner and some of these guys, like, they're playing at a high level. I mean, it might be a shootout with the Rams. I think they could be really tough.
From Brian Baldinger to Rob Stats Guerrera, and you can catch him on the Gold Standard Network this Sunday morning right here on 95.7 The Game, and every Sunday at 8 a.m. for the rest of the season. Rob, good morning to you. Merry Christmas. Happy early New Year to you. Wasn't a very Merry Christmas to a lot of Niner fans, though. A lot of lump of coal in Bay Area. First, you got the Warriors taking the loss. Then you got the Niners at night getting physically beaten by the Baltimore Ravens. That's what I want to talk about first. We'll get to Brock in a second, but I don't think I've seen the Niners get physically manhandled in all phases of the game like they did this past Monday. That was the big eye-opening part for me. A team with that much physicality coming in and kicking the Niners' teeth in.
Yeah, it was a beatdown. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Even on the good plays, if you go back and look at the film, there are a lot of plays where linemen are getting shoved back into Brock Purdy, and he's able to slide around and buy time and make plays. But even on the big chunk plays that the Niners had, they were physically dominated in a way that they haven't been in a long time.
And you just brought him up, Brock Purdy. You know, the offensive line there wasn't the best. A lot of injuries to that line, and that's something to watch going forward, heading into the playoffs. That is something you do not want, is an injured and decimated offensive line heading into the most important stretch of the season. Brock Purdy's performance. Your thoughts? There's been a lot been made about it. It's probably his worst start in the NFL thus far. It's against a very good team, the best team in the AFC. Are we making too much of all those interceptions, the 4 picks? Are we calling him fluky? Are we not calling him fluky? I just thought he had a bad game at the end of the day, right?
Horrible game. You know, remember a long time ago when we thought maybe Trey Lance was going to be a thing. What do we always talk about, right? All the national insiders were saying the Niners didn't want to have to wait through growing pains with Trey Lance. Well, guess what? Brock Purdy just turned 24 last week. We're going through growing pains with him too, and I think that's exactly what we saw on Monday night. And if you listen to Brock this week, his press conference yesterday, I thought was incredibly revealing. He talked about basically how he got caught up in the emotions on the first drive and tried to jam it in there because he was all pumped up because they had hit some big plays. And really, he knew he shouldn't have thrown it, but he got caught up in the emotions of the game. And then he also talked about afterwards trying to make a big play to make up for it, to get back into the game, to come back when he didn't really stay within the offense. To me, those are young quarterback mistakes. And as good as Brock has been, I think we forget sometimes he still needs to go through some of those things. And unfortunately, he did on Monday.
So it seems like, again, before last week, Brock Purdy, he was really on top of the MVP rankings there. Everyone had him as the betting favorite. He's been knocked down to 3rd, 4th now in some odds rankings there. Is it really just one bad game? Is that really enough to just kind of tank his MVP case?
Yes, because nobody wanted him there in the first place. They didn't want to give Brock Purdy the MVP, but they couldn't deny it because he was, first or second in the league in touchdowns, first or second in the league in passing yards, and the Niners had a really good record. And so they were like, well, I guess we have to put him here, even though nobody really wanted him there. Now that he's had that 4-interception game, they have the perfect excuse to say, oh, he can't possibly be the most valuable player because no MVP has ever had a bad game, right? So they've kicked him down the list, and you will not hear Brock Purdy for MVP regardless of what he does the rest of the season.
So what are you looking for Brock in this bounce back upcoming? Because it feels like this is a prime, example of a team that, got humbled a little bit on Christmas in front of a huge national audience. We talked about the ratings earlier, the NFL just dominating the audience in comparison to the NBA as far as the ratings go. So you're going to take on the Washington Commanders. Sam Howell's getting benched for Jacoby Brissett. Looks like they're just playing for a while. I don't even know what they're playing for at this point. I mean, I'd rather see Sam Howell if I'm a Washington fan, see what you got left there. You know what Jacoby Brissett is. I mean, Ron Rivera, he's probably going to be gone. Eric Bieniemy, I don't know what's going on there. So what are you looking for Brock this week and bouncing back? For me, Rob, just don't turn the ball over, right? That's basically it.
The Commanders' defense stinks, okay? They've given up the most passing yards in the league. They've given up 30 touchdowns. They're on pace to give up the 4th most points ever in a season in NFL history. This is the perfect get-right game for Brock Purdy. All he has to do is not turn the ball over, and there are going to be plays left, right, and center for Brock Purdy. So I think that's the first thing. If you do nothing else, at least protect the ball, and the Niners are going to win. But if you want to see more than that, there should be big plays because the Commanders have given up, I think it's 50 explosive plays this season. Like, their defense is hot garbage. This is exactly who you want to see this week. What I want to see from Brock is, does he still have that aggressive mindset? Or is he too worried about not turning it over? And is he passing up open plays and big plays? Because we know they'll be there. There's going to be coverage busts. There'll be open guys. Is he going to keep that aggressive mindset? I think he will. But that's definitely one thing I'll be watching.
So move from one, well, I guess he's no longer MVP candidate now, as we established, but moving from one MVP guy to the other, Christian McCaffrey, does he have a chance with a big game this weekend, depending on what Lamar does? Could McCaffrey possibly vault himself over Lamar Jackson in the MVP race with a good showing on Sunday?
I think he can, believe it or not, because I think there is a sentiment out there that we give too many MVPs to quarterbacks and we should give it to other players. And narrative is part of the MVP factor. It's part of the MVP conversation. It's a big-time factor, and no quarterback has really risen up. Christian McCaffrey and Lamar Jackson have basically the same amount of touchdowns this year, which is a compliment to Christian McCaffrey and,
That's
kind
insane.
of a knock on Lamar Jackson. It's ridiculous. So I think Christian actually, with a couple of big weeks, the last 2 weeks of the year, could get in that MVP conversation, especially if the Niners win on Sunday and beat the Rams in Week 18 and capture that number 1 seed in the NFC. And we're looking at Christian McCaffrey with maybe 25 touchdowns on the season. I think he has a great shot to win it.
Yeah, speaking of those Rams, are they currently the team in the NFC you just don't want to see the Niners face off against in the playoffs?
I think so. You're talking about a division opponent. You're talking about a team that, yes, I know the Niners have had success against them in the regular season, but we all remember 2021 in the NFC Championship game. It's not like the Rams can't beat the 49ers. And Matthew Stafford is playing at a Hall of Fame level right now. He is dicing people up. They have a legit offense with Stafford and Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp there. Sean McVay didn't forget how to coach. I know we like to think he did because we didn't expect the Rams to be good. He's still really, really good. I do not want to face the Rams. I'm upset that this last Week 18 game is probably going to mean something for both sides because I was kind of hoping it wouldn't. But that's the situation we're in now.
We're talking to Rob Stats Guerrera. Catch him on the Gold Standard Network this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game, and every Sunday at 8 a.m. for the rest of the season. And Rob, from the offense to the defense here, and the defensive tackle depth right now, Armstead injury, very concerning. Hargrave stepping in, he's been playing pretty well this year, but the noticeable absence of Eric Armstead on that defensive line, it felt like I was waiting for Chase Young. I was waiting, for Nick Bosa to have a huge imprint on this game. And the biggest play, I think, defensively was from the referee, tripping Lamar in the end zone there. Still one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. But what's your concern level right now with the D tackle depth for the 49ers?
It's concerning. Cluster injuries are very concerning no matter what part of the team you're talking about. Even areas where you think we're deep, so all of a sudden you get 3 or 4 injuries there, you're in trouble. Sebastian Joseph Day, please come and save us because we need that help. You have seen the impact on the pass rush without Eric Armstead there. Even though he doesn't fill up the stat book, I think he opens things and makes things easier for other people, and him not being there has had an effect. And this should be a game where Bosa and Chase Young eat. The Commanders have given up 60 sacks this season. If you can't eat against this team, you can't eat against anybody. And I think Chase Young in particular is going to be fired up to face his old team.
Rob, want a quick little special teams question here. Ronnie Bell, it seems like unless the ball's being thrown to him by Sam Darnold, just can't seem to hold on to it. At what point do you just got to pull the plug on that one?
Now. Before now. They should have pulled it last week. He's fumbled 3 times in 3 games filling in for Ray McLeod. I can't have that. Turnovers are the only thing that can derail this team. I would rather Kyle Shanahan put nobody back to return the punt than Ronnie Bell. At least you're not going to fumble it if nobody is back there. Now they're talking about Kyle Juszczyk or Brandon Ayuk or even Christian McCaffrey. I don't think we want to see 23 back there. He doesn't need any additional work, please. But they've got to get that fixed. Even if you just fair catch it, whatever it is, you cannot have a guy back there that can't hold on to the football because that's the only thing that stops the Niners.
Absolutely. And I know they got Deebo Samuel. I know people like seeing Deebo back there. I was like, I don't need Deebo taking more wear and tear. He's already the most physical player in the league. You saw that hit that he absorbed against Marlon Humphrey. It was amazing. He just didn't even skip his stride. It was unreal. But I don't need Deebo taking any more punishment. Now he's got like a neck sprain. I don't need any more of that. One more before we get you out of here, Robin. We appreciate your time. Talking about Brock Purdy, the big conversation heading into the game was system quarterback. And there was this big thing with Cam Newton, and I'm sure you saw Debo going back and forth on the Up and Adams podcast, this whole thing. How do you define a system quarterback? And does Brock Purdy fit that mold? Because for me, I think of a guy like an Alex Smith in Kansas City, being with Andy Reid and stuff like that, going stride for stride what he wanted, but he doesn't take your team over the top. I've seen enough from Brock to know that he does more than what just a game manager does. But here's Cam Newton, a former MVP. I know he had the physical skill set, so maybe he's trying to gas himself up in comparison to Brock Purdy. What did you make of that, and how do you define a system quarterback?
I define a system quarterback as a guy that is only capable of making plays within the structure of the offense. He's only capable of getting the plays that are there laid out by the coach. He's not capable of extending plays. He's not capable of maybe fitting a ball in somewhere that isn't the first read, but is open if you make a really good throw. A system quarterback is just the guy that will take what's there, but nothing more. And what we've seen from Brock is he's not that guy. He's not just a system quarterback. He does extra. He extends plays. He scrambles for first down. He takes doubles over singles. Kyle Shanahan even talked about sometimes he makes plays that aren't really there, but he's able to put the ball in a good spot. Brock is more than a system quarterback. And I'll just point out, by the way, this quote-unquote system quarterback is going to set the 49ers single-season record for passing yards, and he might do it this week if he gets 229. So you can say system quarterback whatever you want, but he's going to throw for more yards than any 49ers quarterback has ever thrown for in a single season. Sign me up for that, please.
Rob, one more for get you out of here. I don't know, did you catch any of the Browns-Jets game last night?
I did see Joe Flacco giving me flashback vibes to 2012, yeah.
Yeah, so it's looking very like that right now. Obviously, the Ravens look like the class of the AFC. The Browns look like a team that you don't want to face in the playoffs in the AFC side. If it's one of those two teams, if those two teams face off in the AFC title game, and the Niners, they're looking at a trip to the Super Bowl as well, who are you rooting for in that AFC title game between the Browns and the Ravens? If the reward is facing the Niners in the Super Bowl,
I'm rooting for the Browns. And it's because Joe Flacco might be having a revival here, but he's not Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is just one of one, freak of freaks. Even when you do everything right, he could still break out and make a big play. Joe Flacco has been very good, yes. He's also has a bunch of turnovers. He's turned the ball over at least once, I think, in every single start that he has had. I'll take a guy that's going to give the 49ers a chance to take the ball away over a guy like Lamar, who not only can protect the football, but can also make plays in the worst of situations. So I don't love either one of those options, to be honest, but if I have to take one, I'll take Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hoping the Dolphins maybe just sneak through into the Super Bowl and we just get a Shanahan-McDaniel Super Bowl instead.
I don't trust Tua at all. I do trust Rob Guerrera talking 49ers this Sunday morning, 8 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Rob, appreciate the time, man, and a Happy New Year.
Thanks for having me anytime.
Thank you. That's Rob Stats Guerrera. Again, catch him on the Gold Standard Network this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game, and every Sunday at 8 a.m. for the rest of the season. Lots of good stuff there. You can find the entire interview on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And it's a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line right there. As we talk to Rob Stats Guerrero, we're talking about the year that was, the year that's going to be, a year in review, and resolutions for our Bay Area sports team. We talked about the Niners, what it can be, obviously winning the Super Bowl, obviously trying to retain some of your defensive coordinators that you seem to lose each and every year. You have your quarterback, so that's one in the hand, if you will. You want to talk about some of these other teams here, Sam? We talked a lot of Niners, and we'll continue to take your calls and texts on. We talked a lot of Warriors taking the L last night, and we can get into the Warriors maybe. Resolutions for them heading into this year.
Yeah, let's do a little Warriors here before we get to taking them to school here before this break. Warriors resolution is, can we find Steph some help, please? Like, you mentioned it earlier, when Shasky was on, Draymond Green, second best player on the team right now.
Not great.
That's not no bueno right there. That's not sustainable. Klay Thompson, bless him, he's been doing really good up until these last 2 games, but Klay is going to be far too streaky.
Said it right there. Klay Thompson, bless him. That's never something you want to say with one of your players.
Like, it's this,
God love him.
He's had a great stretch, cooled off these last 2 games, but Klay is going to be streaky. He is not going to be the Klay Thompson of old. The shot will always be there, but the overall body of work, it's just not going to be dependable. It's at the point where the Warriors, they need to find a legitimate number 2 for Steph Curry. And I think that's going to be your goal this year. I don't know if you find it in season or if it's something you find in this upcoming offseason this summer. But if the goal is to get another championship for Stephen Curry before he retires, again, he's 35 years old. You probably got at minimum 3 elite years left out of him, maybe more. He's definitely a guy who I think could, be an elite scorer up until he's 40. That's just how good. I mean, he could age very well like LeBron has, but he needs another guy. He can't just do it on his own. Someone needs to come in and help him. So if I'm the Warriors, I'm thinking, what can I do? And you're going to have to really blow the roster up to do this, but what can I do to bring in a legitimate, 1B to Steph's 1A, a legitimate Robin to Steph's Batman, to basically kind of help carry the load here on these nights where he's not, feeling it from the field, because Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, they're not good enough to be playing number 2 to Steph Curry right now.
So who's that gonna be? Who's out there that you can get? 888-957-9570. A Robin to Stephen Curry's Batman if it's no longer on the team anymore. If we're all in agreement that it's not going to be Andrew Wiggins, if he can't, garner up that special season, that special postseason run he had a few years ago and that championship run, if it's not him, Draymond Green, he's limited offensively. We know that. He's still a great defensive player, but your Robin used to be your splash brother and Klay Thompson. The consistency isn't there. Steph's still playing at an elite level, albeit not the last 2 nights. You're starting to see the wear and tear a little bit on Steph, and it's taken a lot out of him. I mean, this guy's been carrying this franchise now for the better part of the last few seasons. It takes a lot out of him. I mean, and we take it for granted. Stephen Curry, year in and year out. LeBron James, you take him for granted. Tom Brady, you take these guys for granted, but it wears on him, not just mentally, but physically as well, to the point where it's starting to become a little desperate time for the Golden State Warriors here. We're starting to get to the new year, and Mike Dunleavy is going to have a lot on his plate come trade deadline time. What's it going to be? Is it going to be Kuminga? Is it going to be Wiggins? So I'm looking at Mike Dunleavy here, talking about resolutions. He's going to have to be the guy.
Yeah. Can I throw a wild idea out there?
Sure. I love wild ideas at 9:06 a.m. on the, I almost said the pregame show, on the Morning Roast with the Morning Jost. The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubin.
My wild idea is, because I'm looking for who can they make a trade for. So I'm looking at teams that are not really doing good right now, maybe don't have a great future ahead of them, but have a really, really good dynamic player who maybe just needs to get out of there and get onto a team that actually cares about winning. And I'm looking, scanning through the NBA standings, who fits that bill. Past candidates have, obviously were there. We've discussed Zion Williamson as an option. I don't know how that really works. Joel Embiid's name's that's been brought up every now and then. Remember when Howard?
They're 21-9. I don't think they're moving off him.
No, I don't think they're moving off him either. And honestly, I remember when Howard Eskin came on earlier this year, basically shot down any notion of an Embiid trade because Embiid doesn't really care about winning to that degree. Like, he's not a winner. Eskin flat out said it.
Pelicans are 18-14. They're in the thick of it.
I don't think they're giving up on Zion either. So where I ended up straying to was down in the ATL. Spadoni, what if the Warriors swung a massive trade to bring in Trae Young as the new splash brother alongside Stephen Curry? You have a great scorer there, a great ball distributor. He's averaging 28 points per game, 11 assists right now for a not going anywhere Atlanta Hawks team. Again, you're saying Klay's not good enough to be that other splash brother. Why not go out and bring in the guy who basically, when the Hawks drafted him, Travis Schlenk was calling the shots then, basically drafted Trae Young because he wanted to get his own Steph Curry, basically, in terms of the three-point shooting. If you bring Trae Young in here, pair him up with Steph Curry, if you could somehow hold on to Klay in the process, Trae Young's got about a $40 million contract. Maybe it's a package built around Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, and maybe a young guy, maybe some draft picks there to try and entice the Hawks to make this deal. I mean, I don't know. I'm throwing ideas out there, seeing what sticks.
Certainly are.
If you're trying to find, if you want to recreate the magic the Splash Brothers once had, you need to find a guy who could shoot the ball at that level. I mean, why not?
Trae Young, why not? Are you buying what Sam Lubman's saying? Go crazy. Go after guys like Trae Young. So not only do you get smaller, you still don't get any defense from Trae Young. I know you're not getting as good as defense as you used to have, but at least Clay is a bigger body. You can guard some of the bigger guys. I mean, you're sacrificing a lot there on the size aspect for a team that's already small. You're getting even smaller. The efficiency.
Oh no, the defense would be horrible. I mean, I don't know. You're just trying to outscore. I mean, but again, like, what other options are there out there? Like, what you have right now, the status quo is not good enough
at that point. But I understand what you're saying. Zach LaVine, people are saying Zach LaVine, like the Eastern Conference. It's so funny because I'm looking at it right now. The 10 seed right now are the 14 and 19 Bulls. The Eastern Conference just isn't what it is. It hasn't been. The Eastern Conference just hasn't been good in 20 plus years, obviously, until the Michael Jordan Bulls got disbanded. So, I mean, Pascal Siakam, that's a guy I know he's not the sexy name of a Zach LaVine or a Trae Young, but he's got the size, he's got the athleticism. Can he swing a deal there in Toronto? Hey, I mean, Andrew Wiggins, Canadian.
I mean, I'd be down for Siakam, too. That's probably the safer bet. But is Siakam elevating this team enough to the point where they're back to championship
You're getting something
potential?
there, at
You're
least.
getting closer, maybe. You're in the running.
Something. I'll say that. I mean, you're looking at the Hornets. I don't know what the Hornets have. The Hawks, the Bulls. I mean, Caruso. So they're just limited right now with stars being available. Maybe in the offseason something comes to fruition. You never know. Like, I didn't think Drew Holiday was going to get traded. Now he's on the Celtics. Obviously, the Bucks bring in Damian Lillard. Did not see that on my radar. Bucks are flying high right now. They're 8-2 in their last 10, 23-8. Game and a half back of the Boston Celtics, who went to overtime yesterday against the Detroit Pistons. But right now, it is time for taking them to school, Sam Lubman.
It's time for Taking Them to School. Brought to you by Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda.
God, I love this beat. Shout out Memories by David Guetta and Kid Cudi. There was not a lot to smile about in last night's loss, but Steph Curry still found a way to inject a little bit of happiness.
Adebayo up top. Drives on Podziemski, stumbles and falls. Curry picks his pocket as he's falling down. Curry left-hand dribble, crossover right hand, crossover left hand, drives, takes the hit, scores, and got fouled. And he's happy about it. Big fist clench and a arm thrown in celebration. Curry heads to the stripe.
Yeah, you picked it up there, Timmy Roy. That's the great Tim Roy.
Fought through that one
right
there.
here on 95.7 The Game. Our guy, love Tim Roy. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball right here on 95.7 The Game, and that was Taking Them to School, brought to you by Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City College, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more info, visit peralta.edu. I am a Berkeley City College alum, Laney College alum, SF State alum, and we got one more segment here for you. Spadoni and Lubman, and as I pull up my reads, what's coming up in the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, more of your calls and texts. The year that was, the year that's going to be for Bay Area sports on the other side right here, 95.7 The Game. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. One more segment before handing it off to FP and Dumas. Coming up next, they got Giants, Astros, Cubs, Reds legend Dusty Baker at 11 o'clock. Former San Francisco Giants manager, World Series manager with the Houston Astros, Dusty Baker, 11 o'clock. You are not going to want to miss that. I'm curious to hear what Dusty has to say about this notion that San Francisco, they can't attract free agents. I think it's a load of crap. I think Dusty will agree with that. Perhaps he'll get into it with FP and Dumas here on the other side. But 888-957-957, we've got New Year's resolutions for Bay Area sports teams. We talked Niners, we talked Warriors, and I brought up Dusty Baker. Let's bring up the Giants. We want to get to them. We'll continue to take your calls and texts. In fact, let's go to Anthony and Benicia here. We could put a bow on this Warriors talk, Sam, here.
Really quick, though, before we go, did you know Dusty Baker was part of the one of the part of the duo that created the high five?
Created the high five.
Yep.
See, I have a problem with this stuff. No one created the high five. Like this has been going on for thousands of years. Since humans had physical contact with other humans, the high five has been around. What are we talking? He invented the high five.
Do you think they were high-fiving each other like at the Battle of Hastings? Like, hey, guys, we just won Hastings.
Yes.
High five.
Yes.
They're dapping each other up.
Yes.
I don't know. Apparently, recorded history goes back to 1977 with Glenn Burke.
Recorded history. Okay, yeah, because we didn't have recorded history. Word of mouth, oral tradition, going back to the Egyptians, going back to Macedonia.
All this years, hey, any of those Egyptian paintings, do you and the hieroglyphs, do you see any of them high-fiving each other?
Yes, I see like the people of Pharaohs putting their hands up right there.
Like high-fiving, they're just putting their hands together.
Oh, God, that's the same thing.
It's like touching hands. Oh, no, the high-five is there's a quick touching of the hands.
That's what I have a problem with. It's like people wanted to get on Elvis because of the hip thrusts and stuff like that. People were getting mad at Elvis. He didn't invent that. He stole the culture from all the different artists from before him, specifically black, I understand. But people were doing hip thrusts, the 15 and 1400s. Come on, people. No one invented movements with the hands.
You high-five each other when you avoid the plague in 1413 Spain.
Please, miss me with that crap. Anthony and Benicia save us.
I know you're so passionate about high-five history.
No one invented it is what I'm saying. All right? You can ask Dusty that. Anthony, what's going on, man? You're in Benicia.
Oh, well, first of all, good morning. Second of all, early Happy New Year to both of you guys.
You as well, Anthony.
This week. So, and then, let's see. Warriors. Sam was just talking about Trey Young. I actually wouldn't mind taking a flyer on someone like DeJounte Murray. He comes from a winning culture with the Spurs. I think he was the first or second team all defense earlier in his career. He can score. He's about 6'7", solid two-guard. And then I also thought about somebody like Tobias Harris because Tyrese Maxey seems to be benefiting from James Harden leaving, and it looks like they have a nice little 1-2 punch over there with himself and Embiid. And Tobias Harris can play the 3, he can play the 4, he also can shoot the open jumper, and he can play with his back to the basket, and he also defends. So I'm looking at one of those two guys since we're playing the trade game. But my New Year's resolution is obviously for the Warriors to kind of get their act together and figure out what they're going to do. I need some clear and concise direction with this team moving forward.
Appreciate it. That's Anthony and Benicia chiming in. Happy New Year to you as well. Anthony, 888-957-9570. We can do New Year's resolutions for some of your Bay Area sports teams here. And from the Niners to the Warriors, we can finish up here a little bit with the San Francisco Giants and the hot stove. Sam Lubman, obviously one of the voices for Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys and Odyssey podcast right here dissecting all things San Francisco Giants. And Sam, it's been a difficult offseason to say the least for the Giants. You thought, to keep pace, not only in the NL, but specifically the NL West, you got to get some names, at least some players, some people to get excited about. I love Logan Webb. I love Camilo Doval. I want to root for an everyday player. And I can't rely on rookies, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, if he comes back, Luciano, like all these guys. That's great. You can see the promise is there with them, but I need a return on investment, whether it's a trade, whether it's a free agent, hell, whether it's a Chapman, whether it's a Bellinger, hell, it's a name. I know people are freaking out. It's Snell. At least that's a guy I know, a guy coming off a Cy Young, a guy I can get excited about. But more so the everyday guys, Sam. What's going on with the hot stove? I know it's cold right now. And what are some of the resolutions that the Giants need heading into this season?
Well, last year, before the year started, I said the way the Giants could have a successful 2023 is just simply present a better future. Giants fans needed to end the 2023 season, or the 2023 calendar year, feeling better about the team than they did at the start. The Giants have absolutely failed at that. They really have. Giants fan interest seems to be hitting new lows every week. I've never seen this kind of frustration with the Giants fan base, even back in the mid 2000s when they had 4 straight losing seasons, kind of on the coming out of the Bonds years. There was a lot of frustration with Brian Sabean at that time. There's a lot of people who wanted Brian Sabean gone at that time, but it did interest was declining, but they were still getting 30,000 plus people per game at that ballpark. The ballpark still had that new ballpark smell for the most part. But the anger, the frustration, the vitriol towards the organization, maybe it's just been amplified by Twitter. Maybe it's been amplified by other sources. This show probably is a source of that as well. Giants fans are just really angry with this team right now. So much so, it's just like the amount of fans who just seem to want to jump ship on this team. It's shocking to me.
So where are they going? Like the A's are leaving. If they're going to jump ship to another franchise,
honestly, I don't
that
care.
Franchise
First off,
leaving.
I'm a person that I'm the kind of fan that I stick by my team through good times and bad. So all these Giants fans being like, I'm not going next year. I'm not going to be a sucker and get tickets. Like, congratulations, you've announced yourself as a fake fan, and I will look at you as such.
Well, just because you don't go to games doesn't mean you're not a fake fan.
No, if
like,
you're going to jump off the bandwagon because the team's bad right now, that's fake fan energy in my opinion.
If they specifically have a reason why they don't have a rooting interest in the team, that's one thing. Like jumping off the bandwagon is one thing, or just jumping off the fan base entirely. Yeah, that's dumb. That's called being a fair weather fan. But you know what? The 49ers and the Giants and the Warriors, all these teams, they cater to those teams, those fans as well, the fair weathers. Like they pay money.
Oh, no, you need fair weather. Fair weather fans are where your money comes from. Absolutely.
So that might be something for you as a fan to scoff at.
Oh, no, absolutely.
The ownership.
No. That is absolutely my own personal gripe there. If other people think differently, more power to you. That's what's great about America. We're allowed to have different opinions as long as they agree with mine.
to?
Yeah. Only if they agree with mine, though.
There you go.
But no, if the Giants, if you want to have a successful 2024, it's basically the same thing. Like, you got to give fans reasons to want to care again. Because, again, unless you are a sick diehard like myself, I do got to be honest, like, yeah, you're not going to have a lot of reason to care. And the Giants' future looks as bleak as ever right now, and which is unfortunate because there are some positives there. Patrick Bailey, I think, is a guy who, he's not going to be Buster Posey 2.0, but he is a guy who I think you can pencil into the lineup.
Defensively, I thought he could be better. He did start off just amazingly defensively, where it's like,
yeah,
oh my
and he
God.
wore down towards the end of the year, and that's going to happen with rookies, especially catchers. I mean, his workload this year was greater than any year he's ever had in the minors. I mean, this guy who was drafted in 2020 in that COVID year, he didn't have a real first. His first professional year was marred by COVID, but he still made it up. And again, solid at the plate, great defensively. I definitely think there's some Gold Gloves in his future, maybe an All-Star appearance or two. Is he the Hall of Fame, pillar, face of the franchise guy that the Giants need? I don't think so. The Giants, they keep trying to find those guys in free agency. That's not how it works. You're not going to find your big face of the franchise, pillar of the organization guy in free agency. It's never been, even in the 140-year history of the Giants, the face of the Giants organization has never come through free agency. The only exception to that is Barry Bonds, who grew up in the Giants clubhouse, so he's a different kind of homegrown. But you go all the way back, from Posey to Lincecum, there's Bonds, Will Clark, Jack Clark, Willie McCovey, Willie Mays. Go back to the New York days where you had guys like, Christy Mathewson in those early days, Mel Ott, going back to the 1880s even. Like, all the greatest Giants players always started within the Giants. So the Giants, if they want to have that guy, it has to come internally. Where that happens, I don't know. You kind of mentioned Logan Webb, but you want to see an everyday player. Unless you're taking the league by storm like Tim Lincecum did, which, again, no disrespect to Logan Webb, but Logan Webb, you have not hit the ground running in the same way that Tim Lincecum did. That's just a fact.
Just different player, like the looks that was part of it, the frame, all that sort of stuff.
And I love Logan Webb, two-time guest in the Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast. I think he is the unquestioned leader of the Giants clubhouse right now. He is a great leader of the Giants clubhouse, and Giants fans should be very happy that a guy like Logan Webb is the premier voice in that clubhouse right now. But if you need an everyday hitter, all eyes fall on Marco Luciano, I think, at this point. And that's just such an unfair position for that kid to be put in, where we're looking at him. He's got a handful of at-bats. He's like 21 years old. And it's like, okay, hey, I need you to go out and basically be what Corbin Carroll was last year. And that's an unfair, I think, expectation to put on the kid. He could do it. Don't get me wrong. He very well could do it. But it's just, it's so hard to reach that level
Corbin
right
Carroll
away.
had one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time, didn't he?
Buster Posey had a similar great rookie year when he hit the ground running and carried the Giants to a championship. Corbin Carroll did the same
Jason
thing.
Hayward, those are the one
so
or two.
It is possible, but again, we're basically looking at Marco Luciano, and this is, I think, one of Brian Sabian's big failures, and it's also one of Brian Sabian's big failures was not leaving anything for Farhan to work with. But Farhan Zaidi's biggest failure, it's not the inability to sign free agents. Farhan Zaidi's biggest failure is the fact that the farm system has not produced a guy yet. This is a guy who, his fingerprints were all over those Dodgers drafts that he had. This is the guy who presided over drafts that he found guys like Gavin Lux. He found guys like Corey Seager. He helped find guys like Cody Bellinger. Bellinger actually might have been there before at Farhan, but he found guys like Walker Buehler. He found Dustin May. He found Tony Gonsolin.
The A's, you got Yoenis Cespedes, an international.
He was considered. I mean, Billy Beane did not want to let Farhan Zaidi interview with the Dodgers. That's how much he wanted to hold on to him. So Farhan, you've had success in the past through the draft. You were brought in because of your pedigree and finding, talent in the draft and developing that talent into top-tier baseball players, and you're not doing it. Hunter Bishop has been an absolute whiff of a draft pick in 2019. Now, there are other issues going on with that 2019 draft, but you whiffed that one. The 2020 draft, you might got some here with Kyle Harrison and Patrick Bailey. After that, though, Bryce Eldridge, who they were just drafted last year, is already one of your most promising prospects. Reggie Crawford, he's another two-way guy. There's some potential there. There's certainly, again, there's potential in some of these prospects, but potential is not.
How's he doing?
Wade Meckler is not the guy. That was just an absolutely ridiculous move that the Giants did last year. Brett Wisely got great hair. That's about it.
Your twin.
So I was walked out of the ballpark actually last year one time, and someone said, "Hey, look, it's Brett Wisely," and I don't think they were joking. I think they
thought it was you.
Because Brett Wisely's definitely coming out of the Third Street staircase.
You like his salary at least, probably.
I didn't. Dude's cut too.
There you go.
But
New Year's getting ripped. Home gyms. We've already discussed it.
That's right. New Year's resolutions.
That's the future.
Fit.
Don't be intimidated, by the way, at the home gym. We're talking about New Year's resolutions for all our sports team. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Shasky. You got about 30 minutes here before handing it off to FP Santangelo and Jason Dumas. Talking to Dusty Baker, World Series champion with the Houston Astros. Got to a World Series. You can talk about high fives. Yeah, did he invent the high five? Like humans have just now doing it.
They're in the dugout. Hey, here's what we're going to do, Glenn.
Please miss me with that crap. Farhan Zaidi, I got some sound here, Sam. This was you talking to him?
Yeah, this was Farhan. This is after the Jung-Hoo Lee press, which we gotta have a conversation about Jung-Hoo Lee in a little bit, too.
We'll definitely do that. But here's Farhan saying emphatically that he's never had a player express concern. This is about the city of San Francisco coming over here. All right.
I can say emphatically I've never had a player specifically express concerns about San Francisco. I've heard it sort of in passing from agents, but frankly, I think a lot of that it often comes up as a negotiating point, so you sort of treat that accordingly. Again, I think anybody who might bring up concerns, whether it's speaking to players, speaking to staff, sending them information, we have plenty of ways to address it, but it has never come up with a player. Again, I think even in comments I've made in the past, the point was less about concerns about San Francisco and more the players out there that we would love to target that have geographic preferences, that want to be on the East Coast, that want to be, sometimes you can address that by paying a premium. Sometimes you can't. So, again, I don't think what we deal with there is any different than any other team.
What are you making of Farhan Zaidi right now? You mentioned his inability to improve the farm system. That's been the most glaring mistake, amongst other things, bringing in international signings. He got one. You mentioned our new Korean player here with the San Francisco Giants, who, what is he? He said he was handsome, looked handsome in the hat.
He looked very handsome, yes.
I liked that. He's
got a good sense of
humor.
He's
got a good personality. I appreciate it. And that's what this team needs, man.
Mm-hmm.
I need some damn personality. God, you just think about all those teams with the Giants. I love Logan Webb. Not the biggest personality there. He's got some dry humor.
He's got a low-key good personality.
He's got a like Lincecum, you just saw it. It exuded personality.
Hunter Pence, another one.
Hunter Pence, like you had Madison Bumgarner, this badass, this red ass, right? Hunter Pence, all these guys. So I'm just looking for that with some of these players, and God love, Logan, and even the Giants had their own guys. Like Matt Cain wasn't the biggest personality, very ho-hum, went about his business. That's fine, but you can't have a collection of all those guys. So I'm looking at some sort of a flair. Say what you want about Cody Bellinger, the guy's got this kind of like this persona of all the Bellinger memes, like he's just out of it, zoning out.
He would fit in well in San Francisco.
He'd be perfect for San Francisco.
He would be sitting right there in the section with all the other deadheads.
Guy, man.
Oh yeah. No, and I love So when I make it there, it's like first off, Farhan says he's never had anyone say anything. Again, I don't know if he's actually being honest there. He could have just been using that opportunity to try and reach, kind of correct the narrative that's been around the way he's viewed the city. But let's say, take those comments at face value. I did also have a chance to chat with Scott Boras after that presser too.
He is fast. No, that's a huge name drop right there. Scott Boras, man, he is the guy when it comes to free agency in baseball. He was there at all the major press conferences, all the big shots.
And I talked with Scott and I asked him, how do you deal with your clients when they express concerns about the city of San Francisco? And I got two interesting nuggets out of that. One is that he was actually raised here in the Bay Area. So Scott Boras, he's got some local knowledge here.
I did not know that.
And he would talk about he mentioned how, every other city, same thing. Every other city has the same problems as San Francisco, and obviously you want those problems to be taken care of. But my big takeaway from that was that we're talking about, are players worried about, the city and stuff like that? They have agents who are talking to them this entire time. So if Shohei Ohtani is like, man, I don't know, the Tenderloin is kind of rough out there. I don't know if I want to go to San Francisco. Scott Boras is like, dude, it's not that bad. Trust me. I've been there. I'm your agent. I know this stuff. Like, this whole concept that the Giants are blaming the city, like it holds even less water when you consider that there are people on the player's side saying, no, this is not an issue. Now, Buster Posey's comments, he mentioned the wives. That is definitely a factor there. The wives' concerns, because obviously, Spadoni, happy wife, happy life. We had FP Santangelo in with Bonte on Friday. FP standing right outside right now. He had a great point because he's been in this league. He knows what these conversations are like. He said the wives, they call each other. They talk to each other. They gossip about cities. And if the wives have problems with certain locations, that's gonna factor in. So yeah, there is some there to what Buster Posey said. I come down to, it's like, at the end of the day, don't say stuff like that. Because when you say,
bring it up,
just don't bring it up. Let other people, let us bring it up. Let us be the ones that say it's the city. Let the pundits on whichever news station you choose to watch, let them say that one. The truth with the Giants and free agency, though, is really they've been in on a lot of free agents that more or less, Spadoni, they just shouldn't have been in on. In our lifetime, for the most part, Spadoni, in the last 30 years, the Giants have had success with free agency. Obviously, they had one of the biggest free agent signings ever with Barry Bonds, but again, hometown kid, that made it a lot easy.
Yeah.
Then
Zito.
They really didn't need another major free agent signing until Barry Zito, and that was because they wanted to find that new face of the franchise guy.
What? I wasn't mad at that signing at the time. Barry Zito was a baller.
He had one of his best years with the A's in 2006.
And he fit the Bay Area perfectly.
Absolutely. It was one Barry to another.
Yes.
And the Giants, again, however you want to define the success or failure of Barry Zito is up to you. Yeah. Basically, I boil it down to the Giants paid $126 million for 2 playoff starts.
Yes.
And I will absolutely take that.
Yes.
The only other free agent they signed that time was Aaron Rowan. Aaron Rowan, who they brought in basically
one
as
of the greatest batting stances of all time.
Horrible batting. God, he would lead the league in assists if the home plate was halfway up the third baseline. My God, worst arm ever. He was just not a very good player. He looked like he was trying to take a poop every time he was in the batter's box. But Aaron Rowan basically had that 5-year, $80 million deal signed after he ran into a wall in Philadelphia. That was basically what that was. The Giants wanted to find that guy who could bring that, tough swagger edge. And that was their theme going into 2008. Find the edge. Those were the 3 free agency signings, the major ones they had from 93 to 2008. Then, of course, they have their championship run, and that's where the free agency issues really begin. Started in 2014 with John Lester. He chooses the Cubs over the Giants, who had just won a World Series. Yeah. So it isn't just
you don't want that choke artist anyways. You just watched him choke against the Kansas City Royals. God, John Lester in the Bay Area missed me with that crap.
You can't throw to first base.
I'm still salty about that 2014 collapse. Oh, my God.
So, but if you want to point that out as, it's not a Farhan thing, it's not the Giants need to be good thing, well, here's the thing. The Giants offered him 6 years, $150 million. The Cubs offered 6 years, $155. So did he choose him by $5 million? Probably, but also Theo Epstein was in control of the Cubs at that time. And Lester and Epstein, of course, had that relationship from back when they were in Boston together. So really, in that situation, the Giants just lost down a situation that they probably were never going to win to begin with, unless they just massively overpaid for John Lester, which the memory of Barry Zito was still fresh in their minds. The Giants were not going to go all out trying to overspend for another pitcher again. But ever since then, though, Giancarlo Stanton and Shohei Ohtani, the Giants went after those guys in 2018, coming off a 98-loss season. Like, if you're Stanton or Ohtani, why are you signing up to join that? There's a reason why Stanton said, at the end of the day, I want either the Yankees, Astros, or the Dodgers, or the 4 teams he had on his list were the 4 teams that were in the LCS that year in 2017. Yeah. So Stanton wanted to go somewhere where he could win. The Giants were not that. They had a 98-loss team. They were old, and they had no farm system. The next year, Bryce Harper. Remember, he signed with the Phillies, Spadoni, at the start of spring training after Bruce Bochy announced that he was stepping down. And the Giants even offered a little bit more money on top of what the Phillies did.
The Phillies weren't that great when they signed, right?
No.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons he cited, along with the weather, was he was unsure of what the future was going to look like. They had just brought in Farhan Zaidi. Bruce Bochy announced he was stepping down. He had no idea who the manager of the Giants was going to be after 2019. And also, what I heard is Bryce Harper, he really liked whoever was managing out in Philly at the time. Some good-looking guy who's...
Gabe Kapler?
That's right, it was Gabe Kapler. Imagine that one. Anyway. But yeah, Harper,
in South Beach.
In part, he kind of wanted to play for Gabe Kapler a little bit. So the Giants, again, they had no business being in that situation. They were a bad team with no future, and it never made sense to go after Bryce Harper. Like, the Giants were never going to make that happen, no matter how much they spent to make that happen. And I think they did have the highest bid on that one. But even still, Harper chose the Phillies over the Giants because the Giants just weren't a compelling team to join. Then 2002, Aaron Judge. He was never going to leave a 99-win Yankees team to come to an 81-win Giants team. Like, you're not going to leave the appeal of New York and being the captain in pinstripes for the Giants, no matter how much money you offer. The Giants could have offered him $500 million, and even still, he's probably going back to the Yankees.
That is the position in American sports. I know I mentioned that NFL is king, the NBA. If you are the best player on the New York Yankees, you are the guy that represents American sports.
Yes, you are the baseball guy.
Yes.
You're not giving that. Again, if the Giants were a 99-win team in 2002 with a much stronger farm system, maybe they have a chance to pull Aaron Judge. But they weren't. And then again, you come into this year, Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Why would they choose the Giants over the Dodgers if the goal is to win baseball games? That's why I was saying all year, Shohei was going to the Dodgers. I would tell anybody who would listen, brace for it. It is going to happen.
And those guys, Sam, and you think about it, and I know people scoff at the World Baseball Classic, that was a taste of playoff baseball for those guys, specifically for Shohei Ohtani. And it was actually really cool how it ended up, right? Shohei, the final out, going up against Mike Trout, his teammate. They've never played in the playoffs together. And Shohei got a taste of that. Yamamoto got a taste of that. They don't want to go to a team where they think they might have those opportunities. No, we're going to the Dodgers where we know we're going to have those same opportunities, even at a bigger level and higher level. So as much as we like to rag on the WBC and stuff, I thought that was a huge and prime spot. And that was a spot where, you can pitch your team to these players, right? You can talk to the teams on the other side. You can talk to your teammates for Team USA Baseball and stuff like that. Who are the representatives for the Giants, by the way? I know Logan Webb had to be a late scratch. Was there anyone else on that team for the Giants?
I think Camilo Doval was the only other one who participated.
But he's playing for his,
but no one else on Team USA was from the Giants. Because again, who would you take from the Giants right now?
I know you would have thought Webb, right? And I know
he was a late scratch.
Crawford did it for years, obviously.
He did in 2017, and I kind of wonder if doing the World Baseball Classic in 2017 kind of threw him off because he was I think he was poised to have a great year in 2017. He did not have a good year in 20. No one on the Giants had a good year in 2017. The biggest missed opportunity that Farhan had was after the 2021 season when you had 107 wins. You had a farm system that was on the up and up. You had the hottest manager in baseball in Gabe Kapler. And you decided to say, you know what? Even though we're going to let Gausman go, Buster Posey's done. And, we don't really need to add anything on top of that. We got Thairo Estrada, which, again, fine baseball player. And we got Joey Bart, who he stinks. But you had a chance to get either Corey Seager or Marcus Semien, and you decided to sit back and do nothing there. Now, I know you can say, Brandon Crawford, Thairo Estrada. No. Enough of this, we have this guy, so we don't need that guy nonsense. Like, that's stupid. Go out, sign the guys, figure out positions later. The Giants had a great chance to upgrade their roster after winning 107 games in 2021, and Farhan, through his arrogance, decided, you know what? I don't think we need to do that.
Turns into Krusty the Clown.
Exactly. That's what he is, because he is a clown. That's Farhan's biggest failure. It's not so much how the Giants come up short in free agency, because they're coming up short in free agency battles that they should never even be in. Like, John Lester is the only true free agent in the last 30 years that you could say the Giants should have been in on and came up short on. Out of the other ones, they should not even have been there. But we as Giants fans, we want to see the Giants get in on those, and I get that. It's fun to be at the table there. But when you don't belong at the table, you can't get mad when you get shafted from that table.
That's the thing. You think of this as a historic franchise in the game of baseball, going all the way back to the likes of Willie McCovey, Willie Mays, all these guys, Matthews, everyone, all the historical significance of this franchise. You would like to think that you are on the level of a Yankees, on the level of a Red Sox, Dodgers. Hell, now if you want to put the freaking Texas Rangers or Houston Astros now, see, when I think of teams like the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros now leapfrogging the Giants when it comes to being a destination, being one of the premier franchises. Hell, I forgot to mention the Atlanta Braves. The Giants have so much history baked in, so you feel as a fan base, why aren't we in these conversations? When in reality, they just don't have that pull nationally. They just don't. Like you look at all the rated World Series, Sam, for the Giants back when they were playing in them against the Rangers, against the Tigers. They were some of the lowest rated World Series. So I know we like to think now locally, and they are this massive, massive team locally when they are good. They just don't have that pull nationally that I think some of these fan base thinks that they should.
No, they don't. I think that's a tough reality of the Giants. And mainly it's because, the Giants never really did a whole lot to make that pull, kind of be there. During that World Series runs, it was very much like, I always kind of considered like the 2012 World Series had to be the worst World Series to watch if you weren't a Giants fan, because that was like that was the most Giants-y World Series ever. Very little power, lots of pitching, lots of defense. You had a game where both runs were scored off of sacrifices in that one. Like if you were a non-Giants fan, you despised that World Series and you were bored out of your mind.
And it was Detroit Tigers.
The Giants.
Verlander who was the story in that? It was the Triple Crown winner Miguel Cabrera.
Mm-hmm.
You had Prince Fielder. You had Verlander. You had Scherzer. You had Doug Fister. You had all these guys in Detroit. And then again, all these big names seem to be on the other side. I know we think of the Lincecums.
Buster Posey was up there, but I
know, right?
That was it.
Even 2010, it was like, Josh Hamilton, MVP,
Vladimir Guerrero,
Michael Young, Nelson Cruz, like these fun teams. Neftali Feliz, the closer,
Cliff Lee,
and then you get to the most fun I thought was the Royals series in 2014 because it felt like these teams were evenly matched. They were both red hot. That was really fun, and I think the ratings were a lot better for those ones. But
it was just a much better series.
Just a much better series too. So it's fascinating. It's interesting. We're talking New Year's resolutions for sports teams. It's Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman. Got about 10 minutes before handing it off to FP Santangelo and Jason Dumas on the other side. They got Dusty Baker. We're talking a lot of baseball. They'll talk Dusty Baker at 11 o'clock. Can't wait for that. Dusty, very unique perspective he has now because he's done the old school. He's done the new school. And, you always like to think of Bruce Bochy as this old school guy. He just won the World Series with Texas Rangers. But he didn't like that. He didn't like this notion, Sam, that he always led with his gut. He was a very analytical guy, too. He went with the numbers. Thank you, Boch. So, we think of this new age for the Farhan Zaidi and co. being all, analytics driven, stuff like that. You have to have a feel for it, too. And I think that's a perfect thing for Bob Melvin coming into this organization because Billy Beane, obviously, with the Oakland A's, Moneyball, you think about that like that. But he also has a great pulse with the clubhouse. Now, I thought a lot higher of Bob Melvin prior to this past season. I think that's kind of how he handled the Padres and all those SARS, that debacle, whether it's on him, whether it's on the players, the organization, what have you, AJ Preller.
I think there are some deeper issues.
There are, but I do think that I'm not as high on Bob Melvin as I would have been had they hired him coming out of Oakland. That being said, he's done a lot of good things in this league. Can he take this team not over the top, but can he get him back into contention this year, Sam?
I do think, again, if the season started tomorrow, the Major League Baseball season, the Giants are better than they were last year, purely because of the coaching staff. Bob Melvin is a better manager than Gabe Kapler, but more importantly, you just have a better overall coaching staff than what you had before. Brian Bannister, managing experience. Brian Price, managing experience. He's your pitching coach now. Pat Burrell is your hitting coach. That's a baseball guy. He's played this game. Matt Williams, longtime baseball guy. You have a coaching staff full of guys who have played this game. Kai Correa, he may have understood the game. He never played it. Mark Hallberg, he only played in the minor leagues. Andrew Bailey had a solid career, but that was your, only other, coach who actually played in this game. Like Alyssa Natkin had more gameplay experience than Kai Correa. And that was just as a softball player. So right off the bat, you have a better team because of the coaching staff. And you're also a little better because, again, got to talk about Jung-Hoo Lee. I think he's going to fit very well in...
Love Jung-Hoo Lee.
Love Jung-Hoo Lee. Very handsome guy. I think he's going to fit in very well with the Giants, not just because of his personality. His skill set fits this ballpark. And Spadoni, he's got one of the coolest cheer songs you will ever hear.
Lee Jung-Hoo. Lee Jung-Hoo. Lee Jung-Hoo. Lee Jung-Hoo. Lee Jung-Hoo.
I'm in on it now. Can he have that as his opening song every single time?
Honestly, I hope he's really good this year because I want that song to be a fixture on the Morning Roast, and that's only going to happen if he's
He needs
good.
something to be happy about. He needs some personality in this team. This guy hopefully brings some personality, some pizzazz to it, right? God, this team is so damn boring. That's the problem.
Yeah. Hopefully he had some excitement to it. Spinelli, before we get out of here, though, I want to throw some A's fans some love here. We talked about some of the biggest storylines in Bay Area sports this year.
I mean,
I think Brock Purdy was a big one. The fall of the Warriors was a big one. Low key, the biggest storyline of the year, though, has been what's going on with the A's. I told you at the break, if there was one sporting event in the past year that you would want to have been at in the Bay Area this year, it would have been the reverse boycott night. That June 14th game against the Rays, they won 2-1, 7 straight there.
Pretty cool.
It was an electric night that night. It was one of the, when they start chanting "sell the team" in unison in the 5th inning, it gave me chills. I get chills just thinking about it right now. Spadoni, as an A's fan, I'm just curious, where are you at just kind of with them right now? And we talked about, jumping off the bandwagon and stuff like that. You've kind of stayed loyal as an A's fan through all this. I know it's got to be very difficult here, but it's just, you talk about, what does 2024 look like for the A's? Hopefully it looks like John Fisher falling flat on his face and somehow bungling this deal, because it's not set in stone yet in Vegas just yet.
Well, we'll see. I hate to go Lincoln Park here, but I've just become so numb with all of it.
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
It does. I mean, I feel like a lot of A's fans are like how I am. It's been one revolving door after another, and it felt like, early last year, it felt like there was momentum, the building, Mayor Sheng Tao, all this, or it felt like they were coming to terms on a lot of stuff. The contract was being made and stuff like that, and then at the last second, it's just like, what the hell, man? The rug has been swept up under our feet here as fans, and it sucks because you lose the Raiders, and the Raiders obviously left once before, so it's a little different. The A's have always stuck around here since moving from Kansas City, prior to that Philadelphia. So it's been the team, man. It's the team that brought the Bay Area its first ever championship. They won 3 straight in the early 70s. They were the pillar of excellence for this region for a long time, and I know they've fallen out of favor. I mean, we don't even talk about them because of ratings. So, it's been a lot of self-harm done. And it just sucks because, you see a team that was playing right across from you and the Golden State Warriors be in that same boat with you for so long. Just irrelevant franchise, right? No one was talking about the Warriors. No one cared about the Warriors. And then what happened? They got an owner that cared. Joe Lacob turned that whole thing around, and he just wished in your heart of hearts, and he's mentioned in the past if they were for sale that he'd be interested. They're not for sale. He knows John Fisher. He's not going to talk about it because they're not for sale. You just hope and wish, if there was any resolution, it'd be a guy like that, a guy that cared. It doesn't even have to be him. Someone that cared enough about the city, about the region, about the East Bay, coming in and revitalizing and revamping that organization because the fan base is there. I don't want to hear this whole thing about, the fans didn't show up. No, the fans are smart. They knew sabotage when they saw it. And John Fisher and that whole, the snake oil salesman that is Dave Cavill, they saw it all. They saw the writing on the wall. We're not dummies here in the Bay Area. That's another thing too. We're not going to just
we have a very
show you
smart
out.
fan base.
Very smart. And some people might scoff at that because California. What's the notion from California fans? Cheese and wine and stuff like that. But when it comes to here in the Bay Area, there's a very diverse group from the South Bay to the East Bay to the North Bay, and there's a lot of fans here for the A's that are just fed up with the organization. That's why they didn't show up, and that's why the reverse boycott night was awesome to see. The FU to Rob Manfred, to John Fisher, to all these guys that are caping up for these billion-dollar owners that don't give a rip about the team, that just want to get a welfare check from the league itself. It's just it's annoying to see that guys getting rewarded like that with John Fisher, but you know what? Happens like that in society. It's not always thank you. And it's not always a happy ending, as we know, and it sucks. I feel sorry. I'm an A's fan. I feel sorry that I can't take my son to games going forward. Maybe a Hail Mary situation will happen. They fall flat on their face in Vegas. I don't see that happening, but sucks for A's fan. It's
possible. They don't really have a plan together in Vegas yet.
See.
They really don't. I'm going to hold out hope. I'm going to hold out hope that John Fisher steps on a Lego and somehow screws this up. If there's anyone who could do it, it is him. That being said, Spadoni, we did a whole year on this show. Look at us.
We did a whole year, and I think it's time for the Fast Five.
It is time for the Fast Five.
It's time for the
It is disgusting to watch. Hopefully it wasn't disgusting to look at Sam Lubman and I in our beautiful, beautiful mugs here. It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and the future is now because the new year is going to be upon us on Monday. My final thoughts is, thank you all the roasters all year long. You guys have been bringing it on the Comcast Business Text line, on Twitch and YouTube. Shout out all of you. Joe Shasky said it best. New dad, Joe Shasky, at 8 o'clock when he said, we could not be here talking to all of you lovely people without all of you lovely people. So thank you so much. Heart of hearts. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa to all of you during this holiday season. Appreciate you guys.
My final thought is I want to think of like some fan resolutions of what I can do this next year, or a fan goal. My fan goal is I want to visit a different stadium, a new baseball, football, basketball, and hockey arena in a different state. I feel like that's kind of something I want to do this year. So that's my final thought is I need to get out and see just more sports venues that I haven't seen before.
Shout out fans, and just don't start an OnlyFans, Sam. That's all I got to say there.
I don't think that would do very well anyway.
650. How did ownership keep Farhan? Should have been fired right after Kapler. A lot of people agreed, they should have been tied at the hip. They're not. They're giving him another chance with Bob Melvin, that via the 650 on the Comcast Business Text line. And that was the Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now with FP Santangelo, Jason Dumas, Dusty Baker, World Series manager with the Houston Astros, former World Series manager with the San Francisco Giants at 11 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game.
mental fatigue when you're telling yourself, I got to play perfect because I don't know if I'm going to have someone to back me up today out there on the court. It's like all or nothing, and that has to be mentally taxing. And
physically, too.
Physically, yeah. You just don't know where the next bucket is coming from if it's not you scoring. And that is the Warriors' problem to me. They have like 7 guys of equal talent level who are all like complementary role players. They don't have a second guy who is like a 1B to Steph or even just a 2 to Steph. They have Steph, and then there's a huge drop-off, and then it's just a bunch of guys. And I don't mean that to be insulting because every championship team needs a bunch of guys to do a certain role, to do what they're paid to do, and help them win a championship. You know, all parts together assembles one core. But the Warriors are missing that part that is the complementary part to Steph. So it's just right now you're just seeing Steph and then just a bunch of guys you don't know what you're going to get from night to night.
So you're around the Warriors a lot. You've seen them play over the years a lot. And correct me if I'm wrong. I obviously don't know everything. But when they were playing well, it was on defense, and they got out in transition, and it allowed Steph to have space and have open jumpers. When they're playing well and there's other guys, the defense has to respect those other guys. So whether you penetrated and dished back to Steph, he seemed like he always had looks. Like this year, I'm watching guys, like last night I was frustrated because he was bringing the ball up and everyone was just standing there. They were spread out, but they were standing and nobody was moving on offense. And I feel like over the years when they're successful, it's just like it's the extra pass, it's everyone's moving, they're creating. As a defense, I have to respect somebody else besides Steph, and that would give Steph like chances. Now I just see Steph like at the top of the three-point arc, at the top of the key, just kind of running in little circles, and everything's congested, and he's trying to get a pick to get open, and he just never has that open look, it seems like, because teams know that, like you said, to your point, I don't have to worry about anybody else. We're going to let Pajimski beat us. We're going to let Clay beat us. We're going to let whoever beat us. Steph ain't beating us. So now,
and they're not beating anybody.
And he's just not getting open looks. He just isn't. And then last night, I watched him away from the ball, like I said already, and he just didn't have that same like fire or spring. And Jason, like the shot that we have on 95.7 on our Instagram that you showed me before the show.
Them on the bench.
Yes. If Clay and Steph, after the game, Steph had the towel over his head and Clay just staring. You know what that was, in my opinion?
What does that tell you as an athlete who's been in the fire?
They're fighting it. They're fighting. They're champions and they are warriors in every sense of the word, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're fighting getting used to losing. Like that's a battle that you go through as a team where you come back in the locker room after the game and you get to a point where guys aren't taking it as hard anymore. And all of a sudden, it's okay to lose. And those guys have so much jewelry and so many championships and so much resume that was me seeing them there going like, kind of like, what has this come to? Look. Like Clay was just staring, dude. I've been there where you're just sitting on the bench staring after a game and you're just like, what the F? Like, what like, WTF? Like, I'm going to keep fighting this and we got to keep fighting this. We can't let these young guys get used to losing. We can't let these young guys think it's okay to lose. We can't get embarrassed like we did. I mean, the Heat, everything they did was better than the Warriors all night.
That Heat culture is real, by the way. Eric
they don't miss.
Pat Riley, they squeeze the most juice out of their team year after year. I mean, they were playing yesterday without Jimmy Butler, their best player. You didn't even realize it. No Kyle Lowry. It was crazy. So I was down in Santa Cruz last night doing the Santa Cruz Warriors game. They were actually playing against the Heat's G League team, and it's rare that you see a team's G League team in the same city on a given time as the main team. So two or three of the G League team players that were supposed to be on the Sioux Falls Skyforce, they actually had to go up to San Francisco and suit up for the Miami Heat because they had so many injuries. And the Heat still rock the Warriors. That's just Heat culture right there. And that's real. And it's funny because people used to speak that way about the Warriors culture. You come there, you go there to win rings. And I don't want to take anything away from them. I mean, they've been so successful, 4 rings in a decade, and that's amazing. You know, it's hard to do that. But now it feels like we are like at the end. We're at the end and we're trying to squeeze out all we can, and it's just not there. It's like you're wringing a rag, but the rag is dry.
So, like, let me ask you this: like, they've been playing well lately. They played well in the Christmas Day loss to the Nuggets in Denver. Last night they laid an egg. So, did they lay an egg, or was Steph not 100%, and the Heat just came to play? And should we be panicking over one game, or just panic this fact that, what are they, 11 seed right now in the West?
Yeah, I don't think it's panic over one game, FP. I think it's panic over the totality of what we've seen.
Right.
You know, it's mediocrity. They're not the worst team in the world. They're far from the best team in the world. They're just living in that middle ground, which, you know, the record tells them that. And look, I'm looking at Steph Curry's numbers. Over the last 6 games, he has a 13-piece in there, an 18-piece, and a 7-piece. Now, look, Steph Curry's, you know, it's hard-pressed for me to criticize the guy. All he's accomplished. Even this year, he's playing well. He's averaging 27 points per game. But in the last 2 weeks, he just seems fatigued. Even in that 33-piece he had against the Celtics, it was a very hot and cold 33 points. Like, it was a very streaky 33 points.
It was late.
Yeah. First 3 quarters is where's Steph? Then he just exploded in that fourth quarter and in overtime. He went crazy, and he did what Steph does. But he just doesn't seem right. He does not seem right now. And obviously the Warriors can only go as far as he goes, but he needs help. I think they need to consolidate this roster. They have too many guys who need minutes, so it's hard to get people a rhythm. Like, have you played on a team where you don't know how much time you're going to get from day to day? You don't know what your role is?
Yeah, I knew what my role was always, and it was mixing the Gatorade on the end of the bench. So when I did that, I knew I was ready to play. But like, when you talk about, this is a great question, Jason, because it's all you have to do is look at the 2023 Giants.
Yeah, 100%.
Those guys didn't know if they were an opener, a starter, a closer. Sean Manaea did about 5 different things last year. Guys signed like big deals, and they were getting pinch hit for in the 4th inning. And you got Michael Conforto and Mitch Haniger who signed these deals to come over, and all of a sudden they're platoon players and they're getting pinch hit for. And then I would just say this, as an athlete.
What does that do to the psyche?
Yeah, as an athlete, when I don't know, if I have a role, we're all creatures of habit.
Right.
Especially in baseball, and I'm sure it's the same in basketball, it's about routine. It's about, if we're winning, I'm driving the same way to the ballpark every day. It's about, I get to my locker at this time. I used to stretch for a 7 o'clock game at like 6:24 every night, and I'd run out at the same time every night. And then you knew you were getting 4 at-bats. And maybe if a big spot came up late, I knew that if there was a guy with a day off that was one of our best players that I might get pinch hit for. I never liked it. You should never like it. But like, if you're always looking over your shoulder and you're always wondering, you don't know what your role is, you can't get into a routine. And once you get in that routine, dude, you have to stay with that routine. You can't, because I went 0 for 10 or I was 1 for 10 from the floor, get away from your routine, because then you're lost. You're changing your stance, you're changing your shot, you're changing your this. So as an athlete, we love to know like what our role is. When do we contribute? Dusty Baker's coming on 11 o'clock today. And Dusty was the best manager at telling me when I was going to play. He would come back on the plane with a piece of paper in his hand, like a little piece of paper, and he would say, you're playing the 2nd game in Philly, you're playing the 1st game in New York, you're playing the 3rd game in Pittsburgh, get your sleep. And so as a bench player, to know that and not have to have anxiety all day in my hotel room, am I playing today, am I not playing today, and walk in the clubhouse and look, am I in the lineup, and like, oh, I'm in the lineup today, uh-oh. He would let me know. And that was a luxury that no other manager ever afforded me. So I knew as a Giant, I had a really good year. I knew when I was playing. Every once in a while, Barry would come up to me and say, hey, you feel like playing today? I don't feel like playing today. I'd be like, okay, cool. I got incentives. Like, that's good. He goes, and then he'd walk into Bake's office and then come back out, and he's like, you're playing left field today. So, yeah, I mean, it does help. Just like, physically it helps too, by the way.
Right.
Because like you gear yourself up for when you're playing. And then mentally it helps big time, because like, it's my confidence. It's my day. Like, I'm ready. I got my sleep. I got my rest. I'm going to eat right. And, you know, maybe if you know you're not playing, I'm just going to get a pinch hit late in the game, you stay out a little bit later the night before with your buddies. But like, you got to comport yourself in a certain way that's being a professional. Yeah, it's all about routine, Jason. Like if you get into a good routine and it works for you, like Wade Boggs ate chicken before every game, like whatever it is, people call it superstition, but I used to call it routine. And if you read any kind of like sports psychology books, they'll tell you, man, get into a routine, get into a rhythm, because the season's about a rhythm and it's about a flow. And if you don't ever get into a flow or a rhythm, it's like, I'm playing today, I'm getting pinch hit for, hey, they're whistling at you, come back to the bench, we're pinch hitting for you. Or like, I'm a closer one day, I'm throwing the first inning the next day. They signed me as a starter, I'm coming in the third inning now, I'm the feature guy from the third to the sixth. And it's like you got to warm up in the bullpen during the game, and you're used to like coming out early and running your sprints on the field and kind of getting a feel for the atmosphere of the ballpark and just kind of getting ready. And you've done that your whole life as a starter, and now you're like coming in the seventh inning, like, wait, what? So yeah, I mean, that's a great question, dude. It's about rhythm, it's about routine.
Wow, like that is the Warriors this season, and you said it correctly. It was also the Giants this past season. And you just never know who's going to play what night. Now, I want to ask you another question that Guru and I were speaking about earlier this year. So, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, those are the two guys, perfect example. They just never really know their role. They've been on the team 3 years now. One day, one guy's going to play. One day, the next guy's going to play. They'll be in the rotation for a good 2 weeks. Then all of a sudden, they won't. The Warriors have two rookies this year who are playing great basketball. Trace Jackson-Davis, Brandon Pajemski. Really good players, a great infusion of youth into the lineup. A few weeks ago, Steve Kerr said Brandon Pajemski has to play. He's in the rotation. He is going to be in the rotation from here on out. He is one of the guys. If you're Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and you hear that, how present is resentment and jealousy in locker rooms? Now, I'm not saying Kuminga and Moody are jealous of Brandon Pajemski, but when you're fighting for a role for 3 years, and then you see a rookie come in and, I don't want to say given the role because he's earned it. He's played really good basketball, but you have a coach so outwardly say he's in the rotation, he has to play. When you feel like you've done everything you could and you've played good basketball and you still don't get that guarantee from your coach and you have to think, when is my next minutes coming? Is that a thing? Do you think that perks up their ears and could resonate in a negative way?
I think self-awareness is huge as a professional athlete. And you want to do everything you can in your power to play. And if you've done everything you can, and then you don't play or you don't get the time, that could be frustrating. But we had a saying, and I said this the other day on the show, if you don't like it, play better. That was kind of a saying in the clubhouse. You don't like it, play better. And for me, if you're Moody or Kuminga, you have to play so well and do everything so well that you leave no doubt that you have to play.
You got to force his hand.
And when Steve was on here the other day, he said, when Steve Kerr was on the other day, when you break down film and you watch certain things and we really get into it, there's certain things that Kuminga could do better. We just see points and rebounds and dunks, but there's all kinds of other things that go into playing time. It's how you act in the locker room with your teammates. Are you always hurt? Are you always on the table?
Body language.
Are you on the training table all the time? Are you tough? Are you durable? Are you playing hard? Are you in the right spot for rebounds? Are you boxing out? Are you cutting at the right time in the right place? There's so many different things that go into it. Like I've known a lot of players that they get traded and fans are like, why did we trade that guy? I'm like, well, if you knew what I knew, he was soft. He was kind of an a-hole. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, so there's other things that go into it. I'm not saying with these guys, because I don't know, I'm not in the locker room. You're around the team way more than I am, but just so much more goes into it. And if you want to play, you force the issue. Like, you force it. Like, force it. And it's like, well, I'm not getting playing time. I've been there before. Like, I went into Davey Johnson's office. I told a story the other day, hitting 196. And I went, like, you go into a big league manager's office hitting 196 saying I should play more? I look back at it like, what were you doing, idiot? Right. But at that time, my take was, and I'm sure this is like how Kuminga feels, like, if you play me more, I'll play better. But you're playing me once a week. I can't get into any kind of rhythm. I got no timing at the plate. 94 looks like 104. But if I play every day, I can slow things down, and my average will go up. But you can't go into like a man. I look back at that like, dude, what were you thinking? But like that's the conundrum, right? But like in those times that I was given an opportunity to play for the Dodgers, I should have got 3 hits a game, and then 2 hits a game, and then 3 hits, and then made it where Davey had to play me because the media's coming to you and the teammates are coming to you. Like, he's got to play.
Right.
Like, don't leave any doubt, dude. Go out there and ball out, not just good, but so great that he has to play you. And that's the way that works in any line of work, dude. Like, if your performance and your workplace productivity is so high, you make yourself irreplaceable in relationships with friends or significant others, at the workplace. You do so well, you work so hard, you perform at such a high level that you make yourself irreplaceable, and you get more minutes, you get a higher salary, you get promoted, you're successful, and you embrace the suck, you embrace the hard. Like everybody says, this is hard, it's hard, I'm not playing, it's hard. Yeah, but it's how you look. It's all about perspective. To me, I don't know.
FP got me fired up in here. I'm about to run through a brick wall. Well, look, Kuminga, man, he said earlier this week, I feel like I can get by anybody in the league. Everything's confusing. I look at his line last night. He's not awful. He's 5 of 11, 5 rebounds, an assist, 10 points. Minus 26, but pretty much everybody had a negative plus minus on the team except Trace Jackson Davis and Andrew Wiggins, but Andrew Wiggins didn't play all that well either. Kuminga hasn't been great to the point where Steve Kerr has to keep him on the floor.
See?
He just hasn't.
You don't like it? Play better.
Now, do I think that Jonathan Kuminga is held to a higher standard than maybe some of his peers? I do. There are some times where I hear Steve talking about him and I'm looking at the box score and I'm like, well, you know what? Andrew Wiggins literally sleepwalks through 3 quarters half the time. He doesn't rebound at a high rate. He's not physical. How come you don't speak this way of Andrew Wiggins? Now, is it because Andrew Wiggins is more accomplished in the NBA and he's not young? Maybe that be the case. But there is some times where I think, all right, Steve, I get it. I get you're trying to instill some habits. Give the kid a little more of a runway. Let him work through his mistakes a little more. That's my only issue is I think Kuminga and Moody, I think they're very talented, and I think they are just held to this. They almost have to be perfect, FP. They almost have to be perfect to get minutes consistently, and I don't think their peers on this version of the Warriors, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, I don't think those guys are good enough anymore to have the equity that they're being given.
Dude, we talked the other day, Dan Devone, we talked 3.5 hours about Kuminga's quotes and what he said. So for me last night for JK, you had to come out and get after it.
Yeah.
You got to walk the talk.
That was the first game since those.
If you're gonna say what you said, okay, it's out there, and now you got to have the best game you've ever had.
Right.
You have to.
And he did. It was a dud.
Like you got to go out there and back up what you say. So what he said, I had no problem with.
Mm-hmm.
I did have problem with it leaving the locker room because that's your sanctuary.
Yeah, he told Marcus Thompson.
He should have told Steve Kerr that. Like walked into his office and said, "Hey, look,
they can't
all
stay
these
in
things."
front of me.
I had Steve on the show. We had Steve, and I asked him. I said, like, is there a part of you that wishes that wasn't public and that he came to you and talked about it? And Steve was really politically correct and answered it wonderfully. But those things should always be in house. Because once it gets out, then you and I are talking about it. All the fans are talking about it. The media's talking. Now it's a thing. You never want anything to be a thing because it detracts your focus. Now you got to worry about that instead of going out and just playing a game and winning.
Yeah, that's something I want to touch on. I know we're up against it with the break, but that's something I want to touch on the other side. How players' interactions with the media can affect the locker room, because it's something that we've been talking about all week, and I'm sure the Warriors don't feel like answering questions about Jonathan Kuminga and his role and what he said, if he can get by. So that's interesting. That's FP. I'm Jason Dumas. We are filling in for Steiny and Guru. We'll be right back after this break, and that segment is sponsored by Lucky California. They're at practice right now. I think practice, I was told media is at noon, so they're probably on the practice court right now. They have a lot of questions they have to answer as we head into this new year. Michael Dunleavy, the GM, he is going to earn his paycheck this year. I think he's going to be working the phones. I think they have too many players that they have to get minutes to. I think they need to consolidate that roster. FP, you were at the game last night. Did you almost fall asleep? Like, what was the scene like?
I was crushing vodka sodas.
Good.
So it all looked good to me. No, you know what's
how much they run you at Chase Center?
Oh, man.
I don't really drink much at Chase because I'm usually there working. But I already know they robbed you without a ski mask.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah.
Don't talk about probably on the flagship station. I probably should just stay away from how much they cost.
Yeah, it's an amazing experience at Chase Center.
It was great, except for I'm broke. No, it was thanks to Raymond Ritter for hooking it all up last night. He's the best. He's the best in the business. Just a wonderful dude. So, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I thought at one time when they were down by like 15, I was at the Celtics game. They came back.
Right.
So I was waiting for Steph to like turn it on and do that fourth quarter thing. But then I'm watching, like you said, the energy level. He was just running on empty. And just to reiterate what I said, not to be an alarmist or speculate, but like as an athlete, you see things. And I just thought he just didn't seem healthy. He doesn't seem 100% to me. I don't know what he's got going on. He's got that big knee brace over his left knee. I don't know if he's got something going on there. But he just does not seem 100% to me.
Now, look, we've been talking about Steph Curry and the Warriors. We got Kevin from San Francisco. He wants to talk about Steph Curry. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. You guys hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Awesome. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I wanted to touch on Steph's struggles over the last few weeks. I feel like everyone has just been kind of brushing it off as there's just too much pressure on him. We need to trade Draymond and Kuminga for somebody like Trae Young. I couldn't believe that take that I heard on Morning Roast earlier. It was a really, really bad take.
Yeah, sounds bad. Sounds bad.
That's what I think.
Wait, what was the take? What was the take?
Who for Trae Young?
I forget who it was on the Morning Roast. One of the hosts said that he threw out an idea of trading Draymond and Kuminga for Trae Young to add a new Splash Brother to the mix. And I was just like, oh, my God, I got to call in. I got to call in later. Wasn't able to call in then, but I got to call in now.
That was our guy, Lupman, over there. But, he doesn't like defense, I guess. But anyway, what do you think is the root of some of Steph's struggles over the last 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's no coincidence that Steph's struggles started. If you look at it, it literally started the day Draymond got suspended. So first 20 games of the season, Steph was putting up MVP numbers, right? Steph was averaging about 30, shooting close to 50% and over 40 from three. Since Draymond's suspension, Steph hasn't eclipsed 20 points in 5 of the last 10 games. He's shooting about 40%, and other than like one outlier of one incredible game, he's shooting like under 30% from three. And the main reason why I'm saying Draymond is the key here on this is that Draymond has always been the facilitator for the Warriors offense over the years, right? Draymond's IQ and chemistry with Steph and Clay is so high that he's the one that always helps them find open, easy shots to get them going throughout the game. And that's what they're missing right now. I mean, Draymond, he's the number one assister in Steph Curry's career. And I feel like people don't really give him enough credit for that, right? Like, if you look at the last 2 weeks, Steph isn't getting anything easy. The pace is super slow, which is creating more one-on-one matchups. Steph is just working way too hard and can't get easy buckets, and his effectiveness is dropped. I know we all love Steph, and I think he's one of the greatest players to ever play. He's my favorite player of all time. But like the reality is, like Steph needs ball movement. He needs to be coming off the screens. He needs to have somebody like Draymond who could literally anticipate a throw, just like Brock Purdy, better than Brock Purdy coming off of screens. And I think what we're seeing right now with the game. I mean, I'm a season ticket holder. I've watched every single game. I've been watching a lot of what I'm seeing. And Kuminga, he's amazing 101, but he doesn't quite understand the process of ball movement and where the ball needs to swing.
Yeah,
right?
It sticks in his hands.
He's incredible. He slows everything down, and he's great at the pick and roll, but this chemistry with Steph isn't there. So again, I really think people are overlooking really the importance of Draymond and how easy what he does for Steph, how he enables Steph, and really he's the energy that we're missing right now. So
thanks for the call, Kev. You might be on to something. I know Steph has been struggling, and I've noticed it myself. I was in a group chat last night with a couple of my buddies, and I'm asking them. I didn't get to watch the game live because I was down in Santa Cruz doing the Santa Cruz Warriors game, and I just saw the box score, and I immediately texted my buddies, and I'm like, is it safe to say, like, can we say Steph has been struggling now? Like, is it safe? And yeah, they just said he looks tired, but maybe it does coincide with Draymond Green. You know, is that a real thing, FP, when you have chemistry with a guy so much so that when that guy is not on the field or on the court, that it affects you as well?
Yeah, when you have a relationship with somebody, sure, and you know where they're going to be, and that's all unspoken because you just played together for so long. Yeah, there's something to that. That was a good call. I would love to see the games. I'm trying to Google it. Sorry, I wasn't looking at you right there. I was trying to Google it and see how Steph did when Draymond was suspended for 5 games.
Right.
I feel like he did real well.
Yeah.
And maybe now that it's a little bit more than that, and we don't know when Draymond's coming back. We kind of know, but we don't know, and we don't even know what he's dealing with. And I think it's dangerous to speculate. I feel like Steph was still playing the MVP type level when Draymond wasn't there for those 5 games, but maybe over the long haul. I don't remember the games when Draymond was out the first time. Well, I can't keep track.
I think it was disguised a little bit. This most recent Draymond suspension, they won 5 straight.
The fact that we're like recent, which suspension was it?
Right.
I don't want to go too deep into this, Jason, and I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
But like availability and knowing my teammate's going to be there for me is such a huge thing.
Yeah.
It's okay. You can play defense. You have intensity. You do all the things right. What the caller just said, but if you're not there for me and you're not available, and I don't know when you're going to be available, if you're going to be available, if you're going to get kicked out of this game, that game, like consistency and availability as a teammate is huge to me. Mm-hmm. So if I'm always looking over my shoulder,
ability, that's what they say.
Is it here he goes again? So that's another tool, like speed, whatever, posting. Like posting and playing that game and knowing you're going to be there and I can count on you is so huge. And that's, and now I don't know when he's coming back, when he's getting suspended. Is he going to get double text and be out of the game again? Is he going to make his own agenda with a referee more important than our agenda of winning a game? Those are all things to me that at this point in his career, yeah, maybe 2 years ago, everything that last caller just said is true. But like this year, dude, I don't know if like Barry Bonds got tossed out of games left and right, and Barry's time at bat came up in the 8th inning with the game on the line, and he is in the locker room drinking a beer, and he wasn't there for me. Bryce Harper, as a young player, used to get thrown out all the time,
right? And
his time would come up in the 7th or 8th or 9th inning with a game on the line, and you made your frustration with an umpire, or your frustration with an official, more important than us winning a game. And you put that in front of it, to me, that's something that I think the team has to address. Like whatever Draymond's going through right now, whatever counseling he's getting, whatever he has to do to get better, the number one thing I would say as his teammate is like, man, I need you, dude, and I need you there for me. And Steph, maybe like we need you, but to be consistent every single night. I know you're going to be there the whole game. I'm not going to 3 games, get suspended for 5 games, come back for 3 games, get suspended for 13 days, whatever it is. Like, I need to know you're going to be there for me.
And at this point, you just don't know what you're going to get from Draymond, because now he's on such thin ice with the league where obviously you want him to be himself, but you can't have the extra stuff anymore because it's costing the team, it's costing him. The team suffers when he's not on the court, and that consistency. And like that caller said, Kevin said that it seems like it's affecting Steph on the court. You want Draymond to be who he is, but if he keeps at it, you just don't know. Like, the next suspension might be 20 games. Like, you really don't know. Shoot, this one might be 20 games. I mean, it's already been what, like 7, 8? I think they went 5-0. They're 5-2 without him. It's been 7 games. They've lost their last 2. They won 5 in a row without him. They play the Mavericks tomorrow. That's going to be a tough game. Luka is playing amazing basketball right now. Jason Kidd coming home, Oakland guy. So it's going to be interesting to see just the whole dynamic once he comes back. And what I'm most curious about, last year, FP, Draymond said after he punched Jordan Poole, he felt like he lost his voice in the locker room. And a lot of things went astray in the locker room that he says, usually I'd be able to speak up, tighten it up. But I felt like I lost my voice after I punched Jordan, so I kept quiet. And he said it took me a while to regain my voice. And he said that to me before the season this year. Do you think he lost his voice again? Like, when he comes back, whether it is in a week or in 3 weeks or whenever, I'm guessing it's going to be some point in January he'll return. Is his voice going to resonate in the locker room with his peers? Like, or are they going to be like, dude, you just left us for the last month? Well, like, how, as someone who's been in the trenches, I know everything is contextual, but when you look at this situation, how do you think he will be received when he comes back?
I don't know their dynamic, right? I'm not there, and this is just my perspective, and I could be wrong. But when you go on the injured list in baseball, and you're hurt, and you're getting treatment every day, you feel like you're not part of it. So say you're the leader of the team and you're hurt. You're not out there going to battle with us every night, and you're not in the trenches. So even just being hurt and on the disabled list or the injured list takes away from whatever leadership role you might have. You can pull a guy aside, a young guy maybe, but when you're out there walking the talk and you're out there fighting and scrapping and clawing and battling with us on the back of the plane, having a beer with us, playing cards on the plane, you're part of it. But like if you're not playing because of injury, you already kind of lost your voice. Now if you're not playing because you got suspended, and yeah, he 100%, in my opinion, I don't know. Maybe they take him back in and say, you be you. We don't care if you get suspended. I don't think that's the case. But yeah, 100%. Like, what's he going to say? He's not there.
Right.
He's not there. So now he's just going to jump back in.
And it was something that was in your control at that.
Yeah,
like
well, all of it is.
That's what I mean.
Jordan
like,
Poole was too.
Yeah, like you twist your ankle. That was out of your control.
Right.
But you missed time because it was something that you didn't have to do. No, and I think you're right, FP. That's just human nature. Now, Draymond has probably built up enough equity over the years where, you know, he can get back and kind of. He's also, what I've noticed about Draymond Green, and this kind of sounds oxymoronic because of some of the things he does, but he is extremely self-aware. He really is. And just, so I think it's also going to depend on how the Warriors are playing. If around the time he comes back, if they're playing awful basketball, he'll probably like, you know, feel it out, be like, maybe I do need to reinsert myself a little more abruptly. But if they're playing great basketball, I can really see him going to Steve and being like, how do you want to play this? Do you want to slow play me back in and bring me off the bench? Like, he did that when he got suspended when he stepped on Sabonis during that playoff series. He came back and he didn't start the next game. And Steve said it was Dre's idea. Dre came into the locker room and said, Steve, you guys won without me. Kevon played a great game. I don't want to ruin the flow. I'm going to come off the bench. And to me, that is great self-awareness. And I think he'll do the same thing.
He got better self-awareness in the heat of battle when he loses his temper.
Seriously, it's just impulse, man. Look, the lines are lit up now talking about Draymond. Let's go to Bill in San Jose. He says Draymond Green is a mess. What's up, Bill?
Yeah, hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
So, the whole idea that Draymond has a voice and lost his voice and all of that, for the life of me, I cannot figure out why anybody would want to listen to Draymond Green.
He's pretty accomplished, Bill. He's pretty accomplished. He's pretty accomplished. You got to give him that, right? He's pretty accomplished.
I think if you go back and you look at it, he's basically never been the third best player on the team. It was either Iguodala or Durant, or most recently it was Wiggins for at least a year. I just think he's overrated. I think that people have played into letting him be overrated. He's overrated in his own mind, and his ability to control himself has always been a problem. And it's raised its head. People have given him a pass. But at this point, I don't know why anybody would want to listen to his voice.
All right, Bill, appreciate that. Bill thinks Draymond Green is overrated. I respectfully disagree. I think he has been a pretty key to this Warriors run. I don't think they have 4 championships without Draymond Green. I think he does. We see what he does on the floor. I think he is done even more probably on things where you don't see in the box score. And look, at the end of the day, FP, and I'm sure you can attest to this, being a pro athlete yourself, when the main guy loves you, you're going to have a job. And Steph Curry is loyal to Draymond Green. Draymond is going to be around as long as Steph wants him to. If the Warriors brass wants to get rid of Draymond Green, best believe Steph Curry is going to get a call first. And, hey, this is what we have in place. This is what we want to do. We would love your blessing. And it's never gotten to that point. It has never gotten to that point. And I know.
Is it at that point now, though?
That's a good question. Now, that's a question I don't know the answer to. I know for a fact in the past.
Steph is going like, dude, uncle.
Yeah.
Like, I need you out here. You're not here for me. Like, I need you.
Right.
And I need the Draymond that helped us win 4 championships, not the Draymond that's committing a foul on a 3-point shot up by 3 with 2 seconds left, or taking a wild swing at somebody, flailing at somebody, choking somebody, punching a teammate. I need the old Draymond, because that Draymond won us 4 championships. Like right now, dude, you're not helping us win anything.
Right.
Because you're not here.
Yeah, and we had a caller yesterday, FP, that resonated with me, and I hadn't looked at it from this perspective before, and I understood it. She said, look, I've been a Warriors fan my whole life. The last, 12 years have been the funnest times of my life as a sports fan. And when I watched the Warriors, they brought me so much joy. They had fun playing basketball. It was beautiful basketball, a beautiful brand optically, and it gave you the feels. You just felt good watching, and these guys loved each other, and it was amazing. But the last couple of years, watching Draymond, it's like draining, and it sucks the joy out of it. He's always arguing with the refs. He's always getting into fights with people, and it's just not fun the way it was fun earlier in the run. And I'm at my wit's end, and I was like, wow, I didn't look at it from that point of view. Like, I look at it from a more objective point of view. Obviously, I'm not a fan. I'm a journalist. I cover the team. But from a fan's point of view, to hear a fan say it's not fun anymore watching Draymond, the sideshow, the constant arguing with people, whether it's a ref or another player, it's just not fun anymore. It's not what I want to watch.
When he was pounding his chest in Sacramento and inciting the fans there.
Yeah, that was not self-aware.
There's just so many things that I think when you're talking about like what he used to bring to the table and what he's bringing to the table right now, it's just, I think generally speaking, a lot of times what fans are thinking, we're thinking as players. Mm-hmm. We just can't say it publicly.
Right.
So
we're all
that's
human
a great,
at the end of the
whoever
day.
said that, that's a great take, because you had joy watching. They brought you joy, and they probably still do.
Yeah.
I mean, when Steph goes off and against the Celtics, they won the other night, I went out of the arena, I was like,
it was
let's
amazing.
go there with champ Warrior. Like, so yeah, I mean, it's still there. But yeah, that was just a beautiful brand of basketball where it was selfless, everybody checking their ego at the door, and it was all about winning. Now it seems like ego might be getting in the way. And I've said this a million times, and if you guys have been listening the last couple of weeks, forgive me for repeating myself, but like, I've seen athletes have more trouble dealing with success than dealing with failure.
Right.
Because failure, we all, to get to the top level, had to fight through stuff. We all had like injuries, or you can't do it, you're too short, you're too small, you're not good enough. Steph is a perfect example. Like you watch his documentary, unbelievable what he had to overcome as being undersized and underappreciated.
Couldn't get a look from one ACC school.
So he is the epitome of proving people wrong. But we all go through that, and I feel like that team had such a great, fun brand of basketball, and they loved each other. And I think the Niners are a lot like that. The Niners seem like they're selfless. They seem like they're checking the egos at the door. They don't care if Kittle scores 3 touchdowns one week, or McCaffrey scores 2, or Debo gets 3.
Right.
Or nobody cares who gets the credit down there, and they're all fired up for who does get the credit, and they're excited about who gets the credit, because Kyle's got them believing that if they win a championship, or maybe they have themselves, they're policing themselves. If you can check your egos at the door at the highest level, and trust me, there's egos from the lowest guy on the team to the highest guy on the team. Like, they all have egos. If you can check all those in and not make it about you, but make it about us, and know that if you win, everything takes care of itself.
Right.
You get paid, I get paid, he gets paid, and it's all predicated on us winning. Once we win, all that stuff follows. It's kind of the chicken and egg thing. But if you want to get your numbers and you want to make it about you, then you don't win that way.
Right.
But you have a chance to put up numbers and set up your family for a long time.
Yeah.
So, like, that's a hard thing as a coach at the highest level. Whenever there's a small window of opportunity to make money for the rest of your life, it's 3-4 years, whatever it is. If you're lucky, got to do it.
Yeah. Draymond Green, he's a lightning rod. Our phone line's lighting up. Let's go to Richmond. We got Raymond. He says Draymond Green needs to go. What's up, Ray?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, man?
I'm all right. I'm just a little frustrated with getting in my work van every morning, turning on the sports talk, and hearing 2 hours about Draymond Green. Like, this guy got to go, man. Like, we're tired of hearing about it. Get out of here. Control yourself. You're a grown man. He's getting old, and he can't handle it.
How long have you... Oh, we lost Ray, but hey.
I think he ran into a telephone pole.
Seriously.
I heard it.
He sounded miserable.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Is he okay?
That sound, when you hear like the little bloom, that's them hanging up on us.
Oh,
so we didn't hang up on him. He just wanted to get his take and
I think he
hung up.
drove off a cliff.
I hope is
he okay?
I hope Ray is good, man.
Does he have one of those 911 things automatically in his phone?
He did
Life
not
alert?
sound good. Well, look.
There's a good question that we just like stumbled into is like, is it fun to watch the Warriors right now like it used to be?
Right. And not even just like this season, just kind of the theme over the last year and a half. We will get into that, but we also have a special guest.
Dusty Baker's coming on, man. Bake's coming on.
Dusty Baker. I can't wait to this conversation. You know, he's such a heavyweight here in the Bay Area. He's such a heavyweight here in the sport of baseball. We love Dusty, so we're going to get into that conversation on the other side. It is Football Friday. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We got Dusty Baker on the other end of the break.
coming up from Oakland, and I'm just, preparing meals, getting things ready, for my grandsons. They're 2.5 and 3.5. And so that's always a treat when they come over. And then New Year's Day, I'm leaving to go down and help Hensley Newlands down in Curacao and all those famous players that come from there. So that's what I'm doing to start the year off to try to help some people and also go down and have a good time.
So are you looking forward to retirement? Has it hit you yet, or is that going to happen around spring training?
Yeah, probably around spring training. But, FT, I'm busy. And plus, I lost, 3 or 4 jobs and I was off 2 years at a time. So it's not like this is my first time off. It's just the first time that I've actually announced that I'm retiring from the field. I'm not necessarily retiring from baseball, but I'm retiring from the daily, the daily grind of travel, of just having to be there. If I could show up about half an hour for the game and then leave half an hour after the game, I can do this 3 or 4 years. You know what I mean? Because the game is the same. It's the playing, a verbal dodgeball or having to be here or having to be there, and sometimes you get tired of just being a whipping boy, when you're doing the best job that you can do. So, but I love the game and I love the players. And so, like I said, I'm retired from the field, but not necessarily retired from baseball, especially when you got a son. You got a son that's still in it. That's with Washington. And so, I'm looking forward to watching them play too.
Darren hit 284 last year over 3 teams. He ended up in AAA where he hit 273. He's playing all over the place. Of course, I love that, right? He's playing all the different positions. I need to talk to him. I love that. So, I mean, when he gets called up to D.C., you're not going to D.C. to see him play, are you? I know things didn't end well there. We've talked about it off the record, but that's your kid. I mean, you're going to go see him play, but it's kind of weird that he's with the Nationals.
Yeah, kind of. But something. I mean, I was treated fairly by Rizzo and all the people upstairs. I wasn't treated that fair necessarily by upper ownership. You know what I mean? But I mean, Riz and I ended up on great terms. He didn't want to let me go, but sometimes you're forced to do things that you don't want to do. And even when I see fans from Chicago, I didn't end up well there either. And then they're like, "Oh man, we love you, we miss you." And I was like, "Oh, what happened to all those boos that I heard at the end of that?" So time heals all wounds. You can't take a lot of stuff from the past into the present or the future. So you just go ahead and live your life, and as long as you did the best that you can do, and I've always tried to do my best. And so just sometimes you come up short, and sometimes things work out great.
Now, Dusty, you mentioned this isn't the first time you've had a break for baseball. You've had stretches where you didn't officially announce your retirement or anything, but you were away from the game. This time you announced your retirement. Obviously, do you have a different mindset as you go into this break from the game? Do you think hey, you know what? This is it. This will be permanent. Or do you still think you might have to scratch an itch down the line?
I don't know. I just let God tell me what to do. I mean, who knows? I thought I was done the last time when the Astros came calling, and there were no job openings, and a lot of times these things are opened up for you, and it's not under your control. I mean, we think that we're in control of everything, but we're in control of very little, and that's the one thing that I've learned, during my life. I mean, what were the chances of me managing the Astros? They were on top. Everything was beautiful. And then all of a sudden they had a scandal. And next thing, they needed me to help them. I don't know if they wanted me to help them for 4 years, but that's how it worked out. And, I just went there to win. I was very, very fortunate to finally win that World Series under these circumstances. And, when I look back on my time in Houston, I mean, we were one game twice away from going to the World Series 4 years in a row. We were Game 7 in 2020, I believe, in Game 7. last year in 2023. So, yeah, I mean, it was a good run. I had a great time there. Perhaps it was time to leave. Nobody likes to wear out their welcome. At the same time, you kind of can feel when it's time for you, to go. You're not quite as welcome as you were when you got there. So, life goes on. I'm looking forward to this next chapter. I'm actually also talking to, the Giants. I talked to Larry Baird the other day about the possibility of maybe even joining them. And so we just have to see how things work out, for all of us.
Okay. All right. I'm all in on that.
Yeah, we can't sift through that. How those conversations gone? And obviously, Dusty, you know how beloved you are here in the Bay Area. They darn near celebrated like the Giants won a World Series when you were finally able to break through and win that World Series. Where are you in those conversations, and what is the real possibility of you having a role with the Giants?
I don't know. I mean, I like to know who people were rooting for when me and Bruce Bochy was, battling each other. But yeah, I mean, they're just preliminary talks. We're like I said, I talked to Larry. I'm awaiting, to talk to Farhan. They do have a team here in Sacramento where I am here. The River Cats team. I'm not sure if they're still the River Cats, but we'll see. And we can work things out, family wise and time wise and all kind of ways. So, like I said, it's just we just having preliminary talks and. We'll see how things work out.
Bake, I've been back a couple of years now and been around the ball club and been doing games with them. And I've been saying on my old radio show that the Giants have to get back to having people around that knows what it means to wear the orange and black. And, I mean, nobody personifies that better than you. You talk about the coaching staff now. There's guys that wore the uniform, and I think that's huge to know the tradition and what it means to wear that. We all know what that means. But talk about for a minute, Bake, how the game has changed. Like you looked at all the teams that were in the playoffs last year, whether it was Boach or Rob Thompson or yourself or Snitker. Like the old school guys still know what they're doing. You still know what you're doing. And there's so much emphasis on analytics right now in the game. Maybe touch on a little bit, like through all of your travels and as a manager more than a player, on how the game has changed and how that affected you as a manager.
Well, number one, the Giants have a couple former guys back. I mean, Pat Burrow and Matt Williams are one of the best, and Bob Melvin. And that's a great start right there. Things have changed. Things have evolved. Part of we always used analytics, but just didn't have the name of it wasn't called analytics. It was called first batter matchup, first batter efficiency, runners inherited, just all kind of things that we use as much of the information as we could. Just that sometimes I think now it's gone a little bit where there's a little bit too much information for the kids to fathom. And or sometimes young players don't watch the game and learn from watching the game. I mean, I see everybody has their head down all the time, whether it's on the cell phone or whether it's on the laptop or whatever it is. And I urge them to watch the game, pay attention as much as possible, and let's face it, most of the guys upstairs are college graduates of some of the finest universities around, but what's happening is that they're hiring their friends, and they're, it's not really getting a well-rounded view of the game. And I think you got to have some guys there, that are analytical guys, and you also need some guys there that are baseball guys to explain some things that sometimes can't be explained by numbers. Sometimes the overall feel is gone. You know what I mean? And from managing against Bruce Bochy, you could tell sometimes, and he probably could tell with me, that some of it's on feel, as well as fact. And to me, you have to have both to get the most out of your players and both to win. Now, saying that, somebody is going to win, whether it's all analytic guys or whether it's field guys or a combination. Somebody's going to win, whether that makes it right or wrong or not, or if you're going about it the right way, but somebody's going to win.
Now, Dusty, obviously we are smack dab in the middle of free agency, and it's been a huge talking point around here, especially over the last couple of years. Giants kind of striking out on some of the big names that they've sought after. Now, I don't know you too well, but you don't strike me as the type who are going to be getting on your knees and begging someone to come play for the organization. But how would you sell the Giants to some of these free agents to get them to come play in the Bay Area?
Well, that's a tough call. I mean, for some reason the Bay Area's gotten a bad rap, and see, the Bay Area was one of the finer places to live in this country. And I've talked to some players recently where a lot of the players would rather live in the East Bay, go across the bridge, go through the Caldecott Tunnel. That's a lot of travel versus going down the peninsula or staying in the city. And the city has to sell itself that, because it's gotten a bad rap, as far as like what's happening in the city, or the amount of vacancies that are in the city. The city is the most beautiful town that I know of in America since I've been going there since the mid-'60s. So the city has to sell itself as well as the organization has to sell itself to the players. And because, seems like every year some big names come up, and then rarely do the Giants get any big name players. So it's either going to have to do it from within, or they're going to have to sell the city and their families on how safe and how beautiful the city really is.
Dude, you said we, man. It's going to be in your forever Giant. Dusty Baker said we when talking about the Giants. Bake, that's a great answer. I mean, we really appreciate you coming on today. Say hello to Melissa. Say hello to Darren for me. I miss you guys. Hopefully I'll see you in the 916 soon. Have you been hunting at all? Any hunting going on this year?
No, not really. I haven't been hunting. I really didn't feel it. You know what I mean? You got to feel it. I haven't fished. Tell you the truth, I was gone 8 months, man. And, you come home, you don't want to move. I got things I got to do. My well was messing up. I got to plant my garden. I got to tend to my grapes. There's a lot to do. And then hopefully in the next few months, I'll be bored. Maybe I can come see you sometime. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we'll get you in the studio ASAP.
Dude, I gotta get a bottle of wine. I was in Rayleigh's in El Dorado Hills over Christmas, and I saw all your wine sitting there with the stitches on it. And you have like a walk-off blend now. That's the name of the wine. You named it like walk-off something, walk-off Pinot or something like that.
Well, I didn't name it. My winemaker, Chick Brenneman, who's the best. He's been my winemaker and partner for like 15 years, and he didn't know what a walk-off was. But he saw it in some magazine that I swear, he saw it in some magazine that I was like number 2 all time in walk-off. So he goes, "Oh, that's a good name for it, walk-off." And I thought he knew what he was talking about. He just lucked upon that one. But that's one of my favorites. And then I told my team in Houston, I said, "Hey guys, if you walk somebody off, I will get you some wine and I'll sign it." Well, the first guy that walked somebody off, which I didn't even think they were going to hold me to it, was Carlos Correa in the playoffs. And so he walked somebody off. And the first thing he asked me, "Where is my walk-off red?" So that's how we come up with that name.
I think I'm going to sip on some walk-off red for New Year's Eve. I got to find that somewhere. Dusty, thank you so much for joining us, brother. We really appreciate your time. And hopefully you'll be in San Francisco soon a little more often. Hopefully those talks go well, because we would love to get you back down here in the Bay Area.
Hey, NFP, man, I'll see you at home sometime, man. I'm glad you're back on the radio, my brother.
Thanks, Bake. Happy New Year's, man. I can't wait to see you. I miss you.
All right, man. Miss you too. I'll see you later.
That was Dusty Baker. Awesome stuff. So he has talked to Larry Bear, and he is talking to Farhan Zaidi soon. He doesn't know exactly what that role is, but any role within the organization would help, and you need guys like Dusty the way he just spoke of San Francisco and the Bay Area, you need those voices in the room when you try to attract guys to come play out here.
Dude, I don't know what went on with Shohei behind the scenes. Like, Bob Melvin's a great guy, but if you have Dusty Baker around your team, just having him there, he just knows baseball and he gets it.
Right.
Like, he just gets it. I mean, he invented the high five, for God's sake. Like, he invented the high five. Like, who can say that? But, like, you have him around. He knows what it means to be a Giant, dude. Like, he knows that. And I think that the organization's doing a great job recently of bringing guys around that know what it means to wear the orange and black. Because you can get a bunch of guys from L.A. here. And, you know, the last coaching staff was a bunch of good dudes. You know, you work with Gabe. He's a good dude, man.
Yeah,
But, like,
sure.
there's something to be said for having guys like Pat Burrell and Matt Williams and Bob Melvin and Dusty Baker.
I'm from Philly. We know a lot about Pat and Philly. We know a lot about Pat Burrell and Philly.
Pat's one of my guys.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
But Pat's all grown up now. He's not Pat the Bat anymore. He's
I
Patrick.
know.
I call him Patrick Burrell. He's all grown up right now.
Yeah, Pat and Philly, man. Drink you out of the bar.
Pat in San Francisco when they were winning world champion, the marina.
I don't want to step on toes.
The
I don't
marina
know
was
his
not
status right
safe.
now.
The
But
marina was not safe.
yeah, neither was downtown Philly.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I owe Dusty Baker a lot. Like when he was my manager, he played me a lot, and he got me a deal with the Dodgers that was pretty lucrative at the time, and he believed in me. He always told me when I was going to play. He cared about my wife at the time. He's still friends with my kids. They look up to him like a father figure, and kind of I do too. So, I mean, I owe him a lot for my career in broadcasting and baseball. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you without Dusty Baker.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's funny, man. Like, he is so beloved in this area. I didn't cover him when he was here. I wasn't here yet, but I just heard stories. And then obviously he was in Washington. I was in Washington for a little bit. But I remember when the Astros were making that World Series run, and, you know, it's no secret, especially to our viewers, I'm from Philadelphia. A lot of my rooting interests are at some of those sports. I'm not as much as a fan as I used to be, just because a lot of my job involves objectivity. So it's tamed a little bit. But when the Phillies made the World Series, obviously I'm rooting for Phillies, you know? And all my colleagues, they're just like, nah, we can't ride with you, Jason. We want Dusty to win one. Like, all the people in that building over at Cron who have been there for years, Ken Wayne, Pam Moore, pillars in just the TV industry here in the Bay, they're like, we're sorry, Jason. We're rooting against your Phillies. We need Dusty to get one. So during that time, I realized how special Dusty was still to the Bay Area community. And, you know, I would love for him to come down here on a full-time basis again.
Well, he'd probably be like a special assistant to the special assistant.
Maybe
but
help recruit, whatever the case might be. Like I said, you need his voice.
Just like walking around and having him be a resource for a young player to just like pick his brain, because he's a Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Fame manager.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was super interesting him talking about the River Cats. Do you guys see in some capacity him being a help with the farm system and bringing up some of these young guys that we've kind of been yearning for lately with the Giants?
Well, they'll probably ask him to go to Sacramento here, come to San Francisco there, if this thing comes to fruition. It sounds like it's in the initial stages, but like having Dusty Baker, Larry Bear is so great at knowing what it means to be a Giant. And that forever Giant thing, it's not just a line, it's not BS. Like, I played 1 year for the Giants, coach for them in the minor leagues, broadcast for them, and they treat me the same as they treat Barry. Like, that forever Giant thing, organizations in pro sports throw around the term family way too loosely. Like, oh, we're family here. No, you're not. Dude.
Right.
Like, you're going to trade me in 2 seconds. You don't care about me. You don't care about my family. You're my employer. But the thing down on the corner of 3rd and King is real. Like, if you're a Giant for 10 minutes, you're a forever Giant. And they treat you the same. They treat everybody the same.
It's great to hear.
Yeah,
it's and I've noticed that too. Hunter Pence said the same thing to me, that forever Giant thing. So that's great to hear. And obviously you see Buster back, and he's kind of at the front of this things, helping recruit these players. Like, man, I've been out here almost 6 years, FP, and I was just telling someone the other day, one of my funnest teams to cover was that 107-win team. Like, when it's rocking down there at 3rd and King, it's special. And they need to get back to that, because it's been a little desolate in that park the past 2 seasons. And, you know, they're just yearning for something to really cheer.
It's been kind of like mathy.
Yeah.
It's been kind of sterile. Like, Nobody ever got excited about math class. Like, I can't wait to get to math class today.
Right.
And there's been a lot of math down at the ballpark and a lot of matchups and strategy versus I think they're going to get back to more realizing that there's people inside of those uniforms.
Right.
Like with hearts.
You mentioned Sean Manaea. He never knew what the hell he was doing.
Yeah, it's just like, I think they're going to get back to that. I don't know if they can compete with the Dodgers, but there's a lot of slots to the playoffs. And as we all know, if you get into one of those slots, anything can happen.
You just got to get hot.
Yeah,
you just got to get hot. Baseball, more than any sport, I think, if you get hot at the right time, you can beat a team that won 100-something games that year. I mean, we see it almost every year. I mean, this past playoffs was a prime example of that. Like, you never knew what you were going to get. I was so sure the Phillies were going back to the World Series, and then all of a sudden,
I was too.
All of a sudden, those bats went cold.
I was rooting for them.
You know who I loved? Who's that rookie on Arizona who was really good?
Corbin Carroll.
He's so good.
He's so good.
He is so
But you know what's
good.
cool about baseball? And we don't want to talk too much baseball. We'll get back to the Warriors and talk about the Niners this weekend. But like, it's getting back to athleticism and a fun brand of baseball where if you go first to third on a single now because that hole's opened up, running down fly balls and there's no shift anymore and you have to have range on defense. Catchers have to be able to throw guys out because there's the stolen base is back. So I think it's a more exciting brand of baseball, and the Giants and any team in baseball it needs to get more athletic. Get more athletes, not just hitting home runs like slow fat guys hitting home runs. Like you got to be able to hit home runs.
Now, we'll get to the Warriors and the Niners, but while we're on this topic, I want to ask you, FP, are there any names out there on the free agent market that you think the Giants should be interested or should be kind of beating down that door to get into the house?
I like Tim Anderson a lot.
Yeah.
I think he had a down year with the White Sox. I think he has something to prove, and he's a two-time batting champion. And can absolutely hit.
Can't dodge a jab.
Can't dodge a jab. Yeah, maybe like Jordan Poole that really threw him off last year.
Oh, Tim, I hate it had to be you, man, because I'm a huge fan too. But man, that was right on the Summer Jam screen. We all saw it. Yeah. Tough moment for him.
Yeah.
But he's a good player.
He is a good player.
He's a good player, and like you said, he's an athlete, hell of an athlete. I have his not his Dodgers, his White Sox jersey in the closet.
Do you really?
Yeah. I'm a jersey guy.
He had a bad year, so it's in the closet.
No, it's in the closet where I scroll through every day. I got a bunch of jerseys. So I would Tim Anderson. I didn't even know he was a free agent.
Yeah.
So where do you fall with Chapman?
I want him. I want everybody.
Yeah.
Snell, Chapman, Bellinger, sign everybody.
Chapman makes sense,
Would it be something if the Dodgers didn't win the division this year? That would be the best story ever. Well, that would be like the most epic story in baseball in a long time. You're not guaranteed anything. Sorry.
No, you're good. I feel like Chapman makes sense. He played for Bob Melvin, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's one of his favorite players.
What's up with Simeon? Is he under contract still over there in with the Rangers?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a baller now. Yeah. He's so good.
Yeah.
Man.
MVP style.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see what the Giants do. But, obviously they're not going to do anything to be better than the Dodgers on paper, at least in the near future. But I think their first order of business, if I was running that team, my first order of business would be to make moves to get fans more engaged, because like you said, it's like math class down there. I don't think the product that they're putting on the field is very appealing to the masses. And
you just want to fall in love with your players again.
Yeah.
You just want to see a guy get 4 at-bats and fall in love with him and go buy his jersey and put it in your closet and then bring it out when he's playing well.
Who wants to go sit in 55-degree weather and watch a bullpen game?
Dude, I went for a run yesterday, and I almost said something, but there was this guy who was running on the Embarcadero, and he's coming toward me. He had a brand new Dodger hat on. I almost stopped and said, "Did you get that because they signed Ohtani and Yamamoto? Brand new. You got that for Christmas, dude. Like, it is shiny, brand new Dodger hat. Like, you weren't a Dodger fan a couple of weeks ago, but to your point, there's probably a lot of new Dodger fans. Probably tons of new Dodger fans all of a sudden for obvious reasons. Yeah. And they're excited. They got 2 of the best Japanese players going right now, and they have the best player in baseball. No one's talking about when Ohtani heals from his Tommy John about like Yamamoto and Ohtani being their 1-2.
Dude, the media is going to be crazy. The Japanese media is going to be nuts.
Super Bowl every day.
As someone who stands in dugouts and puts a mic in people's face, there's going to be like 50 people in that dugout every single day.
You need one of those selfie sticks with your microphone.
I feel bad for some of the local guys. All righty, we're up against the break. After the break, we'll get back to some Warriors talk. We'll talk about Brock Purdy. Will he bounce back? FP says that is most important, what he will be looking for. It's Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, this segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromise. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
FP and Jason Dumas here filling in for Steiny and Guru. It is Friday afternoon. The sun was peeking through, not really anymore. We're downtown San Francisco right here on Kearney Street in our fancy new studios. FP, that was a great interview with Dusty. That's your guy. Always great. We broke a little news, so he might be working for the Giants. It sounds like it's trending that way. He's spoken to Larry Bear. He's going to speak to Farhan. I asked him what will that role be. He said, hell, I don't know. So, Dusty for you.
Dusty's at a point in his life where he can like make up whatever he wants to do and do whatever the hell he wants.
Right.
And he earned that. He's a Hall of Famer, man.
Yeah, for sure. Now, let's get into some Niners talk. These guys, they're playing the Commanders. It's Friday, so they're flying to Washington today. They're probably in the air. I was talking to their PR guy, Corey Rush. I know he told me they're flying out today, so they're probably in the air right now, going to our nation's capital, the DMV, to take on the Commanders. Now, we had an interesting conversation, FP, before we went on air. You said you were very interested in seeing how Brock Purdy bounces back because you said that's actually the most important component of an athlete, to see how they respond from adversity.
Yeah, how you deal with failure. And that's his first really stinker as a starting NFL quarterback. So we'll see how he rebounds against a team that he should play well against, right? When you're talking about the Commanders.
This is a get-back game, a get-right game.
But there's people out there that were waiting for this. There was people out there that have doubted Brock Purdy from day one. And his story resonates with me because he had to beat the odds, right? Nobody expected him to do what he's doing. And then he gets to, I thought it would have been one of the greatest stories in sports history to be Mr. Irrelevant to MVP. And maybe we all, as Niner fans, got a little too focused on that instead of what that team needs to do to win. So now he's had his first stinker. How do you come back from that? Like, is it in your head? Do you flush it? Are you able to move forward? Did you leave it in the locker room last Monday night? Did you just leave it there? And now you have a short week to prepare. Is your stinger, his shoulder, whatever, going to be okay? He says it's going to be okay. This is a big game for the Niners in a lot of reasons. Like, I don't know if you're watching this, Jason, but I'm addicted to Hard Knocks in season right now with the Dolphins. Like, addicted to a show like I've never been addicted to.
They have an in-season version?
Yeah, the Dolphins one with Mike McDaniel right now is maybe the best one I've ever seen. I had no idea.
What's that on HBO?
Yeah, it's on HBO Max, HBO, whatever. I had no idea what a good person Tua is. Like, he's generally like a good dude. Like, he's a legit person. Like, he cares about people. He went around to all the stadium workers at Hard Rock, and he was like, man, I didn't realize how much they love us and how much their job relies on us winning. And there's 400 people over there, and he was talking about that. I'm like, this is a good dude. But just the reason I'm bringing that up is they had that tough loss against, I think it was the Titans.
Yeah.
Last second loss. They were ahead by 14 with 2 minutes to go, and they ended up losing.
Lost me some money too.
But the way Mike McDaniel handled that is like, you know what? I'm accountable. We're accountable. Let's take this thing head on, and we're going to use this to be better. So that was the Niners last week. Do they use last week the loss to the Ravens? Ugly, right? Mm-hmm. They didn't do a whole lot right. Do they use that? Do they use that to kind of reset and to refocus now with only 2 games left? It's not like they got a lot of time to rebound from that. And generally speaking, whatever sport it is, it's how you're playing at the end, right? Mm-hmm. You get hot in the playoffs. You're playing your best ball in the playoffs. Right now, as you and I are sitting here talking, they are not playing their best football. Mm-mm. They can change that against the Commanders, but then they got the Rams who are playing really well, too, to end the season.
They have something to play for.
They have something to play for. So how do you respond as an athlete to failure? I mean, do you use it as fuel in your tank? Do you start to doubt yourself? Right. The mental side of it and his mental strength, which I think, guessing, just based on quotes, that he's got a good head on his shoulders. I think he'll be okay. But how strong are you mentally? Do you start to doubt yourself? Once doubt creeps in, dude, you are done.
Right.
Is there doubt now, or does he just flush it?
See, he hasn't shown me anything where I would believe he's not going to bounce back. He kind of just seemed, he is very stoic. He is very consistent in his mannerisms and his temperament. Never really seems to get too high or low. As you said, all his teammates sound like they respect the hell out of him. So I think he's going to have a really big game. I really do. I think this team is the best team in football. They have the best roster in football. from start to finish, cumulatively, I think they've been the best team in football. And look, you're not going to win every week. Like, was I surprised in the manner in which they lost to the Ravens? Yeah. Was I surprised they lost? No. And that's not indicative of what I think about the Niners. I just, you're not going to win every week. And I never thought they were going to win out. They came in on a 6-game win streak. I didn't think they were going to win out the rest of the season and go into the playoffs on what would be, a 9-game winning streak. I didn't think that was going to happen anyway. So they're going to stumble somewhere. Frankly, I wouldn't have wanted them to go into the postseason on a 9-game winning streak. I think sometimes you need to get humbled. I do think the Niners have some players, Debo, Kittle, Bosa, who are very, very confident in themselves and almost a little overconfident sometimes, especially Debo. So sometimes I do think you need that ass kicking to recalibrate. All right, let me tighten up a little bit. I'm out here tweeting about people going back and forth for Cam Newton. Kittle, I'm out here wearing shirts, mocking my opponent. Like, let's, all right, we have our fun, but let's tighten up a little bit. And I think they needed that game. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens go out and lose to the Dolphins next week. It's just a week-to-week league. The NFL has proven that over time. So I think this loss was good for them. And I think if there's any team you want to play to get right, it's the Washington Commanders. They just benched their starting quarterback, Sam Howell, who, in my opinion, stinks. He's just good enough to be their guy for the next decade, kind of like a Daniel Jones. I have respect for Jacoby Brissett, but he's a backup for a reason. And their defense isn't good. Their stadium stinks. Hopefully no one gets hurt out there.
Dude, on Hard Knocks, they show the Dolphins playing the Commanders in D.C. The visiting locker room there is ridiculous.
Oh, I've been in it.
It looks like a high school locker room. It's the NFL, dude.
That whole stadium is so bad, man.
Dude, I had perks.
Yeah.
I had perks in D.C.
Right.
I got invited to games every Sunday, and I would not go because that stadium's way out in the middle. Was it Landover?
Landover, Maryland.
Way out in the middle of nowhere. And it's just a parking lot with a stadium.
Getting there awful.
Yeah.
Dude, the media parking they had us, we had to walk a mile with our equipment to get into the stadium. I hated covering the Commanders. I could not stand covering that team. It just, I hate that market, honestly. I know you love it. You worked out there. I just didn't enjoy covering the Commanders. And the Wizards weren't that good then either. They were just boring.
Or you're just covering the bad teams.
Yeah, I was just covering the bad teams.
The Caps and the Nets. That's a different story.
I was on the float with the Caps when they won the World Series, when they won the Stanley Cup. I was at the parade. Our station was on one of the floats. That was a really, really fun day. Those hockey guys,
they partied like rock stars, didn't they?
They partied like rock stars. They said, yo, shut those cameras off. Shut the cameras off.
They were swimming.
And I understood why.
They were swimming in fountains. I can't even tell half the stories I know about what they did after they won the cup.
That was a very, very fun parade.
I would run around this studio naked.
I mean, that essentially happened.
They did what you're supposed to do when you win a championship.
Absolutely.
And they didn't care where the cameras were most of the time.
Now,
I heard all kinds of stories too.
back to the Niners. My overreaching point is Commanders are the perfect team to get right against. They don't have much going for them. They have nothing to play for. Half those guys in the locker room already have their vacations planned.
What if they lose?
Oh, man.
What if the Niners lose to the Commanders this week? Nobody's even said that because it's just a given. They're going to go in there and roll because the Commanders suck and the Niners are great. What if they lose?
It would be.
If they lose to the Commanders, nobody's even mentioned that. We're all so confident in this team. We're also confident in the fact that they're going to the Super Bowl. It's that easy. Any given Sunday, man. There's a chance.
I'm not as confident as them going to the Super Bowl as I am, and they're going to beat They're going to beat the Commanders.
I know,
Ain't no way.
I know, but nobody's even toyed with that thought. I didn't even know. It just popped in my head.
It is interesting too because the Commanders, like you guys say, they should easily beat them. But you have the Rams who are playing really well, and you need to kind of set the tone for that last game of the season going into the playoffs. So this could be a get right game, but it could be a look past trap game.
Right. And the Eagles, the Eagles are right there with them, and so are the Lions. All three teams, Lions, Eagles, Niners, they're all 11-4.
Yeah.
So the Niners' goal ahead of the season, they made no secret about it, was they wanted home field advantage throughout. They want the 1 seed. They want to win the NFC. That's their goal, and obviously it's still right there in front of them. They control that fate. But if they stumble, I don't see the Eagles losing their next 2 games. Even though the Eagles are trending down, they haven't been playing great. Don't see them losing to the Cardinals or the Giants. The Lions, they have the Cowboys on Saturday, and then I think they have the Packers. So who knows? But I'll say this, FP, if they lose to the Commanders this Sunday, they ain't going to get the top seed. I don't see it. I just don't see it.
So if they lose the Commanders this Sunday, we're all like, sky is falling. What the hell's going on? It's more than the 1 seed if they lose to the Commanders this weekend. They're not.
Right.
But they could, because anything can happen. It's hard to win one game, all the cliches, you're on the road. I don't know. It's not going to happen, but I don't think anybody's even gone there. Maybe I'm being negative right now. I shouldn't be saying this.
Well, look, it's also, even if they beat the Commanders, we want to see something out of Brock Purdy, back to your original point. Like, what if they beat the Commanders, but Brock Purdy struggles again?
What if he throws 4 touchdowns this week and 4 next week with no interceptions, and he goes about 320, 350? Is he back in the MVP conversation?
Yeah, the way the whole dialect has been going, it's a week-to-week award now. It's like, if he has a good game this week, people are going to be like, oh, he's MVP again. And like, what if Lamar loses to the Dolphins?
That's what I'm saying. If somebody else takes a dump and he has 2 great weeks, I don't think this is over yet. And I don't know.
And Dak plays on primetime Saturday night against the Lions. What if he hangs 350 yards and 4 touchdowns on the Lions on primetime? That matters, because this award has become so narrative-based too. So
why do you think?
It's human nature. It's humans who vote for these awards, and humans have emotions. So not all of them. Some of the voters are going to be like splitting hairs, looking at the numbers, advanced stats, records. But other voters are just going to be like, this is a great story. This is a great story. I've seen Dak on prime time like 7 times. Recency bias. Like, that's why Jalen Hurts was the leader of the pack like a month ago. He didn't have the numbers to really justify being MVP, but I think people said, look, he was going to be MVP last year until he got hurt the last 3 games of the season. His team only has 1 loss, best record in the NFL. He's leading them. He's having okay enough of a year to warrant it. We're going to give it to him. He was the odds-on favorite. Then he started playing bad. They lost 3 times. They lost 3 games in a row. Niners, Cowboys, Seahawks. He's falling down. I think he has like the 4th best odds now. So I think it's just, my long-winded point, FP, is I think it is more narrative based, because it's simply humans making the votes, and humans have emotion, and they're just like me and you. They see things, and like you said, you love the storyline of going from Mr. Irrelevant to MVP. That is in people's hearts and heads when they go to place their vote.
Right.
I
think Lamar and McCaffrey might split it.
Yeah,
it's Lamar's to lose. Come on, dude. He's like I said this the other day. He's like a 5-star recruit playing at a small high school that you go look at, and that he's playing with the best players in the world. And he looked like the guy that's going to Alabama from a small school playing against another small school that throws for 600 yards.
Or some kid is going to go work at his dad's firm.
But that was against
in a month.
Yeah, that was like against one of the best defenses in the NFL,
Right.
and he was the big kid on the field.
I've never seen a player make Fred Warner, 1, look slow, 2, look uncoordinated. He juked Fred Warner out of his cleats like 4 separate times that game. And Fred Warner wrecks everything. He wrecks game plans. He hits you violently. Like, I have the utmost respect for Fred Warner. I personally think he is the Niners' 3rd best player at worst. He might be their 2nd best player.
Right.
It's in no specific order to me. And I got some flack on Twitter for this for some reason. I didn't think it was a very controversial take. I said my 3 best players on the Niner in no specific order: Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, and Trent Williams. And somebody got on me talking about Bosa this. I was like, okay, maybe Bosa is in there, but I don't think it's that big of a difference. But whatever.
You know what's cool is there could be an argument that the Niners are so good that you can argue and everybody's got a good point about who the best player on the Niners is.
Right.
A lot of teams can't do that. A lot of cities on Sports Talk Radio, a lot of fan bases can't
It's obvious
do that.
who the
It's
best
obvious.
player is.
Like, of course, he's our best player. And you could sit here, we could do a whole segment on who the 49ers' best player is, and everybody that calls in can be right.
Right.
It's one of those things where whoever calls, you want to say Trent Williams, you're right. Unless you say Jake Moody. I mean, unless you say the kicker, you got to, the obvious ones. You could say McCaffrey's your best player. You could say Purdy's your best player. You could say, well, I don't know if you could say Bosa's their best player this year. Last year you could have said that. You could say Fred Warner. You could say Brandon Ayuk. You could say Debo. You could.
Debo's been playing great.
It's like 5 or 6 guys. You could say 7 guys maybe, and that just is a testament how good this team really is.
Yeah, and that Niners, you played a sport and it's an everyday sport. How much truth is there to the cross country travel taking a toll? Like they're going all the way across country through 3 time zones on 1 day short rest.
It's a thing. It's just the time change. It's not the travel itself. It's the time change. Because
we're playing at 10 a.m.
We travel like kings. Like the bus pulls up to the plane. We don't go through airports. You just walk up the stairs.
Yeah.
It's all you can eat for 4 hours and all you can drink for 4 hours. And there's tables with card games going on.
Wow, that's sick.
And and then the bus pulls up to the plane and then the bus goes right to the hotel. There may or may not be police escorts on both ends. That you probably shouldn't say that publicly, but there is.
I've seen it before. I remember I saw Alabama when they played Clemson in the national championship over at Levi's, and they were staying in like downtown San Jose. They had a police escorting them from downtown San Jose to Santa Clara, where Levi's Stadium, just police on bikes and stuff around this big cruiser.
Dude, of all the perks that I tell my friends about, the one that like gets people the most pissed is when I say we get police escorts. And they're like, why do you get police escorts? I mean, there was time when I was with the Nationals, we were leaving Dodger Stadium and they closed down the whole freeway. We had like 6 CHP cars and motorcycle cops that literally closed down the whole freeway. There was 3 buses and they just stopped everybody behind us. And for like 3 miles till we got to we're going to LAX from Dodger Stadium.
You guys don't wait in LA traffic.
No, they didn't just like make the Red Sea part like they do sometimes, right? Where they just make people pull over, like whoop whoop, get over.
Yeah.
They literally like put a stop to the freeway. Then we went through that stop, and for like 3 miles there wasn't a car. It was like Armageddon. It was just like the buses and about 7 CHPs and 3 buses. And I'm like,
I know people.
And they used to tell us like, don't video this, don't post it, because it gets people pissed off.
Yeah,
it does. It's just like, why do you get that? Why are you so special?
Man,
I don't know. How many home runs did you hit?
So you're saying the time change is the thing? Because that's true. They're playing 10 a.m. That was the thing. As someone who grew up on the East Coast and lived on the Eastern time zone for most of my 33 years. I'm 33, I think. 33 years on this earth. It took a while for me to adjust when I moved out here. I'm like, what the hell? The Eagles game is on at 10 a.m.? But it was kind of cool because especially if I didn't have work that day, you can just like booze and get some brunch and watch football.
Right.
It's sick.
And when I was on the East Coast for 11 years, I don't think I ever got to the end of Monday Night Football. It's too late. It goes like 11:30 or midnight.
Basketball is even worse. 10:30 starts.
Yeah.
Like, when I'm home and when I go home for go visit my family and the Warriors are playing and I want to watch the Warriors game just so I can be in the know and tip off is at 10:30, I'm like, Jesus. 10:30, this game is over at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I didn't realize I spent the holidays on the East Coast and I was in Connecticut for Christmas watching the Niners-Ravens, and it was damn near 1 o'clock in the morning by the time that game got over. And I'm like, it's always 8, 9 o'clock, and then I can get ready for bed.
Dude, we were talking this about before we went on the air, and this is probably not a good thing to say on air, but I miss the East Coast. I miss how easy it is to get around.
Right.
With the trains up and down, like to Philly and to New York and to DC and
Boston. You're right there.
It's easy. You just go to the train station, you get on like 2 minutes before it leaves. And then next thing you know, you're in Philly in an hour and a half. And then you're in New York.
Grand Central Station, Penn Station, Union Station, just
3 hours to New York. You're on the Acela, and it's just easy to get around.
Yeah.
And I don't know, the vibe is just different.
It's so funny.
Chill here and so laid back. It's a little bit different. And I grew up here, right? I lived my whole life here and spent a decade on the East Coast. But like, you start getting into that East Coast groove where it goes a little bit faster, and people are like on top of their game, and it's just a different. I don't even know what the word I'm looking for. It's just different.
Yeah, I love the East Coast too. Now, it's funny. This might happen to you. You're from the West Coast, but my friends will always hit me. Or people I know on the East Coast, they'll be like, "Hey, I'm going to be in LA next week. Like, will you be around?" I'm like, "Dude, that is 6 hours from me via car or a flight. Like, this isn't." They don't realize how big California is.
They think LA.
I'll be in LA in the end of the month. I'm like, cool. Thanks for telling me.
My grandma, God rest her soul, she lived in Michigan, and she would call every time something happened in LA to make sure we were okay in Sacramento. I'm like, Grandma, that's like a different world down there.
Yeah, we're not close.
Yeah, it's not close. There'd be an earthquake. Are you guys okay? I'm like, no, that's like 500 miles away. We're good.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, East Coast, West Coast. It's so funny as someone, both of us who have lived on both coasts, it's funny to see the differences in just people's mannerisms, people's way of life, the expectations. It's two different worlds.
The fashion.
Oh, yeah.
No, nobody dresses up here. It's like you go to an event and they got jeans and T-shirts and a hat backwards. I'm like, wait, you used to get, like on the East Coast, everyone's dressed to the nines all the time.
Nah, no one. Yeah, the fashion is not as good here. It's not.
Yeah, but it has its way more advantages, right? Like, like Dusty was saying, that was a really good soundbite from Dusty. If you can grab that when he was talking about San Francisco and what it meant to him and how long he's been coming here and maybe why the Giants can't get players. Why doesn't it affect the Warriors or the Niners? Why does San Francisco and the city and playing here only come up with the Giants? Because the Warriors play like a mile away.
I don't think it's a legitimate beef. I think that was
it is either.
I think that was an excuse that was used. That's why I think Farhan walked it back. Farhan walked it back a couple of days later because it is the truth. It wasn't true. Like, obviously, San Francisco has some eyesores. But there's way more beautiful neighborhoods than there are crappy neighborhoods. And it would resonate more if, like, Los Angeles wasn't getting all these top free agents. Los Angeles has Skid Row, which is, like, double the size of the Tenderloin. You know, like, I was just in downtown L.A. for a week, and, I mean, it's the same thing. So how come they can get all these free agents? It didn't resonate well with me. It didn't land well with the public, obviously, given the reaction. And he walked it back for a reason. Because the Warriors, they can bring in top free agents. Kevin Durant wasn't talking about the Tenderloin when he came and signed. That literally might be the biggest free agent signing in NBA history. He was fine with that. 49ers, I mean, I know they're down in the South Bay, but they get guys. So, yeah, it didn't make all that much sense to me. I mean, look, you played. Was that a topic of conversation in the locker room when you were a Giant? Just, man, the city is crappy?
No, but that was a million years ago when I played for the Giants. We played at Candlestick Park, so we rarely came up to the city. Like, everybody lived on the peninsula. Only like the single guys lived in the marina, and they would drive down to Candlestick Park. But no, I don't know. I live in the city. I think the perception is worse than reality. The reality ain't great. I'm not going to lie about that, but the perception is worse than actually what I see every day. And I'm out there every day. I walk the streets every day. I went to Union Square 2 days ago during the day, and it was just vibrant, and everybody doing their Christmas
Square
returns.
During Christmas time
Christmas
is
returns.
amazing. I was there last week.
It was the day after Christmas, and it was just, I mean, so I think that the city's painted in a certain way that's not fair. If you go to any major city, and I'm lucky enough to travel with the team and go to major cities, like San Diego has changed a lot in the gas lamp. You go to downtown Pittsburgh. Downtown Pittsburgh was thriving before the pandemic, and now downtown Pittsburgh is just kind of oof.
Yeah.
And every city you go to has a oof element to it.
I had a wedding there last summer at the Fairmont in Pittsburgh.
It was the most improved city in all of baseball.
Right.
Like, literally, you go to Pittsburgh now, and it was before the pandemic, like in 2019, I used to hate Pittsburgh, and now I would go there. I'm like, it's cool now. There's a good restaurant here, a good bar here, the ballpark, PNC. I went to a couple Steelers games, drove up from D.C. and went to some Steelers games and got the whole. So it was like the most improved city in all of sports, I thought. And now it's got issues. Like, I just think every city has their issues, and maybe San Francisco has more visible issues, I would say, than a lot of cities, and it's publicized more, and there's a certain spot and neighborhood, if you go there, there's trouble, and it isn't good.
Might get your windows busted open.
Yeah.
For nothing.
Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know anything about the politics of it. I stay out of politics, but I think the perception is worse than the reality, even though the reality isn't great.
All righty. We'll continue this conversation, talk some Niners, Warriors after the break. Our text line of the 1711 says, Santangelo, I need help getting a police escort to and from Levi's Chase and SFO. Can you help me out?
I got you.
All righty. Right now, we have our call of the game. It's time for the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors highlight. Let's go.
Curry will bring it up. High post to Paul. Paul cross-court to Wiggins. Downstairs to Jackson Davis. Warriors scissor off that. Curry, the catch, the fire, the bucket, and the foul! It's a 3-ball on the right side. And Highsmith crashed into him. And Curry has cut the Miami deficit to a single digit. It's 56-47. He's got a chance to cut it to 8 at the free throw line.
Yeah, that's why I thought we were coming back.
career, it was weird. I would go places and then I would open up Twitter and I would have a picture of myself at the bar or with someone else. And it's like, oh, I saw Jason Dumas at this bar. He's drinking this. Like, I thought he was supposed to. And I'm like, damn, this is crazy.
That's why you go vodka soda. It looks like water.
Smart. Now, and I couldn't.
It's the main reason why I drink it.
I couldn't imagine Nikola Jokic and the attention he gets. But at the same time, it's like what they say, with great power comes great responsibility. You play a game for a living. You make 7 figures. Shoot, you make like 9 figures. A lot comes with that. So you got to pick one. Live a different life. Retire. Go back to where your home country is. Where is Jokic? Serbia. Go back to Serbia. And I say that, I'm not saying go back to Serbia. I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm saying if you don't like what comes with being an American basketball player and all that comes with it, then pick another lifestyle. It just comes with it. So it's a whole lot of nothing to me. You know, like I get his sentiments. I get he doesn't want people filming him constantly. I get how he wants his kids to view him not as a basketball player, but just as a regular person. But guess what? You're not just a regular person. That's the reality of it.
So here, a couple things come to mind, first of all, for me. English is his second language. So you always have to take that into account. We just assume everybody speaks perfect English. You're an American, speak our language and speak it perfectly. If I'm reading between the lines there initially, he's trying to say that he's no more important than anybody else. Like, he doesn't understand why people are doing this. But then when he says it's rude to, like, there's a general rule, like in along your lines in DC, I would see people filming me from across the bar, and I would always walk up to him and say, hey, let's take a picture, dude. Don't video. Let's take a picture. And I would pose for pictures. You know, you're on TV. I'm nobody, but when you're on TV 6 months out of the year, every single day, people recognize you. So I didn't like the from afar, and I would walk over and say, come on, let's take a picture, dude. Like, don't film me from across the bar. It gave me the creeps, and I do think it's rude. But like, yeah, there is some responsibility with being a professional athlete when you're out and about. But a guy like him goes out, dude. You have your table's roped off. I'm gonna name drop. Get the thing ready. I went down to L.A. For my birthday. Yeah. And I'm sitting at a table with 12 people. I look to my left, and the champ Mike Tyson sitting right next to me. Wow. So like, I'm going. It's my birthday. I'm here with a bunch of friends, and I'm telling them I'm gonna go meet Mike Tyson. So he's at this like circle, like a Denny's half circle booth, right? And he's with two dudes. And finally, I get up enough courage and I walk over to him and I say, hey, champ, FP Santangelo, just want you to know that I'm a big fan. It's my birthday today. I just want to say I met you. Like, I'm a big fan. And he was so nice. Right. And he was so accommodating. But there's rules, like unwritten rules, like if they're eating, don't bother him. Right. He wasn't eating. There was nothing on the table. So I looked for my opportunity and went over there. I wasn't videoing him. Some people took pictures of us shaking hands, and I posted them, of course, because it's a champ. Just Mike Tyson. It was so cool.
Contextually, that makes sense.
And they were like, "Whoa, you had like serious sack to go over there and like talk to Mike Tyson." Like my friends thought he was going to hurt me. I'm like, dude, it's Mike Tyson. He is so sweet and so kind. But like, there's rules. Like, you don't go up to somebody you recognize when they're eating. That'll piss anybody off.
Kids
like,
too, right?
When they're with their food in my mouth. This is my private time. But like a guy like Jokic probably has, I don't know, a roped off table at a restaurant. And it's such a small window of fame. Say he plays 10 years. Like, he's going to walk down the street and hope that he gets recognized someday, or wish that we all want to be remembered, right? Yeah. You just want to be remembered. And I think when you look at, if you're watching Hard Knocks, I keep referencing it, Dan Marino's around their practice all the time. Like, he's always there because he wants to be remembered. He wants to remember the glory days. But
you see Jerry Rice before every game.
Jerry Rice, a great example.
He loves it. He loves the attention. And I mean, it is what it is. I'm not saying in a good way or a bad way. He revels in it.
If you had a really good point. You said, if you don't like it, don't go out.
Right.
But then you can't be a hermit either, not live your life. But can we play that again and just listen to it differently this time? With the thought that maybe in the first part, at least I think, and English is a second language, in the first part I think he's trying to say that he's not that important. He's just like everybody else.
Yes, I mean, I really don't like this life because at the end of the day, we are just basketball players, so we are just good at what we are doing. Being famous, I think some people like it, some people don't. When I finish my career, I really wish nobody knows me, and I will wish my kid or kids in the future, who knows, really remember me as a dad, not as a basketball player, I'm going to say that's going to be my goal in life, just to live in the moment, go drink with your buddy, or go have lunch, or go play with the kids, or go drive horses, and nobody's going to make a big deal of that. And just feel sad whenever you go to the bar, restaurant, some game, people are just taking the phones and out and trying to record you. I think that's really, I'm going to say, rude. Yeah. It's not that I'm showing myself. I'm just who I am.
Living your life.
Yeah, I think both of those things, he makes some really good points in there. He just, is it a cultural thing too? Like a Serbian cultural thing that fame isn't what they desire. He just plays back. He wanted to ride horses for a living competitively.
Yeah,
he loves the horses and horse racing.
I think it's more an American culture thing. We prop up celebrities and pro athletes like really high. And when I say we, I'm just talking collectively as a society, where probably in Serbia, it's probably like, oh, that's cool. Like, he's a pro soccer player, or he's a pro this or hockey player. I'm sure there's a lot of really high level hockey out there. But in America, it's like, I mean, look, like, people are famous just for being famous. Like Kim Kardashian, like we come from a society where people like praise Kim Kardashian and influencers and pro athletes and celebrities, and he comes into this culture and he's probably like, what the hell? Like, I just hoop, man. I just want to go out and eat. How come I have just cell phone after cell phone after cell phone all in my face? So I can see the disdain, but my whole thing is, he don't complain about the perks, though. He don't complain about all that, like the positives that come with it. Him never having to make a reservation, I bet. Can go to any restaurant he wants and can get in whenever he wants. The money, the favors, the perks. That's my whole thing. It's like when athletes complain about negative media attention, but it's like you love them cameras in your face when you're doing well. You only complain about the downside of it. Like, you can't have it both ways. All or none. If not, shut up. That's just my feelings on it.
No, I agree, and that's a really good take. But the whole time you were talking, I was thinking, this is how my mind works. Jokic on a horse. Like, it would look like he's riding a little show pony around. There's no way that horse... There's no way that horse survives that guy on his back.
Yeah, that's probably that's probably why he doesn't do it. It's funny. There's Joel Embiid for the Sixers. He told a story once how, like, his coaches broke his heart. They're like, dude, you're too big to play soccer. Like, soccer's all he played growing up.
Really?
Yeah, in the Cameroon. Like, that's their sport. And he was pretty good, but he kept growing. And he said his coach was eventually like, dude, like, this is not the sport for you. You should play something else. You're too big to be a pro soccer player. And he said he started crying. So that's probably what happened with Jokic. They were probably like, you can't ride these horses anymore.
You killed a horse yesterday.
You're going to kill him. You are 7 foot, like 300 pounds. You will break this horse's spine.
You broke the spine and all four legs, and we had to put it down.
Well, and to your credit too, as English as a second language, you hear in the clip there that he says he's driving a horse.
Yeah,
I've never heard of anyone driving a horse.
Yeah, that's second language thing.
No, I think I could be wrong. I think when jockeys are riding,
they call it driving.
Driving, yeah, they do. Like in the Kentucky Derby. Yeah.
FP, you brought up a good point, and obviously you can speak to this. And I want our viewers to hear this too, because our viewers, people on the Comcast Xfinity text line, people on the YouTube chat, they need to hear this. What are the do's and don'ts of approaching athletes in public?
Oh, that's a good question.
You mentioned the food. I would imagine probably when they're with their kids too, you should probably give them some space. But what are some of the do's and don'ts when, like, if I say someone sees Steph Curry and his bodyguard walk in Union Square. Like, what are the do's and don'ts?
So the new thing is, and I don't know how new it is, it's not autographs anymore, it's selfies.
Right. Yeah,
Or
we live in a digital era where no one cares about an autograph.
No, they want
a picture.
They want to get a picture. So that's a lot sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're not in the mood for that.
Right.
Yeah, and I would say just kind of feel out the room. A lot of people are really aggressive, and I think humble always plays in anything. Humble always plays. So if you're just like, "Hey, Steph, what's going on?" and he waves, and sometimes that was good enough for me as a kid, just like getting close to players. But I when you shove like 14 baseball cards in your face and say, "Could you please sign these?" and even if you're polite, it's like, "Bro, I can't sign all 14. I'll sign a couple." Don't ever go up in a restaurant when you see somebody and they're eating. Like timing is everything, man.
Right.
And just being polite and kind and not aggressive. Because a lot of people are aggressive, and in their defense,
and entitled.
They get super nervous. Like nervous makes you weird.
Yeah.
So some people get nervous to meet their superstars and their idols, and that brings out, I don't know, kind of an aggressive, like, oh my god, and you're just like, I just think being chill and being polite and being kind, because I think at the end of the day, guys always like to accommodate. Guys always like to be nice to. Because if you're mean to one fan, I used to say it on my old show, if you're mean to one caller, you lose like 100 listeners. If you're mean to one fan, they're going to go around and tell that story to everybody.
Right.
Like, I don't know, Jason's a jerk, man. I went up and asked for an autograph, and he's like, not right now. You could have signed 100 autographs. That's what we always used to say. Before the game, if we're signing autographs, we have to eventually go. We can't sit there and sign autographs all day. So when you eventually leave, there's somebody that doesn't get an autograph, and that person hates you for life. And I've heard stories about he signed all these autographs. Somebody was telling me on my old show like that Bob Melvin signed a bunch of autographs for everybody, and then he finally had to go, and he was the next guy, and he's hated Bob Melvin ever since then. So you can't keep everybody happy all the time. You try to appease everybody, but sometimes you just can't.
Well, one thing, first of all, when I'm recognized in person, it's not all that often, but when I do, I always try to make sure I tell them, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for being a viewer. Like, we appreciate your viewership because, the ratings is what keep the lights on, really. So
yeah.
You always got to tell people you appreciate them for watching. But this resonated with me when I was a young kid, and to this day, he's still one of my favorite athletes because what he did when I was a child. And it's funny, I've interviewed him as an adult now, and I told him that story, and you could tell it stuck with him. When I was a kid, my friend's dad, my neighbor's dad, had season tickets to the Phillies and the Flyers. So I'd go to a lot of Phillies and Flyers game. We went to a Phillies game, and I'm like middle school, maybe elementary school, probably like 4th, 5th grade at the time. And I'm with my friend and his dad, and we're like right behind home plate at a Phillies game. And I'm screaming out, Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. And my friend's dad stopped me. He goes, especially at my age, I'm probably like 11 years old. Jimmy Rollins is an adult. He goes, Jason, would you call me Bill? And I'm like, no, I'll call you Mr. Ron Miller. He's like, that's an adult too. Just remember that. I know you meant well, but remember, this is adult. Try Mr. Rollins. Mr. Rollins. Like, treat him like you would treat me. Like, remember, he's a human too. He's not just an athlete.
It's good advice.
And I was like, right. As soon as I said Mr. Rollins, he turns around, threw me a ball over the net after he signed it. And I told him that story. And, now I'm an adult, so I'm not going to fanboy over any athlete at this point, just the nature of my job. But I do tell young kids that. I'm like, calling him Steph, but you wouldn't call your dad's friend by his first name. Just, hey, Mr. Curry. Now, is Steph going to get offended because someone doesn't call Mr. Curry? No, but I think it resonated with Jimmy. Soon as he heard that Mr. Rollins, he turned around. It was a little kid called him Mr. Rollins. So that's just, we're on the topic of approaching athletes. That always stuck with me. My friend's dad telling me to call him Mr. Rollins because he's an adult and you're a kid. And it resonated. And we actually have some callers talking about meeting athletes. Let's talk to Kurt in Oakland. He said he's met Steph Curry in person. How was Steph when you met him, Kurt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
He was good. We didn't talk because he was on the phone, and he would naturally turn away because he didn't want to draw attention to himself. So when I saw him and I was walking by him and we both kind of looked at each other, I did the thing that he does after he makes a shot where he taps his chest and points the finger up.
Oh, that's
and then
awesome.
He did it back, and then he did it back, and we moved on. but
Yeah.
I didn't approach him. I didn't try to shake his hand or fist bump him or anything like that because he was on the phone, and the last thing I want to do is interrupt him.
Dude, on the phone, you fell for the oldest trick in the book.
He wasn't talking to nobody.
The on the phone trick. You just put your phone up like you're on it, and it gets you out of everything.
That is so
You just
funny.
walk through the crowd, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's on the phone."
That's hilarious.
Yeah, he wasn't on the phone. Trust me. Even if he was talking, he wasn't on the phone.
That is, yeah, Steph's a vet. I couldn't imagine being his level of fame. I mean, I know his security guard pretty well, and I've just heard stories, no bad or anything, but it's just his security guard is stressed out. Like, because you just have to be on your P's and Q's when you're with a guy named Steph Curry. Everybody wants to talk. Everyone wants a little piece of you. Even at Chase Center, like before the game, when he goes in his pregame warmups, you got fans trying to come up on the sideline, take pictures. He is always like, nope, you can't go this close. You can't go this. And Steph is an amazing sport about it. Like, I have seen him interact with fans for the last 5 years. He's so gracious with his time in the bowels of the arena for the people who have that type of access, taking pictures with their children, talking to people. He's amazing. But it's a full-time job in itself. So I commend anybody, Steph, LeBron, these guys. But it's cool to see the guys who understand that responsibility they have and the influence they have on young people and just the joy that they bring, not even just young people, anybody, and they take it on their chest. I do appreciate that. I appreciate Nicola's point of view, and I can see it. But at the same time, I also appreciate LeBron's and Steph's point of view probably a little better.
Yeah, there's certain responsibility that comes with being a superstar, but like you can't have the fame and fortune in the account. Like I've had friends say like I would never want to be that famous that I can't go out grocery shopping. I'm like I would, because my bank account would be doing well,
right?
And I could, if you were my friend, we would just hang out at my house, and I would have people over, and I could help you out if I was that famous, like financially. I could help out my family, I could help out my kids, I could help out my friends. So I would love to be. I would love to see what that's like.
Yeah, you just got to look at both sides of the coin. Like I said, I would hate that fame and that level where I can't just do normal stuff. But you know what I would love to do? Just call someone and get the latest Kobe's whenever I want it.
Right.
Call someone. Hey, I'm going to Carbone. I want to go to Carbone on Friday night, 7 o'clock.
What's Carbone?
Oh, it's a really nice Italian restaurant.
Where?
It's in Vegas. Oh, there's a couple. There's one in Vegas, one in New York City. The one in Vegas is at Aria, the Aria Resort. It's really nice, but it's just hard to get a reservation there. Really hard to get a reservation there, and it's just like it's not hard for a celebrity. Hey, this guy wants to go to Carbone. Normal people have to like book it far out. I luckily knew somebody who helped me get a reservation with my girl in Vegas, and we went to Carbone, and
Where's
it was
the
cool.
bloop? There it is. Wait, what'd you get? What's so good about it? Tell me. I'm a foodie, dude. I spend way too much money that I don't have at restaurants.
Their spicy rigatoni is what they're known for.
What? Sausage?
They have good sauce. They have everything was good. We
Veal
got
Parmesan.
Yeah, I'm trying to
So
remember
basic, though,
what we
veal Parmesan.
ordered. I can't remember what we ordered, but it was a good meal, and it's pretty hard to get into for a reason. You said you're a foodie. You spent a lot of time in New York City. Have you been to the? I've been seeing it everywhere on Instagram. It's apparently like one of the hardest reservations to get. So I'm going to make sure I get one next time on the East Coast. It's the Polo store.
No.
Oh man, it looks really good.
I want to go to Rayo's.
Where's that at?
RAOS. I don't even know how to say it. I get the sauce all the time, and it's an Italian place that you got to kind of be like a season ticket holder and have a table in the place. Like you own tables in the place. And apparently, like even Jeter used to call out there, and it would be hard for him to get a seat. A-Rod's told me stories. Come on, where's the blue? I'm dropping names.
Yeah, there's one in New York and one in Hollywood.
Yeah.
In LA.
Oh, there is? I did not know that. Oh,
what I'm talking about, I just looked it up. It's called the Polo Bar. It's on East 55th Street in New York City. Really hard to get a reservation there, apparently, but I'm gonna try to make that happen. But there's celebrities in there, shoulder to shoulder all the time, and I was looking at their Instagram. The food looks really good too.
Yeah, just don't bother them while they're eating.
Yeah, right. What do you think is the hardest reservation to get here in the Bay Area?
I don't even know.
I don't know either. It's nothing the level of like a New York or LA.
You suddenly drop the Giants thing every once in a while just because it kind of works.
Yeah, true.
You can't just throw it out there like.
No, you got to use that card.
You got to say it professionally.
If you have it in your wallet, you got to use that card.
Oh, the Giants told me this was a great place to eat.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you work for the Giants?
Yeah. No, absolutely. So, yeah, that's the life of being a celebrity, Nicola. I mean, like I said, if you don't love it, there's always other ways of life you can take. So maybe trade it in. But we went on a tangent on celebrity lifestyles, one that I don't live. After the break, we're going to get back to the sports talk. It's Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Storylines. Haven't even really had great storylines. I mean, outside of Dre, but I don't want to cover Draymond getting suspended for hitting people and stuff. Like, it's not like enjoyable to me. Obviously, it's my job. I'm going to cover the story. I'm going to do it objectively. But it's just been a boring team to cover. And I know you were at the game last night, FP, crushing vodka sodas. Well, you said it was a boring game, kind of.
Well, I mean, they're so good, and they came back against the Celtics that when they were down by 15 in the fourth, I'm thinking, okay, here they come. They're going to make a run. That's the NBA, right? They're going to make a run. And they never did. And kind of reiterating what I said at the top of the show, like, Steph didn't look healthy to me. Like, I'm not going to sit here and speculate or be an alarmist. I guess I did speculate. But, like, when you're watching him run around to try to get open, when you're seeing him decelerate, he just was taking extra steps where he just didn't want to hit the brakes. And there wasn't a pep in his step or a bounce in his step. And there might have been a little hitch in his giddy up at times last night. So I think he's been the whole team. If Steph's not playing great, they're not going to win. It's just that's the way it is. I like Brandon Pajemski a lot. Yeah. He's becoming one of my favorite players. He's a basketball player in every sense of the word. He plays offense. He plays defense. He dives. He knows where the ball is going to go on the rebound before it even goes there. He has great anticipation. I just love his game in general. But like last night, the comeback didn't happen. They went to step on the gas, and the gas wasn't there. The Heat were faster. They played faster. They were more athletic. They were up and down the court. They didn't miss shots. I looked up one time at the scoreboard in the fourth quarter. They were shooting like 61% from the field and like 32% or something from three-point line. So I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on with these guys, but it's not the same. And we got into an interesting topic earlier, and I kind of want to get back to it. Like, are you still enjoying watching this team? Right. Because it's one of the best brands, not in the NBA, but in the world.
Yeah, in
for
sports in general.
They are.
I think they're like the fourth most lucrative American sports franchise. You know, got the Yankees up there and the Dodgers, but they're right up there.
We had a caller or somebody on the text line say that they don't have, you were talking about it yesterday?
Yeah,
maybe?
It was yesterday. It was an amazing call. She was just like, I don't get the same joy that I got watching the Warriors, and a major part of that is Draymond Green and his antics and his constant arguing with officials and arguing with opponents. It's off-putting. And it made me think from that point of view. I rarely think from the point of view of a fan. So that's something to think about. You guys let us know. Call in. Do the Warriors still play a brand of basketball that brings you joy? Let's go to Reginald in Houston. He wants to talk about Mike Dunleavy and Jonathan Kuminga down in Houston, Texas. What's up, Reg?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. You brought a very interesting subject up that I just want to touch on briefly because I know a lot of other callers would like to call in as far as joy is concerned. First, I want to start with Jonathan Kuminga. When you have a sense of entitlement and you come out complaining about minutes, He's using that same type of attitude and mentality that eventually got Jordan Poole shipped to Washington, D.C. And you talk about the joy. When I seen Steph and Clay sit on that bench yesterday after game, what I seen was disgust and just saying, you know what? Something needs to happen. Because at the end of the day, and I've said this for the last 3 years, the Warriors have always been a jump shooting team. But when those jump shots are not falling, you need an inside presence. And the Warriors don't have that. Lastly, Wiggins. I'm more disappointed in Andrew Wiggins than anybody because when he had the issue last year and he took time away from the team, the organization and his teammates supported him. He came back in the camp this year out of basketball conditioning shape, and he played lackadaisical. Then he was kind of shocked, he was shocked that he got benched. Really? Lastly, the Warriors have tradable assets and future picks to make moves. And I'm going to put this out here. If you want to change the narrative, if you have an opportunity to get Pascal Siakam, whose contract is up, and there's no way Toronto is going to sit up here and let him walk out the door and get nothing in return, and you have the ability to go get him. If I have to give up Wiggins and give up Kuminga to get somebody like him, I'll do it in a heartbeat because what you're getting from Wiggins is inconsistent play. What you're getting from Kuminga, he's like a bull in a china shop. People say, oh, he's athletic. That's fine, be athletic, but where's your consistency at? Are you putting in the necessary time and effort to work on your overall game? And when he's not able to drive to the basket, he's inconsistent from shooting the ball from the perimeter. Winning breeds happiness. Winning breeds joy. You want the joy back with the Warriors? Mike Dunleavy, get the memo. And I promise you this, Mike Dunleavy, unlike his predecessor, he's not going to sit on his rear end and not do anything to help this team win. Not if he wants to sit up and have the last 3 years of Steph Curry's career playing at an elevated elite level wasted. So be on the watch out for January and February because things are going to happen real drastic and very soon. I promise you.
Thank you,
Dude,
Reg.
that was a great call. Standing
tier
ovation.
call.
That's a
Reg sounds like someone you listen when he's talking.
Like James Earl Jones. He sounded like James Earl Jones.
Right?
Dude, that was sick.
That entitlement line about Kuminga, he sounded so disappointed in that kid.
Oh, that was good stuff.
Well, it's interesting, man. Like, you know, it's hard to sustain winning as long as they did. So I want to preface all of my comments on that saying what the Warriors are attempting to do is hard. They've been winners for a decade now. They're trying to get their fifth ring. That puts them, when I say their fifth ring, I'm talking about Steph, Clay, Dre. That would put them in the same sentences as what, like Magic Johnson? Yeah, Magic Johnson has 5 and Kobe Bryant 5. Like, this is rare territory. So let's get that out there first and foremost. What they're trying to do ain't easy. But, man, it's been a trying year. And that piece of video that we have on our Instagram page, go to Instagram, 95.7 The Game, it's interesting. It just shows the disgust. It shows the exhaustion that these guys have. They are in a tough spot right now. Now, Reginald sounded fed up. Let's hear from Mark in Millbrae. He says he's still confident in the Warriors. Mark, what are your thought process? Tell us as you prep for this Warriors game on Saturday against the Dallas Mavericks.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, to me, I disagree with you. I think it's still a joy to watch the team for the most part, especially Steph Curry, still playing at an incredibly high level at this age, and he's still one of the most watched athletes in any sport, and it's a joy to watch at Chase Center every night. And nobody probably in any sport gets a crowd roaring like he does when he's locked in. Last night was a stinker, but let's not forget they've been playing great basketball as of late, and that was their first loss at Chase in 9 games. So give credit to the Heat; they played well, but I think what's reinvigorating this team is you think about the turmoil of the horrible start they got off to, the Draymond nonsense once again, the vets underperforming for the most part outside of Curry, and they're still been able to fight all that off. They were on a hot win streak right now, and you're seeing the thing that's getting Dub Nation is these young guys. Finally, Steve Kerr is going away from that nonsense of not playing the young guys, and we're seeing that they're finally starting to hit on their young guys. And Podemski and Trey Davis has been a breakout stud for this team, and I love what that guy's doing. I think he eventually is going to take over for Looney as a starter and move Looney to the bench, which Looney we know is an ultimate professional, and he'll understand that role because he's the ultimate team guy first. And Curry, if he can come off the bench, anybody on this roster can come off the bench, and he'll accept that role. But I just think overall in Kuminga, so I know he was kind of last night was a stinker, but I think he's starting to shine. So all these young guys were think about all the draft picks the Warriors missed on, and now they're starting to hit on these guys like Podemski and Trey Davis. I didn't think they would be as good as they are. And playing next to Curry, you're seeing that they're gaining his confidence. I think the Dub Nation really has to. Now, are they a contending team? That's yet to be determined. But you look at the West, outside of Denver, really, we're seeing the young teams like Timberwolves, OKC. I don't think anybody really scares them. If the Warriors in the playoffs, which I expect them to do, they can take out anybody, and I think Denver's probably the one matchup nightmare. But look at the teams that are down. I mean, the Lakers, they're not doing anything special. Phoenix has been a debacle, even though they are supposed to be the odds-on favorites come out of the West. So, guys, I think we have a lot to be positive as where this team was and where they are now, and we finally got a future with young players. Isn't that what a lot of people have been bitching about constantly? We missed on all these young guys, and now it looks like they finally hit on picks. So credit to Dunleaving crew, guys. I'll get your thoughts on that. Thanks for the time.
Thank you for the call, Mark. And I do want to reiterate, I don't necessarily feel like I've lost joy watching the Warriors. I don't really watch the Warriors from that standpoint. I'm not a fan. I'm an observer. I cover the team. I was just echoing the sentiments of some of our callers that we got yesterday who are fans, who do watch the Warriors to bring that joy, and they don't see it anymore. But look, here's the thing. We needed an optimistic caller because it's been doomsday the past couple of days for the Warriors. They're on a 2-game losing streak. They lost to Denver on Christmas. They lose to the Miami Heat last night. No one played well last night. But this team they were one of 8 teams remaining in the NBA last year. They lost a 6-game series to the Lakers. Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole didn't really show up. Steph Curry was the only one who really did his job. A lot of strain on that. But we have seen that continue into this season. Outside of Steph, and even Steph has struggled the past 3 weeks. He's not the vintage Steph. He's not the MVP Steph we saw at the beginning of the season. But outside of Steph, outside of this last little 3-week stretch, we don't know who is going to show up. That is mentally and physically taxing on Steph Curry, not knowing who is going to be his sidekick on a particular night. One night, Klay Thompson's hot. The next night is Jonathan Kuminga. Then it's Brandon Podemski. Then it might be Andrew Wiggins. You just never know. There's no consistency, and I think that has been tiresome not only to Steph Curry, but to the fan base. You can't count on Draymond Green, FP, to be there. You just can't. So it's a problem that they're dealing with. And one thing about that one caller, I think it was Reggie 2 callers ago, Mike Dunleavy is not going to sit with his butt on his hands. I do think he will make moves. He made a move with Jordan Poole, bringing in Chris Paul. Whether you like that trade or not is kind of irrelevant to my point. He is going to do something. He comes from a basketball family. His dad was a coach and GM. His brother is a coach. They were built for this. Mike Dunleavy is going to make a move by that deadline. What do you think?
Who are you going to trade?
I said this yesterday. They have 4 tradable assets, in my opinion, realistically. Someone who they would realistically trade. Those 4 people, and I think it'll be a mix and match of these 4 guys in no particular order. Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, and who was the last guy? And Chris Paul. Those 4. Outside of that, I don't see them moving Klay Thompson. I don't see them moving Gary Payton II. They love him, and also he's hurt. So what are you really going to get back? You got to give to get. those are 4 players who you could get someone for if you mix and match, in my opinion. So it's going to be one of those 4 players are going to get traded, in my opinion. I really do. I don't want to sit here and come from a place where I'm chasing someone out of town. All 4 of those guys are good guys, and they've been here for a while. Draymond is way more complicated because of the emotional ties and what he's done for this franchise. He's going to have a statue one day, most likely.
Does anybody want him?
Look, a team that is close, and I'm just talking about teams that are close. Milwaukee, Boston, Phoenix, although Kevin Durant would have to sign off on that. I don't know if Kevin Durant wants to be a teammate with Draymond Green again after just the way. They're friendly again, and, they have a fine relationship. But being a teammate, I don't know if that's something Kevin Durant would sign off on. There are teams that are close that I think Draymond Green could really help. He can still really help the Warriors. So I'm not saying Draymond has to get dealt. I'm just saying those are the 4 guys, in my opinion, that I think could be attractive to teams because you got to give to get. We can't just say, hey, let's trade Moses Moody and GP2 and expect to get back a guy who is going to be a star. It's probably not going to happen. You got to give away some talent. It could be Jonathan Kuminga. He's very, very talented. So I do think Mike Dunleavy will make some moves at the deadline.
That was well said. The tough one to me is Kuminga. How long do you wait for a guy to develop?
Right.
He has so much upside and he has superstar potential. But in my experiences, and maybe the NBA is a little bit different, you either are or you aren't, initially, right?
Right.
It didn't take any 19-year-olds when you think of the past. Name me somebody that developed that came into the league at 19.
That developed?
Yeah, usually if you come into the league at that point, you're the guy.
Kevin Garnett, Kobe. Well, Kobe took a little while to LeBron James, but we're talking about guys who are once in a lifetime players.
Because he's the piece that would get you the most, in my opinion, because his upside is so high. Yeah, he's so much talent. But then do you hang on to him and does he become a superstar? Or you use all the things that we don't know about with him. Is he a badass behind the scenes? Is he busted his ass in practice? Is he never in the training room? Is he a good teammate? Does he stay in at night? Does he not go out a lot? There's so many things that go into whether you keep a guy or not that we don't know about.
Yeah.
But that would be the guy that you would get people for, good players for.
What do you think you would get? And this is for the callers and the people on the text line in our YouTube live chat right now. What do you think a Andrew Wiggins CP3 package would get you? Wiggins is a guy who's been inconsistent this year, but again, a team that's kind of close to a championship, he can come in and help right away. He's been pretty good since he got moved to the bench. I think he's averaging about 17 points per game since he got moved to the bench. He's been solid, but for most of his career, we've known he's been a little underwhelming. He came in as a can't-miss prospect, highly touted coming into the NBA, coming out of Kansas. And aside from the year where the Warriors won the championship, he's left a lot of meat on the bone. He just has. And so we know who he is. And then we know who Chris Paul is. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't think he's played all that bad this year for the Warriors. I actually think he's been pretty good.
A lot of weird turnovers for him last night.
Yeah.
He played sloppy last night.
He didn't play great last night, but no one did. But I worry about him in the closing lineup next to Steph and them guarding people. I do. So I don't know. What do you think? What do you think Andrew Wiggins, Chris Paul pairing could get you back in a trade? That's my question. So it'll be interesting to see. I know we got some time before we have to go to the break. Let's chat with Victor in Morgan Hill. He thinks the Warriors will play better. Victor, what's up, brother?
Hello?
Hey, Victor. Looks like Victor has some connectivity issues. Victor, give us a call back. We'll go to Rich in Fremont. He believes the Warriors need to make a move. He thinks Mike Dunleavy needs to start working those phones.
Hey, what's up, fellas? First of all, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
And by the way, you guys doing a fantastic job. We know the first string ain't in there, but y'all, we can't tell y'all the second string. Doing a great job.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. So my point to the other call that called in from Houston, he is spot on. Okay, they need to go get somebody. If it ain't Pascal Siakam, I would even go as far as to go after Lauri Markkanen. Okay, because what it is, it's like he said. He said, "Hey, you know, when them jump shots ain't falling, man, they got no other type of weapon, and they need another weapon. They need an alternative because what do we know in sports? In sports, you always have to keep the defense guessing, and if you can't keep the defense guessing, the defense is going to figure you out, and that's what's going on with the Warriors right now. These other teams have figured them out. They know where they're going to go to. They know they're going to take shots. They know the Splash Brothers, and so really, it's no brainer for Dunleavy. I wouldn't even waste any time. I would be on the phone with these owners of these bigs that are open and ready to go, and just try and scoop one up, man, because they need it. They need it now.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Rich and Fremont. People want Warriors to make some moves, and it makes sense because there's a log jam. There's not enough minutes to go around for these guys who want minutes. One day is Kuminga out of the rotation, and I think he should be playing. One day is Moody out of the rotation, and I think he should be playing. Gary Payton II is coming back. He might come back tomorrow. I mean, he practiced. I know the Warriors practice. I got to check Twitter and see what some of the beat writers are talking about who are at practice today. We might have an update on GP2 to see whether he's practicing or not, or not practicing, to see whether he'll be available tomorrow night. Oh, look. 2 minutes ago, this is why I love media nowadays. 2 minutes ago, Kendra Andrews of ESPN, friend of mine, she tweeted, Gary Payton II is available to play tomorrow against the Mavericks. Steve Kerr says he'll be under a minutes restriction. So there we go. The Warriors get GP2 back tomorrow. That's just another key in the cog. How are you going to find these guys minute? They have to consolidate this roster. But I am happy to see GP2 back. I'm glad that hamstring or calf, I think it was a calf, is better. And he helps. He helps. But who does he take minutes from, FP? Is it Brandon Pajemski he takes a minute from?
He got to play. Brandon Pajemski's got to play.
A lot of people have to play on this roster. That's an issue.
Yeah, I don't know where his minutes come, but Steve Kerr's just searching right now, and whoever's going to play well and help them win games, they're going to get their minutes. They're going to earn their minutes. And I like that about Steve. Like, I've never seen a guy with 4 championships get more flack from a fan base.
Right. Oh,
I feel like
they are hard on Steve.
It's hard on him, man. And I feel like you buy yourself a little bit of cushion there based on what you've accomplished and how recently it is. I mean, I moved back to San Francisco in May of 22, and I'm covering a parade in June, on Market Street. And that was just a couple minutes ago. And now, all of a sudden, he's forgot to coach. He's forgot how to coach. And he got dumb overnight. I guess he's one of the best coaches, if not the best coach in the NBA right now. And he just gets criticized for rotations and this and who he plays and sticking with the veterans too long and not playing the rookies. And meanwhile, we just watch the games. He goes home and flip-flops at night when they don't win and doesn't sleep because that's his life. I don't know. I'm a big Steve Kerr fan. I'll never criticize him. I think that he's doing the best he can with what he's got right now.
Warriors fans are a bit spoiled. That's something that I learned when I moved here. I just would see the discourse on social media, and I would hear some of our callers on the game. And I'm like, man, I grew up in Philly, bro. We get one championship. We're happy for 20 years. You guys have 3 at the time when I came. You guys have won 3 in the past couple of years, and you guys are on Steve Kerr's head. So I guess that's a good and a bad thing, but it's hard what Steve Kerr has done. Give him some flack. We got an hour left, FP.
Let's go. Let's rock it.
Here on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru. Hey, with the new year right around the corner, now is the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like The Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger or Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr. You can get it all. Download that Odyssey app. We will be right back in a couple minutes. gems. And we also broke some news. Dusty Baker is in talks with the Giants about a possible return in some sort of role. I won't say everything he said, but he's already talked to Larry Bear, and he hopes to talk to Farhan Zaidi soon. We'll have that conversation coming up at 1:40. But in the meantime, we've been talking Warriors, and I mean, I almost don't even know where to go from here, FP. It's just we think they need to make a move on the trade deadline. I've said it all week. In my opinion, there are 4 possible players they could trade if they want to get anything worth a damn in return. In some shape or form, it would have to be a package of some or all of these players. Not all of the players, but some of these players. Draymond Green, Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga. Those are the 4 realistic options that they could pair in a trade to get back something of value. Also, just in, Steve Kerr just told the media that Gary Payton II will be available to play tomorrow night against the Dallas Mavericks. He will be on a minute restriction. Remember, he had that calf strain in the right calf. So GP2 is back. That's great news. I love the vibes of GP2 when he's around the team and playing. But man, oh man, do they make a deal in February or what?
Well, Jason, I got to ask you this. What are they trading for? Are they trading for to win this year?
Yeah, you got to.
Like, if you make a trade, are you going to beat the Denver Nuggets in the trade you make? If you make a trade, are you going to be better than them?
That's the goal.
Is there a trade out there that makes them better than the Nuggets? So am I going to trade young players that could potentially help me down the road to get Steph number 5 and to get Clay number 5 and to get Draymond number 5? And are you going to like sell your soul to the devil, so to speak, just for a chance that you can win it all this year? That chance doesn't look great. I mean, who would they? I mean, they would have to trade for like A-listers all over the place to get back to the finals. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. As a GM, you have to sit there and look at, like, what am I trading for? Am I trading for just a quick fix, and I'm going to put our franchise, set our franchise back like 5 years for this quick fix to maybe win another ring? Or am I just going to stick with what I got and hope that Kuminga develops and Podziemski develops, and then Clay and Steph have something left in the tank, and Draymond comes back? Like, I don't know that a trade is the answer. I think trades are risky. I think it depends on what your goal is. But if you're just going to trade for the moment because your team's not playing well right now, I think you have to have more of a 20,000-foot view of this whole thing before you just knee-jerk trade somebody to make your team a little bit better, and they're going to bounce after the second round or something.
Well, here's what I know. I know Steph Curry is a generational player. We're never going to see another one. Guys of his ilk come around once every 20, 30 years at most. And he is still playing Steph Curry basketball. Yes, is he in a funk over the last 3 weeks or so? Yeah, but he'll get out of that funk. Steph is still that guy. You have to maximize his prime. He is still in that prime.
Agreed.
You got to make moves to win while you have this window, because you're not going to have another Steph Curry probably ever again.
It's a huge gamble, though, Jason, because if you make those moves and those moves don't work out, then you're getting rid of young guys that could help you once Steph is done.
Yeah, well, look.
Whenever that is.
That's why I say those. I would want to keep Kuminga. I really would, because I think he has the most promise on the team outside of Steph Curry in terms of just future, what he can do in this league. Andrew Wiggins, he's kind of told us who he is. Like, this isn't my opinion. This is just me looking at the fact-based history. He's been in the league for a while now.
It's been the same since he disappeared.
Yeah, he hasn't. Now, I don't know,
I don't know why he disappeared.
We were given the reasoning by, I think, Shams said his dad was sick. I ain't even going to walk down that hallway.
No, it's none of our business.
People get very, very emotional. But I do think, and yeah, you're welcome, Dylan. I'm putting the rat on the table. I do think they need to make a move. And if I'm Mike Dunleavy,
that scared me.
I am seeing what is available with Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins combo. Now, I don't know if that's attractive to the rest of the league. I don't know. Maybe you pair some draft picks. I don't know. But I'm doing everything in my power to keep Jonathan Kuminga. I would like to keep Draymond Green. I know people are hit or miss with Draymond right now with everything that's been going on, but that's what I would do. I would look at those two guys, but there are only 4 guys on the table, in my opinion, who could get the Warriors anything worth a damn. Now, Mike and Hayward, he doesn't think the Golden State Warriors need to trade for anybody. Mike, what's going on, brother?
Turn down your radio, dude.
Okay.
You're on delay.
We got you, Mike, now. We got you now.
Mike, this is where you come on the air and talk. I think Mike is dead.
We got technical difficulties, Mike. I'm sorry.
We had defibrillators for Mike. He's just laying there.
Call back.
Drool coming on the side of his mouth.
Figure it out, Mike. We couldn't
Dude, trade Draymond to the Wizards and see what happens.
Oh, yeah. That
Just see what happens.
That wouldn't be great. Well, it's funny because I think Draymond would be great in Phoenix, too, with the makeup of that team. I'm out here selling Dre. I don't want to do that. That comes with a lot. But he would have to, Kevin Durant would have to sign off on that too. But it's interesting. Like the Warriors they're stuck in a rut, man. I don't think they can win a championship as is, and I don't think you can waste Steph Curry's prime because you're not going to see another Steph Curry. You need to figure this thing out while Steph is still playing high-level basketball. And as I've said ad nauseum, I am not a fan. I look from an objective point of view. I don't have an emotional attachment to the Golden State Warriors. I don't. But I do recognize that most people do. I do recognize that this team has won with 3 players who are incredibly invested to the emotional heartstrings of the people in this area. Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry.
Is Draymond as valuable, Jason, if he doesn't play with that same edge? So, like, say Draymond on his best behavior. Is he as valuable as a Warrior? Because he has to have that edge. He has to have that, like, chip on his shoulder.
He can play with that edge without smacking people across the face.
Do you think?
Yes, he has to figure that out.
I know he has to figure it out, but sometimes that swagger and that edge and arguing with refs and arguing with players is what fires you up. That's your motivation. So if he comes out here, like, on his best behavior, is he as valuable to the team? So, like, that's the whole, like, thing I can't wait to see when he comes back. Like, what are you getting with him? Does he walk away from an official and just, like, turn his back? And is he working on ways to, like, go vent to Steve Kerr instead of the official, or vent to Steph Curry instead of the official? And if another player's pissing him off, that he goes, like, he takes a deep breath and counts to 10 or whatever the hell he's learning right now? Because I want the Draymond that won him 4 championships, not the one that's getting teed up every night, not the one that's suspended every other game. Like, because there is value there to him. And I came on this air on my first show and I said, the Warriors can't win with this version of Draymond. They can't. Because as a team and as a player, if I'm always wondering if my guy is going to be there for me and I don't know for sure and there's inconsistency and not consistency, that's detrimental to us winning. You have to be there for me. I have to rely on you. You have to be able to be available to kick somebody's ass and win a game with me. And if you're not, and I don't know when you're going to be there, and you might be there, and you might get a technical, and it might be about you, and you're in all this stuff, it sucks the life out of a locker room. It does. It sucks the energy out of a locker room. It sucks the life out of a locker room. Do they need the old version of Draymond to be successful? Absolutely. But this version right now, for whatever reason, it's not for me to speculate why he's in so much trouble this year all of the time, when he even admits that the punch derailed the season last year.
Yeah, it dates back to that punch.
And now he's derailing this season too, just for the simple fact that there's a lot of talk about him, there's a lot of PR about him. He's not there, he's absent. But, like, if he can still have that edge and still play with his hair on fire and still bring something to the table without all the stuff, they need that right now. But they don't need whatever version was there already this season.
Absolutely. And I think we got Mike back. Good news, he's alive.
Yes.
Mike and Hayward, what's up, brother?
Good job, paramedics. Well,
hello?
Maybe not.
Hey, Mike, we got you, brother.
Hello,
Mike.
Hey,
how you
what's
feel?
up,
How you
bro?
feeling, Mike?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
I would say that the Warriors don't need to trade anybody. They just keep what they got. They're not a championship team this year. They're a 500 team trying to make the playoffs. Okay, kind of like it was last year. They might get to Western Conference semifinals. Right? Keep what you got. You know, Draymond's coming back. CP3's coming. Peyton's coming back. Go ahead and play what you got. I mean, the problem with the Warriors is that we keep talking about this. They play small ball. So they're not changing their philosophy. If they change their philosophy, then they could go ahead and trade for something else. But they're not changing their philosophy. They're going to play small. So if they're going to play small, then what are they trading for? For what? They already got the pieces they need. They just need to let them develop. And I think that's just how it is.
I agree, man. I agree because everybody fans have this fantasy football mentality now where you think you just plug in people and they fit in and you trade people like they're pieces. Like, hey, I'm going to text you on our site and we're going to make a trade. And that's kind of how we look at it, like they're just pieces to a puzzle. I agree with you 100%. I think you figured out with the guys you got right now because if you're going to trade Kuminga, who has a chance to be a superstar, and maybe he's been developing for 3 years, and I realize that, but I think it's a dangerous, slippery slope when you start trading young guys for veterans on the hope that maybe you get deep into the playoffs.
Hey, I want Cody in Portland to come talk some sense. I think they need to make a trade too. Cody, what's going on, brother?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I think we need to be talking a lot more about DeJounte Murray. I've heard that a few times that the Hawks are trying to move him. I've seen that the Lakers are interested. I see a lot that the Knicks are interested. But talk about a guy who'd fit in our system. I mean, he was an all-star. He played for Pop. He plays amazing defense. He can handle the ball. He can score. He can do everything we would need someone to come in and do to take that pressure off Curry and be consistent on both ends of the floor. So I think it becomes who do you give up for him? Now, I'm not a GM. I don't know the cap hits and all that sort of thing, but I think he's on about $30 million a year, which matches pretty well with CP3 or Wiggins and maybe like a Corey Joseph or something. It's also going to depend on who Atlanta wants. But hell no, do not trade Kuminga. He's playing better than Wiggins this year, and he should be part of our long-term plans. And I think it's a move that makes a lot of sense. I would almost go as far to say is to trade Draymond straight up for him. I think Atlanta would want him, but I don't think we should necessarily trade Draymond. I'm not advocating for that, but short of trading Kuminga and, Steph or maybe Clay, I think DeJounte Murray should be on the top of our list.
Thanks for the call, Cody. See, my thing with DeJounte Murray, one, I don't believe he's as good as people make him out to be. It hasn't worked out in Atlanta for a reason. They're still the same team they were before they got him. Also, if I'm the Warriors, I'm looking for a bigger player than DeJounte Murray. He's 6'4", 6'5" on a good day. I'm looking for a guy in the range of 6'7" and above. I think they need some bigger players. I think they need a wing guy like a 6'7", 6'8". That's why people are so high on Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby. Those are big physical wings. There's already a log jam at guard. Why bring in another guard? You got Clay who needs minutes. You got Steph, obviously, who's going to get minutes. You have Podziemski now who gets minutes. You have GP2. I know GP2, he plays way bigger than his stature, but he's only 6'2". Like, I just don't think DeJounte Murray would solve this team's issues. I think they need a bigger wing or a power forward, someone who can guard multiple positions, put pressure on the rim, and bring athleticism to a team that really isn't athletic. So I'm out on DeJounte Murray, but I do think something has to give. FP. Something has to give.
Just play better, man. Just play better. To me, it's just like everyone's dribbling around. This is tremendous analysis, by the way. Dribbling, dribble, shoot. Like when the Warriors are good, they're skipping the ball around, and you're like, he's got an open look, but then there's one more last pass into the corner for even more open look, and then he makes the three. They play defense And when they play transition basketball because of turnovers on defense and misses and rebounds, they're more apt to have open looks. But right now, I'm not seeing a team really cohesive on offense, where they would always be moving and there's so much motion in their offense. And I saw last night, I forget who it was, maybe Steph was dribbling up and there was 4 guys just literally standing. And I'm in the stands going, somebody move.
Right.
Like they were just like for 10 seconds, everybody just stood there. So I don't know if you need more personnel, but like I just don't see that flow and that rhythm and that fun brand of basketball to watch where it's selfless and I don't care who makes the shot or I don't care who gets the credit. And it's just there's not that cohesiveness and that chemistry on offense or maybe even defense.
GP2 comes back tomorrow, and we've been saying all week that once GP2 and Draymond Green come back, it's going to create some more issues. Who does Steve Kerr plays? Who gets dropped out of the rotation? Who sees their minutes adjusted the most? So GP2 will be on a minute restriction tomorrow. But I'm curious as to who it'll affect the most, GP2 returning. Will it be Brandon Bajemski? Will Moses Moody not even sniff the court anymore? How about Trace Jackson Davis? I mean, GP2 plays that dunker spot a lot. It'll be interesting. Now, I'm reading some more quotes from Steve Kerr. He said, it felt like we got demoralized. They took it to us. We got out-coached. We got outworked. We got outplayed. Yeah, I would agree with that. I watched the replay of that game. It was a snooze fest, and this team, we're 33 games into the season, and this team has not built an identity. Who are the Warriors, FP? Like, what kind of basketball team are they? We're 33 years and we don't know.
Dude, it's okay to get outplayed, but it's never okay to get outworked.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you have to go to work for 2.5 hours every night if you're a Golden State Warrior player. And if you lose, you tip your cap. And if you get outplayed, you tip your cap. But if you get outworked, and that's what I saw last night, is every loose ball, multiple times, offensive rebounds, loose ball, the Heat got it. Multiple times when there was 2 people racing for the ball, the Heat got it. So when Steve Kerr says we got outcoached, we got outworked, we got outplayed, he's just being self-deprecating when he says he got outcoached. But the outworked part is the part that would make me concerned if I was a coach. Like, dude, we are never getting outworked. We're going to play our asses off every night. You know how many people would love to have a job where you work for 2.5 hours a day? That's all we have to do is come to work for 2.5 hours. You guys play your asses off. You play as hard as you can every single night. And win or lose, I'll be okay with it. But, like, if you get outworked, that's the part that gets me. Like, they got outplayed last night. Okay, sometimes you play the Celtics, or even though they beat the Celtics, sometimes you play the elite teams in the NBA, you're going to get outplayed, but you should never, ever, ever get outworked.
And the Miami Heat, man, I can't speak enough about that organization. They do more with less constantly. I mean, I'm watching the replay of this game right now. It's on in our studio, and I mean, I can name a bunch of these guys on the court, but I would guess most basketball fans can. You got Jaime Jaquez, you got Cook, you got Kevin Love. This is not a team that should be competing. Duncan Robinson, and they're giving it to the Golden State Warriors. It's just that Heat culture is real. Everybody talks about it. They do less. They do more with less.
Why?
I think it's Pat Riley and it's Eric Spoelstra. Those two, they're just hoop savants. Now, I have someone telling, I don't know who this is. No, and SF. We're being too critical of the Golden State Warriors. Talk to me.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, of course.
So I just wanted to push back a little bit. I know old school Warriors fans, we know how to roll with the punches a little bit, and I just feel like we're being so deep on the criticism and analysis. It's like fantasy culture, and a lot of the newer Golden State Warriors fans and the people who go to the games, it's a new crowd and whatnot. So I don't think the Warriors are in a bad spot. I think it's just the culture of the Warriors that's changed a lot, meaning the people who are buying into them and the way that we talk about them. The team's good. It's really good. This is probably the first game where we've gotten blown out. We're going to get over the hump. We're working through a lot of new combinations and whatnot. I don't like to hear that we should be trading people on them and how to move pieces and who's doing this wrong. There's a lot of positive things that can be said about this squad. But that's all. I'll take my response off the air.
Dude, I love it. I've been saying the same thing. They're playing really good basketball, and I think even on Christmas Day against the Nuggets, they played a solid game. They just had a stinker last night, and I think the expectations are set so high, and we're so used to seeing better than what happened last night.
So am I being an alarmist?
No, I mean, you're just giving your honest opinion.
Right.
And if that's your honest opinion, like that, I love that. I mean, you got to say what you think, but like, I think there's something to what that caller just said. Like, they've been playing good basketball. They've been playing a refreshing, young brand of basketball since Draymond got suspended. Do they need Draymond, a good Draymond back? Yes, but like, it's been fun until last night. Last night, they just laid a big-time egg. That's it.
All right, well, we got a little more Golden State Warriors talk. We're taking you to 1:40, and then we will have our interview with Dusty Baker. Guess what? He could be with the Giants sooner rather than later. This segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
playoff team. They're a play-in team now with the way they're playing. Got a little offense going, but man, Draymond is not going to solve all their defensive problems. I just, this is nuts, and I don't think it could happen. But if there was any way to get both of those guys out of Toronto, I would unload the boat. I mean, they can have Draymond, Wiggins, Chris Paul, Clay, you name it.
Pajemski?
Maybe. I mean, if you could have a starting lineup of, say, Curry, Pajemski, the two guys from Toronto, and plus TJD, maybe. They got nothing, man. They got nothing going on. It's all looking in the rear view mirror, and I doubt very seriously they could do that. Otherwise, I think what's probably going to happen is you're going to see somewhat of a regime change next year. They'll let it ride out. They won't sign Chris Paul. They may not even sign Clay. I would trade Draymond. The guy's kind of useless. Mavericks might take him. Lakers might take him. And it's time to start over. It really, I just feel that it is. Even if they were able to pull off something fantastic like that, give Curry another shot, maybe. But I'm pretty sure you guys are going to tell me what I already think, is that there's no way they would get both of those guys. But if they could, I would just let it rip. Anyway, interested in what you think, and have a good one. I'll listen.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I don't think they got the bodies to be able to get OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam from the Toronto Raptors. They could maybe get one, but here's my thing with those two. Those two have been on the trade block, it seems like, for 3 years now, and the Raptors haven't dealt them. The Raptors are either holding out for a king's ransom, which I don't think the Warriors possess, or they're just not going to get traded. It's one or the other, because with those two at this point, FP, I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it. It's been a while those guys have been on the trade block, and it just hasn't happened. And, look, I don't want to sound like an alarmist, a word I'm stealing from your book. The Warriors were one of 8 teams remaining in the NBA last year. They made it to the second round. They took the Lakers to 6. I believe that was a terrible matchup for the Warriors. It didn't help that Klay Thompson forgot how to play basketball and Jordan Poole forgot how to play basketball, and they were outplayed by guys like Austin Reeves and guys like D'Angelo Russell. But the Warriors still were solid last year. They weren't so far away to the point where they had to blow everything up. But I think this year, with the emergence of Brandon Pajemski, with the emergence of Trace Jackson Davis, I think it has forced Mike Dunleavy's hand, and they do have to consolidate this roster a bit. They have too many guys who need playing time, which has stopped them from forming an identity. You don't know who you are as a team. You're not going to win anything. I think they need to make a trade. They need to make a big splash. They need to narrow down this roster, find out who they are, and then we'll be cooking.
Man, I'm just always worried about a trade. If you trade for maybe
that's the player in you.
We could maybe do something, and we're going to trade away young guys. Hey, they have one bad game, and we're trading away the whole team. I know they're the 11th seed, and their record's not what it's. They have been trending in the right direction recently. They have been playing some solid basketball. I was okay. Not that you're okay with a loss, but if you take that Christmas Day loss,
no, I came away from that okay too.
In Denver, and say it's the old Warriors, you're going to lose how many games a year, and you go on the road on Christmas Day and lose to defending champs with
tight game.
Okay, that you never want to lose, but they played well in that game. So yesterday they played. They didn't. I was there. I watched. They didn't play with a lot of energy. The Heat were running them all over the court. They outworked them, like Steve Kerr said, and that's the concern. But see how they played, X. See what happens. I just think this is. I think anytime in sports talk radio you get into trade talk that it's dangerous because you're talking about people's lives. You're talking about it's fun to tinker with it a little bit, but I guess that's what we do. We overreact, right? It was a bad loss last night. The Niners had a bad loss against the Ravens, but getting back to the initial point with them, how do you react to that? What do you do next? Kuminga last night, that was his game to just go off after his quotes in The Athletic with Marcus Thompson. That was his game to go for 25 and 10 and whatever. and just like lead them, keep them in that game and lead them to a victory. Because if you're going to say those things, which is fine, I love my guys having confidence. You'd like to keep those things under wraps. But if you're going to say those things, you have to back it up. You have to walk the talk. And last night, I mean, it wasn't a bad game, but it wasn't a great game either.
Right. All right, we got about a minute and a half left before we take you to Dusty Baker. Sandino, I need you to make your point quick. What are these 2 solutions you have for the Golden State Warriors?
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate the show. Jason, I think first one, I agree with you. We got to remove the log jam at the wings for sure. Too many guys that not enough minutes, and we need to be giving them to guys who need to develop now and for the future, who give us some athleticism and pace, Kuminga and Moody specifically. Second, though, it's leadership, man. I think Kerr's got to go.
We lost him, but he got his point in. He thinks Steve Kerr has to roll. I'm not on that train. I think Steve Kerr is a great coach. He's not perfect, but who is? You know, who is perfect?
Dude, what do you want from your coach? You just won 4 championships. I don't understand. Like, what do you want from your head coach? A championship every single year, and if they don't win one, they're fired?
Yeah.
Man. I mean, what are the expectations for your coach, and who's better than he is? Who's going to come in and be like, oh, that guy's way better than Steve Kerr?
Right. No, that's tough. That's tough. Well, look, FP, this has been real, man. I know you got a flight.
Happy New Year's, dude.
Happy New Year's.
Good to get to know you on the air.
Real quick, do you have a New Year's resolution?
I got to stay off my phone, dude. I'm addicted to my phone and social media.
Yeah, me too.
Like
I'll say I want to be on time more. I'm not a late person, but I don't want to be the guy kind of, hey, I'm going to be 10 minutes late to this reservation. I want to be on time more. I'm sure my girl loves to hear me say that, but that is my New Year's resolution. Thanks to our guys in the booth for helping us out. We're going to toss to a conversation that FP and I had with the legend Dusty Baker. He might be coming back to the Bay Area full time. Thanks for tapping in with us all afternoon on the Steiny and Guru Show. For FP, I'm Jason Dumas. Take it easy. FP, we're about to have a heavyweight join us in a second. He needs no introduction. But, man, you know, we got so much to break down with this guy.
Well, he's here. 26 years, a big league manager, shut it down finally. World champ is all you really need to say when you bring on Dusty Baker. Bay Area legend, 3-time manager here with the Giants, and my friend, Dusty Baker. Bake, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, what's going on, my man? I'm up here in Sacramento. I heard it's raining down there. You said it was beautiful. Is it beautiful?
It's nice. I'm looking out the window right now.
Sun's peeking through.
It's trying to peek through. You got any big New Year's Eve plans? What are you doing?
No, not really. My daughter's coming up from Oakland, and I'm just, preparing meals, getting things ready, for my grandsons. They're 2.5 and 3.5, and so that's always a treat when they come over. And then New Year's Day, I'm leaving to go down and help Hensley Newlands down in Curacao and all those famous players that come from there. So that's what I'm doing to start the year off to try to help some people and also go down and have a good time.
So are you looking forward to retirement? Has it hit you yet, or is that going to happen around spring training?
Yeah, probably around spring training. But, FP, I'm busy. And plus, like I lost, 3 or 4 jobs and I was off 2 years at a time. So it's not like this is my first time off. It's just the first time that I've actually announced that I'm retiring from the field. I'm not necessarily retiring from baseball, but I'm retiring from the daily, the daily grind of travel, of just having to be there. If I could show up about half an hour for the game and then leave half an hour after the game, I can do this 3 or 4 years. You know what I mean? Because the game is the same. It's the playing, the verbal dodgeball or having to be here or having to be there, and sometimes you get tired of just being a whipping boy. When you're doing the best job that you can do. So, but I love the game and I love the players, and so. Like I said, I'm retired from the field, but not necessarily retired from baseball, especially when you got a son. You got a son that's still in it. That's with Washington. And so, I'm looking forward to watching them play too.
Darren at 284 last year over 3 teams. He ended up in AAA where he hit 273. He's playing all over the place. Of course, I love that, right? He's playing all the different positions. I need to talk to him. I love that. So, I mean, when he gets called up to D.C., you're not going to D.C. to see him play, are you? I know things didn't end well there. We've talked about it off the record, but I mean, that's your kid. I mean, you're going to go see him play, but it's kind of weird that he's with the Nationals.
Yeah, kind of. But something. I mean, I was treated fairly by Rizzo and all the people upstairs. Like I wasn't treated that fair necessarily by upper ownership. You know what I mean? But I mean, Riz and I ended up on great terms. He didn't want to let me go, but sometimes you're forced to do things that you don't want to do. And like, even when I see fans from Chicago, I didn't end up well there either. And then they're like, "Oh man, we love you, we miss you." And I was like, "Oh, what happened to all those boos that that I heard at the end of that?" So I mean, time heals all wounds. I mean, you can't take a lot of stuff from the past into the present or the future. So you just go ahead and live your life. And as long as you did the best that you can do, and I've always tried to, do my best. And so just sometimes you come up short, and sometimes, things work out great.
Now, Dusty, you mentioned this isn't the first time you've had a break for baseball. You've had stretches where you didn't officially announce your retirement or anything, but you were away from the game. This time you announced your retirement, obviously. Do you have a different mindset as you go into this break from the game? Do you think like, hey, you know what? This is it. This will be permanent. Or do you still think you might have to scratch an itch down the line?
I don't know. I just let God tell me what to do. I mean, who knows? I mean, I thought I was done the last time when the Astros came calling. And, there were no job openings. And a lot of times these things are opened up for you, and it's not under your control. I mean, we think that we're in control of everything, but we're in control of very little. And that's the one thing that I've learned, during my life. I mean, what were the chances of me managing the Astros? They were on top. Everything was beautiful. And then all of a sudden they had a scandal. And next thing, they needed me to help them. I don't know if they wanted me to help them for 4 years, but that's how it worked out. And, I just went there to win. I was very, very fortunate to finally win that World Series under these circumstances. And, when I look back on my time in Houston, I mean, we were one game twice away from going to the World Series 4 years in a row. We were Game 7 in 2020, I believe, and Game 7 last year in 2023. So, yeah, I mean, it was a good run. I had a great time there. Perhaps it was time to leave. Nobody likes to wear out the welcome. At the same time, you kind of can feel when it's time for you, to go. You're not quite as welcome as you were when you got there. So, life goes on. I'm looking forward to this next chapter. I'm actually also talking to, the Giants. I talked to Larry Baird the other day about the possibility of maybe even joining them. And so we just have to see how things work out, for all of us.
Okay. All right. I'm all in on that.
Yeah, we can't sift through that. How those conversations gone? And obviously, Dusty, how beloved you are here in the Bay Area. They darn near celebrated like the Giants won a World Series when you were finally able to break through and win that World Series. Where are you in those conversations, and what is the real possibility of you having a role with the Giants?
I don't know. I mean, I like to know who people were rooting for when me and Bruce Bochy was, battling each other. But yeah, I mean, they're just preliminary talks. We're like I said, I talked to Larry. I'm awaiting, to talk to Farhan. They do have a team here in Sacramento where I am here. The River Cats team. I'm not sure if they're still the River Cats, but we'll see. And we can work things out. Family wise and time wise and all kind of ways. So like I said, it's just, we're just having preliminary talks and, we'll see how things work out.
Bake, I've been back a couple of years now and been around the ball club and been doing games with them. And I've been saying on my old radio show that the Giants have to get back to having people around that knows what it means to wear the orange and black. And I mean, nobody personifies that better than you. So yeah, I mean, you talk about the coaching staff now. There's guys that wore the uniform, and I think that's huge to know the tradition and what it means to wear that. We all know what that means, but talk about for a minute, Bake, how the game has changed. Like you look at all the teams that were in the playoffs last year, whether it was Boach or Rob Thompson or yourself or Snitker, like the old school guys still know what they're doing. You still know what you're doing, and there's so much emphasis on analytics right now in the game. Maybe touch on a little bit, like through all of your travels and as a manager more than a player, on how the game has changed and how that affected you as a manager.
Well, number one, the Giants have a couple former guys back. I mean, Pat Burrow and Matt Williams were one of the best, and Bob Melvin, and that's a great start right there. Things have changed, things have evolved. Part of we always used analytics, but just didn't have the name of. It wasn't called analytics. It was called first batter matchup, first batter efficiency, runners inherited, just all kind of things that we used as much of the information as we could. Just that sometimes I think now it's gone a little bit where there's a little bit too much information for the kids to fathom, and or sometimes young players don't watch the game and learn from watching the game. I mean, I see everybody has their head down all the time, whether it's on the cell phone or whether it's on the laptop or whatever it is. And I urge them to watch the game, pay attention as much as possible. And let's face it, most of the guys upstairs are college graduates of some of the finest universities around. But what's happening is that they're hiring their friends, and they're, it's not really getting a well-rounded view of the game. And I think you got to have some guys there, that are analytical guys, and you also need some guys there that are baseball guys to explain some things that sometimes can't be explained by numbers. Sometimes the overall feel is gone. You know what I mean? And from managing against Bruce Bochy, you could tell sometimes, and he probably could tell with me, that some of it's on feel, as well as fact. And to me, you have to have both to get the most out of your players and both to win. Now, saying that, somebody is going to win, whether it's all analytic guys or whether it's field guys or a combination. Somebody's going to win, whether that makes it right or wrong or not, or if you're going about it the right way, but somebody's going to win.
Now, Dusty, obviously we are smack dab in the middle of free agency, and it's been a huge talking point around here, especially over the last couple of years. Giants kind of striking out on some of the big names that they've sought after. Now, I don't know you too well, but you don't strike me as the type who are going to be getting on your knees and begging someone to come play for the organization. But how would you sell the Giants to some of these free agents to get them to come play in the Bay Area?
Well, that's a tough call. I mean, for some reason the Bay Area's gotten a bad rap, and see, the Bay Area was one of the finer places to live in this country. And I've talked to some players recently where a lot of the players would rather live in the East Bay, go across the bridge, go through the Caldecott Tunnel. That's a lot of travel versus going down the peninsula or staying in the city. And the city has to sell itself that, because it's gotten a bad rap, as far as like what's happening in the city, or the amount of vacancies that are in the city. The city is the most beautiful town that I know of in America, since I've been going there since the mid-'60s. So the city has to sell itself as well as the organization has to sell itself to the players. And because, seems like every year some big names come up, and then rarely do we do the Giants get any big name players? So it's either going to have to do it from within, or they're going to have to sell the city and their families on how safe and how beautiful the city really is.
Dude, you said we, man. It's going to be in your forever Giant. Dusty Baker said we. We're talking about the Giants. Bake, that's a great answer. I mean, we really appreciate you coming on today. Say hello to Melissa. Say hello to Darren for me. I miss you guys. Hopefully I'll see you in the 916 soon. Have you been hunting at all? Any hunting going on this year?
No, not really. I haven't been hunting. I really didn't feel it. You know what I mean? You got to feel it. I haven't fished. Tell you the truth, I was gone 8 months, man. And, you come home, you don't want to move. I got things I got to do. My well was messing up. I got to plant my garden. I got to tend to my grapes. There's a lot to do. And then hopefully in the next few months, I'll be bored. Maybe I can come see you sometime. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we'll get you in the studio ASAP.
Dude, I gotta get a bottle of wine. I was in Rayleigh's in El Dorado Hills over Christmas, and I saw all your wine sitting there with the stitches on it. And you have like a walk-off blend now. That's the name of the wine. You named it like walk-off something, walk-off Pinot or something like that.
Well, I didn't name it. My winemaker, Chick Brenneman, who's the best. He's been my winemaker and partner for like 15 years, and he didn't know what a walk-off was. But he saw it in some magazine that I swear, he saw it in some magazine that I was like number 2 all time in walk-off. So he goes, "Oh, that's a good name for it, walk-off." And I thought he knew what he was talking about. He just lucked upon that one. But that's one of my favorites. And then I told my team in Houston, I said, "Hey guys, if you walk somebody off, I will get you some wine and I'll sign it." Well, the first guy that walked somebody off, which I didn't even think they were going to hold me to it, was Carlos Correa in the playoffs. And so he walked somebody off, and the first thing he asked me, "Where is my walk-off red?" So that's how we come up with that name.
I think I'm going to sip on some walk-off red for New Year's Eve. I got to find that somewhere. Dusty, thank you so much for joining us, brother. We really appreciate your time. And hopefully you'll be in San Francisco soon a little more often. Hopefully those talks go well, because we would love to get you back down here in the Bay Area.
Hey, NFP, man, I'll see you at home sometime, man. I'm glad you're back on the radio, my brother.
Thanks, Bake. Happy New Year's, man. I can't wait to see you. I miss you.
All right, man. Miss you too. I'll see you later.
That was Dusty Baker. Awesome stuff.
You stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hi again, everybody. Alongside Larry Kruger, it's Dan Devon. We have you until 6 o'clock. We'll talk all things Bay Area sports, starting with... You all right, Larry, after that Golden State Warrior game? What's going on?
Oh, man, that was ugly.
We'll talk about it. The Warriors slipped to under 500 once again, now 15-16, the latest loss at the hands of the Miami Heat, a Heat team that came in. We talked about this yesterday. They were undermanned without their best player, Jimmy Butler. They were out with some key players, including the veteran Kyle Lowry. Caleb Martin wasn't available. But still, not only did they beat the Golden State Warriors, but they beat them by double digits, and they pretty much dominated throughout. So the Warriors with a lot more questions to answer today. Golden State doesn't get any easier. They're going to take on the Dallas Mavericks. That's coming up tomorrow night. Once again, all the action can be right here on 95.7 The Game. But let's start with what took place last night out at Chase as the Warriors had it right in front of them. I mean, they had ample time. They hadn't played since Monday on Christmas. And here come the Miami Heat. You're well rested. You've been rejuvenated with the infusion of this new young starting lineup with Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga. You're good to go. And then that. You laid an egg. And quite frankly, Larry, they just did not look inspired. There was a lack of energy, and they looked as though they were on the back-to-back on a road trip, whereas it was the complete opposite. How do you explain away what took place yesterday?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it other than they're now sub 500. They didn't shoot the ball. They're not shooting the ball. I mean, if you said to me that the Warriors were going to struggle this year, I would have said, okay. They won 44 games last year. They're on pace to basically do the same thing. They're now sub 500. I think they're underachieving. They can't shoot. I mean, they're 24th in field goal percentage in the NBA. They've got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, 24th in field goal percentage. They're shooting 46% as a team. Why can't they shoot anymore? That would be my first question. What happened to the shooting? And that jumps out to me. But beyond that, it's not happening. Steph's 35. It just doesn't look like it's all coming together. I just think that they're in a real precarious time in their organization right now where, you know, they're base now sub 500. I think there could be big changes looming, and I'd love to hear from the audience today, either via the text line or taking some calls. And just if you were running Golden State, if you're Dunleavy, or if you're Joe Lacob, because some of these decisions may come over Dunleavy's head. What do you do? What's the trade that's looming? What's the firing that's looming? And I do say firing because I think that's viable. Something needs to happen for Golden State.
We back that up, firing meaning the coach?
Possibly. I mean, it's not working right now. And to me, I just get this vibe that Steve is real concerned about a veterans revolt. And, you know, I mean, I personally, I don't love the rotations. I didn't love yesterday. I mean, let's just take Moses Moody for an example. Moses Moody had a great 5-minute run in the first half. He was excellent. He didn't play at all in the third quarter.
I know.
No minutes in the third quarter. And then they put him in the fourth quarter, and he looked good in the fourth quarter.
He's their best player.
In that 8-minute run. And he clearly is like prioritizing minutes for Wiggins over guys like Kuminga and Moody. Moody and Kuminga need to play 25 to 30 minutes a night. And don't tell me about Jonathan Kuminga's 6 turnovers. It only really resulted in, I think, like 4 points for Miami. Yeah, he's going to turn it over from time to time. But this guy shot 38% from 3 last year. He was shooting 41% from 3 in December coming into last night's game. And I just don't think that Kerr's developing him quickly enough. And in the fourth quarter, when you've got the game, there's some separation there. No fourth quarter minutes to develop for Jonathan Kuminga. Moody's not developing. Kuminga's not developing. Kerr's afraid of a veterans revolt. And I don't know what the answer is. I mean, he should be under the gun right now. In my opinion, he should be. I know he's got 4 rings. I know he's a great coach, great guy, better guy. But I don't know. I mean, at what point do you say, you know what? You've got all kinds of pelts on the wall, but your voice is no longer resonating with this team. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. If it's a players' league, but I do think these rotations have to be scrutinized a little bit. To me, their best 5-man starting lineup is the lineup that they finish with in that Celtics game where they had Steph and Clay and Chris Paul and Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis. You're too damn small. Play Trace Jackson Davis. How hard is it to understand? Play Trace Jackson Davis. I mean, he played in the fourth quarter, but what happened when the game was on the line? He wasn't playing. You're getting beat on the glass. Play Trace Jackson Davis. I mean, it's not like this guy's super raw. So I don't get it. I don't understand why TJD doesn't play. I don't get it why Moody doesn't play at all in the third quarter after the way he played in the first half. It seems like Wiggins' minutes are always prioritized over Kuminga or Moody's minutes. I'm not loving Kerr's feel for this team this year. They're now sub 500. I think they need a major move. You saw Steph and Clay at the end of the bench, at the end of the game, just sitting there with towels over their head, despondent. This thing needs to move. This thing needs to change. I don't know if it's Kerr, but Golden State needs a major move to shake it up. Is it 2 or 3 guys for a Durant? Maybe. Is it dumping the coach and going in a different direction? Maybe. Is it moving Andrew Wiggins and CP3? Maybe that's it. I don't know. Is it moving Draymond or Clay? God, I would hate to see Draymond go, but maybe that's it. I don't know what it is, Dan, but they're 15 and 16. They're not playing well. I see not playing well. They were playing well recently, but there's something about their whole outfit right now that just screams they need something to happen and something major to happen soon.
I think last night was the low water mark. I don't think anybody saw that coming. Again, Miami without their best player, Jimmy Butler, and also Kyle Lowry and some other key members of that team gone. And yet you lose by double digits. Now, that just doesn't happen to a team that's supposed to be competitive in the Western Conference. I'll stop short of firing Steve Kerr. I don't know if I can go there. You said something yesterday that really resonated.
I don't know what the solution is, but that's got to be at least on the table.
You said something yesterday that I was thinking about while watching the game. And you talked about the Denver Nuggets and how they're in their prime, right? You're talking about their key players, including Jokic, all 25 to 30 years of age. And I'm watching the Warriors yesterday, and you're right. They're either too old or they're too young at times. They're not, I tried on a jacket the other day, seriously, about 2 weeks ago, and they didn't have a medium, and I really liked this jacket. All they had were larges and extra smalls. And so the guy that was helping me out, he's like, either gain 10 pounds or lose 10 pounds. And that's sort of the Golden State Warriors. You can't commit, to guys who are 35 years of age, and maybe it's too young to commit to guys in their early 20s, and they find themselves in sort of this imbalance where they're not hitting that sweet spot of guys who are in their prime. They're either over the hill or they're still ascending to the top of the hill.
And partly, let's put all the cards on the table here. It's partly because they whiffed on their top 3 pick. There was a trade on the table for Anthony Edwards. He went for 44 last night. Now, he went first. He went in front of them. So technically, you can sit there and go, well, they couldn't have gotten Anthony Edwards. But according to multiple reports that I read at the time, Warriors could have made a deal and moved up and got Anthony Edwards. But Kerr didn't like Anthony Edwards' work ethic. Didn't think he was the right fit. If they had somehow wound up with Anthony Edwards and not Marshmallow James Wiseman, they would have extended their dynasty. Instead, they swung and they missed. It was Edwards, LaMelo, and Wiseman. Edwards would have been the extend the dynasty pick. LaMelo would have been the incredible talent added to your roster pick. Wiseman was the whiff. They whiffed. That's kind of why they're at where they're at right now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that unique opportunity. How often does that happen? Where you still have Steph, Draymond, and Clay. We're still pretty much in their prime just a couple of years ago, and then you find yourself in the lottery in back-to-back years, and those guys are all coming back and they're healthy. Like, you had a chance to abridge this thing and keep it moving down the track, and we'll see whether they swung and missed in both lottery picks, because the jury's still out to a certain degree with Jonathan Kuminga. We're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. I do want to start with JK, because I know a lot of people are sort of glossing over his performance last night, but this is the sort of level of concern I think that Steve Kerr and others have when it comes to Kuminga. Just when it looked as though we were reaping his praises and talking about how the game was slowing down for him, and he's beginning to see the extra pass, he's getting a chance to start. He had talked about how he doesn't like, coming off the bench or going to the bench. And then there's last night, the 6 turnovers, minus 26 overall. And it's, I think it's attributed to the fact that he's still learning. But again, for Jonathan Kuminga, it's 2 steps forward, yet he still takes that giant step back. And you look at somebody like that, Javier Yaquez, the young man out of UCLA, who was the Pac-12 Player of the Year, and in his first year. And sometimes, much like that of Podziemski, not only can he score, but this guy has been big all year long in terms of just one of those players that you can, as a rookie, put him in with a good team like that of the Miami Heat, and he's going to be an impactful player. He's going to recognize balance. He's going to know how to distribute. He's going to know how to get his own. And so when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, I know the raw athleticism excites all of us, but there is still there, I think, the lack of consistency is proven by last night.
Yeah. I was looking for Javier Jaquez. You're talking about Jaime Jaquez.
Sorry.
No, I mean,
I did that twice yesterday.
Javier Jaquez. Jaime Jaquez was really good at UCLA. And what a pick that was. My goodness, that was a fantastic pick. I love the way he's playing right now.
Well, right after Pod, right? Right after Podziemski, I believe.
I mean, and you know what? At the time, I thought, man, that seems kind of low level. But Jaquez is just, he's a mature player. And he knows how to play, and he knows how to play off the ball, and he's got skills. So, that's what you're looking for in the NBA, guys who know how to play off the ball but have the skill to play on the ball, and he can do that. I mean, Spoelstra is a great coach. They've got this is one of the best organizations going in basketball for sure, Miami. And I just thought that this would have been a game that, first game in the homestand, and Heat starting the road trip, and they're shorthanded, and no Butler, no Lowry, no Martin. I thought, man, Golden State's got this one, and then they just can't shoot it at all. I mean, terrible shooting night from Steph Curry. But why the Warriors with all these shoot? I mean, if the Warriors, as small a team as they are going to be 24th in field goal percentage,
it's not going to work.
They're done. They're absolutely done. Put a fork in them. They're finished. They got no shot. You can't. If they're going to be the donut team, they got to shoot the ball. You can't be 24th in field goal percentage when you're also small. We can't shoot, but we're small. It's like, what? So, I mean, and to me, it's not even about that. That's not my big issue. I mean, I'd like to see them get some more size, but it's more just about some of these rotations that just don't make any sense. It's like, if I'm Moses Moody, man, I want out of here. I want out of here because there's no conviction on him getting any kind of regular minutes. None. There's no conviction. He plays great. Who cares? Doesn't matter. He doesn't play in the third quarter. I mean, this game was decided in the third quarter. It was what was it, like a 5-point game at the half, and something like what was the margin going to the fourth? I mean, the game was won in that third quarter, and Moody was great in the first half, and then he doesn't get any minutes at all in the third quarter. Then here he is in the fourth quarter, and he looks good. He played well. He was one of their best players on the floor. So I'm not getting Kerr's rotation. And, I guess deep down, I really don't believe Wiggins is the guy that I've kind of lost belief in. I'll just freely admit that. He played 26 minutes. He had 11 points. He's an 11-year veteran. He's a one-time All-Star. He's been disappointing since that All-Star appearance. He's not the answer. And in my opinion, I want to see Moody and Kuminga's minutes prioritized over Wiggins' minutes going forward. And if there was one guy that I think, if I'm voting for the big move, the big move would involve Wiggins, because they got to, if you're going to clear the decks for Kuminga and Moody. I mean, here's the thing. You're wrong. You either were wrong to take Kuminga and Moody in the lottery, or you're wrong for not playing them in their third year. You know, it's time to play these guys. So I especially when you have no GP2, you have no Draymond Green, and they're playing, you know, Moody's playing well and just evaporates. It's like nobody notices at all. And then the game's lost, and okay, it's garbage time, throw him back out there. And Kuminga, I know he turns it over, and it's frustrating to watch, but he also does other things on the floor. I mean, this guy can defend, he can rebound, he can run the floor, he can finish inside. I know he had turnovers last night, and I think the Warriors had like 8 or 9 turnovers before Miami even had one. It was a turnover fest early, but still, I mean, this is the bumps that go along in the road with young players that are 21 that are developing. And I just don't feel like Steve's ever going to give Kuminga or Moody enough minutes to ever ramp up their career. So, I mean, seriously, I don't want to see those guys traded, but if you're just going to sit there and kind of waste them away with no rhyme or reason to their playing time, then you probably should ship them if you don't want to use them. But I think at this point, if I'm Joe, if I'm Dunleavy, there's got to be a major huddle session and go, guys, this isn't what we planned. We're sub 500. We got big decisions on our plate. Let's be decisive. Let's think about this and make the right call. Because to me, Dan, they have to make a major shakeup move. Otherwise, this thing's just off the rails going forward. They're not in the caliber of the top teams in the West. And if they think they are, they're delusional, and it's going to be painful down the end of the year. So, what's the big move going to be? I don't know, but one has to come.
888-957-9570. We're putting it out there to you. If there's a big move, who's out of town? Who do you want? We start things out in Oakland with Leroy. Wants to talk about the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Man, you guys are doing a fantastic job filling in. Hey, I'm a lifelong Warrior fan, and I just think right now, with pretty much what we're stuck with, I think the adjustment has to be Steve Kerr's philosophy. And his philosophy is, hey, how you guys are going to get minutes is basically you swing the ball, do everything, set the screens, do the rebounding, and swing the ball to Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson. If you do that, you're going to get playing time. And I think with young guys, that sends the wrong message. And it should be, hey, if you're open or you have the talent or you feel like you can go one-on-one, go with that thing or shoot the ball. But I'm seeing the players hesitate. Hey, this is not Draymond. Draymond's going to sacrifice his points and not work on his jumper and not do the things he needs to do to score because he knows he's the extension to Klay Thompson and Curry. I'm just going to wait that half a second. I'm not going to shoot. I'm going to wait till they pop open. And I think this is what Kerr wants the young guys to do. And the other day, Kuminga's like, hey, I don't know what they want me to do. I think he exactly knows what they want to do. They want him to wait and swing the ball to Curry and Klay. And he's saying, I'm not Draymond. I'm not that player. And if you look at the press conference Steve Kerr had, it was the first thing he said about Kuminga. Well, why he ain't playing because, he was hesitating to swing the ball when, Curry and Klay was open. And JK's going, man, I ain't got the weight. I got the talent to go. So I just think that Kerr needs to just change his philosophy to, hey, stop waiting to swing the ball to the greatest backcourt that has ever been. And, hey, if you can go with it, go with it. If you one-on-one or you got the shot, shoot it. And I think that would pay dividends, especially with the young guys.
Leroy, thanks. And I think he hit on something there. And it's something you and I have talked about, and that is how do you balance when you have young players and what is supposedly supposed to be a competitive team? It's not Detroit. It's not Washington. It's not Utah. It's not Portland where you're rebuilding or in this transition mode where you can just roll these guys out there and say, go ahead, Jonathan Kuminga, play all 82 games and you got 35 minutes of burn every night. Learn from your mistakes and get better. you don't have that affordability, I think, with the Golden State Warriors because they're thought of as a team that is supposed to contend, at least get to the NBA Finals. So that's sort of the dilemma is, do you defer to the OGs? What is it that how do you mix in or how do you infuse the youngsters with a core that's considered, Hall of Fame-esque? And that's where I think, that's the rub in all of this is you have these older players that are looking to win a title right now, and at the same time, you're trying to develop youth.
Yeah, no, it is tough and there's a lot of inconsistency there because both the young players and the veteran players have good nights and bad nights. Last night, for example, Klay Thompson, bad night. Steph Curry, bad night. And yet, and there's other nights where you're going to have some younger players like Pajemski or Kuminga or Moody who have a bad night. The inconsistency of older players is they can't bring it every night. The inconsistency of younger players is, they have, struggles sometimes against different kinds of, defensive struggles against different kinds of opponents and up and down shooting nights, or it's a little bit more, you're not quite as consistent when you're 20, 21, 22, 23. So that's kind of what they're battling right now. Kerr doesn't know he doesn't know what he can expect from the guys in his rotation, so he doesn't know how to play them on a nightly basis. But the young players need the minutes to develop. And so if I were him, I would start developing some of my younger players and hope that they can improve. Because the chances of Moody or Kuminga or Pajemski or Trace Jackson Davis really improving with minutes is far greater than, you're going to get some amazing production out of the veterans. The veterans are going to have good nights and bad nights based on their age and their energy level and their, I think that's what we're looking at there. But it's a tough one for Kerr because he's got a lot of players that are very similar in that it's not an easy to delineate rotation because you got a lot of players of comparable skill, despite the fact they're different ages and different points of their career. And I don't envy him, but it's this idea where Moody and Kuminga at this point should be playing 25 to 30 minutes a night. And Moses Moody played 13 minutes. And it's like, if he plays well in the second quarter, then you got to put him out there in the third, Dan. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, you know what? We're going to sit him and ice him for a quarter and put him out there in the fourth. The game was done by then. The game was won in the third quarter. So I don't know. I want to see Moses and Kuminga's minutes prioritized over Kuminga. I'd like to see Trace Jackson Davis, who now has, I think, 3 or 4 double-doubles compared to 1 for Looney. I'd rather see TJD start. And I like that lineup they had at the end of the Boston game with Steph and Klay and Chris Paul and Kuminga and TJD. That's the lineup I want to see. I think that lineup really you've got finishers, defenders, smart players, Steph, Klay, and CP3 all on the floor at the same time. I think in a lot of ways that could be their best team.
I think the identity is something we can get into about this basketball team because for the first time, I don't know who the hell they are. Is this a team that wants to run as it typically does and get out and shoot threes? Or is it more methodical and walking up the floor with Chris Paul? Are they young with the youngsters or is this a veteran-laden team? Right now, the identity of this basketball team for one of the few times, in fact, the only time since Steve Kerr's been the head coach, is sort of a head scratch. Let's get back out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Oh, Philmo, where you been? Let's hear from Philmo Mike. What's going on, my man?
Hey, what's up with it, man? Larry Krueger preacher, man. I mean, Steve Kerr, he should have been developing the youngsters 2-3 years ago. Like, honestly, you look at Miami and then the youngster that they drafted before from UCLA, he could have been on the Warriors, but Miami got him. But the confidence and faith that Spoelstra has in his players, he allows them to develop. Like, you have to really give somebody rope to let them develop. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you always yanking somebody when they do one thing wrong, you got to give them some leash. Let them mess up. They're puppies, bro. Like, they're going to knock stuff over. Like, her act like they can't, I don't know. It's so weird. And it's like, if he would have only let players play
and give them real confidence and not none of this fake stuff, like our players will be a lot more better. You see Moody got talent. I'm not saying that he's, super good, but when he's playing well, let him play. Who knows where he could be? You know what I'm saying? And with Kuminga, he had a couple of plays last night where he went straight to the hole. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, he may turn the ball over, but it was a couple of 2-3 plays where he just went, nobody could guard him. And that's the Miami Heat we talking about. So thank you, Larry Cooper. Keep preaching, man, because Steve Kerr, he needs to switch it up, man.
No doubt. I mean, how come Jaime Jaquez can get 33 minutes a night in Miami? But Kuminga and Moody can't get minutes on the Warriors.
You could say Podziemski and TJD are getting run.
Well, recently, TJD has gotten some run, but I mean, TJD should have gotten run out of camp. To be totally frank
and
about
Podziemski, to be frank as well.
Yeah, I mean, these guys could have gotten run right away, and then now you're what, 31 games in, you're sub 500. I don't know. It's a weird vibe. They've got a weird vibe about them right now. And to me, I think it's like almost like everybody's waiting around for what's the big thing that's going to happen with this franchise that kind of, I almost feel like they're leaning on Dunleavy to kind of come up with a direction or at least a reaction to how they've started.
All right. We'll continue with your calls. Austin, hang in there. We have some open phone lines. The Golden State Warriors, what's next? Is there a trade? What would you do if you're the GM? The conversation continues. Larry Kruger and Dan Avone here on 95.7 The Game.
We know what's coming when 3 or 4 guys are out of the lineup. This is a common theme in the NBA, and especially when you play Miami, because you know they're going to be tough and they're not going to give anything away. And you look at the box score; they had 7 turnovers, 26 assists. They controlled the game, so we got outcoached, outworked, outplayed.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. You just heard from the head coach, Steve Kerr, as the Golden State Warriors now slide under 500 at 15-16 on the season. Up next, it doesn't get any easier. You take on a good Dallas Maverick team led by Luka Doncic, as the Golden State Warriors right now are reeling. Just when it looked as though they had turned the corner, had won 5 in a row, but after the loss on Christmas, sort of inexplicably lose by double digits to a Miami Heat team that was without their best player, without Caleb Martin, without Kyle Lowry. Anytime you hang on during the break, we'll get right to you. Back to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Let's kick things off with Austin hanging out in San Jose. Hey, Austin.
Hey, fellas, what's up? Great conversation. Listen, how about a contrast last night with Miami and their organization and the Warriors? The Warriors have won 4 championships, a great organization, so we're not going to go there. But Miami's been consistent through the years, and the one thing I think that they do better than anybody is the players know they don't run the team. Whether it's Foster or and the Don up in the big office out there, Riley. They know they don't run the team, and they know they can be moved anytime. The problem with the Warriors is that they've allowed the players to kind of run the organization. Even though Joe Lacob pretends to be the guy in charge, he really isn't. I think he's really intimidated by the players. And looking at I think they probably should have moved Draymond when the whole thing with Poole went down. They should have moved both of them. Then he would have sent a message. Hey, this is about winning. It's not about crap. And that's where I think they made the mistake, is around entitlement. And then with Klay Thompson almost refusing to go to the bench. What's going on here? Is who's running the team? I mean, it's time for Dunleavy to take control of the team and let the players know, hey, this is about winning. If you don't perform, you're going to be out of here, guys. That's my thought. Happy New Year.
Appreciate you. I would agree with you wholeheartedly. You're obligated to hear your veteran players. You're paying them a ton. They have a seat at the table. You're obligated to hear their voices. You're not obligated to listen to them. And there's a major difference. And I think he hit on something that's totally right on the money. They tiptoe around their star players. Kerr does. I mean, Kerr definitely does. My goodness, he refuses to even acknowledge that there's been any slippage in Klay Thompson's game. They have not had those hard conversations that need to be had. And Lakeup, I wasn't sure what kind of owner he would be. If he would be the kind of owner that would, be kind of cold and calculating and move on from guys, or if he would, have that kind of soft spot for them. And I don't know if you want to call it a soft spot or if it's a calculated business decision, because he feels like moving off of the big three changes them from a iconic dynastic type team that has greater interest and sellability to just another team that's in the West competing for a bottom seed. You know what I mean? I mean, if you have Clay and Draymond and Steph, you still have the face of a dynasty. And, maybe there's something that goes along with that. But I agree with the caller wholeheartedly. It seems like that they don't just hear their players, but they listen to their players. And not in all situations. I mean, heck, if they listened to their players strictly, they would have had Avery Bradley and not CP3 or CP2. GP2, I should say. But instead, their
Bradley
players
Beal,
wanted,
I think they wanted at one point.
Yeah, so they haven't always listened to their players. I think they do. It's not totally the way he described it, but I don't think there's any doubt that Kerr has coached this thing. Like, hey man, I don't want to get stank guy from Clay. Hey man, Steve wants to keep everything on the rails and keep the train moving, but there need to be some harsh, real conversations had and some real adjustments made, and probably a transaction or two. And it may not be comfortable for everybody, and it may not be what Steph or Clay or Draymond wants. And I agree with the caller. I think Warriors ought to be real strong and independent of their own players and map this thing out for the good of the franchise.
Yeah, the caller was spot on when he talks about the Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler talked about this. He'd been well-traveled, Minnesota, Chicago, and it just didn't work out in Philadelphia briefly. And then he said he went to Miami, and it was almost like a collegiate experience. Like, that Riley is running things. They literally have to take a physical. Like, you've got to run and hit certain times, and it's not easy just to go to camp. Like, you work out, and you work out hard. It is very almost collegiate-esque. And Miami is, if you look at them,
they've had great stability, too. I mean, Spoelstra's been there for almost 20 years.
Eastern Conference Finals last year. I mean, it's a team that, sometimes doesn't have the best talent, but there's certainly a distinct personality about that team. And as it relates to the Warriors and Steve Kerr, let me just throw this out at you. Does Steve Kerr, because his contract is he insulated with these guys thinking, what? I'm going down with these guys. This isn't about passing the torch and thinking about tomorrow. No, I'm ensconced with Clay, Steph, and Draymond. We came into this together, and we're going to go out together. Is he thinking just, that he's one of them, essentially?
I don't know. I mean, I talked to Steve sitting in for somebody here in the last year, and I asked him about his future, and he painted a picture where he loves coaching. He loves coaching this team. He loves being in this market, and he can see himself doing this for years to come. And yet, I don't know. There's a weird vibe about it. Is he at the end? Are they, I'll say this. There's a huge portion of the fan base that is now kind of, for the first time, kind of openly complaining about Steve, despite the fact that he's delivered the franchise 4 championships. Now, some people would say, they don't appreciate Kerr. Other people would say that Kerr hasn't adjusted well. As his team has evolved, has his rotation evolved? I mean, he seems like he wants to coach these guys, but 3 years ago. And Klay Thompson's not that player anymore. And Wiggins doesn't look like the player that he was in the finals against the Celtics. So, and Draymond, can't even get on the floor and stay on the floor. And they've got some young up-and-coming players that would really benefit from some consistent time. Jaime Jaquez gets 33 minutes a game. I'd like to see Moses Moody get close to that. I'd like to see Jonathan Kuminga get close to that. I'd like to see Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis get some more run. And they're kind of blocked by guys who, I don't know Andrew Wiggins, but he just seems like he's just kind of cruising. He's an 11-year vet who had one All-Star season. He's made $200 million, and he just kind of seems like, I'm kind of cruising along. But I don't get Steve's rotation, and it feels like he decides on his rotation before the game. Why do I say that? At halftime last night, TJD, Moody, CP3, and Wiggins were the only players in the plus, on the plus-minus. And Moody, who had played, I think he played, 5 minutes in the second quarter, 13 minutes overall, didn't play at all in the third quarter, and then gets that 8 minutes, the rest of the minutes, the 8 minutes in the fourth. Played good in the second, good in the fourth, didn't play in the third. And that's when the game was lost. And it's like, so I don't, if you're Moses, how are you supposed to get any flow in that situation? He still had double figures. He still scored 11 points in 13 minutes. He was plus 10. It's like, it's almost like, okay, I've got to go back to these guys. Otherwise, Clay's going to give me the evil eye, or Wiggins is going to be unhappy. And it just, it's a weird vibe right now. It seems like a really difficult nightly chore for Kerr to play the right rotation. And there's a lot of players that are very similar, and it's hard to gauge who's the right combination. I think he's struggling with it.
888-957-9570. Off to Dublin. Let's hear from Rob. Rob, what's on your mind? Welcome to the show.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Hey, man, I just want to say, these guys are professionals. I got it. They make a lot of money. But, bro, that's the coach. The coach say you on the bench, you on the bench. You on the bench for a reason, because these cats is balling. They need to start TJD. They need to start Moody, Kuminga. These guys all need to get running, just like you said. How can you get flow if you're hitting 4 minutes in the first half, 7 in the second half? You're not getting no flow of the game. Come on, man. We got to change into the guard. Let these cats get their little run in every 5-10 minutes, but put the ballers in that's going to ball.
All right, Rob, thanks so much. Are we at that point? Are we at the point where you sit Wiggins, you sit Klay Thompson? Is that what we're referring to? Because, there's a lot of this is just conjecture, but if we're to make serious changes, are we saying that, okay, we're at the point, because Pajemski's getting run, TJD, I think they're, as much as, I'd like to see him replace Looney, but I think he's coming along as you'd like to see. Now, they're a little late to the party, because I'm with you. I think he should have started from Jump Street. But are we at the point now where we're saying, okay, Kuminga as well as Moody are replacing Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins?
These guys, the younger guys, Moody and Kuminga, are ready to play more minutes. There's no doubt. They're ready to play more minutes. Is Steve ready to have them play more minutes? Is the main question. I'll say one other thing I want to credit Miami on last night. I thought Miami under Spoelstra, and he's a great coach, man. He really is. They knew exactly when, throughout the different runs in this game, to go to, kind of switch back and forth between their zones and their man-to-man concepts. And I just thought the timing of when they went to man-to-man, when they decided to go to a zone, was just so right on. I just feel like Spoelstra's just in such lockstep with his team. So, I mean, Steve's right. They got outplayed. They got outcoached.
Yes, they did. Why is it that because everybody plays a zone and does the same thing, but it seemed like last night when Spo went to a zone, like you noticed it. You're like, holy crap, how do you break this zone? Everybody plays a zone, but for some reason their zone was so difficult. It looked as though, and I don't know, were they 2-3, a triangle in one, but it looked as though, how do you break this code? They do things a little differently, which is sort of rare in what is a homogenous league where everybody is sort of similar to everybody else. Back to the phone lines. Let's get out to Berkeley. Doug joins the conversation. What's up, Doug?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the call. How you doing?
Doing great, man. How are you?
I'm doing really well. I got the day off. I'm doing really well. What I want to say is, you just mentioned about Moses Moody, and He's in, he's out. He's playing well, then he doesn't play the third quarter. It's really hard. Now you know how Jordan Poole feels. Okay. Kerr's a great coach. He plays veterans really well. He historically, in my view, has had a hard time. He doesn't develop rookies well. He doesn't develop young players well. He's doing a little bit better job this year. He did a horrible job the last 2 years. And it's a problem. It's a tougher problem now because he's got a lot of young guys who are good and might be great, but he's got too many of them almost. And, with the old guys, the big three still demanding time, Steph still deserving all the time. It's a tough spot, but he historically it's not his forte. It's not Kerr's forte, and I think maybe that's why he's not got a contract this year because I don't think he knows exactly what's going on. But Kuminga's complaining recently. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Kuminga's complaining recently, and I'm not harsh on anybody, but young man, you're 20 years old. You have possibly a 15-year very good to excellent future in this league. When you're on the bench, sit down, shut up, observe, and learn. Because if you do that, in addition to your natural talents, you're going to be great. I know that was a lot, but there's a lot of players on this team that need more time. It's hard to get them more time, and Kerr's not doing the best job of figuring out which time to put them in and which time not to. And you can see why some are disgruntled, and you can see why Jordan Poole's probably smiling right now. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Doug. I'd say this, that I do think Podziemski's getting an opportunity to play. I think TJD is also getting some run. Now I'm with you. I think they're a little late to the party, but better late than never, as they like to say.
Yeah, it's for TJD. This is a recent development, but you're right. TJD's look good, and he had a double-double last night. I mean, to me, he should be starting over Lee.
I agree. But when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, I just have to stop there because when you look at Andrew Wiggins, what he did against Denver, and he played really well. So it's the fourth quarter, and again, I'm seeing Kuminga regress with the 6 turnovers. He was minus 26 overall. Am I going to play him in the fourth quarter after he was so bad the first 3 and not stay with Andrew Wiggins, who was so good last time out? I mean, can you see Kerr's logic? And
I just think I look at it this way. It's easier for young players. I think it's easier for veteran players to come off the bench in all sports, but in basketball as well. It's easier for veterans to, come off the bench and blend in than it is for a rookie. And the Warriors are starting their veterans and they're bringing their rookies off the bench. And, it's hard to say, okay, you're going to get a brief stint, make it happen now. Veterans seem like they're way more ideally suited for that. So I would just like to see, they don't need to play all their kids all the time or anything, but as I said, I'd like to see Clay and Steph and Chris Paul on the floor together. But I like to see Kuminga and TJD, especially on a team that lacks size and athleticism in the front court, play your size and athleticism. And Kuminga plays bigger than he is. He's a 6'8" player who plays like 6'10". He's got long arms. He can block shots. He can rebound the ball. And TJD gets off the floor and knows how to play. So I think I would definitely want to see Kuminga and TJD getting front court minutes. And I'd love to see them make a move to get a little bigger. I mean, that's the other thing. There's some nights they just get outsized. And that's fine if you can shoot the basketball. But when you're 24th in the league in field goal percentage and you're shooting 46% as a team and you're small, real small at times with Steph and CP3, come on. I mean, at that point, you got to have some more size than they have. They just have a lot of smaller players. So, they've started to play Trace Jackson Davis, and it's been a positive thing. I just would love to see the young players, and Moody's one of them, know what they're going to get, what their role is night after night after night. There's kind of a chaotic feel to Steve's rotation, and I'm not sure exactly what the solution is other than you may want to make a major move and shake up this roster a little bit. It doesn't seem like the kind of roster, we're 30 games in, 31 games in. Right now, do they seem like a title contender to you, or do they seem like a team that's going to be the back end of the playoffs, or maybe even on the outside looking in? To me, they don't seem like a title contender. So I would shake it up. It's hard to know exactly what's out there move-wise, but I think they badly need something major and relatively quick to happen to kind of shake up their whole vibe, because last night was bad. I mean, that was an embarrassing loss. The Heat were down 3 major players, and you get run off your home floor. I mean, that's a bad look.
Trace Jackson Davis, I'm with you. He has to play. He is, to your point, how this is a small team, he's your best rim protector. And that's not a take. That's just, I think Steve Kerr, if he was sitting next to us right now, he'd say, yeah, he's my best rim protector right now. That's not what Kevon Looney does. So he's got to get minutes. Brandon Podziemski, I think, is, he's getting his minutes. Again, when it comes to Kuminga and when it comes to Moody thing, I can't understand. The only thing I would say, maybe, Moses, if you're listening, maybe you take a page from the script of Jonathan Kuminga and you complain a little bit more. I think he's got a little Kevon Looney in him. He's sort of a nice guy. Nice guys, you know what they say. He just gets sort of like, well, I know he's not going to complain. And he just sort of gets passed over and
That's
forgotten.
so right on. That's so on the money. It's unbelievable. You're totally right. The first year, you're like, hey, it's kind of refreshing. He's a rookie. He's respectful. He's just going to take any role they want to give him, and he's fine with it. And he'll just do the best. But now you get the feeling that his easygoing personality has just made it easier for Kerr to leave him on the bench. Where other guys are, if he leaves Clay on the bench, Clay's probably going to tell him about it, and he's going to hear about it, and there's going to be some upheaval. I think there maybe needs to be a little upheaval here. I think a little upheaval for the Warriors right about now would be a very, very good thing. And I'm not sure what that upheaval includes, but it has to be something major. It has to be, I don't know if it's having Kerr move on, kick him upstairs, if it's trade Wiggins, if it's trade Draymond, if it's trade Chris Paul, if it's Kuminga, Moody. I don't want to move Kuminga or Moody, but because I don't think you're going to get good enough value for them right now. But this team needs a major shakeup, or get ready for just a really long season of just thorough mediocrity where they're going to win 40 to 42, maybe in that range, and struggle to make the playoffs. I mean, is that what they want? Is that what they want in the twilight years of Steph's career?
I'm with you. I think something's coming. It's sort of like that scene in Jurassic Park where T-Rex makes its first appearance and they see the water in the car and it's jiggling. You just know something's coming. I think last night was sort of the indicator it's coming. And what that is,
I hear the steps.
It's not going to be small. It's going to be T-Rex-esque. We'll continue the conversation. How do you fix the Golden State Warriors? We see you holding on the phone lines. We'll get to all of the calls, much more Larry Krueger and Dan Avone after this quick timeout.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of...
That's what Coach told us before the game. He said that the Miami Heat, they represent Heat culture, and it's always next man up and the next guy's opportunity. And so that's what they did tonight. And guys that don't usually play, they stepped up and made plays, and they played good games. They played hard, and that's something that Coach was preaching before the game, saying that they're going to come out even harder than they would if they had their starters.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Some of the guys he's referring to about Jamal Cain throwing in 18 last night. Tyler Hero, he's a guy who's got a big contract, but he had 26. We talked about the rookie, Jaime Jaquez out of UCLA, Pac-12 Player of the Year, 17 last night for him. So that was vintage Miami basketball as it took it to the Golden State Warriors, just worked them by double digits as Golden State hitting what I think is sort of a new low. And the question now becomes, what's next for Golden State? Is that big trade, is that now just a matter of time? We do have some updated news. I'm going to let you get the people caught up on what's going on with Kevon Looney and GP2.
Well, yeah, it sounds like Kevon Looney is ill and may not go tomorrow night, which would be historic because the guy has played in 220 – did we say 223?
223.
223 straight games, but he's questionable tomorrow night against the Nuggets due to illness. And we're talking about Kerr's rotation and the tough decisions he's got to make. Well, they only get tougher tomorrow night because Gary Payton's coming back. And Gary Payton, as a great defensive player, is going to be in that rotation. Just makes it all the more crowded. But, man, it's just, the Warriors right now, they're in 11th place. Steph's in his mid-30s. Their window for winning a title has either already shut or it's pretty close to being shut. And I don't see what the game plan is. I mean, I'd love to know what the game plan is going forward. If you're a Warrior fan and you know everything you know right now, they've got a team that's pretty deep, maybe too deep. And you've got Paul, who's got an expiring deal, 38 years old. Clay's turned down, a 2-year, $50 million extension. You extended Green, but he seems like he's gone off the deep end. And you've got four really good young players that absolutely need minutes prioritized for them in Podziemski, TJD, Kuminga, and Moody. What do you do? You got Clay's going to shoot you stank eye if you bench him and tell him to come off the bench. You got Wiggins, who's cruising with $200 million in the bank. Doesn't look like the player that he was in the finals a couple years ago at all. What do you do? What do you do if you're Dunleavy? You're a first-year GM. You've got an opulent arena. You got an owner that's like, hey, whatever you do, we need people to keep coming through the turnstiles. Okay, well, what does that mean? That means, what does that mean about, it's like what to do with this team. And I've heard people say they should make a big play for KD. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Obviously, that would shorten your window that much more, right? Because he's an older player. So it's a tough one. Kerr doesn't have a contract beyond this year, right? So he's in kind of a lame duck situation. Kuminga's, voicing his unhappiness. Moody's equally unhappy. He's just not voicing it. I'm not sure what they just came off of a really bad loss where Kerr admitted they were outcoached, outworked, and outplayed. I don't know. I don't know what to say. They used to be able to shoot the basketball. They can't now. They're small. Anybody have any ideas? Let's start passing the idea thing around. If you have a good idea for how to save Golden State going forward, or how to jumpstart this whole thing, or how to redirect, I guess the first question is, what's realistic, and what's possible, and what does Steph want? Right? I think those would be if I'm Dunleavy or Joe Lacob and I was sitting down with Kerr, and I'd say, okay, guys, what's realistic on the trade front? Mike says, well, we talked to this guy. We can get this guy for that guy. We can get this guy for that guy. What's possible, and where's Steph on moving off of these players? And it's one thing to like say, hey, Steph, what do you think? But I get the sense that the caller who said before that the players are running the team is absolutely spot on, dead on right, and that the players are running the team. And that's probably not the healthiest situation. So I don't know what the answer is going to be for them, but man, when you watch games like last night and you think, man, there's got to be some big decision looming. There's got to be a big trade coming. Somebody's going to be fired. Somebody's going to be traded. Something needs to happen to this basketball team to reset their direction. Because right now, it's like a boat that's engine died and it's just bobbing in the water.
Well, let's get an answer to those questions. What do we do next for the Golden State Warriors? We open it up at 888-957-9570, starting things in Pacifica with Junior. Junior, go ahead. Welcome to 95.7 The Game.
Hey, great discussion, you guys. I really appreciate it. It's not harsh, trying to score points, but just trying to figure things out. And first of all, we don't realize how lucky we are. To get 4 championships in this period, it didn't just take good coaching, it took a revolution. And I think that the player empowerment that we're kind of bemoaning now, which I get, was part of that. I don't think you get the 4 championships without that sharing of burden. So given where we are now, though, can't last forever, right? I think that we have a really nice rotation of talent and experience of 8 or 9 guys spread across about 12 human people. And so it's diffuse. And whichever way you lean, it's not even a top team, let alone an amazing team with the current group. Because you got experience, but you're slowing down. You got youth, but not enough experience. It just doesn't fit up. So add up. So I think a trade where you collapse, 2 and 3 players into one, well above average player once or twice to keep the current core going. I think you got to milk the core that you've got until the end, because you don't get a revolution like this. It's to change the game. I don't see that coming. To be really harsh, I think the summary of Joe Lacob's basketball innovation was our friend who I like, James Wiseman, and that did not work, right? That was his big insight, and it wasn't one. So we just
are we putting that on Joe? I mean, is his Smiley Geach and Wiseman are on Joe? Is that what it is? Is that where we're at?
I'm putting Wiseman on Joe. I haven't heard, no one else has stepped up and said it was me. And he's gone, that's it also, like a lot of good things about him, but he's gone too quiet lately. He should step up.
Myers did say at the goodbye, I love it here. I could stay forever, but I can't. Presser. He did say Joe loves size. He did stick that one in there. Seriously, Hello. That was, if anything, was like, hey, Wiseman wasn't my freaking fault. It was Joe's. When Bob said Joe does love size, everybody knows that. That was Joe Wiseman was Joe's pick.
In defense of Joe, and someone on the text line alluded to this, that small ball is out and you need to go big. I think that if Wiseman hit, that's sort of what's trending in the NBA. To get a big who could be a two-way player, they can get outside, inside, and can rim run. Because if you look right now, the subtle changing of the guard, while the Warriors changed the entire template of how to win in the NBA some 8 to 10 years ago, with shooting threes like nobody had ever done before. Now when you look at it, especially in the West, the big man has returned. I mean, Minnesota is huge. Chet Holmgren in Oklahoma is huge.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid, Giannis, you got Jokic, the best team in the NBA.
Well, it's not just size either. It's size and skill.
Well, that's just it. That's today's big. It's not the 1990s where you can just go down to the dots, we'll lob it to you, and then clear aside and you do your thing, Patrick Ewing. Or
that's why
David
Markkanen,
Robinson.
people suggesting Markkanen, that's why that's so attractive, because that's what he represents.
But I think missing on Wiseman, the fact that didn't work out really set this franchise back, because they are still playing the same style of ball that won them titles back in 15 and 16. And I think the league's moved on to a certain degree.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. One of the trade rumors I'm seeing here from a guy on Twitter, Rocky @Rocky_M, says, what do you think of this one? Draymond, Wiggins, Moody, Joseph, first-round picks in 26 and 28 to Phoenix for Durant, Eric Gordon, and either Watanabe or Josh Okogie.
I mean, I'd do it.
They're not moving Okogie.
Phoenix has got to be drunk to pull the trigger on that.
Well, I'll say this, though. I mean, when a player makes $48 million like Durant does or whatever he makes, and he said, and he's not particularly happy, it's not necessarily an easy contract to move. You know, I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of teams out there that are like, yeah, you know what? I'll take a 35-year-old guy making $48 million. You know, I mean, it's so Draymond, Wiggins, Moody, Joseph, and 2 number ones, probably late, mid to late first-round picks. I probably would pull the trigger on that.
All right, let's get your thoughts on that trade, any trade for the Golden State Warriors. How do they fix things? We are sponsored by Lucky California. We see your phone calls. Hang in there. We're going to pay some bills, and we'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
For a new year that dazzles, ring in the savings at Lucky. Right now, fresh boneless, skinless chicken breasts are just $1.97 a pound in the Max Pack.
a lot falls on my plate. I'm the guy that's supposed to bring the energy and hustle plays and effort plays, and I didn't do that tonight. I can usually gauge that by, how many steals, deflections, rebounds I get, and tonight was probably my worst performance of the year in that case. So I think it starts with me. Coach can say that it's his fault, he didn't get us prepared and whatnot, but I'm in that starting group for that reason, and I just don't think I bring that energy and effort tonight like I usually do.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Larry Kruger, Dan Avone, that was the rookie Brandon Pajemski, which is kind of funny because he did finish with 10 points and was +1. I watched the game. I didn't think he was that bad.
He was awful. It was all Pajemski.
Did you hear what Klay
It was
Thompson?
all Pajemski's fault. I'm glad he wore it finally. Take responsibility, kid. This nightmare game was all on you. It wasn't on Kerr. It wasn't on Wiggins. It wasn't on Kuminga's turnovers. It was on Pods. Damn. He blew it last night. Just absolutely gagged it away. No, that kid, you got to love that kid, but he didn't need to say that. He wasn't on him. I watch every game. I love the way he's playing. I think he's being, I don't know. I'm not sure if that was for effect or if he's being way too hard on himself to defer from the others, trying to be a leader. I don't know, but bad take. It wasn't all on you.
No, it wasn't. And it was sort of funny because Klay Thompson was reminded of that when he sat down and someone said, yeah, Brandon Pajemski said this loss was on him. And Klay's like, well, that's an emotional young man or an emotional rookie. It was kind of funny. But yeah, Pajemski, there was lethargy definitely last night. And, he didn't take any charges and maybe he can put it on himself, but that was a collective lack of effort last night. Back out to the phone lines. Let's get out to Fremont, 888-957-9570. Is it Sewell in Fremont? Suge, what do you got, Suge?
Hi there. I usually call Steiny and Guru, but, my timing is all off today. But, I just want to ask you all a question. I don't understand why why everybody looks for Steph and Klay to always make the basket. I feel like yesterday, one of the turnovers that Kuminga committed, he was near the basket. But somehow this coaching that they have to pass it to the two of them, that has got to stop because he tried to pass it on to Klay. And, someone from the Miami Heat team grabbed the ball and it was a turnover. But this is something that has been going on for a while. I know that during the glory days, these guys used to always be able to make shots. But right now, it's not the glory days anymore. Whether you like to believe it or not, it's not those days anymore. And whoever's near the basket, whoever can make the shot and whoever can make the point should do it. I don't understand why we're continuing to rely on Klay and Steph. That's all I really got to say. Happy New Year.
Appreciate it. It is weird. And not only that I know exactly what sequence she's referring to, but it's not just that they're passing it to Steph and Klay. I can't stand that trend in the NBA when you're literally in the lane with one guy between you and the bucket, and you kick it out to a guy who's not like wide open. Sometimes he's wide open, sometimes he's not, but from 25 feet away. It's like, take the higher percentage shot.
And it's a big guy that's typically doing that.
The lane. You're in the lane. It's like you can't finish in traffic over one guy and a 3-point look from the perimeter. And sometimes it's a sniper. Sometimes it's Klay or Steph. Sometimes it's not. And you're just like in this habit. By the way, here's another pet peeve, and this is probably going to make me sound like 7 trillion years old. I don't remember Larry Bird stepping out of bounds. I don't remember Michael Jordan stepping out of bounds. I see guys stepping out of bounds like a ridiculous amount of times. It's like, why? Well, I understand. Space the floor, pace and space, get it, spread the floor as much as you can. And so that's the mindset of why you want to stay as spread out as possible, create the space. I get it. But how many guys step out of bounds? How many possessions is it acceptable in an NBA game to give away because you stepped out of bounds?
Yeah, I think the game is really changed.
Voluntarily.
Yeah, no, it happens it's not just relegated to the Warriors.
No, it's a league-wide epidemic.
Well, I think it's because you and I grew up where everything was impacted, right? You played in the paint.
Right, guys are posting up down low.
And everything evolved. You threw out of the post when they were double-teamed. But everything was, go turn on YouTube and watch the Celtics and the Lakers from back in the day in the NBA championship. Everything was packed inside. And now everything has been extended. So defensively,
maybe it's time to widen the court.
Could be, because usually it's in that short corner. All right, back out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. By the way, spot on. I saw a play really quick before we get to Dan in San Francisco where Joel Embiid had a step on a guy. And I'm expecting a dunk. And he kicks to the corner to Tobias Harris, who's like, 25 feet, 20 feet from the hoop. And he shoots a three. And it was just, this is sort of the accepted sort of, par for the course in the NBA these days. The announcer's like, an Embiid kicks to the corner. I'm like, why isn't anyone screaming that there was no one between him and the hoop, and you're passing up an uncontested 2-footer for a talented 7-footer for a three? We've become
there was no defender?
There was no defender, but we've become so...
No defender at all?
Because we become, Larry, so enamored with the three. Like the three dictates everything. I mean, you don't have to look any further than was the GM at Houston.
Was it the end of a game?
No, it was throughout the course of the game, and it was just sort of this accepted nature.
That's wild.
Well, that's an exaggerated example. But again, it's this inside-out game where, hey, listen, man, I'd love to go back in the day where you did have a guy from time to time would post up and give you a hook shot from time to time. It's still the unblockable shot. All right. Where's George Mikan when you need him? Dan in San Francisco. What's up, Dan?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I think this team as currently constructed, I think they're pretty competitive, but I don't think they're a championship team. And fellas, I'm telling you, this organization is a championship organization, needless to say, with how many rings that they won in a pretty finite period of time. And Steph Curry is not going to waste the last of, back end of its prime years, running with a 500 team. And I'm not saying this is a 500 team. I think it's maybe a little bit better, maybe an 8th or a 7th seed at best. And I think this is also, I think there's a bigger scope here that this is sort of what happens. The kinds of dynamics that arise at the end of a dynasty. And yeah, I do think it's the end. I don't think Clay's the same player. Sure, Clay can still shoot it. He can still shoot you out the gym on any given night. He's not moving the same. He can't defend the same. He's not added the same kind of value that he once added. And Wiggs is unreliable mentally. He's been that way. Wiggs was the first overall pick in the draft. And go to Minnesota and ask, those fans what they thought of him. He was a shell of himself. A pretty good player, and I think he is a good pro, but he's unreliable. And I think Mike Dunleavy's got to make a change, fellas.
Are you suggesting that Steph may demand a trade?
I think that if Steph wants to play championship level basketball, a trade is required.
Wow.
I don't think this team, as currently constructed, can compete with a championship.
That would rock this. That would rock this franchise and rock this whole region if he demanded a trade. I will say this. He and Clay looked just despondent on the bench last night. The game ended. Everybody else walked back to the locker room. They're sitting right there. We're for a good 10 count, just sitting there with towels over their head. And it was abysmal performance. It was a dismal performance. But the worst thing is that it's the questions that are looming around the franchise now. It's like you've got you got some young players that need minutes. You've got older players that have regressed. You've got your superstar face of the franchise is 35, but he looks like he could play 6 or 7 more years. Steph Curry to me looks like he can play, like he's going to have an extended prime. And yet the Warriors were a 44-win team last year. They're headed towards that exact spot right now. They're in 11th place. The championship window probably is shut. And it's like, Mike Dunleavy's there to kind of make sense of it and figure out who's here going forward. Steph here? I would assume he is. But how about Draymond? How about Clay? How about Wiggs? How about Kerr? How about Loon? Where are they going? Where's this thing going? Because I'll say this, the one thing too, and I'm a lifelong Warrior fan, grew up in the Sunset, rooting for the Warriors. I was 5 when Rick Barry, won the thing in 75, so I really didn't remember that. Really became a fan when they had Lloyd Free, Bernard King, JB, Purvis Short, those guys.
Larry Smith.
Mr. Mean, and then, of course, the Run TMC days and Tommy T and all that. But, it's like you look at them now, and I know there's an awful lot of Warrior fans who are just, their standards are so high for the franchise. And now you're looking at a mediocre team that has some veterans that are in decline, that are clogging up the minutes for some younger players that are not stars, but they're definitely ascending, and they need minutes to develop. And Kerr's on some nights he looks like he's coaching the team he used to have, and I kind of wish he would start to coach the team that he actually has. I don't know. Then last night, it's just a weird vibe right now. It's a weird vibe because it's like, what's the direction? Where are they going? Where is this thing headed? And there's got to be some, I don't know. I get the feeling that the fan base and maybe even the players to some degree are waiting for that big move to happen, to either consolidate the roster, move off of some of the young players that aren't getting development, or move off of some of the older players that are in decline. And deep down, Devone, the thing that I wonder about the most, what does Steph Curry actually want? Does he want to be here? Does he want to not be here? Does he want Steph? Does he want to win the ring at all costs and goodbye to anybody and everybody that if they can make a deal to change the cast? Or is he most committed to, I want to be here and I want to go out with the guys I came in with and everything else? If there's no title that results and no finals appearance that results from that, so be it. Wouldn't you like to know exactly what he would prefer? Because he's done enough for this franchise where he should be able to write his own ticket. And I don't believe that you should listen to the players. He's the exception.
I would like to think that it's just not in his nature to demand a trade. I could be wrong. It doesn't sound Steph Curry-esque. I think he's very aware of his brand and who he is and how he's perceived, not only by the league, but around the world, by fans. And he likes the differentiation between him and, say, a LeBron. We'll get into KD. Are you kidding me? He wants to be traded again. And Steph has always been sort of a step above. But also the caller mentioned that, and I hear this, it seems to be pervasive, Larry, that, well, the Warriors are going to get into the playoffs, but they're going to get bounced in that second round. Maybe they get into the playing game, or they're going to be another 6 or 7 seed. Are we so sure? How confident are you right now that they're going to pass the Suns or the Rockets with Jalen Green and Şengün and those young players? Are you confident they're going to pass the Lakers?
No, I'm not.
The Mavericks?
No.
This idea that, well, we're going to get to the playoffs again. How is that a foregone conclusion if we're to use what it is we've seen over the last month and a half as a measuring stick?
Yeah. No, there's no indications that they're going on some massive run. And things are going to be real tight in the West. And you knew that. Come on, this is something we knew at the beginning of the year, that it was going to be a crowded group of playoff contenders. We didn't know which teams would ascend, which teams would take a step back, but you knew that there was too many teams battling for those 8 spots. So, I don't know. I don't know what's coming, but it seems like, man, either you need to either play guys like Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, and if you're not going to play them, it's probably time to move off of them and move them on. But I wouldn't do that. I'd be more interested in moving off some of the older guys. Wiggins, Draymond, I think I'm open. I was anti moving off of Draymond, but I'd be open to it now. I love the idea of Klay Thompson going to the finish line, but I'm open to listening to what else is out there. Klay just seems like both Klay and Draymond seem like they're gonna struggle in the twilight of their career. I feel like we're seeing it in both guys. I think we're seeing Klay struggle with, he doesn't want to reinvent himself as a 2-point sniper. He wants to be the Klay Thompson of old. And some nights he can do it, and some nights he can't. And then Draymond, I don't know what's going on with him. 3 weeks off for counseling and this and that. We'll find out what he returns as. His game is still intact, but it's almost like he's become a huge distraction. So I don't know. I don't know what Steph wants. I don't know what Joe wants. I don't know what Dunleavy's got cooking. It sounded like about 10 days ago that Mike had made it perfectly clear to the other GMs in the league that they're open for business and that he's open-minded about trades, and we're in the middle of trade season right now. I mean, the talks are probably going on right now, right up until whatever it is, February, whatever.
I think they missed Draymond last night. I just got that sense. Last night was one of those games. Can't say this about every game, but last night had that sense of you needed someone to light a fire. There was a clear lack of energy for whatever reason. And I guess this is going to happen through the course of 82 games. And they really hadn't been blown out this year. And they didn't shoot it well. And it was one of those where you just needed someone to provide that spark, which has really been what it is that's defined Draymond Green through all these years. And also, not to get too technical, because I'm certainly not a coach, but it just looked as though every time you looked up, somebody was getting beat off the dribble. And the Warriors always talk about, Steve Kerr always mentions the point of attack defense, which has been so bad for the Golden State Warriors over the years and really evident last night. But the problem is that there was, there's no second defender. And more often than not, if Podziemski or somebody's getting beat out front, well, at least, you have that last line of defense, which is oftentimes Draymond Green, who knows how to rotate better than anybody. His basketball IQ is as good as anybody that's ever played this game. Now, I can't say that throughout the course of the last, what is it now? We're going on 2 weeks without Draymond Green. But last night, to me, it was very evident that Draymond Green was not in that lineup because that intangible was missing. And I think that's what he brings.
Oh, they miss his fire, the way he directs traffic on the defensive end. I mean, he's a terrific. I mean, Draymond Green is one of the great players of his era. All right. I mean, how many guys in our lifetime have had the Draymond Green skill set where they can average over 7 assists a game and still be your rim protector and still be a primo defender on the perimeter and on the block? I mean, he's a special player, and they miss him a lot. It just can't, where's his head right now? He seems like he's in a different space this year. So I'm not sure, if that's what he'll return as and how it will go. But I think you just got to be open-minded as to, what's out there. Maybe there's a team out there that really looks at him as the final piece to the puzzle and would give you some assets that would make sense for you. 510 here says, go get Zion Williamson. He says he needs a change of scenery, and I'm betting New Orleans will be willing to move off of him. I don't know, man. He had 36 and 15 the other night. I don't see him going anywhere.
All right, I'm told there's somebody on the phone line that agrees with me, so of course we're going to you first, George in San Francisco. What's up, George?
Hey, you said exactly what I said, what I wanted to say word for word better than I could. I think there are 3 ways Draymond really impacts the team the way we missed him last night. Number one is the way he sets up Steph. Steph is not getting his shots as easily as he did when Draymond was there. Frequently, Draymond would throw a bounce pass to where Steph was going, not where he was, but where he was going. And then he would set those ferocious screens. We really miss that dimension of the game. And then, as you said, we miss his fire, and, of course, we miss his defensive capabilities. And I don't think you can talk about this franchise going forward until we see Draymond's status going forward. I think once he's back, once we see how he fits into this team, then we can make our judgment about the future, but not until he gets back.
That's a good point.
Yeah, a lot of good points there. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. a lot of people that I've talked to have said, do the Warriors even know what piece they would want to acquire in a big trade? And, it's a good question because they need size, but in some ways I kind of feel like they need a more dominating number 2 scorer than anybody that they have. They need somebody who can be that absolute number 2 scoring player. And I think I was listening to Guru the other day. He's talking about, I don't know if he threw it out, but somebody threw out Donovan Mitchell. Now that would make you an awfully small team because he's 6'1". But I think I would be interested in that. The other move that I think is interesting is, what are the Warriors going to do with Chris Paul? Is Chris Paul's got when they moved to get Chris Paul and they moved off a Poole, I looked at it kind of like the KD D'Lo deal, where it's like D'Lo wasn't going to be the piece that they wanted, and eventually they turned D'Lo into Wiggins and Kuminga, right? What are they going to turn Chris Paul's $30 million expiring into? Especially now with Podziemski here, you don't need Chris Paul as your backup one. You could have that role filled and turn him, because I've seen really intriguing trades, like teams that want to get underneath the cap or at least want to trim some money and want an expiring kind of reset deal. Someone threw out Caruso and Vucevic from the Bulls for Chris Paul, which, that's an awful lot of talent coming back for Chris Paul. You'd have a hard time not improving if you added a big man who could shoot it like that and a good defensive
Chris Paul
guard.
Straight up for those two?
Well, it was probably Paul and a pick, but it was Paul's $30 million salary for those guys. I think one guy makes 18, the other guy makes 10, something like that. That to me seems very one-sided. But that's because Chris Paul makes $30 million. Or do you want a big player coming back? Do you want somebody who could replace a Jordan Poole and be put it on the deck and be a scorer? Mitchell is a big time scorer. There's no question, but he's 6'1".
I think Chris Paul is part of a package. I really do. I think that because of the expiring contract, that whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Wiggins, it's going to include Chris Paul. If indeed they do make a move, you could rest assured that Chris Paul will be packing his bags off to Atlanta. Let's get to Brandon, who's hanging out and wants to join us here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I just want to say, I just think it's interesting how they blamed everything on Jordan Poole. It's all his fault because he can't take a punch. And now the Warriors are in a tailspin because he has a bad attitude. And now he's gone. And the Warriors are still underperforming. So now who are they going to blame it on? He was a 17 to 20 points a game scorer, and you didn't replace him with anything. Chris Paul this season is scoring 8.3 points per game. You didn't replace Jordan Poole's points. So where's the offense coming from? I really think you should trade Draymond Green for Jordan Poole. He's not playing well in the Wizards, so you can get him on the cheap. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Wouldn't that be something? All of a sudden, Draymond's on the Wizards?
All right. He had me up until the last 5 seconds, and he just pulled the rug from underneath both of us. All right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. Much more with the Golden State Warriors. Where do they go from here? If there's a trade out there, what are you thinking? Larry Krueger, Dan Avone, back after this.
A lot of it's on us, and I think when they zoned us, our offense was too stagnant rather than trying to cut more off the ball and drive and kick. I think, including myself, we were just too content standing around the perimeter instead of playing with more force, getting into the paint, getting your teammate open, and taking great shots.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Klay Thompson, a minus 26 last night, 13 points, as he talked about. Not a good performance, as the inconsistencies with Klay Thompson, as well as Andrew Wiggins and the rest of that team, continued last night as they get beaten by double digits at the hands of the Miami Heat, and went into that contest without their best player, Jimmy Butler, but in a game that pretty much right from the get-go was dominated by that of the Miami Heat. Up next, they take on a Dallas Mavericks team that is, once again, here we go, no Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, not at full strength, but that certainly doesn't mean very much if you're thinking about the Golden State Warriors having any sort of clear advantage after what took place last night.
Warriors, by the way, take on Dallas tomorrow. Did you see today, just now, Luka Doncic, questionable with left quad. So there you go.
And Kyrie's up. All right, let's continue with the conversation about Jonathan Kuminga's, where the coach in Vallejo wants to start things and gets us going in this segment. What's up, Coach?
Hey, guys. Happy rainy Friday afternoon. Hey, I want to mention that when talking about Kuminga, have you ever noticed it always starts with what he isn't doing or what he doesn't do instead of what he does and what he brings to the table. We haven't had a player like Jonathan Kuminga that plays over the rim on the Warriors probably since Jason Richardson. I mean, so I don't think Steve Kerr's familiar with this type of player. Steve Kerr hasn't adopted the new NBA. Most of these guys play above the rim, okay? And Steve Kerr hasn't learned that yet. Now, with Moses Moody and Kuminga, they've been good soldiers. I mean, they've really held their tongue, and they've been doing the best they can. But they know that one mistake, and they're out the game and out of the rotation, where Kerr favors some other people like Jordan Poole in the past, and even like Podziemski now. They can make several mistakes, and they're going to stay in the rotation. So, Kuminga and Moody, they know how good they are. They know the guys that are starting in the league now, they're Kuminga and Moody's peers. I mean, they've been playing with these guys or dominating these guys their whole career, and now they're not getting a chance. I would love to see Jonathan Kuminga team up with Cade Cunningham on that Detroit team, and I think he'll make a heck of a difference. What do you think?
Well, I don't want to see him moved. That's what I think. I think he's really, really talented. I think he could be an outstanding finisher if they would set him up at the rim. When you jump and have the kind of length and athleticism that Kuminga has, you have to set him up at the rim at least a half dozen times a game. It doesn't happen. On this team, it does not happen. He's a dominating finisher. He can finish in traffic. He can finish over people. He's athletic. He's got length. He's got strength. I've seen him at times in an open floor setting. He's a dominating finisher at the rim. Does he have great handle? No. Does he, so it's like, don't stop giving him the ball on the perimeter. How about getting him the ball off of a second pass at the rim? To me, what I loved was when they would go play the two-man game with Green, and then Green would have Kuminga in the dunker spot on the baseline, and he would just throw the lob to him. It's just an unstoppable thing. I mean, it's just a guy like Kuminga should have 15 points with hardly ever handling the basketball. I mean, and instead he gets turnovers where he's, getting these forays to the hoop and he's asked to kind of play make. He's a finisher. He's a dominating finisher. He could wind up with close to 20 points if you set him up at the rim, but they don't show any real interest in doing that with any consistency.
By the way, you mentioned the Detroit Pistons. We just have to give the shout out to the futility that is Detroit. Listen, Coach, you're a Kuminga fan. You don't want to send anybody to purgatory that is Detroit these days. Losers of 28 28 consecutive games. And that is really, it's a complete mess because a lot of their money's tied up in their head coach, Monty Williams, who is supposed to fix things. And seeing poor Monty having to go to the mic after yet another loss and trying to fix things out there in Detroit is just really sad.
Well, I mean, and is Monty doing the right thing? Because he's got a young team and he's just putting them out there and they're just getting beat.
If there is a fire sale, are you interested in anybody that Detroit's willing to get rid of right now?
Yes. I'd be very interested in a lot of Detroit's players. I mean, you name them. I mean, I love Duran, the big man from Memphis, or from where'd he play? Did he play at Memphis?
He did. Memphis is Weissman. I'm not sure where Duran was at, but he's a big guy who can rim run. That's the size the Warriors are looking for. But
I like him a lot. I mean, you look at that roster. Bojan Bogdanovic is a winning player. He's a big-time perimeter shooter. He makes $20 million. I've heard people suggest that Draymond to the Pistons in a deal involving Bogdanovic and let Draymond be the veteran in their room and let Bogdanovic be a role player on Golden State. That works on the cap. I don't know if I would be in favor of that. But Bogdanovic is a big-time scorer. I love Cade Cunningham. They want to move Cade Cunningham.
I don't think that's
I would take Jalen Duren in a heartbeat. They've got Jaden Ivey's a great athlete. There's no question there. The rest of that team, Isaiah Stewart's a nice player. I like Azir Thompson, the rookie, who's from Oakland, I believe. They got this guy named James Wiseman. No, I wouldn't be interested in Wiseman. But yeah, there's some players there I'd be interested in. No question. I mean, even if you're looking to make the money work, and you had some kind of bigger deal involved, I'd take Alec Burks back as a role player. As a guy who comes off the bench and gives you some points. I mean, really, I want to see them create a direction, though. Not just make a deal, create a direction. Are you going to try to load up for this year? Are you going to try to sell off a couple old players and give yourself, a little bit more of a youth movement and try to build with some other players around Steph in the next couple of years? But once again, I mean, you're going to have to talk to Steph about how he feels about this. Because the one thing you can't have happen, you can't make a move and have Steph demand a trade because you didn't have him in the loop and you offended him and he's mad because now you're devaluing your franchise and all, you're creating huge amounts of turmoil. So to me, big part of this, where they're at as a franchise is communication.
Talking about Detroit, I got to throw Monty Williams out there because he has the biggest contract in league history. And this is after he got fired from the Phoenix Suns. So you wonder why, franchises don't do well and continue to struggle. Just be thankful of people like that, of Lacob and company. I mean, he can make $100 million with this contract, which it's laced with incentives. But a lot of their money's just tied up with their head coach, who has now once again lost 28 consecutive games.
Did you guys see how the game happened last night? They were up by 20 in Boston, and they choked away the lead and ended up losing in overtime.
That's what happens when you expect to lose, sure enough.
Yeah.
That is brutal, though.
Antonio is in Oakland, California, and wants to get in on the Steve Kerr talk and the fate of the Golden State Warriors. Antonio, what's up, man?
Oh, man, I think Steve Kerr, he had some bad rotations. He plays favorites and all that. He had some dog houses, kind of like Kyle Shanahan-esque, Brandon Ayuk and all that. Kuminga and Wiggins, man, they could easily be like a poor man's Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, man. Like, I don't understand why the plus-minus is not that good when they're on the court together. But, Wiggins, he's like a days ago, trade him. Hopefully we get Pascal Siakam. As far as, Cade Cunningham, I was just talking about that with my dad earlier this trip. So, yeah, I actually want Cade Cunningham to be on the Warriors somehow, some way in the next year. So, man, him and Steph would be a great tandem. So, man, happy holidays. I'll be watching you later. Larry Krueger.
Appreciate you, man.
He's the man, Antonio. Larry Krueger, the legend. Hey, I've got to defend Kerr a little bit when it comes to Kuminga. Because, yes, I think because Pajemski in the beginning of the year was just DMP'd. Like, he wasn't playing until it was that Minnesota game. Remember, we were talking about that. It was the Minnesota game where, Draymond went off for the first time and got Rudy Gobert in that chokehold. But that was the game where Brandon Pajemski, that was his breakout game. And then, of course, he gets an opportunity to play out of sort of need. But Steve Kerr, he was the one guy that was privy to TJD as well as Brandon Pajemski. We didn't see these guys play at practice. We had no idea what they were capable of. So that's on him for not moving him up in the rotation a lot sooner. But with that being said, when it comes to Kuminga, when you have games like that, for whatever reason, none of the callers are mentioning the minus 26 and the 6 turnovers. We'd like to talk about what it is that he has done since he was inserted in the starting lineup, but it's this lack of consistency, whereas, if it's Pajemski as well as Trace Jackson-Davis, I think you're seeing the coach, although he's slow to the party, giving them an opportunity to play because he recognizes that these rookies are contributing. Again, Jonathan Kuminga's inconsistency was on full display again last night, Larry. I'm just curious your thoughts.
Well, you're going to have to live with some of that. So he had 6 turnovers. And what did Miami turn that into? They turned it into 4 points. Who cares? I really don't care about those 6 turnovers that Miami turned into 4 points. I really care more about Jonathan Kuminga getting consistent run since he is the future. He's averaged about 21 minutes per game in 30 games this year coming into that game last night. He's making about 50% from the field. He's hitting a low percentage of his threes. He last year, but he's been better from 3 in December. I think he's 29% for the year, but like 41% in December. So, I think we're seeing some improvement there. I just think that, you look at Wiggins and he's just struggling on both ends of the floor. He's got the second worst net rating among players in Kerr's rotation. He's scoring just 12.6 points per game. It's the lowest average of his career. He's shooting 29% from beyond the arc. That's his worst mark since he entered the league in 2014. He just doesn't seem like it's like we thought he was the Celtics finals year was going to be like a takeoff point, and that's clearly like his high water mark. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is on Wiggins. To me, it seems like, the Warriors are sitting there and they're the 11th seed in the West and the losses are piling up and Wiggins struggles. He has one good game and then 3 or 4 struggling games. I think he's going to get dealt. I really do. If you said bet on somebody to get dealt, my bet is on Andrew Wiggins.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Back out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Daly City, and Rich wants to join the conversation. Hey, Rich.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year, or almost Happy New Year. Hey, I think, this year is this year or bust, and I look at Draymond and Wiggins as the 2 moves we need to make, and if we don't do anything this year, let Clay and CP3's contracts expire, free up cash. But you guys kind of alluded to where I was hitting as far as trade Draymond to Detroit as a veteran leader and ask for Bogdanovich and Duren. And then Wiggins try to get a draft pick, and then if all else fails after this year, it's Cooper flag lottery for us 2 years down the road. Let's get a first rounder in either the next 2 years with Wiggins, and we already have a starting 4 of young guys that we just add someone like a Flag to or Duren to, and we have a starting 5 for the next generation. And then with Curry still there and whoever else. So what do you guys think?
Well, Cooper's coming out this year, so I think you said 2 years down the road. So Cooper Flag will be the number 1 pick in the 2024 NBA draft. So I think the Warriors have a shot at him.
The question, I think, is how good how much upside do the Warriors' 4 young players really have? If you committed to making, Pajemski and Jackson Davis and Moody and Kuminga more integral parts of their rotation, and you leaned on those guys more, how good of a team would you be? Are they good players, or are they all, rotation players off the bench? Is Trace Jackson Davis a starter, or is he a backup? Is Pajemski a starter, or is he a backup? Is Kuminga a starter, or is he a backup? It's like, I don't know. It's a little bit of a projection on these guys. It's a little bit of a risk to just say they're the guys. But you know what? I think that's where they're at right now, where you've got some ascending players and you've got some players who are in decline. And I'd rather see them invest more minutes in their ascending young players than playing players that are in obvious decline because you don't want to have to tell them that they're going to come off the bench.
If you're going to do it, you got to do it now, because they're only going to decline more, which makes it even that much more difficult to move them down the road. So if you want value, you got to pull the trigger right now.
And it's really tough too, because you also have guys who, their ego is part of what makes them great. You have to really have a belief to make it. And so, how much of that is the reason that Klay Thompson made it to the NBA, is this unbelievable, undying belief that he has in himself. And that's where it's going to be, I think, very difficult to convince him that, hey, you know what? You take a lesser role. And this is kind of a bigger overarching issue, because if he's not happy with a 2-year, $50 million offer, I'm not even 100% sure that he's worth a 2-year, $50 million offer. And yet he's not happy with that offer. If that's what's been reported is accurate, then they've got a situation that's kind of a, where's that going right there? If you think that $50 million over 2 years is overpaying, and yet he's going to feel disrespected, how do you come to common ground there?
I think a lot of that was on the heels of what it is that Draymond got at 4 years for 100. And I think that, certainly Klay thinks that he thinks all three of them are on equal footing. And so why is Draymond getting the 4 and the security and the 100 mil, and you're only giving me 2? So yeah, pride goes a long way with that guy. And I think he feels as though he was disrespected. Speaking of Draymond Green, the caller mentioned Draymond going to Detroit. I'm with the caller who mentioned that Draymond, we have to wait and see for Draymond to come back just to see how all of this works. What is Draymond when he comes back? Is he in the starting lineup? That means that, who's getting moved? Does Draymond take a relegated role to the bench? And what does it mean for him unlocking maybe Trace Jackson Davis? You talked about Jonathan Kuminga in the dunker spot. Imagine those two working together. So I think we got to let this breathe a little bit with Draymond coming back and then reassessing the basketball team.
I agree. And Draymond, I would like to see, play a lot of those heavy minutes with Steph. I mean, he plays so well off Steph. Steph plays so well off him. If you're going to have Draymond Green on the roster, to me, you got to play him in the Steph Curry minutes, right? I mean, he's so they're so good at playing off of one another that he's got to play those minutes. I mean, not every minute, but he's got to play a lot of the minutes that Steph plays.
And I don't think it's by accident that Steph Curry has been not Steph Curry-esque with the last 2 performances, including the game against Denver, and then last night with just the 13 points. A lot of that is attributed to the no Draymond on the floor to give him that dribble handoff or set those screens. As you mentioned, they play so well together. But it'll be interesting when he comes back. And again, speaking of Steph, when Steph does have an off night, here we go. One of the issues that we continually talk about is their lack of identifying that number 2. Steph cannot afford to score 13 points or even 20 points. It's got to be 25, 30, 35 points in order for them to have a shot. Why? Because there's nobody else. This is not, Klay Thompson is not picking up that he's not picking up that scoring load, nor is Andrew Wiggins. And so it's Steph or bust, which has been sort of problematic from the outset, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. Last night was a perfect indication. He has 13 points. You got no shot. There's nobody else that's scoring the basketball with any level of consistency. And when you think about, NBA basketball teams, and this started back in the day with Boston, with Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett, that always thought that you got to have at least three stars. Now, it's not necessarily you don't necessarily need 3, but you need at least 2. Like, wasn't that? I mean, think about the Golden State Warriors when they went back-to-back with Kevin Durant, and obviously when you had Clay and Steph and Draymond all in their prime. It was arguably the best starting lineup to where you are today, where you're reduced essentially to just one guy, which is Steph. And it's just not enough.
I mean, he just badly needs some sidekick who can be a dominating scorer next to him. I think we all want it to be Klay Thompson. But is Klay capable of fulfilling that role? If not, they could use a shot creator. There's no question. They could use somebody who could beat somebody off the dribble and get into the lane and create for somebody else. That would be nice. They got to figure out their rotation. They got a lot of equal players that are relatively equal. But if you said to me, what one piece would you like to add to Golden State? It's easy to look at them and say, oh, size. But that's a tough, it has to be the right player. I would say you got to have a great scorer opposite Steph somehow. Some other great scorer. Somebody who could score 20 a night opposite Steph Curry.
Well, Wiggins, you look at his career stats, he's at 20 an hour. He's just over 19 a game. Let's take a quick call before we get to the break. And off to East Palo Alto. Thurman, how are you? Welcome aboard.
Hey, how's it going? I think everybody is right about certain things, but I think, like the caller said, we need to get Dre back to kind of like figure out our defense, because without Dre, we have no defense at all, and you can see that in the way we play. Nobody rotates to help or anything like that. I don't know who we can get to fill that void for Klay Thompson missing his shots or Wiggins, but I don't know how the contrast will match up. But if you can get DeJounte Murray from Atlanta, make a trade and get like a second rounder or something like that. But I really feel like if you're going to trade Draymond, you got to trade Wiggins and get a total package. What do you think about that?
Well, I think they're going to consider all options when it comes to Wiggins, and some of them will probably include Draymond, some wouldn't. DeJounte Murray is kind of an interesting name. I mean, I saw a big rumor that the Lakers were badly on his trail. What do you think of that name?
I like him. Again, it's just, what is it that you, because he's another young player. So what is it that you're giving up? At this point, it's what's.
He makes $18 million a year. So, both, it would be DeJounte Murray and something if you're trading Wiggins or Draymond or anybody making north of 20, you're going to have to throw somebody else in there. But Murray's an interesting player for sure.
I don't know if the Warriors have enough enough trade capital. If you're not going to include Kuminga, I just don't know why a GM would entertain the Moody's and even the Draymonds of the world at this point. All right, we got to get to a break. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We continue with Larry Krueger and Dan Avone. We'll switch things to the NFL. Get you ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Washington Commanders coming up on Sunday. We'll do that and much more, and we continue on 95.7 The Game.
Right now, during the Jeep Wrap-Up the Year sales event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And if someone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content here on YouTube. You know, at the break, I was just watching with Mark Granny, our producer. I was checking out Orlando taking on the Knicks. What's
going on?
Wagner.
Oh, I love Wagner.
Don't forget, fans, as much
Could
as
have had him.
he went number 9, or he went number 8. Kaminga went number 7. My goodness, the guy's averaging 20 a game. He just went to the bucket with his sweet left hand, 6'10". I mean, that's the guy, right? Isn't that exactly when you describe what it is that the Warriors are missing? I think it's Franz
They could have
Wagner.
had him. They could have had him. They could have had Sengun.
Sengun as well. Another guy's 6'10", 6'11".
But he all had kind of an old school, 1980s back to the basket kind of a game. And it's the game's changed now. People looked at him and said, is he going to be able to do it in the NBA? But he's, Sengun has found a role.
So, Bob Myers, wherever you are, man, he doesn't take a lot of heat, but I think sometimes when you look at these picks, especially when you get to the lottery, and we said this time and time again, you cannot miss because lottery picks are few and far between for a team that's expected to win a title, and they had that chance. And they missed on Weissman, and with Franz Wagner emerging and with Jonathan Kuminga, and you can say what you want, whether he should be getting more time or not, you can't argue with the fact that he has been a model of inconsistency up to this point. All right.
You want to talk a little Niners,
Yeah, let's go
Commanders?
Update me on the quarterback situation for Washington.
Jacoby Brissett is questionable with a hamstring. So they wanted to go from Sam Howell to Jacoby Brissett. Howell has been sacked, a ridiculous number of times. I think it's 60 times on the year for Sam
He's
Howell.
also throwing picks at a ridiculous clip.
Yeah, he's throwing, and really, Brissett has come off the bench the last 2 weeks and kind of rescued Sam Howell and rescued the Commanders. Well, this week it was supposed to be Jacoby Brissett, and it may still be Jacoby Brissett, but word out of Washington is that Brissett suffered a hamstring injury in practice this week and that he is 50-50 whether he's going to go. So they list him as questionable for this game. So that's big. That's absolutely big. I mean, I don't know that, I think the Niners would rather face Howell than Brissett.
No doubt.
Just because Howell holds the ball a long time. He's got a big arm. He's got mobility, but he's also he's now starting to show the effects of being sacked 60 times in a year. You start to lose confidence. You start to expect to go down. And this is going to be, it doesn't sound like for the Niners, Eric Armstead is out. Now, Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, all are off the injury report. So Trent with the groin's going to go. Deebo's had a neck injury. He's going to go. Brock's got the stinger. He's going to go. So those guys are going to go. They're off the injury report. Armstead, though, is considered to be out with the plantar fasciitis. Juwan Jennings, they're still listing as out with a concussion. Jalen Moore, they're listing as out with a concussion. Jair Brown's got a knee sprain. John Lynch, I think, said in the on the radio that Jair's going to try to give it a go. So that's surprising because sprained knee, you're thinking he's out for sure 2 weeks, but he's been working out on the side. He hasn't participated in practice. Wednesday was a walkthrough. Thursday they had a practice. He didn't participate in either practice. He worked out on the side, and they're saying it's going to be a game time decision. So if he cannot go, the veteran, Logan Ryan, is going to start opposite Tayshaun Gibson at safety. And then Ross Dwelly's also out. He's got the high ankle sprain as well. As far as questionable game time decision, Aaron Banks with a turf toe. Is he going to go? Is he not going to go? If he doesn't go at left guard, Ben Barch probably steps in at left guard. Demetrius Flanagan Fowles was questionable now because of an illness. we're at that time of the year too. Jordan Mason, they're saying, is questionable because of an illness. Ambry Thomas has got a knee and a hand injury. They also list him as questionable. We may see Danny Gray for the first time. They opened his practice window. And one kind of interesting note I saw, Dan, is that Chris Kasarik, the Niner D-line coach, says that Robert Beal Jr., the rookie from Georgia, has looked really good in practice and that he's getting off the ball in a great way. He's very fast. We're talking about a guy with, sub 4.5 speed at 250 pounds. So I don't know. We'll see if Beal can give them some juice. I mean, you got that when you have those kinds of measurables and you're running 4.4, 4.48 or whatever the heck he ran at the combine, and you're coming out your defensive end. Those guys are always nice to have. So I love the fact that I'm hearing Chris say that Beal's starting to get off the ball. When you're working on that's what that position's about, getting off the ball. Get off the ball. Don't get left in your stance. Get off the ball. Get up the field. And Beal's got big-time speed, so maybe we'll see Beal on Sunday.
The one thing, Larry, when you talk about just previewing this game and that offensive line, to me, it begins and ends there. That's a level of concern. Now, you should beat Washington because Washington just isn't very good right now.
And they're banged up, too. They'll be without Kendall Fuller's and out. Benjamin St. Juste, their two top corners. They're already 32nd rated in pass defense DVOA. So should be a game where the Niners can pass it on the Commanders.
But Payne and Allen are still, these guys can go. I mean, still makes no sense why they got rid of Chase Young. But if we were doing a show in D.C., maybe we could take some calls. I don't really give a rip because he's obviously a huge asset for the 49ers. But their D-line is still adequate. And I think that's a huge question with the 49ers in terms of still protecting Brock Purdy, especially as you alluded to the injuries of Banks and not a healthy Trent Williams. I mean, that thing is sort of upside down when you talk about the O-line. And the one thing that Washington has been able to do, and probably the best part of their team, is that D-line, even without Chase Young.
Well, and for the 49ers, I mean, the Niners have the line that they, paid for. They're 25th in the NFL, the 49ers are, in offensive line team spending. As far as what they are, they spend the 25th most on their offensive line as any team in the NFL. So they're in the bottom portion of the league as far as what they've spent on their O-line, and they've got the best left tackle in the game, but everybody else, they're trying to do it on the cheap. And, the reality is that win, lose, or draw, whether the Niners win the Super Bowl or fall short, this offseason is going to be largely about upgrading that offensive line. McKivitz is getting worked pretty hard right now at right tackle. He's had some good games, but he's coming off a very bad game. Burford was horrible. He was like an emergency right tackle in this game against the Ravens. That's the reason that they didn't bring Brock Purdy back onto the field. It wasn't because, oh man, Brock, they love Sam Darnold, or they don't believe that Brock could lead a comeback. They knew they had Spencer Burford at right tackle, and he was getting absolutely lit up. So you're not going to put your quarter. I mean, the only thing worse than losing to the Ravens would have been losing to the Ravens and losing Brock Purdy for the year.
That was ugly. In that fourth quarter, with Trent Williams out and that offensive line just falling to pieces, that's you're right. That's when players get hurt. And look, it's not so much that you're sacking Brock Purdy, but again, you speed him up, and any quarterback becomes susceptible to mistakes. They should beat Washington, but you know how these things go. Early turnovers, especially against an underdog, and you give them a sense of confidence and you let them score first. The other thing is, Larry, any chance that after the emotional game, you know how these things work, the big game that they've been pointing to in that loss to Baltimore on Christmas Day in front of the world, is there any chance that they're overlooking or the proverbial air's out of the room and they're just not at that emotional peak to take on a team like that of Washington?
Well, I mean, it is, flying, it's a short week, flying across country, but you're flying cross country against a Washington team that's bad.
Yeah.
That you should absolutely beat. So, And the Niners got to have it. I mean, if they don't win this game, they're not gonna have the 1 seed. They're not gonna have the bye. If you ask me, do the Niners need the 1 seed to win the Super Bowl? Yes, they need the bye. That's how dinged up they are. They've got to have that rest. I mean, there's no question. If they don't get that rest, I don't think they're gonna do it. Now, the big question in this game. I don't know if you saw Kyle Van Noy for the Ravens, but he went on his YouTube channel and claimed that the Ravens have basically showed the blueprint on how to beat the 49ers and that the rest of the league just needs to copy their blueprint. And what he's talking about is he's just talking about the Ravens defense that blitzed Brock Purdy off the edges with their corners and dropped lots of people into the middle of the field and basically just said, hey, you know what? We're going to check your tendencies. We see where the spots, the windows that you typically have enjoyed throwing in the last, 4 to 6 weeks. And we're going to play zone on the back end and play guys in those windows as much as we possibly can. That's what they did. Now, I asked Brock on Wednesday or a Thursday, I asked Kyle on Wednesday, are you going to adjust? Or I guess it was the question I asked Brock. I said, are you going to adjust or do you feel like you have the answers after watching the film of what the Ravens did to you defensive wrinkle wise? Do you guys feel like you guys have the answers going forward? And he said, they really liked their plan against Baltimore and that he himself, Brock, didn't execute it well enough. And that's what he was saying. But I actually kind of agree with Van Noy. I think that in this game, the Ravens did some unique things and they put a lot of defenders in those windows where Brock likes to throw. And I think other teams, maybe starting this week with the Commanders, are going to copy it. And can the Niners adjust to that with more outbreaking routes and corner routes and sideline routes and less stuff in the middle of the field? I think it's going to be that. To me, is what I'm looking for in this game is how does Washington defend the Niner pass game, and do the Niners put up big passing yards, or is their pass game stymied and they turn it over like they did last week?
Well, I think we do have to remember that in the beginning of that game, in that first half, I saw George Kittle find seam routes where there wasn't anybody within 5-10 yards of him. They had success. In fact, I think they outgained statistically, offensively, the Baltimore Ravens. So this idea that they stymied him or shut him down, I think, we have to keep things in perspective that the 49ers enjoyed a lot of success, had more big plays than that of Baltimore. To me, if you really want to offset somebody coming off the edge or trying to stop the passing game that is the 49ers, well, run the damn ball because you've had success doing that. And just get back to sort of meat and potatoes and the success that is Christian McCaffrey and going off that left side, which sets up play action and then gets you back into, the ability to throw effectively. If you have leverage and, have them give the guessing game is on their end where they don't know exactly what it is that you're going to do, because that's when the 49ers have that balance, right? That's when you can just sense it. You know that a defense is reeling. And then they start guessing and then they get gashed. And you can see clearly that the hammer's in the hands of the 49ers offensively, and they can dictate exactly where they want to go and what they want to do on the field. But I think the running game, as I said immediately as I was on the air after that game, that's as big as anything. And they got away from it, in my estimation, way, way too prematurely in Baltimore.
I agree. They should have run it more at the Ravens. I mean, when you looked at those numbers and you saw, wait a second, Baltimore's dead last against teams that run out of 21 and 22 personnel, 2 running backs, basically, the running back and the fullback. Come on, right there, the Niners run 60% of their stuff from 2 backs. They were ideally suited to run it at the Ravens all day, all night on Christmas night. And instead, McCaffrey had 14 carries. J.P. Mason had none. I think Debo might have had 1 or 2. The Niners passed the ball 46 times. This game was 16-12 at halftime. I mean, it was anybody's game. Now, it got away from them in the third quarter, but you could have stayed with the run even after the Ravens went up 30-12. There was still like 11 minutes to play in the third quarter, and you could have stayed with the run. So to me, if there was one mistake in that game, it was that the 49ers had a major advantage in two backs against running the ball against the Ravens, and they didn't take advantage of it. They had first quarter, they had 10 passes and 5 runs. That should have been reversed. That should have been 10 runs and 5 passes. It should have been a run-heavy plan, and for whatever reason, it wasn't. So I think that would have changed things quite a bit. Now, the Niners did connect on a couple pass plays early, and maybe Kyle felt like, hey, you know what? We can throw the ball on this team. But once Hamilton picked off that first pass, I think I would have gone to hey, you know what? I mean, especially when you're going up against a Baltimore team that's like literally number one in like a bunch of different defensive categories, and yet they're dead last against two backs, and that's what you run, and you only run the ball sparingly. That was a mistake, in my opinion.
Do you find any credence in the 49ers when they're labeled as a front runner? Like when they get out in front, this is a team that can win? I mean, because you and I grew up with the Niners and Joe Montana and Steve Young, who, their trademark was, here comes Joe with 2 minutes on the clock, and you're down 5 points, or you're down a couple of touchdowns. The 49ers would just come from behind. The number that jumps out at me is that Shanahan 0-36.
It's 0-38 now.
Was it 38?
Yeah, so the Niners under Shanahan 0-38 when they trail by 8 or more points
in the fourth.
He's also 1-32 when trailing by 3 points entering the fourth quarter.
How do you explain that away, or can you?
It's a great question. I mean, how do you explain it? I don't know if I have an explanation for it. He gets a little pass happy at times. Maybe if they ran the ball a little bit more, that wouldn't be the case. I definitely feel like there were opportunities. They've lost some key games in this way because they didn't have offensive balance in the fourth quarter. But yeah, I mean, and people talk about, well, Brock's got to prove he can win coming from behind. Shanahan's got to prove that they can win coming from behind. I mean, they really don't win. I mean, like that game Monday night, I didn't really get the feeling that they were going to win that game at any point in that game. That's not their script. They're even though they're a great team with tons of talent, they seemingly can only really win one way, which is they get a lead and build it up on you. I mean, the 49ers this year, when they have won games, that they win by huge margins. They dominate their opponents. They've got 8 wins this year by 16 points or more. I mean, that's a lot of blowout wins. But can they win a grimy game, as Fred Warner described? Can they win a game where they've got to come from behind in the fourth quarter? Can they win a game where it's back and forth? They don't seem to be able to win those games. Now, I'm not sure if Shanahan feels the pressure, if it's about if those numbers are tied to Jimmy Garoppolo and his inability, or to do Jimmy needed play action, right? If you didn't have play action, the rush would get to him. Their line, I mean, their offensive line kind of needs play action. If they don't have play action at their disposal, their line just gets overrun by opposing defensive lines. Maybe that has a lot to do with it. But you're right. They have not, under Shanahan, for the most part, come back in any game that they're not leading going to the fourth.
I think the one game this year that at least resembled that was that win in Seattle. Because it was now they weren't trailing in the fourth quarter, but early on in that game,
Seattle made a nice run in that third quarter, though.
Yeah, but if you remember that, I think the 49ers got out to the 7-0 lead, and then you're at Seattle, which is always a difficult place to play, and they got behind. The momentum clearly swung in that game, and they were trailing 10-7. And that's the game that you wanted to see. Okay, you're on the road, you're trailing. All the momentum is clearly on the side of Pete Carroll and the Seahawks. And Brock Purdy, I thought, took a huge step, as did the 49ers, and won a game in an ugly, ugly sort of environment. It doesn't get any worse. Maybe Kansas City, I don't know, Green Bay and Seattle's right up there. When you give them a lead, their crowd works into it, and they can play. They can make a difference in the outcome of the contest. And I think Brock Purdy and the 49ers, it's the closest you're going to see to a team, their team coming from behind on the road. And that to me, that was sort of a building block for Brock Purdy and company. But you're right, he's got to do a lot more of that. And until Shanahan as well as Purdy, that's how you get your wings, right? As a quarterback, you can throw it all over the field for 3 quarters, but until you do it when we need you to and march us down the field, stick it in the end zone, and let's go home, especially on the road, then you sort of arrived as an NFL quarterback.
And then there's a lot of people that believe that, until Brock shows that, he's not the guy. Now, I'm not in that category. I believe he is the guy. But and he did this in Cleveland, and Moody missed the 41-yarder.
True.
I think if there was one play that Shanahan would love to have back this year, it was the play before the field goal in that Browns game where they could have called another play. They easily could have called another play. They could have gotten 10 more yards. They could have made it easier. They just felt like, you know what, 41 yards. That he's got this. But it's a rookie kicker, on a cold, rainy day in Cleveland, with some pressure for the first time, and he pushed it. I think that was the one he pushed wide right. So, credit Cleveland. They were good that day. They played great defense. Niners also had injuries that day. I believe that was the game that Trent Williams went down. Debo went down in the first series of the game. So they had some injuries. But even in that situation, if you're saying that Brock can't come back in the fourth quarter, you're saying that he doesn't have the nerve to do it. Well, in that game, he showed exactly that nerve. He got the ball back inside the 2-minute warning, right around the 2-minute warning, needing to drive his team the length of the field for the game-winning field goal. And he connected with Ayuk like 2 or 3 times, and they moved right down the field. And they probably should have called one more play. Instead, they didn't. They kicked the 41-yarder, and they missed it. If Moody makes that 41-yarder, now Brock has come from behind, and the Niners win 20-19. By the way, how good were the Browns last night? The Browns might be – I was looking at the odds in Vegas for the Super Bowl. You can get the Browns at a great price right now, and they look terrific. The Browns right now are real, and they're no joke. They put up 37 on a very good Jets defense. Flacco throws for 300 yards again. I think he's thrown for 300 yards like 5 times in the last 5 or 6 weeks. They can run the ball. They've got, weapons as far as Elijah Moore, David Njoku, Kareem Hunt. They've got some receivers, obviously Amari Cooper when he gets healthy. And then on defense, you got Myles Garrett and you got Denzel Ward and, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the Notre Dame linebacker. So, they got a lot of talent on all 3 levels of their D. Stefanski maybe coach of the year. Flacco maybe comeback player of the year award winner. So, man, watch out for Cleveland.
I want to discuss this when we come back. Speaking of Cleveland, what's the worst trade to date when you're talking about QBs? Was it Denver acquiring Russell Wilson, or was it Cleveland getting Deshaun Watson when you think about what it is those 2 teams gave up? Larry Krueger will give his response, and we continue talking a little Niner football. Wait, I got to read before we get out of here. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Niner talk as well as a little tour around the NFL. We continue. It's Larry Krueger and Dan Avone on 95.7 The Game.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear. My life coach has a terrible
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. We went to the break talking about some of the worst trades. We were discussing the Cleveland Browns and Deshaun Watson, which has been underwhelming to say the least. Once again, out with an injury. Joe Flacco literally gets off the couch. This guy, he wasn't standing on some sideline as a, number 3 or 4 in the depth chart. He was at home watching games, drinking beers and crushing chips like the rest of us. And now, the rest is history as he's led this resurrection of the Cleveland Browns. But we're talking about some of the worst trades, and certainly that Cleveland trade and getting Deshaun Watson as well as Russell Wilson have to be right at the very top, Larry.
I mean, and I looked up some of the details on these trades, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. Deshaun Watson got traded from Houston to Cleveland for 3 first-round picks, 1 third-round pick, 1 fourth-round pick, 1 fifth-round pick. They've already turned it into Will Anderson, who's an excellent defensive end out of Alabama, Tank Dell, nice wide receiver from University of Houston, Kenyon Green, who's an offensive lineman from Texas A&M, and they still have more picks coming. So, and then Deshaun Watson, not only did Cleveland make that trade, Then they turned around and gave Watson a $230 million contract that's 100% guaranteed and carries a $63.9 million cap hit over the next 3 years. Cleveland can't even get out of the deal until 2027.
Oh.
They would have to pay $136.9 million in a cap penalty in 2024 or a $73 million cap penalty in 2025 if they release him. So, I mean, what are they going to do? And not only that, I mean, of course, we all know about his, Watson's injury history and his whole, I'm going to go to the massage parlor accusations of improprieties there. So, I mean, that's a disaster. That is a disaster. And now Flacco, wouldn't that be something if Flacco came in there, who was a former Super Bowl winning quarterback with the Ravens, as Niner fans know all too well, and just steps in for Deshaun Watson and maybe wins the Super Bowl? I mean, that would be incredible. Watson's done for the year. He had season-ending shoulder surgery. He's missed 22 of 34 games. He will have missed 22 of 34 games when the regular season comes to a conclusion this year. So he's missed a ton of time. All the money's guaranteed. He looks, if you watch Cleveland and watch Deshaun, he looks like he's playing in a fog. I mean, he looks terrible. He looks absolutely terrible. So then there's that trade, if that wasn't bad enough. I don't know what they're going to do. But then Russell Wilson gets traded from Seattle to Denver for Noah Fant, tight end, Drew Lock, quarterback, Shelby Harris, defensive lineman, and 5 draft picks that John Schneider turned into 6 so far. They were first and second round picks in the 22 and 23 draft, and then the 5th round pick in 2022. So they've gotten all their players out of those picks. And this is what they've gotten from Russell Wilson: Noah Fant, Drew Lock, Shelby Harris, Devin Witherspoon, one of the best young corners in the game, Boye Mafe, who's been a tremendous defensive end for Seattle, Charles Cross, their starting left tackle, Derek Hall, former Auburn Tiger, really good young defensive end, Tyreek Smith, it's been just okay, and Derek Young, who's kind of a jumbo wide receiver, tight end, special teamer. Nothing great there. But Witherspoon, Mafe, Charles Cross, Fant, Drew Lock, Shelby Harris, all for Russell Wilson. And then you saw the Russell Wilson story. I don't know if we have that cut, but how about Denver went to Russell Wilson this year going into the bye and asked him to reduce his contract, and if he refused, they would bench him. And then he comes out of the bye and leads them to 3 straight victories. And now they bench him anyway for the Raider quarterback, Jared Stidham. So now Russell is going to be gone at the end of the year. I mean, I kind of feel like Russell Wilson's is a good guy. I've interviewed him before. I've talked to him in the locker room before. I think he's a good guy. I think he's a good person. I think he lives his life by morals and ethics, and he's a solid person. And I think he's a damn good quarterback. What's he, like 18-3 or something like that, career against the Niners? I mean, total ownage of the 49ers. He just absolutely dominated them.
Speaking about Russell Wilson, let's hear from the quarterback or the former quarterback of the Denver Broncos.
They came up to me during the bye week and began the bye week on Monday or Tuesday, and they told me that if I didn't change my contract, my injury guaranteed, that I'd be, I'd be benched for the rest of the year. And I think we had 9 games left or so. I was definitely disappointed about it, and it was a process throughout the whole week, for a whole bye week, and we just came off beating the Chiefs, played a pretty good game against the Chiefs. We just came off of that, so I was excited, obviously, for us fighting for the playoffs and get on a hot streak, and then NFLPA and NFL got involved or whatever, I think, but at some point. But I think, for me, I came here to play here. to win. I knew it was going to be a process to I signed a 7-year deal to, for us to go and play hard. And that's my goal every time I step into the white lines is give everything I have. I want to be here. I want to play here. I want to be able to win here. I want to win championships here. I want to give my all every week, no matter what the circumstances are, no matter what the score is. And, I want to be the best teammate and leader that I can be in the midst of it all. That's why I was out here at practice every day and, I told Jared I'll help him and lead him and do whatever it takes and keep the guys going and try to lead the right way. That's all I know.
That's Russell Wilson. I said a former starter maybe, but he's certainly still on that Denver Bronco roster. As he was asked once again to rework his deal or suffer the consequences, which is essentially get benched. I'll tell you one thing, and I know the player's salary is something that gets publicized, and we could talk about, oh my God, how much money they gave Deshaun Watson, and it's guaranteed, and even Russell Wilson's deal. But the one thing NFL players, and they should all unite around this, should not feel guilty about, and that is giving money back to a franchise. Because believe you me, they're not suffering. And even for a franchise to ask for him to rework the deal, look, that's on you. And have no issues with Russell Wilson not even entertaining giving any money back to the Denver Broncos.
I don't. There's so many people that talk about Russell Wilson like he's some bum. He's thrown for 3,000 yards this year. He's got 26 touchdowns and 8 picks. Those are good numbers. So not terrible numbers by any stretch. He's 35. He's not the player that he was. He doesn't move around like that anymore. But, I mean, those are good numbers. 3,000 yards, 26 touchdowns, and 8 picks. You could do a whole lot worse than that. But it sounds like Denver's going to trade him at the end of the year. I've got the odds in front of me. Who do you think is favored to trade for Russell Wilson at 5-1? 5-1 odds.
Minnesota.
Did you see this?
No.
Minnesota.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's Minnesota.
Oh, wow.
Minnesota's 5-1. Patriots are 6-1. That's a great guess. Commanders are 7-1. Raiders also 7-1. Bears at 8. Falcons at 8. New York Giants at 8. Steelers at 8. Tampa Bay at 10. Arizona at 10. Saints at 11. Seahawks at 33-1. I'd take Russell Wilson if I was a team that needed a quarterback. He's 35, and he hasn't moved quite as well as he used to. But, I mean, those numbers are not bad for this year. 26 touchdowns and 8 picks.
I got another trade for you.
What do you got?
How about the year being 2021 and the San Francisco 49ers deal with the Miami Dolphins in getting Trey Lance? The Miami Dolphins received the 2021 first-round pick, which was number 12 overall, 2022 first-round pick, number 29. Also in 22, they get a third-round pick, which was number 101. In 23, they get a first-round pick, number 29. Now, if you just follow along what it is that the Miami Dolphins did with those picks that they got from the San Francisco 49ers to get Trey Lance, they drafted Jalen Waddle. They traded those picks away to get Tyreek Hill. They traded one of those picks away to get Bradley Chubb, the linebacker. And then they drafted Channing Tindall. Not bad by the Miami Dolphins.
That's pretty good.
Thank you very much, San Francisco.
That's pretty good. That is really good. They got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. Wow.
Where were you at? I hadn't done a show with you. Where were you at with Trey Lance when he his whole sojourn here in San Francisco?
Well, I definitely liked the pick at the time because, and I still believe, I'm a believer in Trey Lance. I still am. Now, there's a lot of people that are like, oh my God, are you kidding me? He's a bust. And I get that. Sitting here on, late December 2023, he is a bust. But this is a guy who just, to me, he checks all the boxes. Is he athletic enough? Yes. Is he smart enough? Yes. Is football important to him? Yes. And I just think that we get into this kind of knee-jerk, let's decide everything immediately society, and people just don't see things through. I mean, this guy's raw, and it's going to take time. And people say, oh, come on, if it was going to happen, it would have already happened by now. No, Steve Young was not good in the NFL until he was 31. Trey Lance is 23. Kurt Warner wasn't good in the NFL until he was 28. I mean, you could go right down the list. There, for every quarterback that was good at 23, there's like 10 guys that weren't good until they were 28, 29. So, Alex Smith, I look at him and I see Alex Smith. Alex Smith, would you say Alex Smith had a good career?
Sure.
Okay. He was the first pick of the draft. He never won the Super Bowl, but he could have won a Super Bowl potentially with Kansas City. Didn't win one with the Niners because they moved off of him for Kaepernick. But Alex Smith was not good at the beginning. And it was his 8th year when Harbaugh came to San Francisco and started to get the most out of Alex Smith. So all I would say to people who are like, Krug, you're crazy. Trey Lance is garbage. No, Trey Lance is going to figure it out. And it's going to be next year or the year after or the year after that. But if you said bet everything you got on Trey Lance has a career and is a decent NFL quarterback or has no career, I know most people would say he's a bust and he won't have a career. I'd put my money on he's going to have a career and he's going to be good. I still believe that. Now, he didn't deserve to start over Brock Purdy. And I thought that once they discovered Purdy and saw what they had in Purdy, it was time to move off of Lance. So, and I said it last February that based on what John Lynch had said, that I knew they were moving off of Trey Lance. I mean, he went to the Combine last year, Dan, and he said, Trey Lance has got to play. And then there was a big pause. And he's like, and that's kind of the problem because we got a team that's ready to win right now. And it was like right then and there, I just knew they're trading him. They're absolutely trading him. And I said so. And man, I took a lot of heat for that for months and months and months and months. But eventually they did move him. And he's in Dallas now. And I don't know if that'll be his final landing spot before he comes of age. But don't quit on that kid because he is smart. He is competitive. He is athletic. Football is important to him. It is the family business. He's not going to quit. He's going to keep it rolling. And I think he's going to develop. It's going to take a year, maybe 2, but we haven't heard of the last of Trey Lance.
510 really quick on the Comcast text line. Trey Lance isn't jacking it anywhere ever. Thank you very much, 510, as our ongoing joke continues. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Oh, I love that sound because it means it's Friday and it's 5 o'clock. The 5 o'clock pop is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, join us as we get ready for this sports weekend with the 49ers in the nation's capital and the Warriors hosting Luka and the Mavs. We'll be sipping on Farmers Light, their premium light lager. Just 98 calories per 12 fluid ounces. Go grab a 6-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store. Enjoy the game with us and the beer here on 95.7 The Game. Really, just to wrap things up on Trey Lance, my only thing was with him, and I have to stand by this because I said this the minute I saw him, is that his delivery looked a little funky from day one. And, I threw out a reference to Bill Walsh because I know you'd appreciate that yesterday, and I got to give you another one, Larry. I remember what Bill Walsh said that always just stuck in my head, and this has changed over the years, but he said, when he was referred to as the genius, right? He was the guy that created the West Coast offense, although he credits a lot of that to Paul Brown. But he took football into a whole nother realm, and he said, I could teach you a lot when it comes to football. Yes, I can, I'm a mastermind and an innovator when it comes to offenses. He said, the one thing I cannot teach a quarterback is accuracy. I think that's DNA. He's like, that's one thing that either you have or you don't. And so the before mentioned the Alex Smith, he has 7 years. He toiled under 7 different coordinators, offensive coordinators. But the accuracy, I think if a quarterback, if a Bill Walsh or even a Kyle Shanahan can work with that like that, say what you will about Garoppolo, but he could be accurate at times, more so than Trey Lance. I think that was his downfall more than anything else.
The lack of accuracy.
I think it's part of it. I mean,
he just looked really raw in several phases of the game. So I saw huge improvement from year 1 to year 2, or from year 1 playing to year 2 playing, but or sitting, I should say. But in camp, the 2 years we saw him in training camp, I personally think that Trey Lance is going to get there, but he doesn't throw. He didn't throw a very catchable football at first. It was high speed wobbles, but he had a finger injury. And then this last year in camp, he threw the ball hard, but he had gotten rid of the wobble. And he threw the ball a lot better. His ball looked a lot better. And if you caught him on the right day this summer, you would have swore that he was their best quarterback. And there were several times where he outplayed Sam Darnold. If you ask me, I mean, this whole talk when they traded him, well, Sam had easily outplayed him. And immediately all these yes men were like, oh, yeah, well, of course, Sam easily outplayed him. That's such garbage. That is such garbage. I was there for every single practice. I know what I'm watching. Sam Darnold did not badly outplay him. They didn't want once they signed Sam Darnold, they had moved on from Trey. That was not an even playing field. That was not an open, even level playing field competition. They signed Sam Darnold because they made the evaluation that they were going with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold wouldn't have signed on the first day of free agency. Literally before it was even official, he signed. Well, why did he sign? Because they promised him he'd be the number 2 guy. That's why he signed. And they promised Brandon Allen they'd be the number 3 guy, and that's why he signed. And they made up this whole idea about this competition. There was no real competition. There really wasn't. It was Brock was going to be the starter if he was healthy, and was. Trey would have been dealt on draft day if Brock had been healthy, but he wasn't. Sam was there as the number 2, regardless of what happened. And Brandon Allen was there as number 3, regardless of what happened. And Trey was always going to be traded. So this whole there was a competition. There was no competition. I don't buy that for a second. So that was my read on it. And I think he'll be good, but it's going to take some time. I really do.
888-957-9570. Walnut Creek, the location. Let's bring in Dale to the conversation. Hey, Dale.
Hey, guys.
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, listen, I want to ask Larry his recent remarks. Too raw, gonna be good. Needed some time. Is he talking about Trey Lance or James Wiseman?
The thing about James Wiseman, another guy who was an awesome paper prospect, 7 feet. 240 pounds, runs like the wind, smart as heck, speaks Mandarin. Everybody loves him. He was another guy, but you got to have good hands and you got to live to block shots and rebound. And you could tell what interested James Wiseman was his perimeter game. He loved to face up and shoot the ball. And that just wasn't what he's good at. And I just don't think, at the end of the day, I didn't see a guy who was just really, really tough. I saw kind of I hate to say it, kind of a marshmallow guy with bad hands. And he's gone to Detroit, and he's every bit the bust in Detroit that he was here.
You got to go out of your way to be a bust in Detroit.
I mean, not only that, they traded him for a defensive 2-guard with injury problems, and it was a steal for the Warriors. I mean, think about that for a second.
When you talk about James Wiseman and the emergence of Trace Jackson Davis, that one play, and I always go back to this, that one block that TJD had on Jaylen Brown against the Boston Celtics, I will never, to me, no matter where his career goes from here, that was the coming out party. That was the moment where Jaylen Brown crossed over on Podziemski. He had a layup. It was a left-handed layup, and out of nowhere, here comes Trace Jackson Davis protecting the rim and blocks and meets Jaylen Brown at the rim. I literally jumped out of my couch. I haven't seen that. I don't know, Andrew Bogut? I don't even Bogut have that sort of athleticism. You just never saw that as a Warrior fan, a big with that sort of athleticism around the rim. And as it relates to James Wiseman, that's exactly what it is that the Warriors wanted out of him. And the one thing that he could not grasp is defensive rotations and weak side help. And there was TJD just boom.
Well, TJD played 4 years in the Big Ten.
Exactly.
And, was a rebounder, shot blocker, scorer. I mean, his dad played in the NBA. Isn't it amazing how a guy picked 57th overall, almost not drafted, is a better player than James Wiseman?
Amazing. Rich is in Fremont. Hello, Rich.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Larry, I think you're spot on when it comes to Trey Lance. I think the Niners moved on him way too soon. I was kind of, I guess the word I would use is stunned when he decided to leave and go to Dallas because he didn't want to be the number 3 quarterback. And it's like he goes to Dallas and what does he become? The number 3 quarterback. So, but I think you're right. I think that he's an unfinished product. I think that if they would have spent a little more time development, or at least, convince him to stay as the number 3 and stay here and develop, the kid, I think he probably would have gotten better. I think he would have here. Unfortunately, he didn't want to stay here. So that's the reason why he's in Dallas.
Well, you know why he didn't, but let me say this. You know why he didn't want to stay here? Because he knew they didn't want him here.
Mm.
And you know why they didn't want him here? Because he cost too much money next year. So they weren't going to pay him the kind of money based on his draft position to be their third-string quarterback. The average third-string quarterback in the NFL is under contract for $1 million. Trey Lance would have been on the books this year for $9 million. In a cap sport, you cannot have a third-string quarterback making $9 million. So once they decided that he was going to be number 3, and what did they give Sam Darnold? They gave him a 5-year, $5 million. So they gave him a deal that was like, it was like great money, or was it more? It might have been more. But I think it was basically great money for a number 2 quarterback. And they gave Brandon Allen a $1 million guarantee. And that's when I saw that one too. I was like, so wait, Brandon Allen, who was the backup last year to Joe Burrow, made $1 million, was going to sign with the Niners. People were like, well, you can just take all this discussion this spring was so entertaining. It was like, well, what they'll do is they'll have Sam be the 1 or have Sam be the 2 or the 3, and they'll have Trey be the 2 or the 3, and they'll just put Brandon Allen on the practice squad. So now Brandon Allen, who was number 2 in Cincinnati last year, made $1 million, has to go tell his wife, by the way, honey, I'm going to be on the practice squad this year, and I think the practice squad total is $207,000. I mean, imagine if you're making $800,000 and you signed up for a $200,000 deal. So, that was never going to happen. Brandon was there for $1 million. He made, QB3 money. Darnold makes QB2 money. They're saving money on Brock, and they weren't going to pay $9 million for Trey to be the third string guy. So they may have told him, "Hey, Trey, we're glad to have you here, but I guarantee you, they intimated to that agent, we don't want you." And their agent intimated to Trey, you need a fresh start. And that's why he said, you know what? I don't want to be here. Because and they may have been more direct about it with him than I'm painting the picture as, but I doubt it. I think that they just kind of painted the picture. His agent figured it out, and they said, let's just go somewhere else.
That takes us to Brock Purdy. Well, Brock Purdy, I don't think can get a contract. They can't talk contract until next year, right? 2025, I want to say.
2 years, I think.
So 2025, right, is the first time they can extend that contract.
People are saying they need to pay him right now or they're going to. It's like, no, you need to learn the rules right now and figure out that they can't pay him right now.
This is all conjecture. A lot has to happen between now and then. But as of right now, what's he going to command? Is he a $200 million guy? Joe Burrow's at what, 5 and 275 at 55 per. Is he?
He's going to cost 20. He's going to cost somewhere between north of 25 million and south of 50 million. And as far as what in there, I don't know.
Wow.
But yeah, it's gonna. You're gonna pay him if he continues to do what he does. and win all these games and have these great numbers, yeah, you're going to be paying him $30+ million a year.
Which means
you got to win now.
Exactly.
While he's on a rookie deal.
Yeah, which is sort of why you're seeing Kansas City struggle, is because he can't pay everybody, and Tyreek Hill had to go, and they haven't been able to find somebody to catch a ball from Patrick Mahomes since his departure, and Juju Smith-Schuster out the door, and a lot of that is just it's a matter of the cap. And
where would Shanahan and Lynch be in the eyes of Niner fans right now if Brock were never drafted and Trey was slow to develop, and they're sitting here with Trey Lance and a roster full of guys like Trent Williams and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa and all these stars, and they're ready to win right now, and they're not winning now, and the quarterback's not developed, and he's not ready to go. People might have a whole different viewpoint of the Lynch-Shanahan regime.
I don't know that if the system quarterback applies necessarily to Brock Purdy, but when you look at Jimmy Garoppolo and what's happened since his departure, and if you want to throw C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins into that conversation, you can. But there's a good chance that Jimmy Garoppolo might still be your quarterback. Obviously, he got hurt, but,
you're right.
How good was Garoppolo with Kyle Shanahan? We have to remember, prior to him going down to that injury against Miami after he replaced Trey Lance a year ago, he was playing winning football. And a lot of that is just simply because Kyle Shanahan will scheme guys open. And again, if you can be accurate, which is really the operative word here, then I think you can succeed under Kyle Shanahan's system.
The only, the problem, though, with Jimmy Garoppolo is he was regressing, and he was not throwing the ball down the field or outside the numbers. So you're looking at a guy who there was almost no downfield passing attack under Jimmy Garoppolo, and he was a terrible late in the down thrower. So if things didn't break his way off the initial play call, man, it was cross your finger time. And think about this, too. How many times did Jimmy Garoppolo throw the ball in the middle of the field and get his receivers just lit up?
Oh. That's the accuracy.
Brock Purdy never gets his receivers
Those are the
lit
subtleties that people just overlook. Like throwing to a guy's outside shoulder so you hit him in stride, as opposed to having to reach down and then I'm stopped right where I'm at in my tracks. When you throw those little swing passes and you have to check down to the flats to Christian McCaffrey and you hit him in stride so he continues upfield as opposed to having to reach behind and make a catch, that's the system with which you're working in that Kyle Shanahan has drafted for you as well as the rest of the team to succeed. Telmo, I didn't see you. Back out to the phone lines. We started something here with Weissman and Trey Lance. Telmo, what's on your mind?
What's up, fellas? How you doing on this wet San Francisco Friday?
Seriously, I can hear people's wipers going in the background.
That would be me. I'll try to keep my wiping to a minimum. No, but in your conversation, actually, you drew up. You just in the conversation, you brought up some names, and it instantly kind of created some parallels in my mind about where both teams are now, the Warriors and the 49ers, with certain players in certain positions versus where they were and where they drafted high-profile players. And, in terms of just upside, the Trey Lance and Wiseman comparison's very easy to make because they both came in with a lot of athleticism, a lot of potential, such a huge ceiling. But in terms of experience and actual playing in games and leadership and decision-making processes, they were both very, very raw. And I think we saw that come across. And on both on teams that had loaded rosters that were really had championship expectations. So I think that was part of the outcome for those players. Now, I think Trey Lance had a little bit more dog in him than Wiseman, but in terms of leadership, I don't think he ever established himself that way, which brings me to Brock Purdy and TJD. Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft. TJD, almost the last pick in the draft in the NBA. They both played in the Big Ten for 4 years on teams that weren't the best teams in their conference. So they spent a lot of games playing against better opposition and having to grow and be better, but also make quicker decisions because they were playing against better athletes. And they came in with that confidence. They spend a lot of time breaking down film, a lot of time learning plays, a lot of time being leaders. So they came in with that confidence, and I think they're both, while I don't think Purdy has the athleticism that Trey Lance has, and I don't think TJD has the athleticism that Wiseman had, I think they both came in both better prepared to be professionals in their own respective sports, just from a muscle memory repetition standpoint, but also a confidence and the mental part of the game, which I think in both the Warriors with Kerr and with Shanahan is actually the most important thing for them, is a player's ability to make the accurate and right decisions.
No, I think you make a lot of good points. I mean, this isn't the, it's not a track meet. It's you're talking about, these are games of skill, and it's, who's got the skill. I mean, you got to know how to play football. You got to know how to play the quarterback position. You got to know how to play basketball. It's not just about how high can you jump and how fast can you run and what does your resume look like. There's a game, and it's a skill-based game in both cases, and experience matters. I think that if anything should be learned from all this is that experience matters. Don't draft guys who are one-year starters. Trey Lance had a very unique situation. No quarterback had been drafted in 40 years of the NFL draft that had fewer collegiate pass attempts than Trey Lance. So he was a major projection. He played at the FCS level at a school at North Dakota State that was the equivalent of like Alabama of the FCS. So it's always hard to evaluate players on dominant teams. That's like Matt Leinart coming out of USC was a hard player to evaluate. Went in the top 10, wasn't a top 10 player, but he played at USC around a ton of talent. And Trey played around a ton of talent at North Dakota State. Then he had a whole year taken away by the pandemic. They had 1 year where he played one game against Central Arkansas. He played very, very little football at a totally lower level, and to draft him that high was a major projection. As far as Wiseman, I think he got suspended 3 games into his season at Memphis, and so there wasn't, even though he had played 3 collegiate games, there was hardly any track record there. So another guy that was drafted largely on projections and workouts, and anybody can look good in a workout. The workout is, in football at least, I can speak to that. It's designed, it's scripted to make you look good by your agent, typically. So most guys, if you don't look good in the workout, you ain't good. Because you're going to look way better in the workout than you are, just without those the parameters that your own representative put together. So I think that's really what the learning lesson is that both guys were evaluated off a small sample size.
Remember the pro day? We talked about the 2021 draft when Trey Lance came out and Zach Wilson rolled to his left and threw back right, 70 yards in the air, and everybody was just enamored with his arm strength. And come on.
Well, in his situation's a little different. He played at BYU. You could have parked a Suburban between the defensive line and him. I mean, he just had so much room back there. In the NFL, you're always playing in what they call a muddy pocket. There's always bodies around your legs going by you. And for some guys, it doesn't bother them. Other guys, it bothers them a lot. And you just don't know. And that's why he was a little bit of a projection as well. Now, I still think that we haven't seen the best of Zach Wilson. He may get it going at some point before it's all said and done. But so far, he's done everything wrong, right? He's used excuses with the New York media. I mean, you had the entire team wearing T-shirts that had the backup quarterback's name and face and likeness on it. Remember that? Matt White or Mike White. They're all wearing Mike White T-shirts. Yeah. So he's made some bad decisions, and now he's sitting behind Aaron Rodgers, and he really wasn't ready to go this year. They are going to trade him in the offseason. He'll get a fresh start somewhere else, but it'll be interesting to see where he goes because he He needs more time to adjust to an NFL type environment on the field. But he's got great mobility, great arm strength. He is somewhat of a playmaker. I think he may get better before it's all said and done.
Well, it's one of those where you get drafted as well. I challenge anybody. I laugh at Aaron Rodgers where he wants to come back with this New York Jet team. There was nobody that was going to be successful with that Jet offensive line this year. I don't know how much you watched them play this year.
Oh, yeah. No, I watched. I was the Hard Knocks all summer, Mekhi Becton. And, yeah, I mean, to me, it's like he's 39 or whatever he is, and he's playing on the worst surface in the entire league. That MetLife surface is where Bosa tore up his knee, and it's just a terrible, hard, unforgiving surface. So many of the Niner players have terrible things to say about the MetLife surface. And you're 39, and the game's it's a young man's game. I don't know. There's all this talk, oh, well, he's coming back. Okay, now he's going to be 40. I don't think things are going to end well there.
It was typical Aaron Rodgers, though. He intimated that he was going to come back. He was going to defy all odds to come back from the Achilles injury. And now at the end, he's like, well, I don't want to give up a roster spot. That wouldn't be fair. That guy, you talk about, narcissistic behavior. He's a poster child. But I do want to ask you a question when you were talking about the NFL draft or drafts in general. Why in this day and age, whether all the advancements that we have at our disposal, whether it's technology, and now the NFL game really mirrors a lot of what they're doing, right? Or at the collegiate level, what they're doing at the professional level.
Yeah.
Same in the NBA.
A lot of five wides and spread offenses.
With all that being said, why do they continually miss? You can set your watch to it. That someone will miss in this year's quarterback class, whether it's Caleb Williams or whomever, every single year, there is this high level of risk, and GMs essentially will admit that, well, we really don't know, but there's sort of a hope and a prayer. You would think that now in 2023 that they would at least mitigate a lot of that risk, but it seems it's as vast as ever.
They're prioritizing the wrong things. I mean, that's really it. Think about it. The two best quarterbacks I've ever seen, Joe Montana, Tom Brady. Joe Montana went in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Tom Brady went in the 6th round. They both were missed on. Somebody asked the question, if those guys were in the draft right now, where would they go? Probably where they went. Joe would go in the 3rd round and Tom would go in the 6th round. If Brock Purdy were in the NFL draft again, where would he go? He'd probably go again in the 7th round because he's, a smallish guy from Iowa State with doesn't quite look the part. And also they're so hung up on the measurables, your height. I mean, the Niners took Alex Smith over Aaron Rodgers, partially because Aaron Rodgers was 6'2" and change, and Alex Smith was 6'4" and change. So, I mean, that's that. So if you're really tied to, height, weight, speed, I mean, really, you care about a 40 time? Really? When was the last time a quarterback ran a 40? So what's really important when you play quarterback? Intellect, but not necessarily GPA, football intellect, processing, timing, accuracy, and just ultimately, success doing it, right? I mean, nobody's ever good in the NFL who wasn't good in college. Nobody ever wins in the NFL that didn't win in college, ever. Mahomes would be as close. And even Mahomes had these amazing games in college where he had one game he threw for 700 yards. But he played at Texas Tech, and they weren't very good, and they lost a bunch of games. But, I mean, there are very few quarterbacks that lose all the time in college but win all the time in the pros. And Brock Purdy did great things at Iowa State. I mean, Iowa State's in the Big 12. They were not one of the powers of the Big 12. And under Brock Purdy, they went to the Fiesta Bowl. The year after Brock Purdy left Iowa State, they went 1-8 in conference. So, I mean, it's, I think people just missed on him. They missed on, I mean, Steve Young was an incredible athlete, so he was drafted much higher. But another guy, probably about 6 feet and change, 6'1". The NFL wants you to be 6'2" to 6'5". Well, if you're not 6'2", you get marked down. And if you're, they've got their boxes, and they want you to fit in that box. And if you fit, great. And if you don't, you get marked down for it. So yeah, they're just looking at the wrong things. They know what they like when they see it, but they don't know how the collegiate skill set's going to translate to the NFL. And then also there's something to be said for, when you really get on an NFL field with NFL athletes and NFL defensive linemen, and these guys are coming flying by you, and it's like you're dodging cars on a freeway, and any one hit could end your career. That's unnerving for a lot of guys. So you got to have a guy who's like really, really tough, really, really smart, really, really wed to the process of pro football, which is the dieting, the eating, the film study, all the things that go into the process of pro football. If you hear Brock Purdy talk, even this week, he's asked about the Ravens, he's asked about the Commanders. He's like, well, I'm just gonna stick to my process and this and that, because that is pro football. It's the process that you go through, and he's wed to that process. So if you got a guy who's smart and tough and a leader, and the ball comes out on time and he's accurate, then you mix in Brock's got really good quickness to get away from the rush. That 10-yard split that he had is really, really good. It's almost as quick as Tyreek Hill, who's like one of the quickest guys in the history of the NFL. Tyreek Hill's 10-yard split's like 1.50. Brock Purdy's 10-yard split's like 1.54. So he's really, really quick. And that helps him elude the rush and helps him move decisively and kind of explosively in the pocket. And then he's smart. He's competitive. He's courageous to stand in against the rush. And he plays the position at a high level.
Which, to get back to Trey Lance's draft, which is why it was sort of a bit peculiar and sort of a head scratch, that Kyle Shanahan, who I think is one of those guys who does not subscribe to those sort of measurables, but he's looking for that cerebral quarterback, somebody that can execute his system, the Kirk Cousins, if you will, of the world, the Matt Ryans of the world, which was why it was so unusual that he drafted to get someone like that of Trey Lance, who was the athlete, certainly, but didn't seem to fit that mode of what it is that Kyle Shanahan is looking for in a quarterback.
They drafted him based on meeting him, liking him, and the traits that he possessed, which, as I said, I have total confidence that Trey Lance is going to be good. Why? Because, as I said, he checks all the boxes. He's smart. He's tough. He's athletic. He loves football. He's wed to the process of pro football. He's, football's the family business. They saw all those same things that I saw. But it was a major projection that he would be able to make it happen fast. And what they didn't really think through was what's his true timeline and how does that jive with our true timeline? If John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are sitting there looking at the Niners, they got Trey not in the first. If they had drafted him when they drafted Solomon Thomas, they probably could have been more patient because it was year one of the regime. They could have grown up around the quarterback. But they drafted him after they were firmly inside their Super Bowl window, and they had no true commitment to his development. And what they were really committed to was having a quarterback on a rookie deal, and he checked that box, but he wasn't ready to play. So ultimately, that was, that's why they kept, hedging their bet and re-signing Jimmy. And then when they saw Purdy, they're like, wow, look at this guy. And then Purdy gets thrown into the fire in week 13 in the Miami game, and he looked great. And then he beats Tom Brady the next week, 35-7. Then he wins up in Seattle. Then he wins a couple playoff games. And then all of a sudden he rips out the elbow, but he showed up this summer and he wasn't diminished. And now he's picked up where he left off, and he's even more developed and better than he was a year ago. And so they looked at it and saw, by August, they're like, hey, look, Brock's the 1, Sam's the 2, Allen's the 3, and Trey's gone. And it was just a matter of what could the best deal they get for him. I think they were probably getting conditional 5th and 6th round offers. Dallas got excited with a 4th round pick. the Niners, they said all the right things. We still believe in Trey. We really, come on. If you believe in Trey Lance, it's like we really believe James Wiseman's going to be a Hall of Famer, but we just traded him to the Lakers. Really? It's like when you trade him to Dallas, it was a loud statement. And if I was Trey or Trey's, in Trey's camp, I would be mentioning that to him every day. These guys doubted you. These guys didn't just trade you. These guys hand-delivered you for a mid-round pick to their arch rival. Nobody could disrespect you more. They don't believe in you. And maybe that will light his fuse because nothing is more clear when you trade a franchise quarterback to your arch rival for basically nothing, that you don't believe in that guy, regardless of what you say.
Speaking of Dallas, let's get ahead of ourselves. If it's the Cowboys, I think I asked you this yesterday, but if Dallas is going to beat San Francisco, because there are a lot of people that feel that this is Dallas's year. They finally put it together with all that personnel. They got on the outside with their corners and that offensive line. They got a couple of Hall of Famers in there. This is it's a good team on paper. Is this more between the years and it's sort of the psychological advantage that the 49ers, especially at home, they have over the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott at this point? Or is there a level of fear should those two teams meet in the postseason?
I mean, you always got to be fearful of a team that's as explosive as the Dallas Cowboys are, but the Niners match up really, really well. I mean, Dallas a front-running team. They're 7-0 at home. They're 3-5 on the road. If they play this game, it will be on the road, most likely. So, I mean, you're talking about Cowboys venturing on the road. Why do the Niners have their number? Because the Niners can run the ball on Dallas, and they can stop Pollard. And Dallas is a one running back team. So, they lost Zeke. They have Pollard. And the Niners can stop Dallas's run game and force Dak to pass. And then he gets impatient. He threw 3 picks in the game earlier this year. And then Dallas is a bully team on defense. They've got lots of edge rushers. I mean, lots of edge rushers. And lots of ball hawking DBs. And if they get a 10, 14-point lead on you, they can peel their ears back and just go hunt the quarterback. And then Dallas can turn a 28-7 game into 42-7 better than any team in football. But the Niners run it down their throat every single time. And there's nothing Dallas can do about it. They ran it down their throat in Dallas. They ran it down their throat here. They beat them decisively this year. I don't think Dallas believes they can beat the Niners. And I think the Niners are ideally suited to beat Dallas.
And I think San Francisco, again, they've got to take care of business. But if they have that home field advantage and the rest, as you referred to, getting that bye week, especially since they changed the rules last year, that you want to be that number 1 seed so that you can – everybody's banged up. But San Francisco clearly needs to have fresh bodies if they want to make that run. And it's not, again, so much the NFC, but and not to overlook Philadelphia, Dallas, and potentially Detroit, but it's that rematch with Baltimore. And is there anybody else out of the AFC? Obviously, Baltimore, after what they did on Christmas, becomes the odds-on favorite. But is there somebody that's – Buffalo scares me because, again, I'm one of those guys that you look at the teams that are hitting their stride in late December, and when the weather starts to turn, especially in a place like Buffalo, and are people overlooking the Bills, or is somebody else out there in the AFC that we're not aware of that could give the 49ers or the AFC a run for their money?
I think it's Cleveland. I mean,
really, Joe Flacco?
I mean, when Flacco's thrown, I mean, first of all,
I know it's a hell of a story.
Yeah, I mean, they got a great defense on all 3 levels. They got a quarterback who's not going to be shrinking in the moment. They've got some decent weapons. They lost Chubb. They lost Nick Chubb for the year, so that's a crushing loss. And their offensive line is on paper it looked really good. Coming into the year, they've had injuries. They've had disappointing campaigns. So their offensive line has not been very good. And Flacco's old and immobile, but they're rolling right now. I mean, they're playing great ball. They got a killer defense. And every one of these teams in the AFC is kind of questionable. Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence has injuries. Kansas City doesn't have very good offensive wide receivers, good weapons. They do have a good defense, but there's something about Kansas City that's just not right this year. Miami's got a gaudy record, but did they beat anybody who's any good? We're going to find out if they're legit this weekend against Baltimore. Baltimore doesn't have very good weapons either. It's the Lamar show on offense, and so that's their kind of bugaboo. Buffalo is very inconsistent week to week. I mean, they've had some just absolute nightmarish performances. So, yeah, I think if you say who's playing the best, I mean, Baltimore and Cleveland and Miami probably are the teams. Well, maybe even Buffalo. They're all playing pretty decent, but I would say Cleveland. I think Cleveland is scary.
You talk about Cleveland. I read this the other day because literally he wasn't playing football. And they just said, hey, what sort of shape are you in? Can you come and quarterback our team? And he literally left the house one day and said, hey, honey, I'm going back to the NFL. He was done. But one of the things that somebody on the Cleveland Browns had talked about is that of all the guys that are available, and it's usually the same cast of characters, right? It's the Nick Foles, Tyrod Taylor, who's out there. He's the one guy that when he's talking in the huddle, that he's been there, done that. He's an NFL Super Bowl winner. So, that goes a long way in a huddle when you're, a backup quarterback and in trying to command the huddle and provide some level of leadership, that there are very few guys that when you look around and they're telling you what it is that they want you to do, that has actually got that pedigree, that has actually won a Super Bowl. All right, we got through that segment. You didn't think we could do it, right, Granny? Hey, give us 2 hours. We'll
Against
be
all odds.
All right, we continue. We're going to wrap up the show. Let's do a little Giants, Larry.
I got some odds, actually. Unbelievably, there are free agent odds, and the Giants are atop the free agent odds, the number one team as far as the odds are concerned for 3 major free agents. We'll tell you who they are next.
On 95.7 The Game.
East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today.
Timing is everything. And now is the time to buy, California, during the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It's time for our biggest offers of the year on the entire Ford lineup of trucks and SUVs, like the built Ford Tough F-150, part of Ford F-Series.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Time for the Defensive Play of the Week. The Defensive Play of the Week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defender, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defensive attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's go back to last night. The Warriors got off to a slow start, but things turned around when Steve Kerr inserted Trace Jackson Davis in the first quarter. He impacted the game on both ends of the floor, including this block.
Robinson now, a little herky-jerky move, gets Jackson Davis, drives by him, leans in, goes up, blocked! That's his third block of the quarter. Robinson falling out of bounds.
The Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. The East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. All right,
Tim Roy, most underrated announcer in the Bay.
Is he underrated?
He was fouled. Love Tim Roy, man. Tim Roy and I go way, way back. Tim Roy and I sat together poolside in Winnipeg, Manitoba, when he was the voice of the Sacramento Gold Miners.
Holy Christmas.
This is back in the mid-'90s.
What are the Sacramento Gold?
They were a Canadian Football League, American expansion of the CFL in the mid-'90s. Tim was the announcer. We were on a road trip to Winnipeg. I scouted for them, and we sat there talking about the Rouge, which is, you don't know your CFL, huh?
No.
CFL, it's a single. You can get a single point in the CFL. Anyway, I go way back with the great Tim Roy.
What were you doing in Winnipeg?
I scouted for the Sacramento Gold Miners.
Oh.
So I did quality control. I did player personnel. Yeah. And Tim was the voice of the team.
Nice. Good stuff. Was this one more?
You ever been to Canada? You ever traveled to Canada?
I love it. I love Canada. Are you kidding me? I haven't been to that part of Canada. I spent a lot of time in Vancouver.
Well, Vancouver's like the jewel of Canada.
I'm a Montreal guy. I like the East Coast. I'm Montreal,
but who doesn't love the look of Vancouver on the water? I mean, it's gorgeous. It's incredible.
Vancouver Island, absolutely picturesque. All right, let's talk a little San Francisco Giants. Tell me more about that brilliant tease as we went to the break.
Did you like that?
I did. Well, the San Francisco Giants, forget about odds. They just need somebody. But talk to me. What's going on here?
Yeah, seriously. Farhan's idea if you're driving around. Do something! Just anything at this point. Anyway, you know what? To me, one of the things that I've done more in the last few years is I look at the odds now, because the betting, you can bet on everything these days. You know, like when we were talking about the Trey Lance draft, I remember that draft day like it was yesterday. And the 49ers were favored to draft Mac Jones until about noon. And then all of a sudden the odds shifted to Trey Lance. And sure enough, they drafted Trey Lance.
Wow.
So we're now in this thing where I think...
Tells you a lot. You're right.
It's like the gambling odds tell you a lot. You know, it tells you a lot. Who's going to win Niners-Eagles? Niners are on the road in Philly, but they're favored. Probably the Niners are better. Probably the Niners are going to win. I mean, every time I see odds, I think, Vegas knows something. All right, so here are the odds. They have odds on free agent players and where they're going to sign. There's 5 of these players, and 4 of them, the Giants have odds. 3 of them, they're the favorite.
Wow.
Okay, I'll give you the players. The players are Matt Chapman.
Like it.
Third baseman. Jordan Montgomery, pitcher with the Rangers. Josh Hader, closer for the Padres. Cody Bellinger, and Blake Snell. Do you want to render a guess which of those guys the Giants are not listed on any of the they're not one of the, they list 10 teams that are basically interested in each one of these players. The Giants are not listed for one of those players. Which player do you think they are not listed for?
Bellinger or Snell?
No, it's Hader.
Oh.
It's Hader.
He's going to the Dodgers, isn't he?
Hader is favored to go to the Dodgers. 6-5 odds that he's going to the Dodgers. Rangers are the second choice. Yankees are the third choice. All right, Jordan Montgomery. Favored team to land Jordan Montgomery, Boston Red Sox, 5-4. Angels, 3-1. Yankees, 4-1. But the Giants do check in at 5-1.
We'll take it.
Jordan Montgomery. Now, here are the guys that the Giants are favored to sign. Matt Chapman. The Giants are even money, 1-1 to sign Matt Chapman. Cubs are the second choice at 5-2. Yankees are the third choice at 4-1. Dodgers and Mets are both on there as well at 7-1. Diamondbacks at 9-1. So there you go. Matt Chapman, the Giants are the overwhelming 1-1 even money favorite to sign Matt Chapman. Would that make you happy?
I kind of like Casey Schmidt, but
I do too. I had Casey Schmidt on the YouTube, and he's a great kid, man. Love Casey Schmidt. Love him. I don't see why the Giants should spend $150 million on a guy who plays good defense at third when they have a guy who plays good defense at third. Matt Chapman hit 240 last year. I don't want to see Giants pay $140 million or $150 million for a guy who hit 240 when you got another guy who is on a major league minimum contract sitting right there, can play the heck out of third. So anyway, Matt Chapman, the Giants are favored. Cody Bellinger, the Giants are 5-4 favorites.
Really?
To sign Cody Bellinger over the Yankees at 9-5, Padres 5-1, Mariners 5-1, Blue Jays 6-1, Dodgers 8-1. Cody Bellinger, what do you think of that? He had a big year in Chicago. Hit over 300, 20 home runs, 28 steals.
I think I talked to you about this yesterday.
You don't like him?
Well, it was just scary what he did after winning the MVP. I mean, he had an epic fall.
He did. He also had a shoulder.
He had the injuries,
couple shoulder
but he
injuries.
was healthy for about a year and a half where he just wasn't good.
I know.
And he's got that buggy whip swing that's kind of it's feast or famine. I mean, he was so good, and how could you not like him, 5 years ago? But that's...
Put him at first base.
Yeah.
You got Jung-Hoo Lee in center field. I don't know. And then Blake Snell. Blake Snell, Giants are even money 1-1 favorites to sign Blake Snell. The Red Sox are second at 3-1, Cubs at 4-1, Angels at 5-1, Mariners at 6, Dodgers at 8. So the Giants are favored to sign Blake Snell, Cody Bellinger, and Matt Chapman.
Well, they better land one of those guys. At least
Is
one.
it possible they would sign all of those guys?
No.
By the way, the Red Sox today have signed Lucas Giolito, so he's no longer out there.
Okay.
38.5 million guaranteed. 2 years, 38.5 million for Giolito. So there you go. But that's interesting. I mean, Farhan Zaidi, the one thing about the Giants is they went after Yamamoto, they went after Ohtani, they didn't get either guy. I don't really fault them for going after them, but man, once again, it's like when you aim that high,